Everyone knows that in this era, Stargate technology is of paramount importance for interstellar travel. However, Stargates can only be constructed in star systems that possess two suns, which means that to this day, one-third of the star systems remain incapable of supporting Stargate construction. Zhao Chen groggily opened his eyes, a sense of dizziness swirling in his mind. If he recalled correctly, he had stayed up late playing video games the previous night, and now felt drowsy as soon as class began. Strangely, today, the usually stern master of extinction had not disturbed him from his slumber. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's expression froze in bewilderment. He realized that the entire classroom felt utterly amiss. The desks were no longer wooden, but crafted from a peculiar, pure white material, and each student had before them a holographic projection screen. Even the school uniform he wore resembled something out of a science fiction space war film. Zhao Chen reached out to touch the seemingly transparent display screen in front of him, and to his astonishment, it felt as though he was making contact with a tangible object. With a little more force, his hand surprisingly passed through it entirely. What the hell? Zhao Chen's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that where the wall of the classroom had once been, a massive floor-to-ceiling window now stood, revealing a breathtaking view of a dazzling galaxia sight that had previously only been seen in educational programs. On the walls of this peculiar classroom hung several electronic scrolls, depicting various types of aircraft and warships, not naval vessels, but rather interstellar battleships akin to those found in video games. Casting a glance at the instructor standing at the podium, Zhao Chen nearly stumbled backward in shock. The figure before him was a humanoid entity, clothed but devoid of hair. The head adorned with vine-like patterns, while butterfly-wing-like ears protruded from the sides. This was undeniably not a human appearance. Just as Zhao Chen pondered whether he was trapped in a dream, a torrent of memories began flooding into his mind. The interstellar era, the Shining Empire, Galactic Year 3030, North Star Starship Military Academy, Zhao Chen, Captain's Program, third year, student. Zhao Chen grimaced, clutching his head in pain. Lao Zhao, are you alright? Not feeling well? Came a concerned voice from beside him. Zhao Chen turned to see a male classmate. Instantly, the details of this individual flashed in his mind. Li Wei, his good friend and classmate. I'm fine, just stayed up late last night. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was okay. Feigning calmness, he returned his focus to the lesson. Yet his mind began to unravel the current situation and predicament. He had traversed realms. He had arrived in an interstellar era. This was a military academy of the Shining Empire, and he was a student here, studying to become a captain, with hopes of commanding an interstellar battleship in the future. Zhao Chen patted his pocket and felt a small vial. If memory served, the original owner of this body had chosen to end his life due to romantic despair, and unexpectedly, it had resulted in Zhao Chen's transmigration into this vessel bearing the same name. Ding! Super Interstellar Fleet System binding in progress. Binding complete. Host, Zhao Chen. At that moment, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Newbie gift package activated. Congratulations, you have received 100 system points. Congratulations, you have obtained the profession of top starship engineer. Congratulations, you have acquired a technical blueprint for the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Congratulations, you have received a random opportunity for special attribute extraction. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Chen realized that this was the golden finger of a transmigrator. With a thought, a virtual interface materialized before his eyes. Host, Zhao Chen profession, top starship engineer special attributes, none points, 100 number of starships, 0. Mission, quarterly task unclaimed warehouse. T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser technical blueprint. Zhao Chen glanced over the 2 rewards he had just received. Top starship engineer? He raised his hand and used the holographic computer on the desk to search for information on starship construction. To his astonishment, he grasped the knowledge instantly, even able to draw inferences from it. So, I can construct starships on my own? Zhao Chen thought, filled with excitement. He continued to explore the interface. Points? Points. System points are provided daily based on the number of starships the host possesses. Must be constructed from system blueprints and can also be earned by completing system tasks. Points can be exchanged for goods in the system shop. Glancing at the so-called system shop, he saw technical blueprints for starships and a variety of other items, all categorized as T1 technology. In this world, technological products were classified into T1, T2, T3, and so forth, with higher levels indicating greater combat power and more advanced technology. Thus, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser he had acquired was an exceptionally valuable starship technology. It was well known that a T3 level starship blueprint could be worth billions, even hundreds of billions of star coins within the Shining Empire. Presently, the number of T3 starship types in active service in the Shining Empire did not exceed 10. This exemplified the rarity of T3 starships. Should others discover that Zhao Chen possessed such a T3 starship blueprint, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Empire. However, Zhao Chen understood the principle that a common man might be innocent, yet possessing treasure could invite calamity. This information must remain concealed until he amassed sufficient strength. Regrettably, Zhao Chen currently lacked the capability to construct a T3 starship. According to his accumulated knowledge, constructing a T3 starship would require at least 10 million star coins worth of raw materials and associated construction costs. To acquire this starship, Zhao Chen still had a long journey ahead. As for the quarterly task displayed on the system interface, it was an automatically generated mission every 3 months, with rewards upon completion. Zhao Chen decided to claim his first quarterly task. Quarterly task on a starship system produced. This was no small feat. Moreover, there was a particularly intriguing element. Special attributes. Zhao Chen clicked on the attributes option, which revealed a selection box. The host will randomly select one attribute along with execution conditions from the following options. Option 1. The host fleet can only recruit male soldiers, gaining a combat power bonus and inspiring presence. Option 2. The host fleet can only recruit female soldiers, gaining a luck bonus and insight. Option 3. The host fleet can only recruit non-humanoid soldiers, gaining loyalty and universal language bonuses. Zhao Chen's face darkened. Was the system playing tricks on him? Chapter 2. An interstellar fleet restricted to recruiting female soldiers. Random selection begins. Before Zhao Chen could ponder further, a cursor began to move swiftly among the 3 options, reminiscent of a spinning roulette. Ultimately, the cursor came to a halt on option 2. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the fleet luck value bonus and Eye of Insight. Please unconditionally adhere to the regulation that the fleet can only recruit female soldiers. Any violation will result in the retraction of the aforementioned rewards and the imposition of unspecified penalties. Zhao Chen buried his face in his hands. The stipulation of only being able to recruit female soldiers was rather absurd. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of anticipation lingered in Zhao Chen's heart. Returning to the matter at hand, since this fact could not be altered, he decided to go with the flow and first examine the 2 rewards he had acquired. First was the fleet luck value bonus, which, as the name implies, would bestow a certain level of luck enhancement upon Zhao Chen and any entity under his fleet. The precise effects remained unknown, as luck was an enigmatic concept. Secondly, the Eye of Insight could be utilized on any species aboard Zhao Chen's starship, revealing whether they harbored hostility or murderous intent towards him. In other words, as long as he was on his own starship, Zhao Chen was assured absolute safety. Students, today's lesson concludes here. This semester is nearing its end, and next semester we will embark on practical learning. As everyone is enrolled in the captain's program, it is essential for each of you to possess your own starship. This starship can either be purchased by you or exchanged using academy credits. Crew members on your starship may be students from other departments within the academy or hired personnel, as long as they meet the relevant criteria. After announcing this, the teacher left the classroom. The teacher's announcement pertained to the curriculum for the upcoming semester, which required each student to prepare a starship of their own. Those with financial means could purchase one, while those less affluent could utilize the academy credits accumulated over the past 3 years to exchange for a starship from the academy's list. Immediately, discussions erupted among the students regarding their prospective starships. I'll tell you, my father has already prepared AT-2, class interstellar destroyer for me, the latest model of this year. It's the best-selling starship of the past decade. Let me tell you what a man's romance is. It's gigantic ships and colossal cannons. If we're going to set sail, we need an interstellar battleship. That's the ultimate toy for a man. You all come from wealthy backgrounds. I, however, am not so fortunate. At least if I can manage to get a starship destroyer, that should suffice for my studies. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhao Chen couldn't help but fantasize about his own starship. As a young man, who hasn't harbored dreams of gallivanting across the cosmos. Hey, Lao Zhao, have you decided on which starship you're going to exchange for? You need to prepare quickly. Although the Academy offers a substantial list of exchangeable starships, waiting too long might mean missing out on the better options. Moreover, you still need to assemble a crew. Li Wei leaned closer to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen casually asked, "How's your preparation coming along?" With a cheerful grin, Li Wei raised his hand. revealing a lightweight handheld terminal resembling a watch on his wrist. A holographic projection emerged, showcasing a model of a starship. Its design was quite traditional, reminiscent of ancient vessels, adorned with several main cannons and missile launchers. This is the T-2, class Hyena medium interstellar destroyer, currently valued at 4 million star coins. My father ordered it for me, and he has even arranged the crew, entirely composed of retired veterans with over 10 years of service. After finishing, Li Wei seemed to recall something and looked at Zhao Chen with concern, saying, Lao Zhao, if you really can't find a suitable starship in the Academy's warehouse, I can ask my dad for help. Don't worry, I already have a plan regarding the starship. After we finish our meal, we will retrieve my starship. Zhao Chen smiled at Li Wei came from a respectable family involved in interstellar trade, reputedly ranking among the top 10 in the northern star sector of the Starshine Empire. So it was no surprise he could acquire a T-2 Hyena medium interstellar destroyer valued at 4 million star coins. As their conversation concluded, Zhao Chen and Li Wei headed to the Academy cafeteria. On the way, Li Wei noticed Zhao Chen seemed preoccupied, assuming he was still contemplating the starship situation. In fact, Zhao Chen's status was not inferior to Li Wei's, having inherited a baron title after his father's early demise. He also possessed a star system territory. Unfortunately, the territory he inherited was resource poor and comprised a single star system, which meant the construction of a stargate was impossible. A star system without a stargate and lacking specialty resources could easily be deemed worthless. Zhao Chen's baron title originated from his great-grandfather, a commander of the Starshine Empire's naval fleet who was awarded a count title for his military achievements. However, during his grandfather and father's generations, neither had accomplished anything significant enough to enhance or secure their titles, resulting in a gradual decline, reducing the count title to a baron title by Zhao Chen's generation. Unless he achieved notable accomplishments, his descendants would not inherit the title, and the territory would be reclaimed by the empire. Given Zhao Chen's current circumstances, the prospects appeared bleak. It was said that within Zhao Chen's star system, there was not even a single T-2 class starship, with only a few outdated T-1 class ships responsible for maintaining security. Fortunately, due to the system's poverty, they were not targeted by interstellar pirates. Previously, Li Wei had often wanted to assist Zhao Chen, but Zhao Chen's prideful nature prevented him from accepting help from others. Lao Zhao, let us sit over there. Suddenly, Li Wei placed his arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder, attempting to guide him down a different path, seemingly trying to avoid something. However, the very person Li Wei wished to shield Zhao Chen from was already visible to him. Zhang Shasha, Zhao Chen's fiancée, theoretically speaking. Yet at that moment, Zhang Shasha was conversing with another young man. Those familiar with Zhang Shasha knew that this young man was pursuing her. Li Wei buried his face in his hands, thinking how ironically unfortunate it was to encounter this woman again. He was aware that Zhao Chen and Zhang Shasha had grown up together, as they were both from the same star system, and her family belonged to the nobility of Zhao Chen's territory, leading to their childhood betrothal. However, everything changed once Zhang Shasha entered this academy, where more prominent young men with grander backgrounds and lavish lifestyles overshadowed Zhao Chen. In contrast, he appeared as a fallen noble from the countryside. Initially, Zhao Chen had harbored feelings for Zhang Shasha, but her repeated actions had wounded him deeply. Despite his attempts to reconcile, he was met with her cold and callous treatment. Li Wei understood Zhao Chen's heartbreak, having witnessed him struggle to eat on several occasions. What Li Wei did not know was that today, due to his emotional turmoil, Zhao Chen had even contemplated suicide through medication, resulting in the present state of his being. Let's sit by the window over there. Zhao Chen rejected Li Wei's suggestion and walked straight ahead. To outsiders, it appeared that Zhao Chen was heading directly towards Zhang Shasha. Chapter 3. The fiancée of the worthless baron. At that moment, Zhang Shasha noticed Zhao Chen striding towards her. She felt an immense aversion. She had not anticipated this stubbornness from him. Last night, she had clearly stated that they belonged to different worlds, yet he continued to reminisce about their childhood bond, hoping she would reconsider. What a joke! Leaving that impoverished star system had opened her eyes to what a brilliant life truly entailed. There was no way she would settle for a future as a mere baroness in a destitute star system, where her children would have no chance of inheriting a title. She refused to endure such a life, not even for a moment. The young man beside her was a promising prospect from a respectable family. His father was a viscount and reportedly had the potential to be promoted to a count in the coming years, which would allow his son to inherit a title as well. Forget it, I'll just find an excuse to reject him later. She had already extended him some courtesy. If he couldn't recognize his good fortune, she would not hesitate to humiliate him publicly. Jiang Shasha muttered inwardly, already displaying a frosty demeanor and preparing her rejection speech. The young man beside her wore a mocking expression. Having pursued Jiang Shasha, he had conducted his research and was well aware of Zhao Chen's status as a fallen baron. He relished the thought of witnessing Zhao Chen's humiliation after losing the one he cherished. As both awaited the unfolding drama, unexpectedly, Zhao Chen did not even spare Jiang Shasha a glance, brushing past them entirely. This action left both Jiang Shasha and the young man dumbfounded. While even Li Wei stood in shock, he had assumed Zhao Chen would confront his fiancée about being with another young man. Yet he simply walked past them. Look, this spot has the best view, and we can see the starships docked over there. Zhao Chen settled at a table beside a massive transparent floor-to-ceiling window. Pointing towards a starport where dozens of starships were moored, Li Wei was astonished, thinking, dude, you really came here just to enjoy the scenery? Indeed, Zhao Chen was captivated by the starships, perhaps an innate trait of men. He found himself deeply intrigued by them. Based on the knowledge acquired in his mind, Zhao Chen meticulously examined the starships docked within the star harbor. Predominantly, there was a plethora of T2 starships, accompanied by a few T1 vessels. In this era, T1 starships were regarded as obsolete, primarily serving civilian purposes or utilized for patrol and security across various star systems. To truly engage in battle, one would require at least a T2 class starship. The T2 vessels boasted significantly larger hulls compared to their T1 counterparts. They encompassed a diverse array of interstellar destroyers and frigates, which together constituted two-thirds of the total. The remainder comprised interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers. Zhao Chen even spotted a T1 class interstellar battleship, but it was evidently a relic of the past. Notably, he did not see any aircraft carriers among the starships. Interstellar battleships and aircraft carriers were considered the most expensive of all vessel types, one being the sovereign of interstellar aerial combat, the other a symbol of colossal ships and artillery. Before long, Zhao Chen encountered a starship identical to the one purchased by Li Wei, a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. This model was currently the best-selling T2 interstellar destroyer within the Starshine Empire. Favored by many, the ship measured a length of 230 meters, akin to that of a large sports stadium. The docked Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was adorned in its original steel color, with the right side emblazoned with three heraldic emblems that denoted its identity. The foremost was the emblem of the Galactic Alliance, of which the Starshine Empire was a member. All starships within the alliance were mandated to display this insignia. Following it was the seven-star emblem of the Starshine Empire, symbolizing the seven families that founded the empire. Lastly, there was the emblem representing the ship's owner, along with the vessel's identification number. This final emblem was the largest and most conspicuous, serving as the starship's identity card. "What should we eat today? It's on me," Li Wei proclaimed generously. "Really?" Zhao Chen teased as he looked at Li Wei, then pressed a button on the table to summon a holographic menu that promptly appeared before him. He scrolled to the end of the menu. Li Wei immediately chuckled wryly. "Big brother, even though my father bought me a starship, you know my monthly allowance isn't much." Zhao Chen refrained from further teasing. "Though you may be a wealthy heir and I merely a fallen baron, I am not at the point of relying on your generosity. When you truly make it big, you can treat me then." With that, Zhao Chen ordered the cheapest meal option. Li Wei selected a similar choice. Soon, a robotic server delivered their meals. "Here are your nutritional A and nutritional C packages. Enjoy your meal." Zhao Chen began eating the aesthetically pleasing yet insipid food before him. It felt as though he were consuming plastic. Food prices seemed to have risen again. "Eating this artificial nutritional package daily is dulling my taste buds. I yearn for those artificially cultivated foods," Li Wei lamented. "Perhaps you should ask your father for a bit more pocket money?" Zhao Chen remarked without looking up on why father is such a miser. Aside from this one grand gesture of purchasing a starship, there's no way he'd part with any more money. And do you know how expensive artificially cultivated ingredients are? Even my father can only afford the most basic meals, and he eats meat only once a week. The lavish lifestyle of feasts is reserved for those at the top of society. Li Wei waved dismissively. Zhao Chen surveyed the food on his plate. In this era, everything was advanced and convenient. Yet the food was a lamentable exception. Due to the vast population and overexploitation of planetary resources, The cost of naturally grown crops was exorbitantly high. Thus, the majority of ordinary people subsisted on bland, inexpensive synthetic meals. Only the affluent and noble could indulge in naturally cultivated food. Even the most ordinary rice, bread, and vegetables from Zhao Chen's previous life were considered luxurious commodities here, accessible only to the middle-tier nobility on rare occasions. Asserting that Zhao Chen, the baron? How could such a distinguished baron be reduced to eating this kind of food? A derisive voice interrupted from nearby Li Wei frowned and turned to see Zhang Shasha and a man seated beside them. This man, Zhang Haoran, was of no ordinary lineage. His father was a viscount. Zhao Chen ignored them, continuing to eat his meal. I forgot to inform you, Baron Zhao, that Shasha has agreed to be my girlfriend. As for the engagement between you and Shasha, I suggest you annul it yourself. Do you think you are worthy of her? You ought to consider your own worth, Zhang Haoran sneered, disdainfully regarding Zhao Chen. He relished the humiliation he inflicted. Previously, Zhao Chen's indifference had irked Zhang Haoran, prompting him to seize the opportunity to provoke further, even invoking his relationship with Zhang Shasha. Zhang Shasha frowned slightly. She had only agreed to date Zhang Haoran for a while, and his presumption to declare a relationship publicly displeased her. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally raised his head, glancing at Zhang Haoran with nonchalance and uttering a single word. Oh. Zhang Haoran's lips twitched. He was taken aback by Zhao Chen's calm demeanor. Having expected a different reaction given the rumors of Zhao Chen's infatuation with Zhang Shasha. Zhang Shasha, too, looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, sensing a change in him. A worthless baron, a failure at everything. Zhang Haoran continued his assault. Li Wei could no longer contain himself and pointed at Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran, don't overstep your boundaries. What are you? If I am a worthless baron, then you are less than worthless. If I recall correctly, you have failed your last 3 semester exams. Without your father's connections, you would have been expelled long ago. Zhao Chen cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoran, delivering the most cutting remark in the calmest tone. You? Zhang Haoran seethed with rage. This was his sore spot, and he despised having it mentioned. So what if I have connections? My father has even arranged for me a T2 starship for next semester. I bet you will only be able to field a T1 starship, which will become a target during the practical exercises. Ha ha ha. Zhang Haoran laughed heartily. Triggered random task. Issue a starship duel to Zhang Haoran and defeat him in the duel. Do you wish to accept? Zhao Chen's expression shifted. He had not anticipated triggering a random task at this moment. Defeating Zhang Haoran would prove challenging. Yet, compared to the previous quarterly task, this was considerably simpler. Most importantly, completing the task would yield not only uncertain rewards but also a task point. Although Zhao Chen possessed system points, the items in the system store were not freely redeemable. Acquiring an item required corresponding task points. For instance, a T1 item necessitated 1 task point and the appropriate system points. Currently, task points were precisely what Zhao Chen desperately needed. Don't mistake my directness for rudeness. The truth is what it is. I advise you, rather than waste time here and humiliate yourself, you should return to your remote star territory without delay. Zhang Haoran, seeing Zhao Chen momentarily stunned by his words, believed he had struck a nerve. Meanwhile, Zhang Shasha observed dispassionately. While Zhang Haoran's actions might be excessive, if they could lead Zhao Chen to recognize their disparity and withdraw, that would not be entirely unwelcome at that moment. A smile crept across Zhao Chen's lips. Who is truly humiliating themselves remains to be seen. Zhao Chen raised his head, locking eyes with Zhang Haoran for the first time, his gaze filled with provocation and mockery. Simultaneously, he willed, confirm task acceptance. Random task accepted. Task details. Issue a starship duel to Zhang Haoran and defeat him in the duel. Task difficulty, D-level. Task rewards, 1 task point and 300 points. Failure penalty, deduction of 300 points. So, there was a penalty for failure, resulting in a direct deduction of 300 points. Zhao Chen was acutely aware that he currently possessed only 100 points. If he failed the task, his balance would plummet into the negatives. You, who have no starship to your name, what qualifications do you have to speak here? If I were you, I would have rolled up my belongings and left. You don't even deserve to stay in the North Star. Zhang Haoran indignantly pointed a finger at Zhao Chen. A fallen noble should accept humiliation with grace. This fellow was repeatedly defying expectations. Since you are so confident, let us engage in a starship duel. Zhao Chen declared, retrieving a card from the collar of his student uniform. It was the Academy's student identity card, valid for all activities, including starship duels. The starship duel? With me? Zhang Haoren was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, striding over to Zhao Chen's table. You, who have no starship, how could you possibly challenge me? Do you think you are worthy? The timing was not immediate. There remained a month until the end of the semester. We'll set it for before the end of June. I will inform you of the duel time then. If I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw from school next semester. If you lose. Zhao Chen's gaze was fixed on Zhang Haoren. I'll drop out, Zhang Haoren replied impulsively. The unfolding events had exceeded the expectations of both Jiang Shasha and Li Wei. Wei rose to his feet, pushing aside Zhang Haoren and placing himself in front of Zhao Chen. Zhang Haoren, if you possess the capability, challenge me to a starship duel. Zhang Haoren glanced at Li Wei, spreading his hands in a gesture of mockery, and replied with a light chuckle. Everyone can see that it was Zhao Chen who proposed this starship duel. With considerable backing from his father, Li Wei was reluctant to invite unnecessary trouble. Li Wei, allow me to handle this matter myself, Zhao Chen said, placing a reassuring hand on Li Wei's shoulder. But, Zhao Chen continued earnestly, if you still consider me a friend, trust me. Li Wei gritted his teeth and could only glare indignantly at Zhang Haoren. At that moment, a holographic projection appeared between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoren. Third-year student Zhao Chen has submitted a request for a starship duel with third-year student Zhang Haoren, with a tentative time frame of 1 month. Do you confirm? The commotion had already drawn the attention of numerous onlookers. It is well known that starship duels are a rarity, as they pertain to real combat, often resulting in damage to the vessels and even casualties. Thus, the North Star Military Academy typically hosts only 4 or 5 such duels in a month. Though I am uncertain where your confidence stems from, I assure you, you will regret your decision today, Zhang Haoren sneered, producing his identity card to accept Zhao Chen's challenge. With that, the duel's information was logged into the Academy's database. Awaiting final confirmation of the date. Li Wei, have you finished eating? If so, let us depart. Zhao Chen wiped his mouth, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Huh? Oh, yes, I've finished, Li Wei replied, now devoid of any appetite. As he followed Zhao Chen out of the dining hall, Zhang Haoren observed Zhao Chen's retreating figure, a cold smile playing on his lips. The person without a starship dares to challenge me? In the end, he will be the one to suffer embarrassment. Sha, rest assured. Once I defeat him and drive him out of the academy, he will no longer have the opportunity to bother you. Zhang Haoren turned to Jiang Shasha, already adopting the demeanor of a victor. Jiang Shasha watched Zhao Chen leave, a peculiar feeling washing over her as she noticed his significant transformation. Most importantly, she realized that throughout this encounter, Zhao Chen had not once regarded her with a proper glance. Had he truly forgotten her? Or was it merely an act? For reasons unknown, Jiang Shasha felt a twinge of resentment. Chapter 5. Exchanging for 3 dilapidated starships? This fellow must be out of his mind. Zhao Chen, you were far too impulsive just now. I understand your hatred for Zhang Haoren. He took away. Jiang Shasha. But you cannot propose a starship duel, Li Wei exclaimed anxiously as they walked together. The application for the duel has already been submitted. It cannot be cancelled. If it comes to that, I could lend you my T2 hyena. Li Wei's expression was one of urgency, as though he himself were the one preparing for the duel. No need. I have a starship. Zhao Chen, warmed by Li Wei's concern, appreciated his camaraderie. Since the day they enrolled, Zhao Chen had been tutoring this wealthy second-generation student from a trading family, helping him with his assignments. Otherwise, he would never have passed his exams over the past 3 years. Their bond had since grown strong. You have a starship? Why was I not aware of this? Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Zhao Chen was virtually inseparable from him, so how could he not know about the starship? Well then, let us go exchange it now. Zhao Chen's lips curved into a smile. What? Now? Li Wei exclaimed, momentarily stunned, then clutched his head in disbelief. Why, baronial friend? This is no jest. Are you truly intending to duel Zhang Haoren with a starship from the Academy's warehouse? Half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Li Wei arrived at the Academy's starship storage facility. This place differed from the starport, which housed starships ready for immediate departure. The storage facility was merely for storing vessels, some of which had accumulated layers of dust, having been docked for countless years. Hello, I am here to exchange for a starship, Zhao Chen addressed the warehouse manager at the counter. The manager glanced at Zhao Chen. Perhaps accustomed to the influx of third-year students preparing for the next semester. Have a look for yourself. Here is the list, he said, opening a search interface. It displayed nearly 300 starships, the majority of which were T1 grade and second-hand. After all, who would leave new starships to languish here? Zhao Chen, you've performed admirably in your studies. You must have accumulated around 30,000 points over 3 semesters. That should suffice to exchange for this T2 Hyena-class medium starship, which has been in service for 20 years and has minor hull damage. Though it may appear somewhat outdated, its core technology remains comprehensive. Li Wei realized the duel was inevitable and sought to find a suitable solution. Zhao Chen shook his head, continuing to browse. Li Wei then presented several T2 starship options that offered decent value, but Zhao Chen rejected each one. Young master, how long do you intend to deliberate? While there are over 300 starships here, only a few are truly suitable, Li Wei remarked, observing Zhao Chen's indecision. I have made my selection, Zhao Chen finally declared. Selected? Which one? Li Wei inquired with curiosity. Zhao Chen turned to the manager. Sir, is there a limit to the number of starships I can exchange for, provided I have sufficient points? Indeed, there is no restriction on the quantity you can exchange. The manager nodded. Zhao Chen then checked several starships on the list. I will take these 3.3. Both Li Wei and the manager were taken aback. They simultaneously reviewed the details of the 3 starships. T2 Hyena-class medium starship. In service for 59 years, hull previously severely damaged, 3 main cannons once critically impaired, now repaired. Requires 9,000 points. T2 Grey Wolf-class light starship. In service for 65 years. Requires 7,000 points. T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium battleship. In service for 80 years. Requires 11,000 points. Upon seeing the information for these 3 vessels, both Li Wei and the manager were left speechless. Undoubtedly, these 3 starships qualified as relics among the fleet. Are you certain you wish to exchange for these 3 starships? Have you reconsidered? While these vessels were commendable in their era, the modules have significantly aged over time, the manager advised. Li Wei hastily added. Zhao Chen, please don't jest. Starship duels are one-on-one. Even if you select 3, it will be of no use, I am certain. Just these 3, please proceed with the exchange, Zhao Chen asserted firmly. After further verification from the manager, the 3 starships were finally exchanged into Zhao Chen's name. Li Wei stood beside him, covering his face in disbelief, unable to comprehend Zhao Chen's actions that day. These 3 starships are now registered under your name, and you may retrieve them at any time. If you wish to leave them in storage, you may do so free of charge for 1 month. After that, storage fees will apply, the manager stated, eyeing Zhao Chen as if he were a curious specimen. Sir, I can also use my points to exchange for some starship components, correct? Each student has free access to the starship modification and maintenance dock. And I have not utilized mine for 3 semesters, so I should have 30 days of free access, Zhao Chen added. Indeed, the manager affirmed. Then I will draft a list of starship components, and I kindly request you arrange for a starship dock to transport all 3 starships and the components there. Zhao Chen requested. The manager glanced over the list of components, noting their ordinary nature, and confirmed that Zhao Chen's points were sufficient for the exchange. Will you require the services of a starship engineer or repairman? They can perform maintenance and modifications as per your specifications, the manager inquired. No need, Zhao Chen replied. The manager did not press further. I will have this completed within half an hour. You will receive the starship dock number, and you can proceed directly there. Thank you, sir, Zhao Chen responded. After concluding their business, Zhao Chen and Li Wei exited the facility. What a peculiar student, the manager muttered under his breath. Once outside the starship warehouse, Li Wei could no longer contain himself. He grasped Zhao Chen's shoulder. Zhao Chen, what on earth are you planning? What utility do those 3 dilapidated starships possess? You are toying with your future. Zhao Chen remained calm and collected, replying, Li Wei, trust me, I will handle this matter. You don't forget it. I can't be bothered with you, Li Wei huffed, waving his hands in exasperation. Zhao Chen felt helpless. Even if he explained his intentions to Li Wei now, he would not believe him. Rather than waste time, it would be better to prove everything through action in due course. Ding! Third-year student Zhao Chen has gained access to the use of the medium-sized starship dock number 017. During the usage period, entry is permitted with the student identity card. Upon receiving this message, Zhao Chen bid farewell to Li Wei and made his way to the starship dock. Upon arriving at the entrance of the starship dock, Zhao Chen scanned his student ID card, causing the massive gate to open automatically. Inside lay an expansive space, easily comparable to 3 or 5 football fields. A pungent aroma of rust and starship oil assaulted his senses. As Zhao Chen stepped inside, he beheld 3 starships seemingly awaiting his arrival. Their rusted hulls bore testament to their age and the battles they had once fought. Although the Academy had performed maintenance on them, their extensive years of service were unmistakable. Zhao Chen first approached the main control panel of the workshop, activating a series of holographic screens. His fingers danced across the holographic keyboard, swiftly inputting data one after another. Eventually, the data for the 3 starships was clearly displayed, and Zhao Chen even edited a three-dimensional model. A closer examination revealed that the 3D models were divided into gray and red regions. By combining these areas, a coherent design could be achieved. With great enthusiasm, Zhao Chen overlapped the red regions, forming a vague silhouette of a starship, albeit a rather unrefined one. Subsequently, he retrieved a classified document from his handheld terminal, containing the data for another starship model, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. Chapter 6. Assembling the starship in progress. Zhao Chen's intention behind acquiring these 3 starships was quite straightforward. Given his current capabilities, constructing the T-3 starship awarded by the system was beyond his reach. However, by utilizing the technical blueprints provided for the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship as a foundation, he believed he could modify and assemble a simplified version using the 3 starships at hand. In Zhao Chen's mind, equipped with the knowledge of a top-tier starship engineer, countless calculations confirmed that this plan's feasibility was an impressive 80%. By employing the hull of the T-2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship and integrating performance modules from the T-2 Hyena and T-2 Grey Wolf. With fervor, Zhao Chen murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with excitement. Once the assembly plan was formulated, he immediately set to work. Approaching the operation table, he personally operated the mechanical arms to begin cutting the 3 starships. This was Zhao Chen's first experience modifying a starship, yet the moment he began, it felt as though he had performed such tasks countless times before. His movements were fluid and precise. Even the most senior starship engineers at the Academy would be astounded by this young man's skill and technique. Such seamless execution could not be achieved without 50 or 60 years of hands-on experience and top-notch knowledge. Disassembling 3 starships was a considerable undertaking. While enlisting the help of repairmen or engineers would have been beneficial, Zhao Chen could not afford such assistance. Firstly, he had exhausted all his Academy credits on purchasing components. Secondly, this process could not be disclosed to outsiders. Dismantling and reassembling 3 distinct starships into a brand new vessel involved utilizing some core technologies from the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. If anyone were to catch wind of this, the consequences could be dire. Thus, this entire endeavor had to remain solely in Zhao Chen's hands. After calculating, he estimated that approximately 20 days would suffice. Over the next 3 weeks, Zhao Chen effectively sidelined all his classes. As it was nearing the end of the term, many assessments had already concluded, and his credits were sufficient to qualify for the 4th year. Thus, his absences did not significantly impact him. However, news of Zhao Chen's duel challenge against Zhang Haoran spread throughout the 3rd year, drawing numerous students to his classroom, eager to witness the rumored fallen baron, only to leave disappointed. Beep, beep, beep. The Starship Workshop's entrance flashed red, signaling an entry request. At first, Zhao Chen ignored it, but the alert persisted for 10 minutes. Unable to withstand it any longer, he dragged his weary body to the door and opened it. Zhao Chen, have you lost your mind? As the door cracked open, a sharp voice pierced through, and a slender, fair leg stepped inside. Zhao Wanner immediately pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Chen, launching into a tirade. However, Zhao Chen hardly absorbed her words as he leaned against the door-frame. Wanner, are you done scolding me? Once you're finished, I'm going to rest. Zhao Chen half closed his eyes and yawned. The enchanting woman before him, with skin as white as snow, was his sister, Zhao Wanner. She was also a 4th-year student at the North Star Starship Academy and would soon be entering her 5th year. The reason Zhao Chen remained a 3rd-year student while Zhao Wanner advanced was due to her exceptional talent. She had completed 3 years' worth of courses in just 1 year, surpassing her brother and earning her place in the 4th year. Renowned for her beauty, she had always been the Academy's belle. At that moment, she was clad in a crisp, white military uniform, and considering it had been over half a month since she last visited him, it was likely related to her 4th-year final assessment, which required piloting a starship for practical evaluation. Now back at the Academy, she had rushed to find him upon hearing the news. Zhao Wanner observed Zhao Chen, who was sporting dark circles under his eyes, his hair a disheveled mess, and an unpleasant odor emanating from him. Glancing behind him, She noticed a makeshift bed on the workshop floor, beside which lay a box of instant nutrient meals with wrappers strewn about, emanating a foul scent. Several sets of unkempt academy uniforms were also discarded on the ground, indicating the disarray of Zhao Chen's life over the past month and a half. You still have time to rest? Do you even realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? You challenged Zhang Haoran to a starship duel over a woman, and you even wagered that the loser would be expelled from the academy. Have you gone mad? Zhao Wanner exclaimed, exasperated, as she pulled Zhao Chen's ear in frustration. Logically, such a grip should have caused him some pain, but Zhao Chen, overwhelmed by fatigue, simply collapsed against her. You, thud. Zhao Wanner fell to the ground, with Zhao Chen leaning against her like a child. This guy, Zhao Wanner sighed, reluctantly pulling him into the starship workshop. However, upon lifting her gaze to the vast docking area, which spanned several football fields, she was left speechless. One starship stood proudly before her. Its hull was evidently old, not new. Some areas were uneven, and there were even traces of past bombardments. Scattered across the surrounding operation tables were various components, both large and small, yet, despite its worn appearance, Zhao Wanner could sense the latent ferocity hidden within this starship. Most importantly, she felt a sense of familiarity with this vessel, but she could not recall having studied it in her starship encyclopedia. Wanner. A voice from behind called out, snapping Zhao Wanner back to reality. Zhao Chen had awakened, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Although he had only slept for about 10 minutes, he felt significantly better now. What is this? Zhao Wanner pointed at the unfamiliar starship before her. My starship, Zhao Chen instinctively replied. Are you trying to fool me? You didn't even draft a rough idea? I heard from that Li Wei kid that you exchanged your academy credits for 3 old starships, and this isn't. Zhao Wanner began, only to halt mid-sentence. Turning back, she gazed at the starship with disbelief. Suddenly, she understood why this vessel felt so familiar. Wanner, aren't you supposed to be the smart one? How have you not figured it out yet? Zhao Chen teased, a smirk on his face. Chapter 7. The first starship, Zero Blizzard. Zhao Wanner meticulously examined the starship from top to bottom, incredulously looking at Zhao Chen. This starship was assembled from those 3. T2 Hyena, T2 Grey Wolf, and T2 Devil Crocodile. She realized why this starship felt so familiar. Its hull bore a striking resemblance to that of the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship, with over 90% similarity. Moreover, the weapon modules resembled those of the T2 Hyena class medium interstellar destroyer, and, in summary, this starship exhibited numerous traits from the 3 original vessels. Indeed, Zhao Chen admitted candidly. While he could not divulge the details regarding the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship, he could not hide the fact that he had assembled a starship. After all, the Starship Warehouse had records of the exchanges, and once news spread of Zhao Chen intending to duel Zhang Haoran with this starship, it would be apparent to anyone paying attention. You spent the past month and a half assembling this starship? When did you learn to assemble starships? Zhao Wanner looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Disassembling 3 starships and reassembling them into a new one was no trivial task, and ensuring that each module was operational was paramount. Pointing at the starship, Zhao Chen laughed. I have many secrets. Besides our captaincy course, I've also secretly studied some starship engineering. And this is my first starship, which I have named Zero Blizzard. He felt it inappropriate to label it a simplified version of the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship while still using the Blizzard name. Thus, he simply designated it as Zero Blizzard. Zero Blizzard? Zhao Wanner muttered to herself about that peculiar name, reminiscent of an interstellar battleship, yet bearing the characteristics of a cruiser and even echoing the style of a destroyer. What on earth could it possibly be? Are you certain it can truly be activated? Zhao Chen, I am aware of your feelings for Jiang Shasha. However, that woman is utterly unsuitable for you. Do not hang your hopes on this single tree. Moreover, you are well aware of the circumstances surrounding our territory. It took immense effort for us to utilize the last of our resources to become students at the North Star Starship Academy. Only by successfully graduating can we hope to revitalize our domain. Surely, you would not wish for your title to be reclaimed by the Empire, would you? If you were to be expelled, could you truly face the spirits of our parents and consider the sacrifice of our sister? Zhao Wanner glared at Zhao Chen with indignation. She then grasped Zhao Chen's wrist firmly. I will seek assistance from my close friend. She comes from a prestigious background and can negotiate with Zhang Haoran to cancel this duel. Yet, Zhao Wanner found herself unable to pull Zhao Chen along.
Instead, to her surprise, Zhao Chen stepped forward and lifted her in a princess carry. "What are you doing?" Zhao Wanner's cheeks flushed crimson. "Let us go see my starship." Without further ado, Zhao Chen ran towards the starship's hatch, carrying Zhao Wanner. They traversed through the somewhat aged corridors of the ship. Arriving at the bridge, the very mind of the starship. The bridge was not particularly spacious, about 100 square meters, and was shrouded in darkness due to the lack of activation. Zhao Chen gently set Zhao Wanner down and approached the captain's chair. Taking a seat, he placed his hand on the armrest to the right of the chair, detecting highest authority. Initiating identity verification. Captain, Zhao Chen. Identity verification complete. A floating crystal console materialized before Zhao Chen, who pressed several buttons. Starship initiating. Master control system activating. Energy system powering up. 10.30.60. As Zhao Chen officially activated the starship, the bridge's lighting system flickered to life, illuminating the entire area. Gradually, this colossal vessel began to awaken. Starship propulsion system undergoing automated diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Functioning optimally. Starship weapon systems undergoing automated diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Functioning optimally. Starship. Mechanical voices resonated throughout the bridge. Zhao Chen's first starship had officially been roused. All functional modules of the starship are operating normally. Remaining energy, 19. Zhao Chen joyfully pumped his fist. Although he possessed technical expertise, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Unexpectedly, the first activation was a success. It actually started. Zhao Wanner was equally astonished. "Well, isn't it rather impressive?" Zhao Chen stepped down from the captain's chair, resting his hand on Zhao Wanner's shoulder, akin to a brotherly gesture. Despite their sibling relationship, Zhao Wanner's consistent excellence often made their dynamic resemble that of elder and younger siblings. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. "So what if it can be activated? What about its combat capability? Whether it can perform well in actual combat remains a question. I have heard that Zhang Haoran's starship is a T2 class. Are you certain your assembled vessel can compete? I hope it doesn't fall apart before the fight even begins. Sister, why do you lack faith in your brother? Not to mention whether it can compete. In just 10 minutes, I could take down that Zhang Haoran's T2 starship." Zhao Chen confidently crossed his fingers, forming a sign of 10. 10 minutes. I never realized you enjoyed boasting so much. Zhao Wanner shot Zhao Chen a skeptical glance, utterly unconvinced. "Moreover, this starship has only you aboard. There are no crew members. How do you expect to fight?" Slap. Zhao Chen clapped his hands, eyes gleaming. "How could I have overlooked that? No wonder I felt something was missing when I activated the starship earlier." Zhao Wanner held her head in despair regarding her elder brother. "I should go consult my friend on how to handle this situation." "Wanner, where can we find crew members the fastest?" Zhao Chen looked earnestly at his sister. Modifying and dismantling starships was his forte, but when it came to such matters, Zhao Chen found himself utterly helpless. "You haven't even considered these issues, yet you're thinking about a starship duel?" Zhao Wanner was at a loss for words, yet she patiently explained. "Crew members generally come from 3 sources. First, there are students from other disciplines at the Starship Academy. Besides our captaincy program, there are various other academic fields. The second channel involves recruiting retired soldiers from the Imperial military. These crew members are experienced but can be costly to maintain. The third option comprises less conventional sources, such as those involved in gray markets, pirates, or slaves. In fact, the Academy provides channels for crew recruitment. You can connect your identity card to the Academy's network, where dedicated channels are available." Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, barely pausing to think before asking, "Which option is the cheapest?" Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes, fully aware that Zhao Chen's pockets were nearly empty. The cheapest option would undoubtedly be slaves. Many of them are war captives, some of whom were originally starship pilots. However, due to loyalty issues and their status, many are reluctant to employ slaves, often relegating them to the most menial tasks. As Zhao Wanner was explaining, Zhao Chen had already connected his identity card to the Academy's network, navigating to a crew recruitment channel where he spotted the slave option in the corner. Clicking it revealed a list of slaves. After scanning through, Zhao Chen's eyes widened as if he had discovered treasure. "This is the one." Without hesitation, he clicked on the exchange option. Due to the depletion of his academy credits, Zhao Chen opted to use his personal account for payment. "What have you done?" Upon seeing Zhao Chen's satisfied expression as he closed the holographic projection, Zhao Wanner felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 8. Joyfully acquiring a white-haired half-beast girl. I have recruited a crew. It's stated they will arrive within a day. Zhao Chen announced. Crew? What crew? Slave crew members. You said this was the cheapest option, right? How much did it cost? Didn't you spend all your academy credits? Not too much, just 3,000 star coins. I recall that your account only has a little over 3,000 star coins remaining. Exactly. Zhao Wanner's expression darkened. How had she not realized her elder brother was so unreliable before? Look, here's the list. Zhao Chen showed Zhao Wanner the list of slaves he had purchased, complete with images. Upon seeing the images, Zhao Wanner was even more astonished. They were all half-beasts, and furthermore, they were all female half-beasts. With a scowl on her face, Zhao Wanner glared at her brother, Zhao Chen. After scolding Zhao Chen thoroughly, Zhao Wanner stormed off in indignation. Eye in her eyes, her elder brother had lost his mind and was hopelessly obsessed. She had to prepare for the worst, cleaning up Zhao Chen's mess. After Zhao Wanner left, Zhao Chen first washed up, took a good nap, and changed into fresh clothes. At this moment, the slave crew members Chen ordered had arrived. Hello, are you Mr. Zhao Chen? Here are the 100 slaves you ordered. Please present your identity card. A man with a professional smile appeared at the entrance of Zhao Chen's workshop. Behind him were several covered mechanical carts, 10 in total, each 3 meters tall, 4 to 5 meters long, and 2 meters wide. Besides that, there were no other personnel in sight. Zhao Chen presented his identity card, inquiring with confusion. But where are the individuals I requested? They are inside here. The man removed the cover from one of the mechanical carts, revealing iron cages inside. The cages were approximately 1 meter high and cubic, containing half-beasts huddled with their arms around their knees, their clothing tattered, and electronic shackles around their necks and ankles, each appearing gaunt and fearful. This is the software to control the electronic shackles around their necks. These shackles have both shock and self-destruct functions. Unless you input the password to unlock them, any external damage will trigger a self-destruct sequence. The man explained. I see. So these cages are also part of the delivery? Zhao Chen pointed at the tools. Of course, the man replied with a smile. These half-beasts have been under their control for quite some time. It's a rare opportunity for someone to buy them, so providing a few mechanical carts and cages is nothing. I can just push them in myself. Zhao Chen proceeded to push the 10 mechanical carts into the workshop. Unveiling the black coverings one by one, the half-beasts were fully revealed before Zhao Chen's eyes. There was a wide variety of half-beasts. Some were covered in fur like wild beasts, while others resembled humans but bore the ears or tails of animals. Among them, those with characteristics of dogs, pigs, and sheep were the most numerous. One half-beast female, however, stood out prominently. She had white fur, blue eyes filled with rage, defiance, and resentment, with a pair of white, truncated ears atop her head and a similarly truncated white tail at her rear. Her face and body bore numerous unsightly scars. If not for those scars, even as a half-beast, she would likely meet the aesthetic standards of humans. The half-orc female, Zhao Chen, was quite familiar to me. The primary reason for selecting this batch of half-orcs during the purchase was precisely her. Greetings, General Charlotte. The white-haired half-orc gazed in astonishment as the person before her uttered her name, particularly the title, General Charlotte, born in the Black Yaj star region of the Warhammer Interstellar Tribal Confederation. Hails from the White Tiger tribe. Discontented with the local lord's oppressive regime towards the half-orc tribes in the star region, she rose in rebellion, establishing an interstellar resistance. Over the course of 3 years, she engaged in no fewer than 50 interstellar battles, once commanding a fleet of 300 resistance starships, clashing with the Lord's fleet of 500, ultimately achieving a Pyrrhic victory by even destroying an enemy T-3 starship. However, 3 months ago, due to betrayal from a traitor, her operations were exposed, leading to an ambush by an enemy fleet vastly superior in numbers. The resistance fleet was completely annihilated, and her whereabouts have since remained unknown. To think she had fallen into slavery and been sold to the Star Glory Empire. Zhao Chen recounted the exploits of this half-orc general in detail, upon hearing the man's account of her past. Charlotte's expression turned distant. Zhao Chen opened Charlotte's cage and sat down before her. So, would you like to have a conversation? Charlotte chuckled self-deprecatingly. Chat? I am nothing more than a prisoner now. What is there to discuss? For instance, we could talk about your freedom, and that of your fellow half-orc soldiers who have met a similar fate. Zhao Chen's words piqued Charlotte's interest, and she scrutinized him warily. What do you mean? Zhao Chen smiled and replied, to be direct, I possess a starship, but I lack a crew. Thus, I hope you and your people can serve as my crew. Haha, you simply wish to use us as free labor. You bought us slaves for this purpose, didn't you? Charlotte retorted with a sneer. No, no, no. What I seek are crew members, not slaves. I desire interstellar warriors who are willing to fight sincerely for me, Zhao Chen corrected her. Half-orcs will never fight for others. A flicker of pride shone in Charlotte's eyes. You should consider not just yourself, but also those half-orc warriors who once fought alongside you, as far as I know. Due to your defeat, nearly 30,000 half-orc slaves have been sold to our Star Glory Empire. I have merely purchased 100 of them. The fates of the others remain uncertain. Do you not wish to save them? Zhao Chen fixed his gaze upon Charlotte. A hint of hesitation crossed her face. Zhao Chen sensed he had made significant progress. He stood up. If you fight for me, I promise that I will. To the best of my ability, buy back all those half-orc warriors scattered throughout the Star Glory Empire who were once your subordinates. Furthermore, as long as you lead them to fight and work for me for 3 years. Once that time is up, you and they shall be free. So, what do you say? Are you willing to fight for me? Or rather, are you willing to fight for your freedom? Zhao Chen extended his hand toward Charlotte in the cage. Her expression was complex, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, she extended her hand and shook Zhao Chen's. However, she stubbornly stated, I do this for my kin. Chapter 9. First Officer, Beast Maiden Charlotte. 100 half-orcs sat on the floor, eagerly grasping the food from their meal boxes. Though it consisted of tasteless synthetic food, these half-orcs devoured it ravenously as slaves. They had seldom been adequately fed, as slave traders showed no mercy. After finishing their meal, Zhao Chen instructed them to bathe and change into fresh attire. They would then board the ship to familiarize themselves with their future roles. Zhao Chen sat beside Charlotte, sharing the same meal. Having once served as a fleet commander, Charlotte was more mindful of her demeanor compared to the other half-orc soldiers. She chewed her food slowly and deliberately, observing the identical food in Zhao Chen's hands. She expressed surprise. You eat this too? Why not? I'm not afraid to admit it. Your captain is currently quite impoverished. The rations I have stored will last us at most half a month. As for what we will eat afterward, that depends on your performance, Zhao Chen lamented. Noticing Zhao Chen's lack of arrogance, Charlotte's attitude toward him softened somewhat, though she regarded him with suspicion. Why did you recruit only female half-orcs? Generally, in combat, there is a preference for males, I must warn you. If you make any improper advances toward them, our previous agreement is null and void. I will not allow them to sacrifice their dignity and bodies for freedom. Zhao Chen waved his hands dismissively, responding helplessly, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions toward them. It is merely due to certain circumstances that I have only recruited female soldiers this time. As for the reasons, I can't explain right now. Zhao Chen felt helpless as the system imposed restrictions. I can overlook the reasons, but if I discover you plotting anything against them at him. Charlotte shot Zhao Chen a warning glare. Surprisingly, the white-haired half-orc's admonition had a certain charm, though her scars and wounds were rather disfiguring. Did you inflict those wounds on yourself? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte did not conceal the truth, nodding, yes, my resistance was betrayed by a traitor, leading to our complete annihilation at that time. If I had not acted as I did, I would have been recognized by those people, and I could not possibly be here now. They would not have shown mercy, selling a general of the resistance as a mere slave. Zhao Chen understood the rationale. Had Charlotte been recognized by the enemy, her fate would undoubtedly have been dire. Even if she had not been recognized, given her previous appearance, her outcome would have been far from favorable. I was surprised that you recognized me, Charlotte remarked, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Zhao Chen had identified her at first glance, which clearly indicated his intent. While studying at the academy, I researched some of your battles and viewed some of your footage. Honestly, when I saw your name on the slave roster, I hesitated. The disparity between your current self and your past self is simply too great. You were like a dawn. It was only when I deceived you that I confirmed you were General Charlotte. Zhao Chen chuckled. This was largely thanks to the memories of this body, a bookworm. He had a penchant for perusing battle records of various races. Charlotte rolled her eyes, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her identity. With today's medical technology, it would be entirely possible to heal those scars on your body. Zhao Chen stated, having viewed Charlotte's previous images, she was undoubtedly a beauty, even by human standards. In the academy, she would be considered a campus belle. I have no need for that. A warrior does not concern herself with her appearance. Charlotte coldly rejected the proposal. Observing Charlotte's resolute stance, Zhao Chen refrained from pressing further. The conditions simply did not allow for it. After all, such medical restoration technology was quite costly. Once they finished eating, Zhao Chen said, "Let us first take a look at your future workstation." He pointed toward the iron starship. Charlotte did not refuse and followed Zhao Chen aboard the Zero-class Snowstorm. Is this the starship you assembled? Charlotte asked as she walked through the ship's corridor. Zhao Chen nodded. Indeed, I utilized modules from the T2 Hyena-class medium star destroyer, T2 Grey Wolf-class light cruiser, and T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium battleship to construct this starship, which I have named Zero-class Snowstorm. I'm not very familiar with these three types of starships, but from the internal condition of the hull, they appear rather aged. Such a starship's combat capability is not promising. Charlotte remarked bluntly. No, I believe you will soon change your mind. You will come to love this starship, Zhao Chen responded with a mysterious smile. Charlotte did not mind. She thought to herself that she had no choice but to accept it. At least, thus far, he had not revealed any qualities that were off-putting, though his choice to recruit only female half-orcs raised some suspicions. Before long, they arrived at the bridge of the Zero-class Snowstorm, marking Charlotte's first visit and Zhao Chen's second. The last time he had been there was with his sister, Zhao Wanner. Charlotte surveyed the bridge, noting its conventional layout with no remarkable features. From now on, you will be responsible for assigning roles to the half-orc crew. I need them to form effective combat capabilities in the shortest time possible, Zhao Chen instructed. Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen and stated, "If that is the case, I need to familiarize myself with some of this starship's performance modules." Before she could finish, Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal. "I have already registered your information inside. You now possess the highest authority over this starship, aside from me. You can access the vast majority of the starship's data. From this moment on, you are the first officer of this starship." Charlotte gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment, accepting the handheld terminal and eyeing him suspiciously. "You trust me this much? Are you not concerned that I might betray you?" Zhao Chen inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In truth, he had employed the system's skill Eye of Insight the moment Charlotte boarded the starship. As the captain of this vessel, he met the conditions for its use. Through the lens of Eye of Insight, it was evident that Charlotte harbored neither murderous intent nor animosity towards him. However, her loyalty remained uncertain. Yet, this was sufficient for Zhao Chen. He did not expect Charlotte to pledge her allegiance to him in such a brief span of time. As long as she was willing to work for him, that would suffice. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of ease, reclining in the captain's chair. "I trust in my choice, my dear first officer. It is time for you to fulfill your duties." Chapter 10. The maiden voyage of the Zero Storm. In response to Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte pondered for a moment, remaining silent. She fastened the terminal device around her wrist and accessed the relevant data regarding the starship. Upon her inspection, her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Zhao Chen, exclaiming, "Is the data on this starship truly authentic?" "Of course it is," Zhao Chen replied, almost boasting like a proud parent. "So, what do you think of my starship?" With a serious expression, Charlotte remarked, "If the data displayed here is accurate, then this starship can be deemed virtually invincible in the T2 starship duels. An invincible entity. What a terrifying assessment. If Zhao Wanner and Li Wei were to hear such an evaluation, they would surely scoff. After all, this starship was cobbled together from 3 dilapidated vessels. How could it possibly claim to be invincible among T2 starships? Very well, let us embark on a trial voyage. You can assign the crew positions accordingly." Zhao Chen scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he admitted, "Due to my current financial constraints, this trial voyage will primarily serve as a familiarization and training phase for you all. I hope you can quickly master the operation of this starship." "May I see the list of slaves you purchased?" Charlotte inquired. "Certainly, you can find it within your permissions," Zhao Chen replied. Charlotte accessed the roster of potential crew members, revealing the 100 half-beast slaves, her former companions. This sight softened her gaze while simultaneously filling her heart with guilt. The thought of many of her kin still languishing in captivity unsettled her. Fortunately, these individuals were seasoned crew members. Given that this starship was merely of T2 classification, they could likely master its operation within 3 to 5 hours, making them ready for combat. Charlotte confirmed this to Zhao Chen, who responded with a satisfied smile. After some time, Charlotte became well acquainted with the Zero Storm, and the other half-beast crew members had completed their preparations. "I have assigned roles for these half-beast crew members. Only 50 are required to operate the Zero Storm. Charlotte provided Zhao Chen with a list. The excess personnel would serve as backup for various positions, allowing them to acclimate to their work environment. Zhao Chen instructed, "This is my first starship, but it will not be my last. These crew members can be assigned to other vessels in the future." He continued, "I have submitted a departure request to the starport my rental period for this starship workshop is nearing its end. I have secured a berth at the Academy starport with my dwindling funds. After the trial training concludes, we will return directly to the starport, have procured some basic bedding and living supplies. Henceforth, you will reside aboard this starship. As for provisions, I will devise a plan later." Having spoken, Zhao Chen felt a pang of distress, as his financial resources were rapidly depleting. He would need to find a way to support these 100 half-beast women. The notion of a once mighty interstellar lord reduced to such financial straits was indeed disheartening. Understood, Charlotte accepted Zhao Chen's directives, gradually embracing her role. As Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, surveying the aging bridge, he resolved to acquire a genuine T3, class Storm-class light interstellar battleship. This area will be your living quarters. With 5 individuals per room. As for meals, there will be 2 daily, and you are to collect your rations at the designated dining area. Each position will operate in 3 shifts, rotating among them. Do you comprehend? Charlotte gazed at the 100 half-beast crew members, and the sensation transported her back to her days of battling with the rebel interstellar fleet. Months had passed, yet it felt like a different era. "General, must we truly fight for those humans?" A half-beast female crew member raised her hand to inquire. The others shared a similar sentiment, as their identities as slaves weighed heavily upon their spirits. "All of you were once my subordinates. It was my inadequacy that led to your current plight. If you are willing to trust me, I promise I will restore your freedom," Captain Zhao Chen vowed. "If we fight for him for 3 years, he will grant us our freedom. Moreover, should we achieve merit, he will seek out our compatriots who have been sold to the Starry Empire. Perhaps you do not trust the humans. But I, Charlotte, choose to believe in that man. So I implore you to trust me as well. I swear by the honor of the Baihu clan that I will bring you all home." Charlotte's words and fervor resonated with the half-beast warriors present. This scene did not escape Zhao Chen's notice. He observed it through the bridge's monitoring system, which covered 80% of the starship's area. It was evident that Charlotte spoke plainly. She fought for Zhao Chen not out of loyalty, but for freedom. Zhao Chen did not resent this. Rather, it was precisely this sentiment that led him to trust Charlotte. It was not the sort that would easily yield loyalty simply because one purchased a slave. Such individuals were inherently untrustworthy in Zhao Chen's eyes. Before long, the once chaotic starship workshop had been cleared, with everything transportable removed. The navigational passage of the starship workshop was now open. Vessel ID .0 Storm. Clearance granted for entry into Route D13. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, observing his first officer Charlotte and the dozen or so half-beast crew members present on the bridge. "Let us set sail," he commanded. Charlotte transmitted the order. "Engage the starship engines, entering Route D13. The half-beast crew members, though somewhat inexperienced, operated the starship with relative success. Minutes later, the Zero Storm emerged from a passageway in the interstellar city of the North Star Starship Academy. The bridge of the Zero Storm featured a fully enclosed structure, relying on exterior imaging devices to project various scenes from outside the vessel onto several screens within. As Zhao Chen beheld the cosmic vistas displayed before him, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He was now aboard his very own starship, traversing the universe. "Captain, we are set to conduct 29 trial training exercises. Please issue your orders." Charlotte, the first officer, addressed Zhao Chen. "Commence," Zhao Chen replied. Having a competent subordinate was a blessing. It meant he need not involve himself in every task. "Set course 071299, engine power output at 30, cruising speed at 30 knots. Charlotte professionally issued the navigation commands. Subsequently, the Zero Storm embarked on its inaugural trial training. "Continue on this course, full engine power output, cruising speed at 100 knots. All compartments within the starship must closely monitor relevant data. Report any anomalies immediately." Charlotte was now at the final leg of the trial training, pushing the starship to its utmost limits. This was a critical test of the vessel's performance under maximum speed, and it was the aspect Charlotte worried about the most. Considering that less than a month prior, it had consisted of 3 separate ships, 1 minute, 0.3 minutes, 0.5 minutes, 0.10 minutes. Report. Engine system functioning optimally, power supply stable. Report. Hull integrity is sound. Report, navigation is stable. No anomalies detected. 3 hours later, Charlotte exhaled in relief. She turned to Zhao Chen and stood at attention. Reporting to the captain, the Zero Storm has successfully completed all 29 trial training exercises. Please advise on the next steps. Return to base. Zhao Chen smiled that I believe someone is eagerly awaiting their comeuppance. Chapter 11. Do you not trust me? Then I shall prove my worth to you. North Star Starship Academy. Class 3 to 8. Has Zhao Chen from your class failed to attend today as well? I wonder if he's hiding out of fear. A mocking voice cut through the conversation in Class 8 during a break. Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom displayed their displeasure. They needed no guesswork to identify the intruder. Zhang Haoren from Class 3-2, accompanied by his band of miscreants. Ever since Zhao Chen had agreed to duel him, Zhang Haoren had taken to swaggering into Class 8, flaunting his supposed superiority. After several absences from Zhao Chen, who had taken an extended leave since their last encounter, Zhang Haoren's arrogance had reached new heights. Believing Zhao Chen was intimidated by him. Zhang Haoren, this is our classroom. If you have no business here, kindly return to your own class. A composed girl stepped forward, addressing Zhang Haoren with a cold gaze. Please, the school rules do not prohibit visiting other classrooms during breaks. Besides, I'm here to seek out your dear classmate Zhao Chen. He has a duel arranged with me, and with the end of the month approaching, time is running short. I'm not worried that he has forgotten about the duel. I simply wish to remind him. Zhang Haoren, while speaking, cast a scrutinizing glance at the beauty of Class 8, who is also the class leader, Shunbing. Shunbing coldly retorted, Zhao Chen has not attended class for over half a month. If you wish to find him, you should find a way yourself and refrain from disturbing us. Oh dear, are you not all part of the same class? It sounds as if Zhao Chen is not one of your own. Zhang Haoren chuckled. At this moment, his entourage joined in with mockery. I see that Zhao Chen fellow must be frightened, hiding away and avoiding people. Once June arrives, we shall have our holidays, and our esteemed Baron is planning to sneak back to his territory. Coward, if he is too afraid to duel. Why did he challenge our young Master Zhang in the first place? In my opinion, our young Master Zhang should exhibit magnanimity. Let Zhao Chen kneel and cry out a few apologies, and we can call it even. Ha ha ha. The derisive laughter from the group at the classroom door irritated the students of Class 8, yet their ordinary status and mediocre grades left them with little recourse. The students of Class 2, to which Zhang Haoren belonged, were from much better backgrounds. This disparity meant that aside from Shenbing, who was strong-willed and academically accomplished, the rest of Class 8 could only swallow their indignation. Consequently, the students harbored some resentment towards Zhao Chen. This fellow was utterly embarrassing. Previously lacking the ability to stand up for himself, he faced exclusion within the class, and now he was causing trouble outside, dragging them down with him. Such a person should simply withdraw from school. Zhang Haoren, if you have the ability, duel me. What worth is it to shout here? The duel is scheduled for the end of June, and the deadline has not yet arrived. Li Wei could no longer contain himself and confronted Zhang Haoren angrily. Although his father, a star merchant, had repeatedly advised him to remain low-key, he could not stand by while his brother was mocked and bullied. Li Wei, are you trying to stand up for your useless brother? Frankly, your choice in friends is quite poor. What value does a worthless baron hold? Zhang Haoren responded, ignoring Li Wei's words as he continued to deride Zhao Chen. Li Wei's face was flushed with anger. Since someone had already lost patience and was preparing to withdraw from school, I shall benevolently assist him, a voice drawled from outside. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Zhao Chen, who had been absent for nearly a month, strolled in casually, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Haoren and his entourage. The unexpected return of Zhao Chen elicited surprise from Zhang Haoren. Although he felt no concern in his view, Zhao Chen was merely an insignificant insect, easily crushed at will. I merely took a few days of rest. I did not expect someone to be so eager for a fight. Since that is the case, let us set the duel for tomorrow. What do you say, young Master Zhang? Zhao Chen remarked, nonchalantly. Li Wei quickly approached Zhao Chen, whispering, Zhao Chen, stay calm. This starship duel is no trivial matter. Once it begins, there will be no room for regret. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing, Zhao Chen replied, patting Li Wei's shoulder. Unyielding, are we? Then let us officially establish the time for the duel. Zhang Haoren produced his student ID card, challenging Zhao Chen with his gaze. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen retrieved his own ID card in front of everyone. They officially confirmed the duel for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the No. 2 Starship Simulation Duel Arena of the North Star Starship Academy. Since everything is settled, I kindly ask you and your lackeys to leave. Do not disrupt our classmates' studies, Zhao Chen commanded. Zhang Haoran's followers stared in shock. How dare this worthless fellow insult them? Zhang Haoran restrained his entourage, realizing that the duel date was already set, and there was no need for further words. All that remained was to win in front of everyone and humiliate this baron, forcing him to withdraw in disgrace. I look forward to the splendid battle tomorrow. Let us hope you do not vanish again by then, Zhang Haoran taunted before turning away with his entourage. Zhao Chen calmly returned to his seat, while the other students in the classroom began to murmur. Yet, most of their comments were laced with sarcasm. Zhao Chen has truly lost his mind. What capability does he possess to duel Zhang Haoran? Whether he even has a starship is uncertain. I have heard that Zhang Haoran owns a brand new T2 starship. Zhao Chen's disgraceful withdrawal will only drag down Class 8 along with him. This is his fault. Zhao Chen paid no heed to their words. Only results could silence such people. Li Wei, sitting beside Zhao Chen, was about to speak when someone else interjected. If a person lacks sufficient strength, then nothing they do will be right. After all, you are one of us in Class 8. I do not wish for you to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Your sister is a genius student. Perhaps leveraging her connections could resolve this matter, Shen Bing coldly stated as she stood before Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at the beauty class leader from a humble background. Do you not believe I can win? Class leader? What do you think? Shen Bing retorted without hesitation. Zhao Chen shrugged, then let us await the outcome. Seeing that she could not convince him, Shen Bing's indifference deepened as she turned and left. Old Zhao, are you truly going to duel Zhang Haoran? Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen seriously. Certainly, undoubtedly, and without a shadow of doubt, Zhao Chen replied, somewhat exasperated by the repetitive questioning. It was time to showcase his abilities for future convenience. Li Wei observed Zhao Chen, sensing a significant change in his brother's demeanor since a month ago. Since you have made your decision, then so be it. Tomorrow, you shall battle with my T2 hyena. My vice captain has 20 years of combat experience with T2 starships. You need only entrust everything to him. You need not worry. I have a starship, Zhao Chen said helplessly. Those 3 dilapidated starships you exchanged, how could they possibly win? Li Wei was truly anxious, unable to persuade Zhao Chen otherwise. Zhao Chen realized that explaining himself to Li Wei was futile, so he found an excuse and left the classroom. At this moment, not a single person believed Zhao Chen would prevail in the duel. Yet, Zhao Chen was determined to win and prove them wrong. Chapter 12. Zhang Haoran Starship, T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser. The next day, the number 3 Starship Duel Zone, managed by the North Star Starship Academy, had been prepared in advance. This area, located in the outskirts of the Academy, consisted of several abandoned, desolate asteroids, specifically designated for starship simulations and duels. At this moment, the duel was being broadcasted live on the Academy's internal network, a customary practice for starship duels. In Class 8, someone had tuned into the broadcast channel, and a holographic projection appeared in the center of the classroom. When is Zhao Chen's duel with Zhang Haoran starting? I checked the announcement. It was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and it is already 10. According to duel regulations, both starships must arrive at the battle zone within 30 minutes of the scheduled time. Look, is that Zhang Haoran starship? It is indeed the T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser. That is the finest T2 starship in our Xingyao Empire, second only in speed to the T2 starship frigate of the same class. I heard that this T2 White Eagle is currently valued at no less than 7 million star coins, and it is in such high demand that it is almost impossible to purchase. Zhao Chen is finished this time. The students of Class 8 were all pessimistic about Zhao Chen's chances. With that starship on display, how could he possibly compete? Could Zhao Chen produce a starship superior to that one? Shen Bing, however, did not share the envious expressions of her classmates as she scrutinized the T2 White Eagle-class light star cruiser. Having studied this model, she recognized it as a product that was more style than substance. Its sole advantage lay in its speed. Aside from that, its configuration could only be considered a modified version of a starship destroyer. Due to its classification as a light starship, its hull armor was not particularly high, and its firepower did not meet standard T2 starship levels. Yet, in a duel involving only one starship, if the captain of the T2 White Eagle commanded with sufficient precision, they could utilize hit-and-run tactics to defeat most starships, relying on their high speed. However, in the context of actual interstellar battle, facing fleet-level combat, it would hold little value. Class leader, do you think Zhao Chen has any chance? Shen Bing's friend leaned closer, curious. Shunbing was not merely the class flower due to her looks. She was the most exceptional student in Class 8. Had she not come from a humble background, she could have easily ranked among the top classes. Nevertheless, she had consistently placed within the top 10 in theoretical exams over the past 3 years, earning her the title of commoner academic prodigy. Very slim, Shunbing replied coolly. Given how he was so confident yesterday, isn't this just slapping himself in the face? If I were him, I would have run back to my territory by now. Quietly accepting my fate as a useless baron, her friend scoffed, at this moment. Many in the class were also making snide remarks. Because Class 8 is predominantly composed of commoners, the majority of the students hail from humble backgrounds or are scions of interstellar trading families. Only Zhao Chen stands out as an anomaly. His status is derided and looked down upon by the aristocrats, while among these common students, he is an unwelcome presence, naturally eliciting their rejection. Shunbing remained silent. Recalling Zhao Chen's confident expression from yesterday, was it merely his arrogance? Why had Zhao Chen's starship yet to appear? With less than 15 minutes remaining until the half-hour deadline, could it be that this rascal had truly fled? I do not care whether he wins or loses. This is a disgrace to our Class 8. Forget it. If he loses, at least I won't have to see his unpleasant face next semester. The students of Class 8 mocked and jeered. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room. It was Li Wei. He slammed his fist against the wall, casting a cold glare at everyone in the classroom. Anyone who met his gaze quickly averted their eyes, eyeing Class 8. Li Wei was regarded as a figure of prominence, especially considering his wealthy businessman father. Zhao Chen, no matter how one viewed him, was still one of our classmates. It is one thing not to cheer for your peer, but it is unacceptable to ridicule him here. What happened to the camaraderie you learned in military ethics class? Li Wei reprimanded. The students in the classroom did not respond directly to Li Wei, but whispers circulated, mostly filled with disparaging remarks. Cough, cough, coughed. At that moment, a voice emerged from Li Wei, the teacher of the class. All right, it's time for class. Please return to your seats. The teacher shot a glance at Li Wei before stepping into the classroom and taking her place at the podium, preparing to begin the lesson. Li Wei clenched his fists and silently returned to his seat. He was genuinely concerned about Zhao Chen, but since this morning, he had been unable to reach him. Look, that strange starship, could it be Zhao Chen's? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. All eyes turned to the holographic broadcast window, where, originally, only the T2 White Eagle was present in the cosmos. Slowly, another starship emerged. Its hull bore the most ordinary iron-colored paint, and compared to Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle, this starship appeared battered and even displayed visible patches in some areas. What kind of starship is this? I don't recognize it. It looks like an interstellar battleship, but the weapons do not match the caliber typical of such ships. This dilapidated starship would likely be obliterated by a single shot from Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle. Upon witnessing this peculiar starship, the students of Class 8 regarded it as worthless. Shunbing. You excel in your studies. Do you recognize what kind of starship this is? Her friend inquired again. Shunbing scrutinized it closely, furrowing her brow. This starship possesses structural features from 3 different models. The T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T2 Devil Crocodile-class medium interstellar battleship, and the T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. Could this be a makeshift starship? A makeshift starship? Zhao Chen intends to defeat a T2 White Eagle with a makeshift starship? Surely, he cannot be serious, her friend scoffed. Shunbing gazed at the vintage makeshift starship in silence. Class is starting. Shut off any irrelevant distractions. Your priority now is to learn, not to engage in trivial matters. One must be grounded and pragmatic, the teacher announced as class commenced. Yet, her words seemed to carry an underlying message. Li Wei clenched his fists, feeling indignant. The holographic video in the classroom was also turned off. Li Wei desperately wanted to know how the battle between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran would unfold, but his academic standing was not the same as Zhao Chen's. He could not afford to skip classes for an entire month, while he needed to attend every lesson. The only words Zhao Chen had left him were not to worry, to focus on his studies, and await good news. Yet, under such circumstances, who could concentrate on their lessons? Not just him. Many in Class 8 were equally curious, not about the outcome, but about how Zhao Chen would lose. It was likely to be an embarrassing defeat. Chapter 13. The duel begins. White Eagle vs. Zero snowstorm in the duel arbitration zone of the 3rd Starship Duel Arena. A small space hub was designated to oversee the judgments of the third starship duel area, also serving as the primary spectator area. With fewer than 100 attendees today, the audience featured a particularly captivating spectacle, as 3 renowned beauties from the North Star Starship Military Academy were present. "Your brother really showed up?" exclaimed a petite girl, barely 5 feet tall, with twin ponytails, covering her mouth in astonishment. Zhao Chen wore a complex expression. He lacks any other notable traits, except for his particularly stubborn nature. "I asked that the starship you mentioned that your brother assembled himself?" "It's actually operational," remarked a cold, aloof beauty with a tall stature and waist-length hair, crossing her arms nonchalantly. "In just a month, he managed to assemble 3 old starships into one and get it to function. Your brother has quite the knack for starship engineering." Zhao Chen turned to the Ice Queen, biting her lip. "Su Lan, if my brother loses, could you please talk to that Zhang Haoran about retracting the bet?" These two were her close friends. The ponytailed girl was her classmate, Shui Xiaoxiao, while the Ice Queen was her senior. Su Lan Lan held a prominent status, reputedly commanding respect even from the Academy's dean. If it were before the duel, perhaps it could be arranged. But after the duel, Su Lan frowned slightly, her heart aching at the sight of Zhao Wanner's pleading expression. "I suppose it won't be a problem to prevent your brother from being expelled. But he will undoubtedly face humiliation at the hands of Zhang Haoran. As long as he isn't expelled, I'm satisfied." Zhao Wanner nodded vigorously, gleefully linking arms with Su Lan. "I knew you would come through for me." Su Lan. Wanner, your brother hasn't even fought yet. How can you be sure he will lose? What if he wins? The ponytailed girl chimed in. Zhao Wanner replied, "How could he possibly win? What kind of starship does he have? And what kind does Zhang Haoran possess?" The T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser is worth 7 million star coins. Among the starships owned by students in our academy, it ranks within the top 10 for combat capability. She gazed at the makeshift starship with a complex look, hoping her brother could triumph, but that it seemed utterly impossible. That moment, the referee group began to contact the 2 starship captains, and 2 video feeds appeared before the arbitration team. On one side was the bridge of the T-2 White Eagle, where Zhang Haoran, clad in a flamboyant military uniform that was likely not standard issue, sat in the captain's chair. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, likely a retired military officer, exuding an aura of authority. Meanwhile, the other bridge scene appeared far more modest. Zhao Chen sat in an old captain's chair, wearing a faint smile. Behind him stood a white-haired half-orc girl, her face marred by a menacing scar, her expression emotionless. "I asked that a half-orc?" the ponytailed girl exclaimed. Zhao Wanner covered her face, exasperated. "After assembling this starship, my brother had little money left and had to purchase a group of half-orc slaves to serve as his crew." "Half-orc crew members?" Su Lan frowned slightly, increasingly feeling that her friend's brother was quite unreliable. The duelists were Zhang Haoran from Class 2 of the 3rd year and Zhao Chen from Class 8. Aside from the rule prohibiting leaving the duel arena, the format was an unrestricted duel. Victory or defeat was determined by one starship's surrender, the loss of combat capability, or the referee group's judgment. Once the referee group announced the final result, the battle would immediately end, and no further attacks could be made. "Do both parties understand the rules clearly?" a middle-aged male referee inquired. "Understood," Zhang Haoran sneered, surprised that Zhao Chen actually dared to appear before him, especially in such a dilapidated starship. This duel was undoubtedly his to win. "Understood," Zhao Chen replied calmly, even yawning, as if the impending events were of little concern to him. The referee group would randomly select a spawn point for both starships within the duel area. You must reach the spawn point within 10 minutes, that time. The referee group will announce the start of the battle. After the referee's statement, he activated a device. Soon, 2 circles, one blue and one red, appeared on the star map of the duel arena, indicating the spawn points. Both starships received this positional information and began to navigate towards the designated areas. At that moment, Zhang Haoran took the opportunity to taunt Zhao Chen through the video window, clapping his hands mockingly. "Zhao Chen, I admire your courage. I never expected you to actually show up. Where did you find this piece of junk? The hull armor looks as though it could shatter with a mere touch. If I were to obliterate your starship with a single projectile, would that be considered cruel?" A sinister smile spread across Zhang Haoran's face. After all, in starship duels, killing the opponent does not violate the rules. Zhao Chen stretched and scratched his ear. "Are you done? Once you're finished, you might want to consider booking a flight home." Zhang Haoran's lips twitched as he pointed at Zhao Chen, exclaiming, "You truly are a fool who won't shed tears until faced with a coffin. Very well, soon, you shall experience the chasm that lies between our strengths. You, Zhao Chen, are nothing but a worthless baron, while I am destined to ascend to the rank of Viscount and even Count at that moment." The video feed connecting both parties was severed by the judging panel. Zhang Haoran turned to the vice-captain of the crew, arranged by his father, and commanded, "Vice-Captain Wang, I want you to toy with that fellow's starship as if it were a mere mouse." Wang Cheng, the vice-captain hired by Zhang Haoran's father and a former starship captain of the Imperial Army, raised his head confidently and said, "Young Master Zhang, rest assured. I guarantee that vessel will not return to port." The ship he commanded was the T-2 White Eagle, renowned for its high speed among T-2 starships, though it bore significant flaws on the interstellar battlefield. Nonetheless, in a duel of this nature, against a mere academy student and a dilapidated starship, he had countless methods to ensure its demise. Meanwhile, aboard the bridge of the Zero Storm, Zhao Chen looked towards his vice-captain, Charlotte, and asked, "Do you have confidence? The battle will conclude in 10 minutes. Any longer?" "And I will take your surname," Charlotte replied coolly, her expression suggesting that she held little interest in the impending conflict. Zhao Chen, however, felt a surge of excitement as he caressed the somewhat antiquated armrests of the captain's chair. This would be his inaugural starship duel. Chapter 14. The 10-minute battle of the white-haired, beast-eared girl. The battle commenced. Simultaneously, the bridges of the Zero Storm and T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser resonated with the chief judge's announcement marking the start of the conflict. In the dueling arbitration zone, Zhang Haoran's supporters erupted in cheers. "Young Master Zhang, go for it! Young Master Zhang, make quick work of that arrogant fool." They hoped Zhao Chen would put up a fight. Otherwise, if the battle ended in mere minutes, it would be a waste of their effort to come and watch. These voices belonged to Zhang Haoran's cronies, who were utterly convinced that victory in this starship duel belonged to him. Among the spectators was Zhang Shasha, who coldly observed the live footage broadcasted by battlefield drones, capturing the moment both starships departed from their birthplaces and began their advance towards one another. If both maintained their course, they would enter each other's firepower range in 10 minutes. "Zhao Chen, this time it is your own overestimation of your capabilities that has led to your expulsion. Do not blame me," Zhang Shasha thought to herself. In her mind, the outcome of this duel was a foregone conclusion. Was there any possibility other than Zhang Haoran's victory? Zero Storm Bridge with our current course, maintain a speed of 40 knots. Vice-Captain Charlotte stated, now responsible for the combat operations of the starship under Zhao Chen's authorization. 40 knots. "Are you preparing to feign incompetence?" Zhao Chen chuckled as he regarded Charlotte. "I merely wish to avoid wasting time on mundane matters." She replied nonchalantly. Feeling somewhat idle, Zhao Chen raised his hand to project the data page of the Zero Storm. Zero Storm vessel type: Starship Cruiser, Interstellar Destroyer, Interstellar Battleship, Technological Level, T2 Hull Armor Strength, 210 units, 270 units cruising speed, 100 knots warp engine, level 3 warp engine mass, 85,000 tons crew, 50 personnel starship weapons, 1 T2 heavy 1,200 mm Devil Crocodile cannon, 1 shot at a time. Reload time 300 seconds, 5 T2 medium Hyena laser cannons, 1 shot at a time. Reload time 180 seconds. 3,130 mm T2 medium close defense gun platforms, 2 shots at a time. No reload time. The Zero Storm was equipped with 3 types of weapons, the latter 2 directly mounted on the hull. While the first featured a concealed design, a clever trick Zhao Chen had employed. "May I venture a guess at your battle plan?" Zhao Chen mused, stroking his chin as he regarded Charlotte. "You are the captain. You may revoke my command at any time." "Here, your word is law," Vice-Captain Charlotte affirmed. Zhao Chen then brought up a somewhat simplistic data profile of the opposing T2 White Eagle. The T2 White Eagle's armament primarily consisted of 3 categories: 5 T2 medium 180 mm rapid-fire cannons with a reload interval of 10 seconds, 2,150 mm T2 medium quadruple close defense cannons, which fired 4 rounds simultaneously with no reload time, and its principal weapon, a T2 medium White Eagle laser main gun, which fired 1 shot with a reload time of 210 seconds. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. "Our advantage lies in the fact that our starship's capabilities are unknown to them. Your earlier order to maintain a speed of 40 knots was intended to create an illusion. They will assume our maximum speed is merely 40 knots. Yet, when the time for confrontation arrives, we shall strike unexpectedly. The 5 T2 medium 180mm rapid-fire cannons of the T2 White Eagle possess decent power, but their range is limited. The only true threat comes from their laser main gun. Thus, when the moment is right, we can take advantage of their laser cannon's firing sequence to suddenly accelerate and distance ourselves, evading their attack. The trajectory of the laser main gun is predictable, and the time taken to hit is sufficient for us to avoid it. Once their laser cannon enters its cooldown phase, we shall seize the opportunity to turn the tables. Charlotte regarded Zhao Chen with respect. Your military academy education has not been in vain. I have yet to encounter a T2 starship capable of achieving a speed of 100 knots. Thus, I previously deemed the Zero Storm an invincible starship within T2. Having anticipated the general battle strategy, Zhao Chen settled comfortably into the captain's chair, awaiting the spectacle to unfold. Soon, the Zero Storm and T2 White Eagle appeared on each other's radar detection systems. Charlotte glanced at the time and muttered, 10:45. Simultaneously, she initiated a countdown, projecting it between herself and Zhao Chen. Countdown 10 o'clock. This girl is quite serious. Earlier, she claimed the battle would conclude in 10 minutes. At that moment, the T2 White Eagle also sprang into action. Report. Target detected. The target is approaching at approximately 40 knots, the radar officer announced. Full speed ahead. Bombard that dilapidated starship, Zhang Haoran exclaimed with excitement. Vice Captain Wang Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Haoran, recognizing that advancing at full speed without knowledge of the enemy starship's capabilities was a grave mistake on the interstellar battlefield. However, considering their opponent was merely a student and that the starship's appearance was unimpressive, he believed it posed little threat. Moreover, the T2 White Eagle boasted a speed of up to 65 knots, allowing for flexibility in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. Captain's orders. Our ship will advance full speed towards the target. All weapons stand by, Wang Cheng announced, though he attributed the command to Zhang Haoran out of respect. As he was in Zhang Haoran's employ, once we enter firing range, let us demonstrate the disparity in strength between starships with our T2 laser main gun. Ha ha ha, I can already envision Zhao Chen tumbling from his captain's chair in terror. Zhang Haoran cackled, already imagining the absurdity of Zhao Chen's reaction. Indeed, Vice Captain Wang Cheng had no objections to this arrangement, as the outcome of the duel was, after all, predetermined. Soon, both starships were nearing their maximum fire range. Charlotte's gaze remained fixed on the starship radar, as if awaiting a signal. Warning, warning, detection of ongoing laser weapon attacks. The alarms blared. Warning, warning, detection of warning. Zhao Chen noticed the slight upturn of Charlotte's lips and the ripples of excitement emerging in her previously placid eyes. Full speed right turn, Vice Captain Charlotte commanded sharply. Chapter 15. Unleash our 1,200mm cannon. Let's show them. In the dueling arbitration zone, the audience watched the two starships converging, knowing the clash was imminent. Look, the T2 White Eagle's laser main gun is about to fire. May Zhao Chen prepare for the worst. I doubt that rusted hulk of a starship can withstand a single shot. Just look at Zhao Chen's vessel. What even is that? It has only a handful of closed defense guns and 5 T2 laser cannons. What firepower does he have to contend with the T2 White Eagle? The spectators were brimming with anticipation. In a corner, Zhao Wanner clenched her fists, her eyes filled with worry. The T2 White Eagle's laser main gun isn't particularly fearsome. A hit from this distance would only result in significant damage. As long as your brother knows when to concede, he should be safe, senior sister Su Lan remarked. She no longer believed Zhao Chen could win. She merely hoped he would have the sense to surrender. The fate of this man meant little to her. She simply wished to spare her dear friend from heartache. Stubborn brother, you must not come to harm. Where there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood, Zhao Wanner silently mused. The spectators, watching the broadcast, beheld the T2 White Eagle battleship commanded by Zhang Haoran, its T2 medium White Eagle laser cannon at the bow already crackling with electric brilliance. A harbinger of imminent discharge. Mere seconds later, a beam of laser shot forth, hurtling towards the target starship. Yet, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. On one end of the broadcast video, data regarding the dual starship was being monitored, including records of its speed. The originally cruising Zero Storm at 40 knots unexpectedly began to veer right and accelerate. In less than 3 seconds, it surged from its initial speed of 40 knots to an astonishing 80 knots. Its trajectory resembled an arc traced along the circumference surrounding the T2 White Eagle. This sudden maneuver caused the laser to miss its mark, failing to strike the Zero Storm. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the audience. What just happened? Was it merely an illusion? How could the Zero Storm's speed have risen so dramatically? It must be a coincidence. Surely, our detection instruments have malfunctioned. How could that shabby starship possibly achieve 80 knots? This is impossible. The T-2 White Eagle barely reaches 65 knots. But how did it evade the laser from the T-2 White Eagle's main cannon? The onlookers, who had previously doubted Zhao Chen, fell into silence. What transpired just now? The twin-tailed lowly, Xue Xiao, stared wide-eyed at her two sisters. 80 knots. How is that possible? Zhao Wanner swallowed hard. At this moment, senior sister Su Lan's gaze sharpened, fixated on the live feed. The Zero Storm, having completed its arc maneuver, turned left once more, its target again aimed at the T-2 White Eagle, while its speed climbed further. 85 knots. 90 knots. 95 knots. All eyes were glued to the data column tracking the Zero Storm's speed. Ultimately, the speed stabilized at an astonishing 100 knots. Incredible, unbelievable. Such was the collective thought of everyone present. Even the instructors in the judging panel displayed expressions of astonishment. While T-2 starships reaching 100 knots were not unheard of, they were rare, typically associated with specialized modifications. Yet, this unassuming assembled starship had somehow soared to 100 knots. How could this be? At that moment, Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm had little time to ponder the audience's curiosity. His breath came in quick gasps as he had been intently monitoring the radar, observing the trajectory of the laser narrowly miss the tail of the Zero Storm, though the distance appeared considerable. The Starship S systems calculated that just a second more could have resulted in a hit. Though a single shot might not obliterate them, sustaining damage to the hull was inevitable. In the spirit of reciprocity, it was time to strike back. Unleash our 1,200mm cannon. He was filled with exhilaration, rising from his seat with one foot planted on the captain's chair, pointing ahead. First Officer Charlotte issued the command. Set course for the enemy ship. Full speed ahead. Activate the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. Understood. Full speed ahead. As they prepared to activate the T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, a countdown began. 10. At the bow of the Zero Storm, a hatch suddenly opened, revealing a gaping cannon barrel. The audience could no longer remain seated. They all stood in astonishment. Even several instructors found it hard to believe. A middle-aged instructor exclaimed, That is the 1,200mm cannon of the T-2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship? How could it appear on this starship? Get me this student S record from the academy, the head judge instructed a nearby colleague. Soon, a record was retrieved. As the head judge examined the document, realization dawned upon him. T-2 Grey Wolf, T-2 Devil Crocodile. T-2 Hyena. They all match up. This individual has actually assembled a starship using these three models and installed the main cannon of the T-2 Devil Crocodile at the bow. Some keen-eared audience members caught wind of this revelation. My heavens! He actually equipped his ship with the main cannon of the T-2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. T-2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship? What kind of ship is that? You should have paid more attention in class. It was released over a century ago as a T-2 battleship, designed for heavy firepower. It mounted the largest cannon of its time, the 1,200mm bow cannon, and it was a cannon. Legend has it that no T-2 starship could withstand its firepower. 1,200mm caliber. Isn't that a configuration reserved for T-3 starships? Why have we never heard of this model before? Because it had significant design flaws. While it emphasized firepower, it neglected whether the other systems of a T-2 starship could support such a powerful weapon, leading to frequent malfunctions. Additionally, the construction costs were exorbitant, far exceeding those of typical T-2 interstellar battleships, resulting in its discontinuation within 30 years of its release. At this moment, senior sister Su Lan was also moved, turning to Zhao Wanner. You never mentioned your brother had installed this cannon on his ship. I am not entirely sure, Zhao Wanner replied, her expression puzzled as she contemplated her brother's actions. Cannon, cannon. I adore cannons. The twin-tailed lowly, Xue Xiao, was now bouncing with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Both Su Lan and Zhao Wanner exchanged exasperated glances. This was just Xue Xiao being her usual self. She had a serious obsession with big cannons, with a particular fondness for the combination of interstellar battleships and large-caliber artillery. Chapter 16. Fire. At this moment, all eyes were on the Zero Storm, which was hurtling towards the T-2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser at an astonishing speed. Gazing at the gleaming 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon, the crowd surmised the Zero Storm's intentions. A tense silence enveloped the audience as they awaited the impending event. Damn it. Why does that starship have the 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon from the T-2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship? Full-speed evasive maneuvers. Prepare all point defense cannons for interception. First Officer Wang Chung issued the command with a grave expression. Wang, Vice Captain, what is happening? That cursed cannon, and the speed of that shabby starship. We won't be in danger. Will we? This battle victory still belongs to us, right? Zhang Haoran's face turned pale. Though a spoiled aristocrat, he had studied at the Starship Military Academy for 3 years and possessed some foundational knowledge. The power of a 1,200mm cannon. Vice Captain Wang Chung remained silent, for it was evident to any discerning observer what the current situation entailed. Their laser main cannon was in the cooling and charging phase, and the remaining secondary weapons were not yet within range to attack. Meanwhile, the enemy starship speed had soared to nearly 100 knots, along with the ominous 1,200mm cannon now exposed. Their T-2 White Eagle had become the prey beneath the hunter's gun. All they could do was pray that the enemy's attack would not strike their starship, allowing them a chance to counterattack, perhaps still holding a glimmer of hope. However, just thinking of the enemy's terrifying speed of 100 knots filled Vice Captain Wang Chung with dread. Damn it, this isn't the military academy. The opponent isn't some down-on-their-luck noble. How could they possess a starship capable of reaching 100 knots? Aboard the Zero Storm's bridge, in 1 minute, we will enter the maximum attack range of the enemy's secondary weapons. Before that, we will fire first. Charlotte turned to Captain Zhao Chen and said, I will directly control the targeting. You give the order to fire. No problem. Zhao Chen nodded. I will take over the targeting for the Devil Crocodile cannon. Charlotte began preparing for launch. In 40 seconds, reduce the starship's speed to 0. Understood. Reducing speed in 40 seconds. The crew member in charge of navigation responded. Why reduce speed? Is the hit rate higher when a starship fires while in motion or at rest? The answer is evident. The 40 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The crew immediately began operations, starting to reduce speed, activating the reverse thrust system. Current speed 80.60.40.20.5. Report. The starship's current speed is 0. The starship is at a standstill. Completed. From 100 knots to 0 knots. The Zero Storm accomplished this in under 5 seconds, shattering the perceptions of the audience members and instructors alike. The engine's acceleration and deceleration capabilities were astonishing. At this moment, everyone understood what was about to transpire. Charlotte began to check the starship's weapon systems for automatic target acquisition data. The 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon had locked onto the T-2 White Eagle. Confirming the lock, she reported, Captain, lock complete. Ready to fire at any moment. Fire. Zhao Chen's roar echoed throughout the bridge. The exhilaration was indescribable. Almost simultaneously, the 1,200mm caliber heavy Devil Crocodile cannon roared back to life after an interval of over 80 years. A titanium alloy high-explosive shell, with a diameter of 1,200 mm, was propelled from the barrel at an astonishing speed. At the moment of firing, Zhao Chen could even feel the entire bridge tremble. From an external observation point, one would notice that this cannon discharge had caused the Zero-class Blizzard to shift backward by several dozen meters. With the bow slightly raised point, one could also observe the lingering chemical smoke emanating from the muzzle of the 1,200mm heavy Devil Crocodile cannon. Warning, warning, warning. Attack detected locking onto our ship. Please evade. Please evade. Please evade. Warning, warning, warning. Attack detected locking onto our ship. Please evade. Please evade. Please evade. Warning, warning, warning. Attack detected locking onto our ship. Please evade. Please evade. Please evade. The bridge of the T-2 Bald Eagle was illuminated by flashing red lights, and the system's alarm blared incessantly. All starship close and defense cannons prepared to unleash a barrage to intercept. Hurry! 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 Vice Captain Wang Chung hurriedly issued interception orders. The 2,150mm T-2 medium quadruple-mounted close and defense cannons aboard the T-2 Bald Eagle opened fire with full intensity. creating a dense net of intercepting fire. Unfortunately, these small-caliber defense projectiles were pitted against a cannon of 1,200 millimeters in diameter. It was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A deafening roar echoed from the bridge of the bald eagle, and the entire structure began to tilt to one side. Zhang Haoran was propelled into the air, landing 3 meters away, his head striking a corner with considerable force, blood streaming down his face. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding head, and in a state of panic exclaimed, What is happening? Am I not going to die? I don't want to die. Mommy, save me. At this moment, Vice Captain Wang Cheng could hardly pay any mind to this delicate young master, who was unaware of even the basic instinct to stabilize himself during an assault. Report. The portside armor has been breached, triggering an ammunition room explosion, leading to a chain detonation. 37 compartments have been affected, and lockdown has been initiated. 8 crew members are confirmed dead. The number of injured remains unknown. Report. The recent chain explosion has compromised our starship's energy system, with energy supply plummeting at a rate of 10 per minute. If the situation is not controlled, we anticipate a complete loss of energy supply within 10 minutes. Report. Our weapon systems are malfunctioning. Some weapon modules are inoperable. Report. Our ship's speed is continuously declining and remains unmanageable. The bridge was now inundated with a barrage of grim reports. How could this be happening? Vice Captain Wang Cheng was aghast. He had not anticipated that a single shot from the enemy would yield such devastating results. The T-2 Bald Eagle was now in a severely compromised state, and if the assault continued, it could very well lead to total destruction and loss of life. Zhang Sha, we have lost. Let's surrender. Vice Captain Wang Cheng approached Zhang Haoran, speaking in somber tones. Lost? How could that be? How is this possible? You were supposed to be an excellent captain. My father paid you to come here. How could you let us lose? Do you understand? If I lose, I will be expelled from Badixing. You worthless fool. As the explosion ceased, Zhang Haoran regained his composure from his panic, staggering to his feet and delivering a sharp slap to Vice Captain Wang Cheng's face. Wang Cheng lowered his head and silenced. At that moment, the ship's hull reverberated with more explosion sounds. What is happening? What is happening? Zhang Haoran immediately crouched back down in fear. He lifted his gaze to the bridge's floor-to-ceiling window, which was made of a special material with a 100 viewing angle, allowing a direct view of the cosmos. This bridge glass was not ordinary. Its strength surpassed even that of the starship's hull armor, making it one of the strongest defense points. However, due to its high cost, it was only installed in select areas. At this moment, spiderweb-like cracks had formed across the bridge's window. Report. The enemy ship is rapidly approaching our vessel, and its secondary weapons are inflicting damage, the crew reported in haste. Report. The frontal armor of the hull has sustained 20 damage. Report. The frontal armor of the hull has sustained 40 damage. Crack, crack. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Zhang Haoran thought he could hear the sound of glass shattering. His mind conjured images of the bridge's window completely shattering, leading to his own grim fate. At that moment, he felt a chill in his lower body. Desperately, he cried out, I concede. I surrender. Chapter 17. A soul-piercing shot. Securing victory in the arbitration zone, all mentors and student spectators were left dumbfounded. A soul-piercing shot. The Zero-class Blizzard's cannon fire had nearly crippled the T-2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser, bringing it to the brink of collapse. They could clearly see that the right side armor of the T-2 Bald Eagle had been blasted open, creating a gaping hole at least 10 meters in diameter, with flashes of fire from the chain explosion still visible within. Following this, the Zero-class Blizzard's relentless pursuit further battered the frontal armor of the T-2 Bald Eagle. Continuing this onslaught would inevitably lead to a singular outcome. At this juncture, the judging panel was preparing to issue a mandatory ruling. As the victor was already apparent, meanwhile, the T-2 Bald Eagle had already opted to concede. The chief judge promptly declared the starship duel won by Zhao Chen's Zero-class Blizzard. He immediately contacted Zhao Chen to instruct him to cease fire. This starship is simply too formidable. Zhang Haoran, has he truly lost? So, this means Zhao Chen has triumphed? Many spectators remained speechless for an extended period, including Zhang Shasha, who wore a dazed expression, her eyes wide with disbelief. Zhao Chen has won. Zhao Chen's dilapidated starship has defeated Zhang Haoran's T-2 Bald Eagle, reflecting on Zhao Chen's earlier indifference towards her in the dining hall. Zhang Shasha felt an unsettling sensation, especially now that Zhao Chen had emerged victorious in this battle. Shasha. Zhao Chen actually wanted a friend accompanying Zhang Shasha looked at her with a peculiar expression. I'm not blind. Zhang Shasha replied darkly, casting one last glance at the peculiar starship on the broadcast before turning to leave the spectator area. Heading back to the academy. Shasha, aren't you waiting for Zhang Shao? Wait for me. While some were disheartened, others were in high spirits. Did you see that? The giant cannon is the only truth. Warner, your brother's ship is incredible. When can I tell you to let me aboard? And hopefully I can even touch your brother's 1,200mm giant cannon. The twin-tailed lowly Shui Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhao Warner. Zhao Warner was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the rapid conclusion of the battle. This is over. From the moment the two starships entered combat range to the end of the battle, it had taken less than 5 minutes. Most astonishingly, the soul-piercing shot was something no one had anticipated, ending the conflict so swiftly. The T2 Bald Eagle's armor was inherently fragile, especially against the T2 heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon. Once it struck the hull armor, the consequences were invariably severe. It directly penetrated the armor, causing a chain explosion in the compartments. Perhaps this was merely a stroke of luck for your brother. However, it must be said that this assembled starship was truly formidable, boasting a speed of 100 knots, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Senior Sister Su Lan remarked, smiling at Zhao Warner, it seems your brother 1T need my assistance after all the AT this moment. Senior Sister Su Lan's impression of her friend's brother had drastically changed, sparking a newfound curiosity. To assemble such a starship within a month using 3 old vessels, that third-year student named Zhao Chen possessed considerable skill. As the zero-class blizzard dazzled onlookers, Zhao Chen was on his bridge, exuberantly pumping his fist. Wow, it was actually a soul-piercing shot. We were fortunate. It must have hit the enemy's ammunition room, causing a chain explosion that affected multiple systems aboard their ship. Charlotte analyzed beside him. This was precisely why she had ordered the high-speed advance and continued the assault. As a seasoned veteran, how could she not seize such an advantageous opportunity to secure victory? Luck? Zhao Chen recalled the special reward fleet luck value boost that the system had granted him. Due to this, he could only recruit female soldiers. It seemed that this soul-piercing shot was likely connected to that reward. If every cannon fire could result in a soul-piercing shot in the future, how exhilarating that would be, Zhao Chen fantasized. Whether this was indeed the case could only be confirmed in future battles. Zhao Chen, you have achieved victory. Please immediately cease all attacks. The chief judge's voice resounded. Understood. Zhao Chen replied, gazing at the beleaguered T2 Bald Eagle, with its hull punctured and devoid of flames, yet still emitting thick smoke. It seemed unlikely that it could return under its own power and would have to await interstellar towing assistance. Chief Judge, may I initiate a video communication with the T2 Bald Eagle? Zhao Chen made a request. The chief judge on the other end hesitated briefly but ultimately acquiesced, for as the judging panel, they held the authority to initiate video communications between the two starships at any time. In the blink of an eye, a video window materialized before Zhao Chen, revealing a devastated bridge strewn with debris, thick clouds of smoke swirling about, in stark contrast to the previously pristine and resplendent scene. Captain Zhang Haoren was slumped on the ground, his face ashen, and to Zhao Chen's astonishment, there was even a puddle beneath him. Oh dear. Zhang Haoren, you actually wet yourself. When Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the bridge, Zhang Haoren finally noticed the communication window, indignantly pointing at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, you cheated. There's no way you could have defeated me. You must have cheated. The chief judge is listening to our conversation. Are you implying that I have cast doubt upon the integrity of the judging panel? Zhao Chen retorted with a smirk. The chief judge, overseeing the video transmission, spoke coldly. Zhang Haoren, we monitored this starship duel in its entirety, and there were no discrepancies. If you have any objections to our ruling, you may escalate your concerns to our superiors. Zhao Chen, if there is nothing further, we shall conclude this communication. It was evident that the chief judge held a very low opinion of this spoiled scion. One last word, chief judge, Zhao Chen remarked, fixing his gaze on Zhang Haoren. The duel has concluded, and I trust that young Master Zhang has not forgotten our wager, which is duly recognized by the Academy. According to the regulations governing your starship duel, you shall withdraw from the North Star Starship Military Academy. Are you fully aware of this? The chief judge added with a pointed remark. fully aware. Zhang Haoran was left in a daze. If he truly withdrew from the North Star Starship Military Academy, it would spell disaster. His noble father would undoubtedly have his head. The video communication ended. Zhao Chen had no inclination to concern himself with this vanquished foe. Set a course for home, he commanded, settling comfortably into the captain's chair, his spirits soaring. However, the uproar surrounding this interstellar duel was far from over. Class 3 to 8 today's lesson concludes here, the teacher announced. Immediately, a flurry of students began frantically searching for the live broadcast of the Starship duel, only to discover that it had been abruptly terminated. Why can't we find the duel between Zhao Chen and Zhang Haoran? A nearby student chuckled. Come on, it's been a while. Zhao Chen has probably long since been defeated by Zhang Haoran. After all, he is AT2 White Eagle. Indeed. Zhao Chen is to blame for his own folly. Challenging the impossible. Perhaps it's for the best. Our class will be rid of an eyesore. We have a collective mission next year, and bringing along that fellow would be disastrous for us. Many in the class began to mock and deride. Li Wei, wearing a dark expression, started to reach out to Zhao Chen, already brainstorming ways to assist him. Wait, something feels off. Everyone, look at our academy's internal network's trending list. A girl who frequently perused the forums exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Chen seems to have won. Zhao Chen won? The students in the classroom were taken aback by her declaration. Those at a distance questioned whether they had misheard. How could Zhao Chen possibly win? Are you sure you didn't misread? A boy chuckled skeptically that it's posted on the academy's internal forum. Don't believe me? See for yourselves. The girl magnified her holographic screen, allowing those around her to glimpse the trending post. The title read, Zhao Chen defeats Zhang Haoran to claim victory in Starship duel, unveiling the 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon. One shot to obliterate the T2 White Eagle. In addition, there were several other related posts. But none garnered as much attention as this one, which contained a full video segment. It even featured a close-up and detailed introduction of the 1,200mm caliber heavy cannon. Zhao Chen won. This is impossible. Some students remained skeptical, urging the girl to play the duel video. Only 5 minutes. This video must be fabricated, one student immediately questioned upon noticing the video's duration. Typically, Starship duels of this caliber last at least half an hour, if not several hours of intense combat. How could it possibly conclude in a mere 5 minutes? However, the subsequent video footage silenced every student present. Even the teacher, who had lingered in the classroom, was drawn to the holographic screen. From the Zero's blizzard evading the T2 White Eagle's laser main cannon at a speed of 100 knots, to the ship coming to a complete stop in a mere 5 seconds. And the exhilarating moments that followed. When the 1,200mm caliber cannon made its appearance, several boys in the classroom were filled with fervor, as they witnessed the cannon fire, striking and severely damaging the T2 White Eagle. Astonishment enveloped the room, and why heavens? How could Zhao Chen's starship possibly possess a 1,200mm caliber cannon? A student exclaimed in disbelief. The teacher then interjected, swallowing hard, and with a hint of astonishment said, if I am not mistaken, that should be the T2 Heavy 1,200mm cannon mounted on the T2 Devil Crocodile class medium interstellar battleship. Upon hearing the teacher's assertion, the students erupted into animated discussions. Even at this point, some still questioned the video's authenticity. It wasn't until someone retrieved the announcement from the Academy's official website regarding the outcome of today's Starship duel that the reality of the situation was confirmed. ID 303-006-2701 Starship duel. Competitors Zhang Haoran and Zhao Chen. Winner, Zhao Chen. Even the class monitor, Shun Bing, was now using his handheld terminal to replay the video. Watching in disbelief, he truly won. Wow, my bro is amazing. He actually won. At that moment, Li Wei snapped back to reality, his excitement akin to that of a victor. He pointed at the classmates around him, unabashedly proclaiming, "Did you see that? This is my brother, Li Wei. You all mocked him before, wishing for him to leave. And what happened? My brother scored a soul-shattering shot, while Zhang Haoran is even worthy to carry my brother's shoes. You all are such snobs. Go find somewhere else to cool off with that." Li Wei disregarded the scornful glares from his classmates and dashed out, eager to find Zhao Chen and learn the truth. This fellow actually won. He must be hiding something from me. After enduring Li Wei's scornful remarks in Class 8, no one dared to speak up. Even the teacher felt humiliated, having previously believed Zhao Chen would undoubtedly lose. Now, Li Wei's words felt like slaps across their faces. The Zero's Blizzard docked at the North Star Starship Military Academy's spaceport, nestled in a berth Zhao Chen had reserved well in advance. As the battle had left the ship virtually unscathed, there was no need for repairs. All right. Mission accomplished. You may now enjoy your free time within the permissible confines of this starship, Zhao Chen said. Patting the shoulder of First Officer Charlotte in truth, Zhao Chen's gaze lingered on Charlotte's fluffy head, pondering how it would feel to stroke the white tiger beastwoman's fur, though he merely entertained the thought. Charlotte's sharp fangs were not merely for show. His eyes fell upon her pair of white, clipped ears, which looked rather pitiful and marred her overall beauty. Zhao Chen resolutely decided that he would ensure Charlotte's physical restoration in the future, as she was now his first officer, a benefit of being part of the crew. Yes, First Officer Charlotte replied quietly. Zhao Chen departed the bridge and returned to his captain's quarters. Upon entering, he found the space quite generous. Approximately 50 square meters in size. It featured a bedroom, a living area, a desk for work, and even a bathroom for bathing. Even though the layout was reminiscent of older starships from decades past, the captain's accommodations were quite satisfactory. Zhao Chen had previously inspected the crew's quarters, which bore a resemblance to school dormitories from his past life, albeit more cramped. A single room contained 6 tri-level bunk beds, accommodating 18 individuals, while the narrow passage between the beds was less than a meter wide, with 18 people sharing a single restroom. The odor, even after several decades, Zhao Chen felt a lingering sense of nostalgia. Even in a starship, space constraints pose significant challenges, necessitating the compression of ordinary crew members' living spaces. Of course, there were individual and double accommodations reserved for higher-ranking personnel. The situation had become even more dire. Given that the dormitory originally designed for 50 crew members was now accommodating 100 half-beast crew members, many of whom had to sleep on the floor. In comparison, Zhao Chen's living conditions were nothing short of splendid. Sighing, he flopped onto the large bed, relishing a few moments of comfort before attending to business. Following his defeat of Zhang Haoran, Zhao Chen's task system had already notified him of the mission's completion, prompting him to claim his reward. Mission objective: challenge Zhang Haoran to a starship duel and defeat him in combat. Difficulty: D grade. Mission reward: 1 task point and 300 points. Failure penalty: deduction of 300 points. Mission completed. Please claim your reward. With a thought, Zhao Chen activated the interface. Mission reward claimed: 300 points and 1 task point. At that moment, Zhao Chen's interface revealed these rewards. Host: Zhao Chen. Occupation: Elite Starship Engineer. Special attributes: Fleet Luck Bonus, Eye of Insight, points, 400, task points, 1, number of starships, 1, task. Quarterly task, incomplete, warehouse, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship technical blueprint. The points have increased from the original 100 to 400. And he has also acquired an additional task point. With a task point in hand, Zhao Chen contemplated the possibility of redeeming some valuable items from the marketplace. He accessed the system's marketplace in search of his desired items. Chapter 19. Selling Starship Technology. T1 Gray Mouse Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. T1 Shield Soldier Class Medium Interstellar Frigate. T1. Zhao Chen's excitement gradually waned. As he continued scrolling down, he found that the vast majority were T1 starships. The redemption conditions were not demanding. 1 task point and a few dozen system points would suffice to exchange for a T1 item. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that Zhao Chen held no interest in these T1 starships. Although he understood that these system starships exceeded their real-world counterparts of the same class and type, boasting exceptional cost-performance ratios, they were still T1 starships. Zhao Chen's current constructed starships were all T2 level. How could he possibly consider building a T1 starship? The dilemma persisted, as the marketplace exclusively offered T1 technology products. He pondered the upgrade requirements. If only T2 level items were available, it would be a different story. But T1 items were simply underwhelming. Zhao Chen promptly searched for the conditions required to upgrade the system marketplace. T1 system marketplace upgrade requirements. First, redeem 1 T1 level item, incomplete. Second, complete 1 D grade system task, completed. Third, consume 100 system points to upgrade the marketplace, must meet the first 2 requirements. So there were indeed upgrade conditions. The previous duel with Zhang Haoran was based on the D-grade system task, which he had successfully completed. Zhao Chen currently possessed enough system points, with the only unmet requirement being the redemption of a T1 level item. This brought him back to square one. He still needed to redeem a T1 product. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration struck him. If he were to redeem a T1 starship, there was no necessity for him to construct it himself. He could sell it instead. High-quality starship technologies have always been in demand, though their rarity often discourages sales. Zhao Chen had no such reservations. While direct sales might yield less profit than constructing and then selling, he had no time to waste on such endeavors and would rather make a quick profit instead. However, if he were to sell a T1 starship technology, even if it was the most basic T1 technology, as a student, he would inevitably attract attention. Therefore, he needed to conceal his identity. Concealing his identity while selling starship technology without complications, Zhao Chen ruminated. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Li Wei. Li Wei's family was engaged in interstellar trade, operating a conglomerate known as Beiyang Interstellar Trade Group. It was said that in recent years, they had been expanding into the starship arms trade, yet the few starship products they financed for development had not fared well. Receiving meager orders, during a previous casual conversation, Li Wei had mentioned that if they could not present a best-selling starship product by the end of this year, the Li family might have to abandon the starship sales business altogether. This presented an excellent opportunity. Having Li Wei act as an intermediary would reduce the risk of exposing his identity. Zhao Chen immediately accessed the Academy's network to gather information regarding the Li family's involvement in starship trade. Over the past 5 years, the Li family had launched 6 starships, encompassing both auxiliary and combat types, yet all had been failures. Some suffered significant performance flaws, while others offered poor cost-performance ratios. The worst one sold fewer than 10 units and was discontinued due to performance issues, resulting in substantial compensation costs. Even the best-selling model barely reached 100 units, ultimately leading to losses rather than profits, failing to establish a recognizable brand. Zhao Chen swiftly perused the information, searching for the most suitable starship model for the Li family and comparing it to the T1 starships in the system marketplace. This model has a slightly higher construction difficulty. This one won't do. The market scope is too limited. Finally, after much deliberation, Zhao Chen selected a T1 starship technology. This is the one. Zhao Chen clicked to redeem. Do you wish to consume 50 system points and 1 task point to redeem the item, T1 Wolf-Laus class medium interstellar destroyer? Confirm. Congratulations on acquiring the T1 Wolf-Laus class medium interstellar destroyer technical blueprint. Remaining system points, 350 points. Zhao Chen felt a jolt in his mind as a series of starship technical blueprints surged into his consciousness. This was the T1 Wolf-Laus class medium interstellar destroyer. Do not underestimate this T1 starship. It was meticulously chosen by Zhao Chen. Were it not for his possession of the Zero Blizzard and the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship blueprint, he might have considered constructing this starship himself. Its advantages lay in its excellent cost-performance ratio and robust durability. At that moment, the gentle voice of the starship's AI chimed in. Ding ding ding, Captain. An external network request for communication has been made by your classmate. Li Wei. Speak of the devil. A smirk crossed Zhao Chen's face, revealing a cunning merchant's expression. Li Wei. Don't blame me for asking a high price. If this starship is sold to your family, it will undoubtedly elevate your family's reputation in the starship arms trade, especially within the T1 starship series. Keep him waiting outside. I'll be right out. Zhao Chen instructed the AI, then rose from his bed, preparing to disembark. Before doing so, he instructed Vice Captain Charlotte to remain on standby aboard the Zero Blizzard, ensuring that no crew member was permitted to leave or enter the Zero Blizzard without his command. In case of any emergencies, they were to contact him immediately. Outside the docking bay, Li Wei gazed at the imposing steel behemoth before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Zero Blizzard measured nearly 260 meters in length. Being built on the structure of an interstellar battleship, it was quite substantial. Despite the rusted armor and the vintage design, Li Wei felt as if he were gazing upon a majestic starship. Unfortunately, the concealed 1,200mm caliber cannon was not visible at the moment. Just then, the starship's hatch opened, and Zhao Chen strolled out nonchalantly. Li Wei hurried forward and wrapped his arms around Zhao Chen's neck. When did you manage to assemble such a starship? It was from the 3 starships I previously redeemed from the Academy. Zhao Chen replied. I meant, when did you acquire such technology? Li Wei pressed further. Zhao Chen shrugged and smiled. While someone was chasing girls, playing games, and enjoying leisure, I was busy studying. Oh, you were studying starship engineering? Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen with skepticism. Previously, Zhao Chen had indeed been a diligent student, consistently ranking among the top 5 in their class in theory. Hence, Li Wei had no reason to doubt Zhao Chen's excuse. He simply hadn't anticipated that Zhao Chen had learned to this extent on his own. Big brother, let me take a quick look inside. I'd love to see that 1,200mm cannon, Li Wei pleaded. That's not impossible, but I need you to help me with something first. Zhao Chen regarded Li Wei, feeling as if he were looking at a wealthy patron. Are you asking me for those action films with 10,000T of emotional content featuring 720 different races? Li Wei grinned, leaning closer to Zhao Chen with a mischievous expression. Of course, I have some particularly great ones I've collected recently. We can discuss them later. Zhao Chen immediately jumped back 3 meters, casting a disdainful look at Li Wei. Do I seem like that kind of person? Chapter 20. It's you. Aircraft carrier starship. As Li Wei walked through the narrow and somewhat dilapidated corridors of the starship, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Are you disappointed? After all, these are assembled from 3 starships with nearly a century of history. They certainly cannot compare to the comfort and aesthetics of modern starships. Zhao Chen understood Li Wei's thoughts clearly. After wandering for over 10 minutes, Li Wei left the Zero Blizzard with Zhao Chen. It was far more pleasant to observe from the outside. But Zhao? Why are all your crew members half-orc women? I had no idea you had such a preference. While such a preference might not be a concern, the matter of starship combat was no trivial issue. Li Wei looked at Zhao Chen, offering a reminder. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. I'm not as depraved as you think. I recruited these half-orc female crew members for a reason. Moreover, they were originally female crew members, only having fallen to this state due to certain circumstances. You witnessed the Battle of the Zero Blizzard, didn't you? Could a group of pretty faces have achieved such a stunning victory? That does make a valid point. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you needed my help with something. What is it? Li Wei recalled Zhao Chen's previous request. Zhao Chen began addressing the matter at hand. Your family is engaged in interstellar trade, right? I heard that in recent years, you've expanded into the starship arms trade. Coincidentally, I have developed AT-1 Starship and would like to ask you to send this technical blueprint to your family to see if there is any interest in purchasing it. However, it must be conducted in secrecy, for I wish to keep my identity concealed from the majority, as you understand. Even if your father inquires, please do not disclose who I am. You intend to sell your self-developed T1 Starship? Li Wei was taken aback. You can actually develop a starship on your own? Yet, upon further reflection, considering that Zhao Chen managed to assemble 3 antiquated starships into a formidable vessel, developing AT-1 Starship does not seem implausible. After all, the technical challenges of AT-1 Starship are not exceedingly great, with some technical blueprints having already been made public for study. I cannot intervene in the family business. Thus, I cannot guarantee the purchase of your starship. However, I can mention it to my sister, who initially proposed expanding into the starship arms trade and is now the head of that division in our group. That said, our company has not been optimistic about this venture, having suffered losses for 4 consecutive years. Moreover, AT-1 Starship, originally slated for release this year, has yet to materialize. The shareholders are already applying pressure to abandon this line of business. Li Wei remarked. Zhao Chen patted Li Wei's shoulder and handed him a thumb-sized storage device. Whether we can reach a partnership is of little consequence. What matters is that this information is seen by your family. You should encrypt and send this data to your sister. Remember, keep my identity confidential. Should your sister inquire, simply concoct an excuse. This device containing the technical blueprints for the T1 Starship. Are you truly comfortable in trusting it to me? Is the network transmission secure? Should I personally deliver it to my sister? As luck would have it, I have a holiday coming up, and I plan to return home. I will inform you of the outcome next semester. Li Wei said cautiously. Although it is merely the blueprint for AT-1 Starship, it is nonetheless Zhao Chen's labor of love. This qualifies as a trade secret, typically delivered in person rather than transmitted over the network. It is of no concern. The files within have been encrypted. Once you send them, let me know, and I will decrypt them remotely before reviewing them. You may send it now. I am pressed for time. Zhao Chen stated. Zhao Chen could not wait until the semester concluded. His intention was to leverage the T1 Starship technology to secure funding and subsequently endeavor to construct a genuine system starship. Although the zero-number Blizzard is exceptional, it is merely an assembled starship. In that case, I shall proceed as you suggest, but do not harbor excessive expectations, Li Wei cautioned Zhao Chen, anxious that his sister might reject the technical blueprints and embarrass Zhao Chen. His sister, in matters of business, is known for her unwavering resolve. If she finds something unsatisfactory, she will refuse it outright, and no worries, just follow through with the plan. You need not concern yourself with subsequent matters. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, as long as Li Wei's sister is not a fool, she will undoubtedly recognize the inherent value of this starship. Indeed. After bidding farewell to Zhao Chen, Li Wei returned to his dormitory and, as instructed, sent the information contained within the storage device to his sister. Given the substantial file size and the interstellar data transmission, it would take approximately a day. Li Wei preemptively sent a brief message to his sister, mentioning the matter in passing. Zhao Chen also returned to his dormitory. Although he now had a captain's quarters on the zero-number Blizzard, many of his belongings remained in his dormitory, necessitating their transfer to the ship. As the semester was concluding, he would not need to book a ticket, as he could simply take the zero-number Blizzard back to his territory. His dormitory was a single-occupancy room, and its space could not be compared to the captain's quarters. Sitting on the single bed, Zhao Chen opened the system interface and accessed the upgrade page for the marketplace. T1 System Marketplace Upgrade Requirements. First item. Exchange for 1 T1 level product, completed. Second item. Complete 1D level system task, completed. Third item. Expend 100 system points for marketplace upgrade, the first 2 items completed. Ready for upgrade. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen clicked to upgrade the system marketplace. Confirm consumption of 100 system points to upgrade T1 Marketplace to T2 Marketplace. Confirm. Consuming 100 system points, upgrading T1 Marketplace to T2 Marketplace. You have 250 system points remaining. Congratulations. You have unlocked the T2 series products in the system marketplace, granting you one opportunity to exchange for any product without requiring task points. An unexpected delight emerged. Zhao Chen had been contemplating how to accumulate task points for a convenient exchange for the T2 starship. After all, the system marketplace stipulates that product exchanges require corresponding task points. At this moment, Zhao Chen discovered that the T2 series product still required 3 task points. Given Zhao Chen's current situation, it remained uncertain how long it would take to amass those 3 task points. It appeared that not only did higher-tier products consume more system points, but they also demanded more task points. Zhao Chen glanced at the requirements for upgrading from T2 Marketplace to T3 Marketplace, which necessitated completing 2 C-level tasks, exchanging for 2 T2 system products, and expending 2,000 system points, significantly increasing the difficulty. For now, Zhao Chen had no capacity to consider such matters. It was imperative to focus on selecting a starship. Let me see, which will be our first genuine starship? Zhao Chen began to scrutinize his options with heightened seriousness, as this selection would be his first true starship. The zero-number Blizzard could only be regarded as a half-first starship. Should it be an interstellar destroyer, or an interstellar cruiser, or perhaps an interstellar battleship? Zhao Chen deliberated extensively. Ultimately, he fixated on one option, T2.AN aircraft carrier starship. This is it. Chapter 21. Zhao Chen's T2 super aircraft carrier starship. T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous life, aircraft carriers were undoubtedly the dream of every citizen of the Flower Country. In the age of interstellar travel, aircraft carriers also exist. If one were to identify a type of starship that could be deemed a behemoth in this era, it would likely be one of 2 types, the interstellar battleship and the aircraft carrier starship. At this moment, Zhao Chen directly selected to exchange. Do you wish to expend 250 system points and 1 opportunity to exchange for a product without task points to acquire T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship? Confirmed. Congratulations, you have obtained the technical blueprints for T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. You have 0 system points remaining. Coincidentally, Zhao Chen's system points were sufficient to acquire this T2 aircraft carrier starship. In that instant, data regarding the T2 Queen B surged into his mind. Typically, if an aircraft carrier starship is present in an interstellar fleet, it would necessitate a substantial number of escort starships. Unlike interstellar battleships, which can operate independently. Therefore, the actual number of aircraft carriers in service is significantly lower than that of interstellar battleships. For constructing an interstellar fleet centered around an aircraft carrier requires a colossal investment. Otherwise, conventionally, an aircraft carrier would be incapable of generating combat power. However, the T2 Queen B is entirely different. It possesses the capability to operate independently, which is precisely why Zhao Chen opted to exchange for it. The combat strategy of aircraft carrier starships primarily encompasses 3 categories: interstellar fighter jets, interstellar drones, and small to medium-sized starships. The latter is rare, as aircraft carriers capable of carrying starships are typically of T3 level or above. Otherwise, their dimensions simply do not permit it. Return to the main topic. Let us discuss the T2 Queen Bee. This starship employs interstellar drones as its combat mechanism. Zhao Chen reviewed the detailed introductory materials. Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier starship type, aircraft carrier starship technology level, T2 hull armor strength, 300 units, 350 units cruising speed, 40 knots warp engine, level 4 warp engine length, 460 meters mass, 400,000 tons crew size, 100 personnel starship armament, T2 drone class light interstellar drones, interstellar interceptors, T2 Killer Bee class medium interstellar drones, interstellar fighters, T2 Hornet class heavy interstellar drones, interstellar bombers, standard hangar configuration, capable of storing 300 T2 drone class light interstellar drones, 100 T2 Killer Bee class medium interstellar drones, and 20 T2 Hornet class heavy interstellar drones. Merely by observing its dimensions and mass, it was evident that this would be a colossal vessel, with a length of 460 meters. It is nearly twice that of the zero-number Blizzard. ATA mass of 400,000 tons. It is nearly 5 times that of the zero-number Blizzard. IT can accommodate a total of 420 interstellar drones. Typically, an aircraft carrier starship would only host one type of interstellar fighter or drone, as differing models would necessitate distinct maintenance teams and systems. However, the T2 Queen Bee is equipped with 3 types of interstellar drones. This is not a foolish endeavor. Rather, it is due to the T2 Queen Bee's integration of an intelligent system approaching T3 starship standards, which, under rational and efficient management, allows these 3 types of interstellar drones to operate seamlessly without any gaps. These 3 types of interstellar drones consist of interstellar interceptors, interstellar fighters, and interstellar bombers. The interstellar interceptor serves as the personal guardian of the aircraft carrier starship, primarily tasked with safeguarding its security and intercepting all enemy attacks. The interstellar fighter is the central force in seizing air superiority in interstellar aerial combat, while also capable of engaging enemy vessels. The interstellar bomber, as its name implies, possesses bombing capabilities and can, as needed, carry interstellar missiles, bombs, and even torpedoes. Its capacity for striking starships is the most formidable, yet its own combat prowess in interstellar air battles is relatively weak. Thus, these 3 interstellar drones can cooperate seamlessly, forming a perfect synergy of complementary functions. Typically, it is a multitude of carrier starships that fulfill this role. However, the T2 Queen Bee has taken upon itself all 3 tasks. Most crucially, this is also the reason it requires no escort fleet. It possesses the remarkable Star Shield capability. The Star Shield is an energy defense barrier, standard for T3 starships, capable of generating an energy shield within a designated area to intercept enemy weaponry attacks from that direction. It represents a groundbreaking advancement in T3 starship technology, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of the vessels. This is why many assert that T3 starships are the true embodiment of starships. Returning to the main point, the T2 Queen Bee, as a starship, also boasts the Star Shield, thereby greatly amplifying its defensive prowess. Coupled with the T2 Worker B-class light interstellar drones, it embodies a perfect integration of offense and defense. While it may face certain risks against T3 starship fleets, it is undoubtedly a formidable presence when confronting T2 starships. The possibility of overcoming multiple adversaries is not beyond the realm of feasibility. Hence, Zhao Chen opted for this T2 Queen Bee, priced at 1.3 million star coins. Upon calculating the cost of constructing this starship, he inhaled sharply. It is worth noting that the total savings of the Zhao family do not exceed 100,000 star coins. As for his interstellar territory, due to the desolate nature of the star system and poor management, the annual tax revenue combined with other income barely reaches 1 million star coins. This is why Zhang Haoran refers to him as the Fallen Baron. Zhao Chen cannot even afford a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, which is priced at 4 million star coins. However, should Zhao Chen sell this T2 Queen Bee, its worth could easily reach 20 to 30 million star coins. Selling starships is a lucrative path to wealth, as the arms trade has always been highly profitable regardless of the era. Yet, at present, Zhao Chen lacks the means and time to contemplate this. 1.3 million star coins. With the funds from selling a T1 Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer, I should be able to complete the construction of a T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Chen mused. Now, All that remains is to await news from Li Wei. At the headquarters of the Bayin Interstellar Trade Group, a board meeting is currently underway. In attendance, alongside members of the Li family, are several other shareholder directors. Over the past 5 years, Bayin has consistently operated at a loss in the starship arms trade, relying on other industries to cover the deficit. This has even led to an overall profit deficit for Bayin last year. Therefore, I believe we should abandon the starship arms trade. It is not a venture that can be undertaken lightly. Given the immense research and development costs and high risks involved, it would be wiser to continue focusing on our interstellar trade and industrial sectors, a director proclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Other directors nodded in agreement, calling for the cessation of this business division. No. Our development at Bayin has reached a bottleneck. The competition in our original business sectors is intensifying. If we fail to find a breakthrough soon, Bayin will inevitably decline. To elevate Bayin to new heights, we must seize the opportunity in the starship arms trade. A stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure arose to speak. Yet, the other directors opposed her vehemently. Miss Li, this matter does not rest solely with you. Although Bayin was established by your family, your and your father's shares only account for 45 now, and the remainder oppose this. This is the board's decision. The director with the largest shareholdings, aside from the Li family, replied coldly. Li Yaqi bit her lip, remaining silent. The starship arms trade is her dream and her labor of love. While others see 5 years of investment, Li Yaqi has been orchestrating this for over a decade, dedicating all her time and energy to it. Over 30 years of age, still unmarried. How could she abandon her hard work? Chapter 22. The mysterious starship technology. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table surveyed the assembly. You are all uncles and relatives of Yaqi, and her expansion into the interstellar arms trade is for the benefit of Bayin. This is akin to pioneering new territories. Every endeavor begins with its challenges. When my father established Bayin, it was only after enduring the initial 10 years that we achieved the present Bayin Interstellar Trade Group. This man is the chairman of the Bayin Interstellar Trade Group, the current head of the Li family, and Li Wei's father. Chairman, what was true in the past is not necessarily applicable today. Now, we all have families to support. We placed our trust in you, the head of the Li family, investing our fortunes and lives into Bayin. Yet now, we find ourselves in a financial crisis. The investment in the starship arms trade is an insatiable abyss. If this continues, Bayin will surely collapse. A second director scoffed. Sticking to conventions, lacking ambition, and fearing to step out of the comfort zone is what will drag Bayin down. Li Yaqi could not restrain herself and rose to vehemently refute. Upon hearing Li Yaqi's words, the directors murmured among themselves, chastising her for her lack of respect and understanding. I have previously stated that business is unsuitable for a young lady. You are nearing 40? Yaqi, had you listened to me and married that count's son, you would not need to toil here. You would have long since become a countess living in comfort. The second director chuckled lightly. Comfort? Second uncle, I have no desire to become a canary in someone else's cage like my cousin. Even her husband, who seeks pleasure elsewhere, does not dare to speak up. If this is what you call comfort, then I, Li Yaqi, have no fortune to enjoy it, Li Yaqi retorted fiercely. The second director's expression darkened. This second director is Li Yaqi's uncle, her father's younger brother, and the second largest shareholder of the Bayin Interstellar Trade Group. Very well. Let us do this. We shall give Yaqi a little more time. Was it not agreed that 5 years would be the time frame? As long as within this 5-year period, Yaqi's Starship Arms Trade Department can turn a profit, it shall continue to operate. There is still half a year remaining, so why the rush? The head of the Li family said cheerfully. Let us give my niece half a year's time, and at that time, I will arrange a good match for her. The second director scoffed and exited the conference room. Other directors also departed one by one. The head of the Li family gazed at his daughter, who appeared indignant and resentful, and sighed deeply. Yaqi, it is not that your father does not want to help you. Business is like this. Everyone sees only profit. You have half a year left. In that time, if your arms trade department can achieve even a break-even point, I can allow your department to continue. However, if you fail, then so be it. Should you wish to continue in business, you may revert to your previous interstellar transport trade. Half a year. How could it be possible to turn a profit in such a short span, with not a single decent starship product in hand? She did not believe she could achieve profitability in 6 months. I understand. Father, I feel somewhat weary. I will take my leave now, Yaqi murmured, Exiting the conference room, Li Yaqi flung herself onto her bed in her room. Beside her, a fluffy pet resembling a cat jumped in front of her. Ming Ming, I am quite exhausted today. Please entertain yourself nearby. Li Yaqi covered her eyes with her arm, trying to suppress her tears. 5 years of preparation, 5 years of dedication. Over a decade of youth. Is this truly where it ends? Beep, 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 beep. At that moment, Li Yaqi's handheld terminal chimed. She glanced at it. It was a communication request from her younger brother. She sat up, adjusted her emotional state, and clicked to accept. Sis, why are your eyes so red? Li Wei greeted his sister through the video call. However, due to the interstellar communication delay, there was a nearly 10-second lag. It's nothing. Just been a bit tired these past few days. Why did you suddenly contact me? Are you out of living expenses again? If I recall correctly, isn't the holiday just around the corner? Are you saying you didn't pass this year's assessment and have to repeat the year? Li Yaqi scrutinized Li Wei pouted. Sis, why do you never wish for my success? I still have living expenses and I didn't fail. Next year, I will truly be in 4th grade and can finally pilot a starship. Then why on earth are you contacting me? Li Yaqi regarded her brother suspiciously, as he typically only reached out when he needed something. Li Wei began addressing the matter at hand. I sent you a set of starship blueprints yesterday. It should have arrived by now. They were created by a friend of mine. I wanted to know if you have any interest in purchasing them. Starship blueprints? Li Yaqi stared at her brother. You aren't in debt and trying to con me? Are you? Sis, why do you always look down on me? All right, just take a look quickly. If you're interested, contact me. I will introduce you to that friend. Just don't set your expectations too high. If it can barely be used, just offer a reasonable price and do it as a favor for your little brother. At this moment, Li Wei still held doubts about Zhao Chen's ability to produce a starship, hence his choice of words. I won't keep you any longer. Remember to contact me once you've looked it over. Li Wei, unwilling to engage further with his sister who always underestimated him, abruptly ended the call. That little rascal. Where did he find a friend who could design starships? It sounds like an obvious ruse to me. Li Yaqi was entirely unconvinced by Li Wei's claims. However, she sat on the bed, dazed for more than 10 seconds, before inexplicably opening her email. Inside, indeed, lay a data file, which had already indicated that it was decrypted. Since she had nothing pressing at the moment, and her starship design department showed no signs of progress, she decided to take a look at what Li Wei had sent. Li Yaqi consoled herself, and as she opened the document, her gaze shifted from casual indifference to profound seriousness as she absorbed the vast schematics of the starship. Her breathing grew noticeably quieter. After more than half an hour, she suddenly snapped back to reality, raised her hand to summon a holographic computer, and began simulating some of the data contained in the file. No issues. No issues. Everything seems fine. This process continued for another 3 hours. Li Yaqi's expressions were exceptionally vivid as she muttered, T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer. This technical blueprint. She abruptly stood up, swiftly transferring the starship technology onto a data disk, then dashed out of her bedroom towards her established starship design research department. A journey that normally took an hour was reduced to a mere 10 minutes as she manually piloted her flying car. Without pausing to change into her researcher's attire, she burst into the research department, standing before her team of engineers and researchers, pointing at the data disk. You all need to help me assess whether this starship blueprint technology is feasible. Li Yaqi exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. I need a reliable feasibility report within 5 hours. No, I need it in 3 hours. Chapter 23, 3 million star coins, a buyout in the span of 3 hours. The entire research team's personnel transitioned from confusion to shock and delight. Director Li, where did you acquire this starship technology? Although only 80% of the data was intact, with crucial starship technical details redacted. This starship technology was undeniably feasible. Moreover, the cost-effectiveness of the T1 Wolf Lice Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer was astonishing. I never imagined that a starship with such a low production cost could possess such high performance. If this were to hit the market, it would undoubtedly be a hot-selling starship product. The chief engineer of the research department, a venerable elder with a mane of white hair, stood excitedly before Li Yaqi. Holding the data disk, which she regarded as a treasure, she thought, if she had previously fallen into despair, this data disk was the lifeline that had descended from heaven. You all need to set aside your current research tasks and conduct an in-depth study of this starship technology. Li Yaqi handed the data disk to the chief engineer, Director Li, Where exactly did this starship technology come from? Before the elder could finish his question, Li Yaqi had already sprinted out of the research room. Li Yaqi settled into her flying car and immediately attempted to contact her brother. Her first attempt that hung up, Li Yaqi felt perplexed. The second attempt, also disconnected. A sense of unease began to creep into her heart. The third attempt was still cut off. But this time, Li Wei replied with a text message. Sis, I'm in the shower. Can we talk after I'm done? A few dark lines appeared on Li Yaqi's face as she gritted her teeth and replied. If you don't want to die, answer me right now. If you hang up again, the day you come home will be your funeral next year. Li Yaqi sent a fourth communication request, which this time did not disconnect immediately. After waiting for about half a minute, the connection was finally made. Li Wei appeared, wrapped in a towel, looking as if he had just rushed out of the shower. Sis, what's the rush? He said. His expression one of annoyance at being interrupted. Who gave you that starship technology blueprint? Li Yaqi asked directly. You mean that one? Well, Li Wei paused, recalling Zhao Chen's instructions. He cleared his throat and continued. Sis, my friend is quite low-key and prefers not to disclose his identity. Just tell me if you want the starship technology or not. If you don't, I'll let my friend know. You can't even tell your sister? Li Yaqi fixed her gaze on her brother, then tempted him. If you tell me who that person is, I'll triple your living expenses for next semester. Li Wei hesitated, battling internally, but ultimately replied firmly, No, I promised him I wouldn't say. Besides, sis, think about it. If he finds out I leaked his identity, he might not want to negotiate with you anymore. Realizing the logic in his words, Li Yaqi suppressed her curiosity. She speculated that it might be a mentor from the North Star Military Academy's Starship Engineering Department who had presented this work. Then help me contact this gentleman. I am very interested in his starship technology. Can we arrange a time to discuss it in person? Li Yaqi inquired. Huh? You're interested? Li Wei was slightly taken aback. Didn't you look at the contents? I didn't. I'm not like you. Sis, I'm not from the Starship Engineering Department, so I wouldn't understand it even if I did. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. His sister, Li Yaqi, was a graduate of the Starship Engineering Department, which fueled her keen interest in starship research and manufacturing, especially as she came from a family of starship traders. Just go. And as soon as you have news. Never mind, don't hang up. I'll wait for your news right here, Li Yaqi urged. Without obtaining authorization for that starship technology, she felt restless. It was her only lifeline. Under Li Yaqi's insistence, Li Wei reached out to Zhao Chen. A few minutes later, Li Wei reappeared in the video call window. Sis, my friend said that rather than meeting in person, if you're interested, we can discuss it in this online room. He sent Li Yaqi a link. Discussing in an online room? Li Yaqi was surprised that such an important matter would be handled in this manner. Nevertheless, securing this starship technology was her priority. Understood. Li Yaqi clicked the link, and soon a new window appeared before her. Not a video call, but a chat interface. Taking a deep breath, she initiated the conversation. Hello, I am Li Wei's sister, Li Yaqi, head of the Starship Arms Trading Department at the North Yin Interstellar Trade Group. After sending the message, half a minute passed before a response arrived. Hello. The simplicity of the two words left Li Yaqi feeling a lump in her throat. It was her first time negotiating business in such a setting. I am very interested in your T1 Wolf Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer technology. I hope we can arrange a time to discuss a collaboration plan in detail. No need to set a time. If you're sure you want this starship technology, just propose a price. If I'm satisfied, you can transfer the funds, and I will send you the complete technical documentation for the T1 Wolf Lice. Li Yaqi was taken aback by the bluntness of the response. Quota price at this moment, she was uncertain what amount to propose, as the unexpected turn of events had caught her off guard. Completely unprepared compared to her usual business dealings, the other party was not following the script. After a moment's thought, she sent a message. What do you consider a fair price? After a few minutes of silence, a number appeared on the screen. 0.3 million star coins. 0.3 million star coins. Isn't that a bit steep? After all, this is merely a T1 starship, and the market price is at most 20 to 30,000 star coins. The other party responded with two simple words, buyout. Upon seeing these words, Li Yaqi's heart raced. Are you certain that 3 million star coins would buy out this starship technology? She immediately inquired. A buyout would mean that with this payment, the starship technology would henceforth belong to Li Yaqi, while she had only sought authorization previously. Yes, do you agree to this price? Upon reading this message, Li Yaqi hastily typed two words in response. Agreed. On the other side of the communication window, Zhao Chen stared blankly at the two words, clutching his chest in despair as he lamented. Damn, I quoted too low. Earlier, Zhao Chen had intended to suggest that the price was negotiable, believing it to be somewhat inflated. To his astonishment, Li Yaqi had accepted it outright. Chapter 24. Brother Zhao Chen? May I see your cannon? Ultimately, the transaction concluded with Li Yaqi purchasing the T1 Wolf Lice-class medium interstellar destroyer technology for 3 million star coins. After finalizing the agreement, Zhao Chen promptly sent all the technical documentation for the T1 Wolf Lice to Li Yaqi. I have sent the Starship technology data to your email. Please transfer the 3 million star coins to my account within 3 days of receiving the documentation. Below was the account number for a star bank card of the Starry Empire. Sir, that you've already sent me the Starship technology? Aren't you concerned I might back out? Li Yaqi was astonished that he proceeded so nonchalantly, unconcerned about her potentially reneging on the agreement. This felt less like an interstellar transaction and more akin to a casual purchase in a supermarket. I trust Li Wei, and if you dare to renege, I will ensure you pay 1,000-fold for it. Well then, I have other matters to attend to, so this is where we part. It was a pleasure doing business. The online room indicated that the other party had left. Li Yaqi hurriedly sought to inquire how to contact the other party in the future. Yet there was no response. Such a peculiar individual. This must rank among the most bizarre transactions I have ever engaged in. To this day, Li Yaqi feels as though she is ensnared in a dream. Moreover, she realizes that she does not even know how to address the other party, a strange person, an odd business. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, as long as she can obtain the complete technical documentation for the T1 Wolf Louse, she is confident that within 6 months, she can turn the fortunes of the Starship arms trade around. She will leave those who eagerly await her downfall utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen feels a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have offered 4 million. Zhao Chen chuckles bitterly. In the realm of business, he remains somewhat inexperienced. To be frank, the 3 million star coins he offered for the buyout price is already considered quite high within the T1 Starship technology. However, it just so happened that Li Yaqi was in dire need of Starship technology. Like a thirsty person receiving a bottle of water, one is bound to overlook the steep price point. 3 million. 3 million. Zhao Chen begins to contemplate constructing his second starship, which would be the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Building a starship requires extensive preparations. It is not as simple as merely assembling one. The raw materials, the construction site, the building technology, and so forth. There is an overwhelming number of tasks to attend to. Beep, beep, beep. Zhao Chen's handheld terminal chimed. Upon checking, he was astonished to see it was his younger sister. Zhao Wanner. Oh dear, the young lady has actually taken the unprecedented step of contacting me. Zhao Chen observes Zhao Wanner on the video feed with a teasing tone. Zhao Wanner seldom seeks Zhao Chen out, and when she does, it is usually in private. At that moment, Zhao Chen notices 2 stunning beauties behind Zhao Wanner. No, they should be referred to as the 2 beautiful ladies of varying ages. Enough with the banter, my friend is here. Zhao Wanner shoots Zhao Chen an eye roll. She then steps aside to introduce the 2 lovely ladies. This is Senior Su Lan from the 5th grade. And this is my classmate, Xue Xiaoxiao from the 4th grade. As for this one, I need not introduce him, my brother. Upon uttering the words my brother, Zhao Wanner clearly displays a look of disdain. Hello, we often hear Wanner speak of you. Senior Su Lan greets politely. She mentions me? Let us not kid ourselves. It's a miracle if she doesn't speak ill of me. Zhao Chen shrugs. Zhao Chen Gij, can I see your big cannon? The twin-tailed lowly Xue Xiaoxiao suddenly leans in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Chen is taken aback. Such words are rather. Zhao Wanner swiftly pulls Xue Xiaoxiao back. Xiaoxiao? What are you saying? What's wrong? I merely wish to take a closer look at Zhao Chen Gij's heavy cannon with a 1,200 mm caliber from the number 0 Blizzard. Xue Xiaoxiao pouts. Senior Su Lan. You must have come to me for a specific reason, right? Let us get straight to the point. Zhao Chen shifts the topic, finding the little lowly words truly. Senior Su Lan replies. Then let us address the matter directly. The reason we sought you out is due to yesterday's starship duel. Zhao Chen narrows his eyes, remaining silent, awaiting Senior Su Lan's elaboration. Senior Su Lan continues. Zhang Haoren has sought assistance, knowing that I am familiar with your sister Zhao Wanner, and thus has approached me. He hopes that you can rescind the expulsion punishment imposed on him. From the moment Senior Su Lan mentioned the starship duel, Zhao Chen understood it pertained to Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren would undoubtedly not resign quietly from the North Star Starship Military Academy. This expulsion punishment is recorded as part of the starship duel. Can it be revoked? Zhao Chen inquires curiously. Senior Su Lan explains. According to the Academy's regulations, the stakes involved in a starship duel are acknowledged and enforced. However, if the victorious party is willing to waive the punitive stakes, then the losing party may be spared the punishment. Thus, your consent is required. Zhao Chen remains silent. Senior Su Lan adds, a friend of mine asked me to assist, as I owe him a favor. If you are unwilling, then consider it as if I never spoke. However, if you are open to negotiation, I can arrange a time and place for you to sit down and discuss. You may propose your desired conditions, as it would only be fair not to cancel the punishment without compensation. May I speak privately with my sister for a moment? Zhao Chen requests. Senior Su Lan agrees, and she departs with Xue Xiaoxiao. All right, with Senior Su Lan and Xue Xiaoxiao gone, you can speak freely now. Zhao Waner crosses her arms. Do you wish for me to assist Senior Su Lan? Zhao Chen inquires. Zhao Waner hesitates. This is your matter. Why are you asking me, my dear sister? It is not easy for you to ask me for help. It seems this Senior Su Lan has a rather good relationship with you. Zhao Chen observes with a smile. Zhao Waner's cheeks flush. She admits, I confess, I have grown quite fond of Senior Su Lan. Since my arrival at the North Star Starship Military Academy, she has taken excellent care of me. She is one of my two friends here, the other being Xue Xiaoxiao. I also know about Senior Su Lan's situation. The person she is indebted to is a 5th grade senior named Han Tianwang. He previously assisted her with a matter, and since then, he has used that as an excuse to pester Senior Su Lan. Even wishing to pursue a romantic relationship. Senior Su Lan does not fancy him, but out of obligation, she has had to endure his harassment. If this time she can repay the favor, then Senior Su Lan would no longer have to tolerate his intrusion. Zhao Chen nods and states, very well. Have Senior Su Lan handle this matter. Send me the time and place tonight, and I will agree to discuss it. Really? Zhao Waner is astonished. Who could resist helping my sister? Especially since this is the first time she has asked me for assistance? Zhao Chen grins. Zhao Waner rolls her eyes. Who asked you for help? You can choose to help or not. With that, she disconnects the communication. Zhao Chen contemplates Zhang Haoran's situation. In truth, whether or not Zhang Haoran withdraws does not concern him. He has never cared about this pedestrian character or his relationship with Zhang Shasha. If not for the system's task, he would never have suggested the starship duel. Now, with such an opportunity to assist Zhao Waner Sr., while also benefiting himself, how could Zhao Chen let this chance slip away? A smile gradually forms at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow promises to be an entertaining spectacle. Chapter 25. Just near their North Star Starship Military Academy ocean-themed restaurant, Zhao Chen gazes at the holographic image of an aquatic creature from an unknown star system, freely drifting before him. The ambience of the restaurant is serene, with only a handful of patrons present. It is regarded as one of the more upscale dining establishments at North Star, frequented primarily by those of noble lineage. With half of the ingredients reportedly sourced from organic cultivation. 3 lovely ladies accompany Zhao Chen, drawing considerable attention as they walk beside him. Zhao Chen, have you decided what conditions to present to Zhang Haoran? Senior Su Lan inquires. I have a plan in mind. Zhao Chen replies with a smile. Seeing this, Senior Su Lan refrains from further comment. After all, her role is merely that of a mediator. The outcome of this matter is not of great importance to her. She is simply fulfilling a favor owed to someone. Lai, over here. A voice calls out, and from afar, Zhao Chen spots a fair-faced young man seated at a round table by the window, waving to Su Lan and her companions. The table is already occupied by 3 individuals, one of whom is Zhang Haoran, alongside an unfamiliar face. Zhang Haoran's expression is evidently displeased. His gaze briefly meets Zhao Chen's before quickly averting, wearing a pitiful countenance. Yet Zhao Chen keenly detects the underlying hatred in Zhang Haoran's demeanor. For individuals like him, a single lesson will not suffice to keep him in line. When the time comes, feel free to express your thoughts. If the negotiations do not go well, we can simply leave. Do not feel obliged to accommodate us. Senior Su Lan whispers in Zhao Chen's ear. Zhao Chen nods. Zhao Waner feels somewhat uneasy as she stands beside him, casting worried glances at her brother. Although her brother is a baron of the territory, he has never been exposed to such formal situations. Xue Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, appears excited, relishing the prospect of engaging in mischief. As Zhao Chen and the others approach their seats, the senior named Han Tianwang disregards Zhao Chen, who should be the main participant in the negotiation, and instead pulls out the chair beside him, already left vacant. Lie, come sit here. The round table has only 7 seats, perfectly accommodating Han Tianwang and his 3 companions along with Zhao Chen's 4. Han Tianwang has intentionally left a space beside him, seemingly for senior Su Lan. However, upon glancing at it, Su Lan simply smiles and greets Han Tianwang. No need, I can sit over here with that. She takes her seat alongside Zhao Wanner and Xue Xiaoxiao, leaving Han Tianwang somewhat awkward. As a result, the only place left for Zhao Chen is next to Han Tianwang. At this moment, Han Tianwang finally addresses Zhao Chen, stating coolly, "So you must be Zhao Chen, please take a seat." Though he says please take a seat, Han Tianwang has already settled in. At this point, the only one unseated is Zhao Chen. Yet, Zhao Chen does not approach the chair beside Han Tianwang. Instead, he rests his hand on the chair in front of him. No need, I shall sit here. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room shifts uncomfortably, as Zhao Chen's hand rests precisely on the chair where Zhang Haoran is seated. Zhang Haoran's expression darkens as he glances at Han Tianwang, but Han Tianwang's gaze diverts. Faced with this situation, Zhang Haoran has no choice but to stand up with a scowl, preparing to take the seat beside Han Tianwang. Zhao Chen sat upon Zhang Haoran's chair. Observing Zhang Haoran's intention to sit, he promptly picked up a glass of water and splashed it onto the chair. "Is there a seat for you here?" The atmosphere plummeted back to a freezing point. Zhang Haoran clenched his fists. "Zhao Chen Jr., must you be so aggressive?" He continued, "Previously, it was merely a misunderstanding between Haoran and you. Now that we are gathered for a meal, let us consider it a resolution to this misunderstanding. Henceforth, we shall all be friends." At this moment, Han Tianwang stepped forward as a mediator. Lan, would you not agree?" Su Lan smiled softly. "We are merely here as companions, not to speak. Everything rests on Zhao Chen's own wishes. If there is a place for him to sit here, then there is no place for me, Zhao Chen. Senior, what do you think?" Zhao Chen defiantly locked eyes with Han Tianwang. A flicker of shadow passed through Han Tianwang's gaze. Yet he maintained a jovial facade, saying, "Indeed, an apology should come with an air of sincerity. Haoran, you may stand." He summoned a server. The servers here were not automated robots, but rather elegantly attired young women, reflecting the restaurant's high-end nature. The chair was removed, leaving Zhang Haoran standing like a pillar between Zhao Chen and Han Tianwang. "We are all seated, and you stand alone. Does this not imply that you consider yourself superior to us, your seniors?" Zhao Chen observed Zhang Haoran with a smile. Zhang Haoran gritted his teeth. "What more do you want?" "Kneel," Zhao Chen casually replied. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Zhang Haoran, filled with indignation, retorted, "Zhao Chen? Do not push your luck. Push my luck? I have heard that you and your cronies once boasted in my classroom, claiming that if you defeated me in the starship duel, I would kneel before you and apologize. At that time, did you not find that excessive?" Zhao Chen smiled, gazing at Zhang Haoran. "Or do we take it that young Master Zhang looks down upon continuing his studies at Beijing?" Zhao Chen's final jab struck deep into Zhang Haoran's heart. He simply could not afford to drop out of Beijing. His father, a viscount destined to become an earl, had more than just him as a son. Beijing was one of the 3 finest starship military academies in the Stellar Empire, a place his father had painstakingly secured a spot for him. If he failed to graduate, it was likely that his title would be usurped by another sibling. Upon learning of this, his mother had sent him a message, urging him to find a way to remain enrolled. Under no circumstances could he drop out. "Zhao Chen, this is unnecessary. Haoran has acknowledged his mistake. We are all classmates, and there's no need to strain our relationship further. Please, grant me some face. Let us dine first and discuss how to resolve this misunderstanding between you and Haoran. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory answer." Han Tianwang interjected. "Face?" Zhao Chen chuckled, looking at Han Tianwang with feigned innocence. "Are you suggesting that I grant you face, so you may kneel for him?" Beside him, Zhao Wanner gasped in disbelief, pondering what had transpired with her brother today. Confronting Zhang Haoran was one thing, but now he was challenging Han Tianwang. Su Lan and the twin-tailed Xue Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Realizing that this junior truly was different, Han Tianwang's expression darkened. "Very well, I shall kneel," Zhang Haoran shouted, dropping to his knees at the spot where the chair had been. The table's height conveniently concealed his head. "Now, this should not hinder our meal. Why do you all look at me? Did we not come here to eat? Please, place your orders. I am quite famished. Han, do feel free to order whatever you fancy." Zhao Chen raised his hand, Opening the holographic ordering interface, he began tapping furiously, and even Zhao Wanner, sitting beside him, could not discern what he had ordered. I've placed my order. Do let me know if you need anything else. Let us enjoy this rare gathering with Senior Han and eat to our heart's content. Zhao Chen smiled at everyone. Shui Xiaoxiao nearly burst out laughing. Chapter 26. You could sell that T2 White Eagle. As the dishes were presented, even Su Lan was taken aback. Each dish was crafted entirely from natural ingredients. There were black eggs sautéed with 6-legged pork at 200 star coins per serving, sweet and sour 3-legged duck at 300 star coins, flame fish soup from the Flame Galaxy at 500 star coins, and a fruit platter at 1,000 star coins. The Paisida Assistance was a specialty 3-piece set from the Augat Galaxy, priced at 5,000 star coins. But this was secondary. What truly made Han Tianwang wince was the bottle of wine presented, a renowned fruit wine valued at an astonishing 13,000 star coins. It nearly equaled the cost of the entire meal. Before he could ponder further, Zhao Chen had already poured the wine for himself and the 3 lovely ladies beside him. It's all poured. If Senior Han wishes to drink, you may order more. Zhao Chen smiled at Han Tianwang. Oh, no need. I don't drink. Han Tianwang's lips twitched. There was only 1 bottle of that wine in the restaurant. He had no chance to order more. Hey, did you really order that much? Is everything all right? Zhao Wanner leaned in close to Zhao Chen, whispering, Rest assured, this food is far superior to those synthetic meals. This opportunity is rare. It would be a shame not to indulge. Zhao Chen began devouring the food with remarkable speed. Indeed, it was an apt description to say he was devouring. Initially, Su Lan and the others had some reservations about table manners. But witnessing Zhao Chen rapidly emptying the dishes, they hastened their own eating, though their manner was still infinitely more graceful than Zhao Chen's. Such lavish food was unprecedented for them. Even Su Lan and her companions had only sampled a few of the dishes before. After all, this meal could very well consume the lifetime savings of 100 families. The average annual salary of a commoner barely reached 40 star coins. While this amount could sustain a family of 3, they would only be consuming synthetic food. After more than a month of eating synthetic meals, Zhao Chen was finally reminded that his taste buds still existed. Han Tianwang observed Zhao Chen's ferocious appetite. He attempted several times to speak but found no opportunity. Ultimately, he surrendered, joining in the feast, for if he did not act soon, the entire table of food would vanish. Such a sumptuous spread was a rare treat for him. As well, the most pitiable was Zhang Haoran, who remained kneeling in humiliation, enduring the tortures of sight, smell, and sound. His heart bled, for this banquet was, on paper, his treat. After an hour of this whirlwind of consumption, Zhao Chen patted his now significantly expanded belly. Had it not been for his outfit's ability to stretch, he feared the buttons would pop. Beside him, Zhao Wanner and Su Lan bore similar expressions of satisfied fullness. At this moment, Han Tianwang hurriedly called out to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen Jr., now that we are all well fed, shall we address the matters we agreed upon? Please, submit your request to the Academy to lift the punishment on Haoran. Oh, right, I almost forgot. We haven't discussed the main issue yet. Zhao Chen reseated himself, grinning. My apologies. As a lesser being, I have never encountered such exquisite food. Please, do not mock me. Observing Zhao Chen's cheeky demeanor, Su Lan could not suppress her laughter. Zhao Wanner gazed at her brother, astonished that she had never realized how cunning he truly was. Speak. What conditions do you propose for me to let Zhang Haoran off the hook? Zhao Chen inquired earnestly. Han Tianwang was momentarily taken aback, staring at Zhao Chen. Conditions? You just. Senior, you cannot believe that a single meal suffices to settle this matter, can you? Zhao Chen feigned surprise. Han Tianwang's lips twitched. He was now filled with the impulse to strike Zhao Chen. He suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. Then please, Zhao Chen, state your conditions. How straightforward. I appreciate that. Zhao Chen raised his hand, extending 5 fingers. My starship has endured considerable strain during that skirmish. The battle costs, personnel losses, and return repairs all require funding. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Please, that 5-minute battle likely consumed less than 1% of your starship's energy. As for battle costs, Zhang Haoran's T2 White Eagle never even hit your starship, let alone needing repairs. Everyone recognized Zhao Chen's blatant attempt at extortion. 50,000 star coins is what I believe. Han Tianwang began, gazing at Zhao Chen's 5 fingers. Zhao Chen promptly interrupted, cheerfully exclaiming, Not 50,000 star coins, but 500,000 star coins. 500,000 star coins. This audacious demand left Su Lan's eyes wide with disbelief. 500,000. You are extorting. Zhang Haoran could no longer contain himself, leaping up, only to stumble forward, crashing into the table, remnants of the meal splattering across his face. Fortunately, the round table was fixed, preventing further embarrassment. Extortion? If you perceive it thus, then it seems we have no need to negotiate. I could forego the 500,000 star coins, or you may choose to leave Beiji Xing. Zhao Chen spread his hands, preparing to depart. Zhang Haoran felt a tumult of anger and despair within him. He shouted, I can compensate you, but 500,000 star coins is simply beyond my means. You do have it, Zhao Chen asserted. Zhang Haoran gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Although your T2 White Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser is quite severely damaged, if you act swiftly, securing 500,000 to 600,000 star coins should pose no challenge. Zhao Chen looked at Zhang Haoran with a beaming smile, a devilish glint in his eyes. This fellow is nothing short of a demon. He had meticulously planned everything before his arrival. Everyone present was left utterly bewildered by the transformation of their perception of Zhao Chen. Indeed, I have another condition. I seem to recall your friend mentioning that if you emerged victorious, you would graciously allow me to kneel before you and call you grandfather? If that is the case, perhaps I might reconsider withdrawing from school. At that moment, Zhao Chen's smile appeared to Zhang Haoran as that of a devil. Time is of the essence. I shall give you 10 seconds. Zhao Chen tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. In that instant, all eyes turned towards Zhang Haoran, as if they were silently counting down. Ultimately, Zhang Haoran knelt upon the ground. This act of submission conveyed the answer to all present. Zhao Chen, grandfather, I was wrong. Zhang Haoran's head struck the floor. Chapter 27. He actually packed up do not cease until I have exited the restaurant. Furthermore, before the end of the term, I demand a remittance of 500,000 star coins. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to trace my academy account. The moment the funds are received, I shall petition the academy to rescind your punishment. After delivering his ultimatum, Zhao Chen departed the restaurant alongside Zhao Wanner and others. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoran remained on his knees, repeatedly muttering, Zhao Chen, grandfather, I was wrong. Observing the chaotic scene and Zhang Haoran's demeanor akin to that of a stray dog, Han Tianwang spoke solemnly. This Zhao Chen possesses considerable skills. However, Haoran, remember, a gentleman may take a decade to settle a score. But remaining at the North Star Starship Military Academy is of utmost importance. I vow to make Zhao Chen pay 1,000-fold. Zhang Haoran, still kneeling, contorted his face in anguish. In truth, I believe it would be wiser for you to concede. You are no match for Zhao Chen. The previously silent, handsome man spoke for the first time, appearing as a mere observer of the banquet. Yet he did not feel his presence was in vain. This was indeed a splendid performance. Young master son, success lies in effort. Moreover, I feel that Zhao Chen has indeed crossed the line. He deserves a lesson. A glint of coldness flickered in Han Tianwang's eyes. Recalling how Zhao Chen had shown him disrespect in front of Su Lan, young master son smiled but chose not to respond further. Who is settling the bill? At that moment, a restaurant manager approached, his expression reflecting surprise at seeing Zhang Haoran kneeling. How much is it? Zhang Haoran rose, his legs trembling slightly. The total is 53,000 star coins. We can waive the remainder. The restaurant manager replied with a professional smile. Zhang Haoran nearly collapsed again, staring incredulously at the manager. 50,000 star coins? How is that possible? There's no way our table could incur such a sum. The bill was only 20,500 star coins. However, the guest who left earlier ordered 2 additional servings of the same meal, excluding the drinks. It amounts to 50,000 star coins. The manager explained with a smile. Take out? Zhang Haoran's fury surged, and he spat blood in rage, roaring, Zhao Chen. Observing Zhao Chen carrying several bags in each hand was quite a comical sight. Brother of Wanner, your performance just now was truly entertaining. This meal, was certainly worth it. Not only did we dine well, but we also enjoyed a splendid show. And now you're taking food home. I glanced at the bill, and it was a whopping 50,000 star coins. I can only imagine how green Zhang Haoran's face must have turned upon settling the bill. Remarked Xue Xiao, her twin ponytails bobbing as she spoke. Do not refer to him as Wanner's brother. Simply call him Zhao Chen. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes, then fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen. Aren't you concerned that targeting Zhang Haoran like this, especially disregarding Han Tianwang, will lead to retaliation? One might think that if I were to approach them with a benevolent demeanor, they would refrain from seeking revenge in the future. Since I cannot alter my circumstances, why not strike down a drowning dog? Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly with a smile. Lan covered her mouth, giggling softly. Wanner, your brother is truly unique. He is nothing like you described, merely a bookworm. If his behavior is deemed foolish, then surely no one in this world is intelligent. How was I to know he concealed himself so deeply? Zhao Wanner pouted. Senior Su Lan regarded Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen? I must still caution you. Today, you have severely offended both Zhang Haoran and Han Tianwang. While I am uncertain about Zhang Haoran, Han Tianwang is a cunning individual, petty and vindictive. Today, you showed him no respect. In the future, he will undoubtedly seek to undermine you in certain matters. Yes, I will be cautious. Zhao Chen nodded. Do you have any plans for this holiday? Shui Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. Wanner and I intend to return to our territory. After all, I am ostensibly a baron, and there are numerous matters awaiting my attention. Zhao Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. More matters? The affairs of the territory are already well organized by your sister. Are they not? Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Speaking of your sister, I recall she serves in the Imperial Army of the Starry Empire, and I have heard she has performed exceptionally well, even becoming the captain of the princess's personal guard. Senior Su Lan remarked. Zhao Chen contemplated his sister. In truth, he had little recollection of her, as their parents had passed away when he was young, and his sister had already been enrolled in the Starship Academy, graduating and joining the Imperial Army shortly thereafter. The time spent at their territory was less than a month each year, and their encounters were few and far between. However, Zhao Wanner was correct. If not for his sister managing the territory, Zhao Chen could only wonder what state it would be in now. Indeed, this year you need not purchase a ticket. You may return on my starship. Zhao Chen informed Zhao Wanner. In previous years, both Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner would book starship tickets to return to their territory. The cost of returning by starship is several dozen times more than purchasing a ticket. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Chen and whispered, Do not forget, your brother is now quite affluent. Recalling the 50,000 star coins, Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. Very well then, to be honest. Traveling back on one's own starship indeed takes at least 3 times less time than buying tickets. In that case, I shall return for a bit. We are departing the day after tomorrow. Inform me if you have anything to pack. I must take my leave. All this food will spoil if left unattended. Zhao Chen remarked, bidding farewell to Su Lan and the others as he hurried away. Your brother is quite a glutton. With so much food, how long can he possibly last on his own? Shui Xiaoxiao mused, swallowing hard, as the delicious scents wafted through the air. Observing the retreating figure of her elder brother, Zhao Wanner felt he had changed significantly. It was as if she no longer recognized him. Your brother is quite fascinating, Senior Su Lan commented. Both Zhao Wanner and Shui Xiaoxiao were astonished, for a man deemed interesting by Senior Su Lan was rarer than encountering a mythical creature. Zero Storm Zhao Chen climbed breathlessly into the starship cabin, where Charlotte had been waiting as per his instructions. Quickly help me carry these. Zhao Chen handed several meal boxes to Charlotte. He noticed the red marks on his arms and wrists, with a few fingers even turning purple from lack of blood. Captain, what is in these? Charlotte inquired, examining the bags in hand. A secret. Notify all crew members to gather in the dining hall, Zhao Chen replied with an air of mystery. Charlotte, without further inquiry, relayed Zhao Chen's orders, and the two made their way to the starship's dining hall. Do you not need assistance? Zhao Chen observed Charlotte, who effortlessly carried numerous items without breaking a sweat. Are they heavy? Charlotte replied with a calm question. Zhao Chen paused, conceding. All right, I suppose this is the strength of the half-beast White Tiger clan. Chapter 28. Will we be able to eat rice at every meal? Zero Storm Starship Dining Hall. Following Captain Zhao Chen's orders, all 100 half-beast female crew members assembled. Why is everyone standing? Please, take a seat. Zhao Chen gestured for the neatly lined-up crew members to sit down. Under the somewhat awkward circumstances, the female crew members gradually took their seats. Charlotte, please assist me in distributing this food. Zhao Chen opened the bags of meals that Charlotte had brought in an instant. A delightful aroma filled the entire dining hall. It is worth noting that the sense of smell of half-beasts far surpasses that of humans, rendering them even more captivated by the fragrance. Charlotte was momentarily entranced by the alluring scent emanating from the meal boxes. Do not just stare. Hurry and get to work. Otherwise, it will all go cold and become unappetizing. Zhao Chen urged. He took on the role of kitchen matron, dividing the food equally into 100 portions, then instructing Charlotte to distribute the plates filled with the meals. In reality, if only the dishes were to be divided, each portion would barely amount to a single bite. However, in addition to that, there was a large bowl filled with fluffy white rice. Observing the mound of rice, many of the half-beast female crew members swallowed hard. Are all of these to be distributed? Charlotte was perplexed by Zhao Chen's intentions. What's the matter? This is today's lunch for everyone. Zhao Chen replied casually, lunch? Is this an array of delectable dishes that makes one salivate just by smelling it? Upon hearing Captain Zhao Chen's words, Charlotte and the 100 female crew members present stood in stunned silence, gazing incredulously at the captain they had gradually come to know. Hurry up and serve it, everyone is waiting, Zhao Chen urged. Noticing Charlotte still lost in thought, it was only then that Charlotte began to serve the meals, placing dish after dish before her fellow crew members, in the span of a few moments. Over 30 portions had been distributed. Zhao Chen took a moment to glance up, only to find that none of the female crew members who had received their meals had yet touched their food. While some were already salivating at the sight of the delicious dishes before them, they remained seated, poised and still. What are you all waiting for? Dig in. If you've received your food, start eating. Those who haven't, just be patient and no need to rush. Everyone will get their share, Zhao Chen declared. Yet, when no one moved, he feigned anger, stating, this is an order. Finally, the female crew members began to eat, initially hesitantly, taking small bites. However, the delightful flavors soon overwhelmed their restraint, and they devoured the food with fervor, some even using their hands. A single portion was consumed within 3 minutes, with everyone still licking their plates and utensils in sheer delight. Watching the female crew members with animal ears savoring their meals, Zhao Chen felt a mix of affection and melancholy. Many were younger than him, some even minors. That, of course, in the half-beast kin society, there was no distinction between adulthood and childhood. Anyone capable of fighting was considered an adult. Thus, it was common for 12 or 13-year-old half-beasts to be thrust into combat and labor, regardless of gender. Only through fighting and work could they earn their daily sustenance. Soon, all 100 meals had been served. The last portion was personally delivered by Zhao Chen to Charlotte's side. Come, give it a taste. It's quite delightful, especially the fruit. Charlotte gazed at the lavish spread before her, including a crescent-shaped slice of apple and small finger-sized fruits. She looked up at Zhao Chen and asked, and you? I've already eaten and am quite full. Just look at my belly, Zhao Chen replied, patting his round stomach without a hint of modesty. Charlotte chuckled softly, lowering her head to begin her meal. After a few bites, Zhao Chen noticed that Charlotte's head had dipped even lower, her face nearly parallel to the plate. Initially puzzled, he soon caught sight of the glimmer of tears in the corner of her eye. Hidden amidst her white hair, he understood what Charlotte was trying to conceal. Suddenly, he heard cries emanating from the dining hall. Some female crew members, while eating, were weeping, tears mingling with their food. Perhaps it was the exquisite taste that moved them, or perhaps memories of their past hardships and the struggles of their siblings back home, who fought merely to survive. For the first time, they realized that food was not just a means to fill their stomachs, but a truly enjoyable experience. While you all eat, allow me to announce something, Zhao Chen suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of every female crew member in the dining hall. Some who were still eating paused in their actions. No need to stop. Continue your meal while you listen, he encouraged, gesturing for them to carry on. However, they remained transfixed on him. Reluctantly, Zhao Chen turned his gaze to Charlotte, who was also watching him, her food forgotten. Understanding his intent, she led the way in resuming her meal, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. What I wish to discuss pertains to your welfare and benefits. We previously agreed that you would work for me for 3 years in exchange for your freedom. Correct? Yet, there are still details we have not clarified, such as the issue of crew benefits. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte. What was the meal standard for your previous fleet? Charlotte hesitated before responding, 0.01 star coins per meal. Zhao Chen's lips twitched slightly in disbelief. 0.01 star coins? That is essentially the price of the most basic synthetic food, meaning they were on a 1 meal per day plan. After a moment's calculation, he continued, we will eliminate synthetic food entirely, and all our meals will consist of natural food. However, I cannot promise it will be as sumptuous as today. but I can ensure that 3 meals a day will be guaranteed. Our meal standard will be set at 0.3 star coins per person daily, with a maximum of 10 star coins per month. As for what we will eat, I will discuss that with the logistics department responsible for the meals. Zhao Chen announced this with an air of nonchalance, yet every person present was left in shock. After a prolonged silence, a 15-year-old half-beast crew member, her voice quivering with emotion, asked, "So, does that mean I can have rice for every meal?" "Every meal with rice." Zhao Chen frowned slightly. Some of the female crew members' expressions dimmed. He shook his head. "Having rice every day might be a bit challenging. We can have porridge and bread in the morning, noodles for lunch, and rice or other dishes in the evening." Upon hearing this, the previously despondent crew members seemed to be transported back to paradise. "All right, continue eating. I need to attend to other matters." Zhao Chen observed the suppressed joy on their faces and discreetly exited the dining hall. As he stepped outside, he could hear laughter and sounds of joy erupting behind him. "My goodness. We can actually have rice for every meal. Is the captain joking? How is that even possible? Our former lord's fleet never provided such treatment. I don't believe the captain would deceive us. After all, look at the food he just provided. It's the best I've ever tasted. Does the captain even need to trick us? We're his purchased slaves. Even if he didn't provide us with this, we would still have to work diligently for him." Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely what he desired. He did not want a lifeless slave fleet. He sought a fleet infused with morale and a fervor for battle. While it is true that in this era, the technology of starships somewhat eclipses the morale of the crew, in comparable circumstances, a fleet with high morale will always outperform others. Such a fleet can create miracles. How does one cultivate such a fleet? It's simple. Provide the crew with what they yearn for and instill hope for the future. In this way, any obstacle that stands in the way of their hopes, any force that seeks to extinguish their aspirations, will be regarded as a bitter enemy. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. "Captain, I believe your decision is rather ill-considered." Charlotte stepped in front of Zhao Chen. "What's wrong? I think it's quite good. Don't you all like it?" Zhao Chen shrugged. Charlotte spoke earnestly. "I appreciate your efforts to improve the meal standards for the crew, but do you know what a daily allowance of 0.3 star coins means? I can still do basic math. 10 star coins per month means we will expend 1,000 star coins for 100 crew members." Zhao Chen replied casually. Charlotte's expression grew serious. 1,000 star coins. Do you realize how many energy blocks that could buy? How much military supplies, missiles, or ammunition? Zhao Chen smiled at Charlotte. "Are you finished?" She continued. "You can enhance the meal standards. I believe 0.1 or even 0.05 star coins daily would suffice, and we need not completely abandon synthetic food." Zhao Chen listened to her proposal and replied with a grin. "I understand your concerns, but in my view, nothing is more important than ensuring the happiness and satisfaction of the crew. Previously, they were a listless group of slaves. But do you know what I saw in them just now? Hope. I want a fleet filled with hope. Not one that resembles a band of walking corpses. As for the issue of welfare and meal standards, there is no need for further discussion. This is a captain's order. It will not be altered or reduced, and it may even increase gradually in the future if necessary. If a captain cannot even fill the stomachs of his crew, then he is not a qualified captain." As he spoke, Zhao Chen suddenly reached out and brushed a grain of rice from the corner of Charlotte's mouth with his finger, surprising her. She watched as he popped the grain into his own mouth. "Now, call the logistics department for a meeting to discuss how many supplies we need to procure and the future menu for the starship's dining hall." Zhao Chen concluded, leaving a flustered Charlotte behind as he walked away. After a moment, Charlotte regained her composure, clutching her heart. The captain's gesture had truly stirred something within her, particularly his unwavering insistence on establishing that lavish meal standard left her with an indescribable feeling in her heart. "The menu has been finalized. Henceforth, you shall prepare meals for the crew according to this list. As we are embarking on a long voyage in a few days, I will procure a batch of supplies and military necessities. Charlotte, you are responsible for compiling a detailed inventory for me. I will arrange for the required supplies to be delivered. You need not concern yourself with financial matters. Simply calculate based on the actual circumstances of the Zero Storm." Zhao Chen gazed at the senior female officers present at the meeting. "All right," Charlotte replied, yet she had not made eye contact with Zhao Chen since entering the room. "You and the logistics department may commence your preparations. I will first order a batch of food ingredients to be delivered within 3 hours. Our meal standards will commence from tonight's dinner, Zhao Chen stated. Yes, the female officers of the logistics department responded enthusiastically before exiting the conference room. Zhao Chen looked towards Charlotte. Before he could speak, Charlotte hurriedly left a remark. I will go tally the quantities of the necessary supplies and military materials. Zhao Chen was perplexed, sensing that his role as captain felt somewhat peculiar. That evening, the news of the menu change in the starship's dining hall spread rapidly among all positions aboard. Previously, they had believed that the captain's policies would take some time to implement. Unexpectedly, just after noon's announcement, modifications were already in place by evening. Soon, non-duty female crew members flocked to the dining hall. The dining hall had transformed completely from its former state, with even the arrangement altered. What had once been a ration meal system was now replaced by a self-selection dining experience. The previously fixed daily menu, which offered only one or two choices, primarily synthetic dishes categorized as Meal Set 1 and Meal Set 2 with fixed portions, was no longer the case. Instead, in addition to the items displayed in the showcase, one could now place orders directly with the kitchen for desired dishes, which would be prepared on-site. Of course, the chosen items had to be from the menu. And the prices were slightly elevated. The menus for breakfast, lunch, and dinner had expanded to include over a dozen categories, with each female soldier allotted a meal budget of 10 star coins per month. Each dining female officer could order freely, provided that the total did not exceed the budget within the month, and waste was strictly prohibited. Look, meat! One female officer exclaimed, pointing at a dish of stir-fried vegetables with shredded meat. Her eyes wide with excitement. However, that dish's price was rather steep, equivalent to 3 days' worth of food standards. Nevertheless, with a bit of frugality, indulging in meat once a week was feasible. May I place an order now? A female officer timidly yet eagerly inquired. Certainly, as long as it is an option illuminated on the menu or displayed in the showcase, you may order, the head chef affirmed, stepping forward. This half-orc head chef had previously served under a certain half-orc lord and was quite skilled in culinary arts. He now held the position of chief cook aboard the Zero Storm. I would like a rice bowl. I want a meat patty. Just a bowl of rice and a serving of vegetables for me. I would like beef noodles. Chapter 30. Trouble in the Xiong star system. This room was originally designated for the second officer, but as I only have one officer, and considering that I am bringing you back this time, it has remained vacant. You will stay here for the next few days, Zhao Chen said, gesturing towards the single room for the vice-captain, carrying his sister's luggage. Not too shabby, Zhao Wanner appraised the room. What about your starship? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner, a fourth-year student, possessed her own starship. Senior Su Lan has a long-term rental berth at the starport, and since she plans to return home during this holiday, my starship will be docked at her berth. My crew comprises students from the academy, and they have already been granted leave, Zhao Wanner explained as she sat on the bed. If I remember correctly, your starship is AT-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, Zhao Chen recalled. Zhao Wanner nodded affirmatively. When Zhao Wanner initially chose her fourth-year starship, she faced a similar predicament as Zhao Chen, lacking funding and could only select from the Academy's starship warehouse. However, Zhao Wanner was fortunate. As being an exemplary student, the Academy provided her with a T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser, albeit a second-hand vessel with 30 years of service. Nonetheless, it was undeniably a top-tier model among T-2 starships. Additionally, due to Zhao Wanner's reputation as an outstanding student, many from other disciplines flocked to join her starship, though considering salary, she recruited primarily civilian students. The T-2 Fire Crow-class heavy interstellar battlecruiser is impressive. But it is an older model. In the future, I will get you a new ship, Zhao Chen mused. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes. A new ship? Forget it. Don't think that just because you managed to secure 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoren, you can flaunt your wealth. 500,000 star coins wouldn't even cover a fraction of a T-2 starship. Zhao Chen smiled in silence, withholding the fact that he had completed another transaction, acquiring a substantial 3 million star coins from selling the technology of AT-1 Wolf-Laus-class medium interstellar destroyer. Furthermore, he had no intention of purchasing a starship. He possessed a system containing a plethora of starship technologies. Why buy when he could construct one himself? Just you wait. Just tell me what type of starship you desire, and I will arrange it for you by the end of this year. Zhao Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Zhao Wanner chuckled. If you have the ability, then get me a carrier starship. The price of a carrier starship is the highest among all types. The cost of a carrier starship is unparalleled. It is due to the extensive number of interstellar fighters and drones aboard, which drives the price skyward. Zhao Chen smirked. You are merely setting yourself up for disappointment, and no problem, a carrier starship. I'll make it happen. I promise you will be satisfied, Zhao Chen beamed. All talk, Zhao Wanna remained skeptical about Zhao Chen's words. AT-2 carrier starship, even a light one, would cost no less than 10 million star coins. All right, once you're settled, let us go grab a bite, Zhao Chen said, moving towards the door. After waiting a moment for Zhao Wanna, the two headed to the starship dining hall. Upon reaching the corridor leading to the dining hall, Zhao Wanna sniffed the air. I think I smell something delicious. Zhao Chen chuckled, remaining silent. By the way, I've noticed your half-orc female crew members seem different from before. I can't quite put my finger on it. Zhao Wanna looked at Zhao Chen suspiciously. You haven't done anything to those half-orc female crew members, have you? Zhao Chen playfully tapped her head. What nonsense are you thinking about? Zhao Wanna stuck out her tongue. Blinking at Zhao Chen, she realized that her relationship with Zhao Chen had significantly changed during this period. The former Zhao Chen would never dare to touch her head and always seemed quite reserved in her presence. As if she were the older sister and he the younger brother. They joked and entered the dining hall. Zhao Wanna's footsteps suddenly halted, her expression one of astonishment as she beheld the scene before her. Steaming noodles, fragrant bread, fluffy white buns, and aromatic meat chunks were laid out in abundance. There was even a crescent-shaped white food item, legendary dumplings. This is your starship dining hall? Zhao Wanna gasped in disbelief. Of course, you can order here. Zhao Chen gestured to the chef behind the counter, indicating Zhao Wanna, her orders will be on my tab. Captain, you don't need to pay, right? The chef's expression was peculiar. According to Zhao Chen's own regulations, dining in the starship's dining hall meant he also had a meal standard. However, due to his status as captain, his meal standard was 3 times that of ordinary female crew members. Military officers naturally enjoyed higher meal standards than regular female crew members. This hierarchical division was also intended to motivate the female crew members. Those who performed excellently could be promoted and enjoy better meal standards. Serving as a form of incentive, following the rules, Zhao Chen began to place his order. I would like a dumpling filled with pork and cabbage. A significant portion of the menu had been established by Zhao Chen. So many Chinese dishes were available. Dumplings, in fact, were quite famous in this world, rumored to have originated from an ancient cuisine of a planet known as Blue Star. However, due to the rising costs of natural ingredients, this dish gradually became a delicacy of the nobility, a legend in the eyes of ordinary folk. Hurry up and order. There are people waiting behind you, Zhao Chen urged Zhao Wanna, who was still in a daze. Flustered, Zhao Wanna quickly glanced around and ordered a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Subsequently, a floating robot scanned Zhao Chen's face. This was considered payment. Please take a seat and wait. A robot will deliver your meal shortly. The chef stated. Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanna found an empty table to sit at. What is going on here? Is all of this made from natural ingredients? Zhao Wanna asked, her curiosity piqued as soon as she sat down. Zhao Chen nodded indeed. Zhao Wanna pointed at the holographic screen showcasing the menu. Can all ordinary crew members order those dishes? Each individual possesses their own standards regarding meals, as long as they do not exceed limits or waste. It suffices. What is the meal standard for ordinary crew members? It is 0.3 star coins per day, not exceeding 10 star coins per month. 10 star coins, Zhao Wanna exclaimed, her voice startling those around her. Immediately, she lowered her head and whispered, have you lost your mind? 10 star coins. Even the noble fleets of the Xingyao Empire do not have such high meal standards. My meal standard for my crew is merely 0.05 star coins per day. If they do not receive such a high standard, how can I set one for them? This is my starship, and I shall determine the standards as I wish. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Zhao Wanna covered her face, exclaiming, don't think that just because you have those 500,000 star coins, you can act without restraint. You will inevitably encounter trouble. Then we shall address it when the time comes. Zhao Chen shrugged. At that moment, their meals arrived. Fragrant pork and cabbage dumplings and fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Faced with such delicacies, Zhao Wanna abandoned her discussion with Zhao Chen and began eating. A look of bliss illuminating her face. After finishing her meal, just as Zhao Wanna was about to continue educating Zhao Chen, her handheld terminal chimed, indicating a new message. Upon opening it, her expression changed drastically. Not good. There's trouble in the Xiaolong star system. The Xiaolong star system is Zhao Chen's territory. What has happened? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner projected a hologram of the message. This is a trusted confidant left by my sister in the Xiaolong star system. There are individuals in the Xiaolong star system colluding with outsiders, attempting to assassinate the Zhao family. Second young master and third young lady do not return. Chapter 31. The first warp voyage of the Zero Storm.an attempt on Zhao Chen's life in the Xiaolong star system. He furrowed his brow. This sudden news disrupted his original plans. This informant, a trusted lookout left by his sister in the Xiaolong star system, is known only to me and my sister, and her message must be true. Perhaps we should delay our return to the territory, Zhao Wanner suggested, her worry evident. Can we contact her? Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Wanner pondered for a moment, then replied, I have a private communication channel to reach her, but I cannot guarantee a prompt response. Zhao Chen began to contemplate. His return to his territory was not merely a vacation. It was a strategic move for his future development. To strengthen himself and possess the power to protect, he must establish a solid foundation, and the Xiaolong star system was an existing opportunity. However, due to its recent decline over the decades, the internal situation was dire and complex. Zhao Chen intended to seize this opportunity to reorganize the Xiaolong star system and prepare for his future. If this sudden news forced him to cancel his plans, 3 months from now would mark the beginning of the academic year, making it exceedingly difficult for him to manage the affairs of the Xiaolong star system. Such delays could extend to a year or more. Zhao Chen could not afford to waste time. We must return home, Zhao Chen declared solemnly. Zhao Wanner, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, Hey, are you out of your mind? You know full well that there are people in the Xiaolong star system targeting us, and you still want to return to deliver yourself as a sacrifice? Who says we are going back to be sacrifices? Zhao Chen smirked coldly. The situation in the Xiaolong star system has always been chaotic. Due to the Zhao family's weakness, the various noble factions within the system do not regard us seriously. To truly gain control over the Xiaolong star system, we must eradicate those malignant tumors. I had initially planned a gradual approach, but since they have presented me with this opportunity, why should I waste it? Zhao Wanner discerned Zhao Chen's intent. He aimed to use this chance to uproot the forces plotting his assassination and overhaul the Xiaolong star system. I do not oppose your idea, but you must also recognize your own capabilities. We have no knowledge of how the enemy is positioned. We only possess 2 T2 starships. Wouldn't he returning be akin to walking into a trap? Zhao Wanner remained apprehensive about their safety. We will return, but not immediately. You should contact this informant of yours and ascertain more intelligence from her, such as who organized this assassination plot, what the specifics of the plan are, and whether they have assembled a fleet. Zhao Chen stated firmly, that is feasible, but our strength. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, I will be prepared. Zhao Chen lifted his hand and activated a star map. He marked their current location in the Xiaolong star system, then began filtering for a route. Ultimately, he selected a point. We shall first head here. He indicated the location. The Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Wanner looked at the name in surprise. What do you intend to do there? You will find out once we arrive. Shouldn't we take my T2 Fire Raven? Not necessary. What exactly do you plan to do? Build ships. After a series of preparations, the Zero Storm officially departed from the Starship Military Academy of the North Star. Prior to this, Zhao Chen received 2 transfers, 500,000 star coins from Zhang Haoren and 3 million star coins from Liyaki. The former was from the Academy's account, while the latter was from a private account Zhao Chen had discreetly opened before selling Starship technology. Intended to conceal his identity, originally, he planned to depart on July 1 SD, but due to the incident in the Xiaolong star system, he decided to leave 2 days earlier and sent a farewell message to Li Wei. Zhao Wanner also hurriedly bid farewell to Su Lan and others. The coordinates were set for the Arctic Fox starport in the Arctic Fox star system. They would first head to the Stargate of the North Star system, then proceed through the Stargate to the Arctic Fox star system's Stargate, finally reaching the Arctic Fox starport, which was expected to take about 5 hours. First Officer Charlotte stood beside the captain's chair, reporting the navigation plan she had devised to Zhao Chen. Just follow your plan. I only need to reach the Arctic Fox starport in the shortest time possible, Zhao Chen replied from his captain's chair. Beside him, an exasperated Zhao Wanner was upset that Zhao Chen had not clarified his intentions. The next phase would entail activating the Level 3 warp engine, during which all crew members would enter deep-sea navigation mode, and all personnel would enter cryosleep pods, announced First Officer Charlotte. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. To reach the Arctic Fox starport as quickly as possible, utilizing the warp engine was essential. a starship typically possesses 2 to 3 navigation engine systems. One is a conventional engine, which allows the Zero Storm to achieve a speed of 100 knots, and the other, most frequently used, is the warp engine. The warp engine is employed during long-distance voyages. Capable of extreme acceleration, during warp travel, most crew members must enter deep-sea mode. Otherwise, the adverse effects of warp travel could prove fatal to those not in cryosleep. The human body cannot endure warp travel. Combat cannot be conducted during this phase either. The warp engine is classified into levels from 1 to 9 based on speed, and the Zero Storm is equipped with a level 3 warp engine. With the warp navigation route pre-configured, they would soon enter the acceleration phase, and in 10 minutes, they would commence warp travel. Within 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode. Repeat, all crew members must enter deep-sea mode within 10 minutes. At that moment, the internal communications of the starship echoed with First Officer Charlotte's voice, accompanied by a soft purple glow, a signal indicating the approach of warp travel. As this occurred, several cryosleep pods appeared beside Zhao Chen's captain's chair. These were vertically aligned, transparent cylindrical chambers designed to allow crew members to return to their posts quickly after exiting warp travel, essential for combat readiness in actual battle scenarios, especially during enemy engagements. Zhao Chen stood in one of the cryosleep pods, glancing at Zhao Wanner, who was entering her pod. Don't be nervous. It will be over in the blink of an eye. Please, I have completed combat missions in my 4th year at the academy. I don't need your guidance. Zhao Wanner rolled her eyes before initiating her cryosleep pod. A transparent cover sealed the chamber, filling it with a faint blue liquid. In this liquid, individuals can breathe autonomously while being lulled into a state of sleep. Zhao Wanner closed her eyes, serene as a sleeping beauty in water. Zhao Chen did not enter cryosleep immediately. He observed Charlotte, who was still at the control panel. At this moment, the majority of the Zero Storm's energy supply was cut off, redirecting nearly all power to the warp engine while the starship maintained a low consumption state. With 3 minutes remaining until the 10-minute mark, Charlotte turned to Zhao Chen, report, out of 102 crew members, 100 have entered cryosleep. In 3 minutes, we will officially enter the warp travel phase. It's our turn. Zhao Chen crossed his arms and took a deep breath before activating his cryosleep pod. The pale blue liquid began to envelop Zhao Chen's entire body, bringing with it no discomfort. Rather, it instilled a profound sense of relaxation within him, leading him into a deep slumber. Chapter 32. Stellar Gate Jump, Arctic Fox Starport Zero Storm. System notification. Arrived at designated location. Currently in autopilot mode. In his haze, Zhao Chen sensed a voice echoing near his ears. Zero Storm Starship Intelligence System. Zero Storm has resumed navigation status, having arrived at the designated location. Currently in autopilot mode. The voice gradually intensified, and memories seemed to converge back into his consciousness. Zero Storm Starship Intelligence System notification. Zero Storm has exited warp travel status and arrived at the designated location. Currently in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping for air as he beheld the slowly opening transparent hatch. The lighting on the bridge had been restored, and familiar figures were already resuming their duties on the command deck. Within a minute, all personnel had returned to their posts to check the starship's various data. Within 3 minutes, all crew members had resumed their stations, standing by for orders. Vice Captain Charlotte continuously issued commands, with Zhao Wanner assisting her beside. Zhao Chen instinctively took 2 steps forward, only to find his legs felt weak. Had he not grasped the nearby handrail, he would have nearly collapsed. Captain, you have awakened. Our vessel has successfully arrived at the periphery of the North Star System's stellar gate. All starship indicators are normal, and we have resumed standard navigation status. Vice Captain Charlotte immediately reported the current situation upon seeing Zhao Chen. You all woke up before me? Zhao Chen stared at them in astonishment. Zhao Wanner, observing Zhao Chen's trembling legs, chuckled lightly. We woke up a minute before you. I told you, your physique isn't up to par. I previously mentioned the importance of exercising. Don't think piloting a starship is merely a mental endeavor. Navigating through the stars requires both wisdom and physical fitness. Zhao Chen disregarded Zhao Wanner's teasing and inquired of Charlotte. How long have we been in stasis? 32 minutes, Vice Captain Charlotte replied. 32 minutes. This made Zhao Chen feel as though he had been in stasis for an eternity. Don't assume that 30 minutes means we haven't traveled far. Without using the warp engine, this journey would have taken nearly 100 days with conventional engine speeds. The development of warp engine technology has propelled civilization toward interstellar exploration. It is as revolutionary as stellar gate technology. Suddenly, Zhao Chen felt a wave of nausea and instinctively leaned forward to vomit. Vice Captain Charlotte appeared to be prepared for this, as a floating waste receptacle materialized before him. Ugh, ugh. Zhao Chen retched for a considerable time before he finally regained his composure. He realized that warp travel could be quite torturous. This is your first experience with a military stasis pod, isn't it? When you travel between the Xianglong system and the Academy, you used a travel stasis pod, which allows for an adjustment period for your body. However, military stasis pods are not so accommodating. By the time you reach your 4th year, you'll have practice in this area. The vast majority of first-timers will experience nausea. Zhao Wanner explained, though her smile clearly indicated her delight in her superior constitution compared to Zhao Chen's. Zhao Chen paid no heed to Zhao Wanner's remarks, staggering to his command chair and surveying the bridge. He was the last to awaken. The stasis pods of the others had already sunk beneath the bridge floor, while Zhao Chen's pod was only just beginning to descend. Requesting Stellar Gate passage. Destination Arctic Fox System, Stellar Gate, Zhao Chen instructed. Request sent. A response will be received within 10 minutes, Vice Captain Charlotte replied. Before the 10 minutes elapsed, within just a few minutes, the Zero Storm was granted passage, albeit after Zhao Chen paid a fee for Stellar Gate usage. Following the navigation route provided by the North Star Stellar Gate Management Department, it wasn't long before Zhao Chen beheld rows of starships awaiting passage through the Stellar Gate, as well as vessels that had crossed into the North Star system. Yet, these details paled in comparison to the immense Stellar Gate that captivated Zhao Chen's gaze. Although he had studied Stellar Gate-related knowledge in his academy courses and viewed images of it, experiencing it in person was a first for him. The design of the North Star Stellar Gate resembled 3 interconnected temple doors, each radiating a halo of blue, red, and gold light, akin to a tricolored lake surface. Gazing at this monumental structure, Zhao Chen's mind flooded with information about the Stellar Gate. The North Star Stellar Gate employs T3 level Trigod Gate technology, independently developed by the Starshine Empire, with over 70% of the Stellar Gate network within the Empire comprised of this model. Captain, we've arrived. Vice Captain Charlotte's voice pulled Zhao Chen from his reverie regarding the magnificent Stellar Gate. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, unconsciously gripping the handrail beside his captain's chair. Utilizing a Stellar Gate for a jump does not necessitate entering deep sea mode. The reasoning behind this is complex and is best explained by interstellar scientists. Generally, one only needs to grasp this principle. The entire process is remarkably swift indeed. Zhao Chen felt as if the scenery before him shifted in an instant, the surroundings vanishing as his pupils perceived a vibrant, kaleidoscopic world before vision resumed, revealing the vast, dark cosmos once more. This sensation was far superior to the previous experience of warp travel. It is only natural. After all, as this involved expenditure, the average person's lifetime earnings in star coins would scarcely cover a short distance jump for a T1 starship. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. Less than 30 seconds had elapsed. This is the wondrous capability of the Stellar Gate. It significantly reduces the distance between star systems. However, the Stellar Gate does impose limitations. There is a cap on the number of starships that can be dispatched each hour, with the specific limit varying based on the type of starship. For instance, if 1 hour permits the passage of 10,000 T1 starships, then only 1,000 T2 starships can pass, and a mere 100 T3 starships would be allowed. Such is the principle. The higher the starship's classification, the greater the cost incurred for utilizing the Stellar Gate. We have reached the Arctic Fox system. We are currently positioned at the Stellar Gate. Once we depart the Stellar Gate's vicinity, we will re-enter warp travel mode, and we expect to arrive at Arctic Fox Starport in approximately 1 hour. Vice Captain Charlotte began detailing the upcoming events. Zhao Wanner leaned closer to Zhao Chen's ear, whispering, "You truly are a lucky cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I never anticipated such a command talent among the half-beast slaves. This Charlotte is more professional than quite a few fifth-year students I know." Zhao Chen inwardly chuckled, realizing that he had yet to witness the full extent of her capabilities. Proceed to Arctic Fox Starport, Zhao Chen commanded for navigation. Chapter 33. I will build a ship transitioning from the North Star system to the Arctic Fox system. Zhao Chen felt no particular difference. If not informed otherwise, he might not have realized he was in an entirely different star system. The view remained largely the same, with the dark universe, boundless space, and a variety of planets, moons, and asteroids. Upon awakening from the stasis pod once more, the previous discomfort had somewhat diminished, though his legs still trembled. "Captain, our vessel has arrived at the periphery of Arctic Fox starport," Charlotte reported. Zhao Chen gazed at the colossal starport before him, its size dwarfing that of the North Star Military Academy's starport by an unfathomable margin. This was a true starport. One might even describe it as an interstellar city. "Contact this individual and inform them it is Zero Storm Zhao Chen." Zhao Chen raised his hand, sending a communication link to Charlotte. She complied. And soon a video window popped up. On the other side was a strikingly beautiful woman clad in what appeared to be a work uniform. "Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen, I am the representative in charge at Arctic Fox Starport. Designated CC11.IT, is my honor to serve you. According to your previous request, a large starship modification and construction workshop has been prepared for you. I will send you the address shortly. You have reserved it for a 2-month period at a cost of 100,000 star coins. Additionally, the cargo you ordered, totaling 1.5 million star coins, has been completely prepared and placed in your starship workshop as per your specifications," the woman said with a smile. 1.5 million star coins, Zhao Chen exclaimed, her eyes wide as she stared at Zhao Chen, who remained unfazed. Charlotte cast a surprised glance at Zhao Chen, but her long-standing composure prevented her from reacting as dramatically as Zhao Chen. "Thank you, Miss. I'll treat you to tea another day," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. The female representative covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "You jest, sir. During your stay, I am your dedicated representative. Feel free to contact me at any time for assistance. I am at your service 24/7. With that, she even threw him a flirtatious glance. This client was a significant account. The commission from this deal equated to half her regular salary. Charlotte received the docking position for the starport, and under the port's guidance, they slowly navigated into dock. "What is this 1.5 million star coins all about?" Zhao Chen couldn't help but ask again. "I sold AT-1 starship technology," Zhao Chen replied candidly, realizing there was no point in withholding the truth any longer. "You sold T-1 starship technology?" Zhao Chen was taken aback. Zhao Chen produced an imperial card and activated it, projecting its balance in holographic form. "Over 1.9 million star coins," Zhao Chen gasped in astonishment. "Where did you acquire such a fortune? The family assets from the Xionglang system don't amount to this. I sold T-1 starship technology for 3 million, and then I secured an additional 500,000 from Zhonghauren. Renting this Arctic Fox Starport Starship Workshop for 2 months cost 100,000 star coins. The batch of ordered goods amounted to 1.5 million star coins. Additionally, the supplies before the launch of the number 0 Blizzard cost 10,000 star coins. After a thorough calculation, it seems that we are left with approximately 1,900,000 star coins." Zhao Chen shrugged. Zhao Chen listened in a daze, unable to regain her composure. She discerned the crux of the matter. "T-1 starship technology? Where did you acquire T-1 starship technology?" "I developed it myself." "When did you start developing starship technology? Did you not see me assembling a starship?" "Assembling and developing are two entirely different matters, Tiomi. It is merely a somewhat challenging task." Zhao Chen clutched her head, wondering when the development of an entirely new starship had become just a somewhat challenging task. Just then, as Zhao Chen was about to press for more information, her handheld terminal flickered. She glanced at it, her expression turning serious. "It's the covert contact arranged by my sister." She asked if a video communication was possible. Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Chen checked and replied. She said yes, but only for 5 minutes. 5 minutes will suffice. The video communication quickly commenced, and a window appeared before Zhao Chen and Zhao Chen. On the other side was a refined woman. Zhao Chen recalled the information about this woman from memory. She was a minor manager in the interstellar trade sector of the Xiaolong star system. He never anticipated she would be the covert contact arranged by his elder sister. Her name seemed to be Jiang Hong. Second young master, third young Mississippi Jiang Hong gave a slight bow. Let us cut to the chase and discuss the situation in the Xiaolong star system. Zhao Chen directly asked. Jiang Hong was taken aback. She had not expected the previously timid second young master to speak so assertively, but this was precisely what she had intended to discuss 2 days ago. I received news that several nobles from the Xiaolong star system colluded with interstellar pirates. They intend to use the pirates to ambush you and the third young miss as you return to the Xiaolong star system during your holiday. At that time, they would be able to petition the Empire to endorse a new lord. I have been unable to contact the eldest young lady, so second young master and third young miss must not return. Jiang Hong stated. An attack by interstellar pirates? Zhao Chen scoffed. Such a scheme was incredibly cliché yet undeniably effective. Do you know how many starships the pirates have prepared to ambush us? And the list of nobles involved in this plan, as well as the number of starships they command? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhang Hong did not understand why Zhao Chen was asking this, but coincidentally, she knew. The group of interstellar pirates was not a significant force. They were merely a band of rogues. They had only 30 starships, 5 of which were T2 starships, while the rest were T1 starships. I have a list of the nobles involved in this plot, which I can transmit to you if Second Young Master requires it. The fleets controlled by these nobles number just over 10, mostly T1 starships, with a few families possessing 1 or 2 T2 starships. Send me the list immediately and continue to conceal your identity while on standby. Notify me of any other information at once. Zhao Chen commanded. Understood. Zhang Hong was taken aback. Why was she so obedient to the Second Young Master's orders? She quickly asked, What are your plans? Second Young Master? For now, we will not return. I will contact you if I have other plans, Zhao Chen replied. Then I will find a way to contact the eldest young lady, as long as she intervenes. This matter can certainly be resolved. I cannot maintain contact for long, so I will leave it at that. Second Young Master, Third Young Miss, please take care. After Zhang Hong finished speaking, she ended the communication. At that moment, a list also presented itself before Zhao Chen and Zhao Wanner. The Cui family, the Bao family. The list contained over a dozen family factions, most of which were inconspicuous small families. However, the first 2 names were particularly significant within the Xiaolong star system. I never expected the Cui and Bao families to collude with interstellar pirates to attempt to kill us, Zhao Wanner exclaimed in indignation. The influence of the Cui and Bao families in the Xiaolong star system has already surpassed that of our Zhao family. Our lordship is merely a hollow title. Their desires have grown insatiable. They do not wish to remain mere nobles within a single star system. Zhao Chen gazed at the list, somewhat astonished. However, I did not expect to find her family absent from it. So what shall we do now? Right? You still haven't clarified what we came to this Arctic Fox starport for. Zhao Wanner's questions felt like a volcano ready to erupt. I mentioned it earlier. To construct starships, Zhao Chen replied. Construct starships? What kind of starships? Zhao Wanner asked in surprise. At that moment, the number 0 Blizzard had already entered the large starship workshop. This starship workshop was several dozen times larger than that of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Even with the number 0 Blizzard docked within, there was ample space. We came to the Arctic Fox starport because it houses one of the few large starship workshops in the northern sector of the Starshine Empire. Equipped with comprehensive facilities and the ability to mobilize various raw materials at any time. This significantly accelerates the shipbuilding process. Zhao Chen looked at the starship workshop before him with a sense of excitement. To construct. What exactly do you intend to build? Zhao Wanner could not help but press further. Zhao Chen raised his hand, and a holographic image of a starship appeared before Zhao Wanner, instantly captivating her attention. It was an aircraft carrier starship, remarkably elegant in design. This is it. Chapter 34. I have taken away my eldest sister's aspirations. You intend to build an aircraft carrier starship? Zhao Wanner gazed at Zhao Chen in astonishment. While Charlotte also cast a surprised glance, to be precise, it is a T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, and I developed the starship technology myself. Zhao Chen unabashedly claimed this honor for himself. After all, this was produced by the system, and no one would contest it. You developed it? Zhao Wanner exclaimed, looking at Zhao Chen with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. As a prodigious student of the North Star Starship Military Academy, she understood the significance of T2 aircraft carrier starship technology. Although T2 starships could not compete with T3 starships equipped with star shields, for many lord fleets, private fleets, and interstellar adventurers, T2 starships represented the most cost-effective choice available. As one of the dual titans of starships, the value of an aircraft carrier starship is evident. Zhao Chen shrugged, choosing not to dwell on this matter with Zhao Wanner, for he had many tasks to attend to. Charlotte, I will allocate some funds to you. During this period, you may procure female half-beast slaves within the limit of 500 individuals from that female manager. My only requirement is that they must be female half-beast slaves. Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte. Charlotte was taken aback. Rescuing those half-beast warriors who had been sold to the Starshine Empire, once her comrades, was a dream she had long cherished. As for Zhao Chen's stipulation that they must be female half-beast slaves, she was still trying to comprehend his intentions. However, As long as she could rescue half-beast slaves, other details were of little consequence to Warner. For the time being, unless Zhang Hong has intelligence to report, no one is to disturb me, Zhao Chen declared before leaving the number 0 blizzard. He headed toward the control panel on the opposite side of the large starship workshop, where interstellar containers filled with various raw materials worth 1.5 million star coins awaited him. In a starship manufacturing platform, is he truly going to build a T-2 aircraft carrier starship all by himself? Zhao Warner murmured. Alone? That seems improbable. Charlotte also found it hard to believe. Yet as the days passed, they began to accept that this was indeed Zhao Chen's intention. He tirelessly operated the mechanical arms and various equipment day and night to commence the starship construction project, and the progress was astonishingly swift. By the 5th day, Zhao Warner had already witnessed the completion of the aircraft carrier starship's keel construction. Standing on the platform, she observed her brother, who was somewhat disheveled yet still diligently working. She felt an immense distance between them, a chasm that had never felt so vast. Relying solely on himself, he completed the keel of the T-2 aircraft carrier starship in just 5 days. It should be noted that even professional starship manufacturers typically require at least half a month's time for this step. Yet Zhao Chen managed to reduce it to a third of the time, accomplishing it all by himself. Throughout these 5 days, Zhao Warner had watched him labor step by step. He operated like a machine, only taking breaks during moments when tasks could proceed without his direct involvement. In these 5 days, he had barely slept for 10 hours. Although he consumed nutritional supplements daily, the strain on his body was immense. Zhao Warner clenched her fists and hurried to her oil-stained brother, pulling him away with a firm grip. Are you trying to kill yourself? Zhao Chen opened his eyes, gazing at his sister. Did Zhang Hong contact you? Zhao Warner was taken aback. She had not expected that his first question upon seeing her would be this. No, not at all. Zhao Chen frowned slightly and continued toward his workstation. Did I not say that unless Zhang Hong contacts me, I should not be disturbed? Zhao Warner bit her lip and shouted. Why have you changed so suddenly? Is it really necessary to work yourself to the bone just to build a starship? We can, as Zhang Hong suggested, first remain at the North Star Starship Military Academy until our elder sister arrives. So, it appears we are to leave everything to her, is that right? Zhao Chen continued his tasks, his voice somewhat somber. Our elder sister is now a member of the Imperial Army, serving as the starship captain in the princess's personal guard fleet. Once she intervenes, this matter can be easily resolved, Zhao Warner remarked. Without lifting his gaze, Zhao Chen replied, So, we are to leave everything to our elder sister. Is that it? Zhao Warner paused, feeling an inexplicable sting from Zhao Chen's words, which pierced her deeply. I understand that you share a close bond with her. Our elder sister has never favored me, as I took away what was rightfully hers, Zhao Chen said with a bitter smile, his hands never ceasing their work. She is exceptionally intelligent, much like yourself. Recruited directly by the Imperial Military Starship Academy, she could command a starship in combat at the tender age of 20. Before she turned 30, she became the captain of a T-3 starship in our Starshine Empire. Few can boast such achievements based solely on their own merit. Furthermore, while our father was still alive, she managed the territory with remarkable efficiency, revitalizing the nearly collapsing Xiaolong star system, ensuring its survival to this day. I was merely 2 years old at the time. When our father passed away, I have no recollection of it, which is why I cannot claim to have strong feelings for them. Later, I learned that after our father's demise, she applied to remain in the Imperial Army. In truth, she initially wished to return to the Xiaolong star system, but her request was denied 3 times by her superiors, who urged her to reconsider. What could have caused her to abandon her return request so suddenly, choosing to remain in the Imperial Army? Perhaps it was due to the words our father spoke to her before he passed. I do not know the specifics, but the essence of it was likely this. The future titles of the Xiaolong star system are to be mine, and I hope our elder sister can safeguard it and support me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's gaze dimmed. Wasn't that a rather excessive demand on her? Although I have not interacted much with our elder sister, I have heard from the servants that her lifelong ambition has been to become the lord of the Xiaolong star system and transform it into a prosperous interstellar realm. Yet, due to our father's selfish demand, her dream was shattered, and she was cruelly tasked with aiding the very person who took her aspirations away. If I were in her position, I might struggle to do the same. Even for my own younger brother. Why? I possess greater ability, more talent, and I have accomplished so much. Why must all of this belong to him? By what right? Yet she, our elder sister, without a word, acquiesced to our father. At some point, Zhao Chen felt himself gradually merging with the memories of this body, the emotions and sentiments of the past enveloping him. He had attempted to suppress them, but found them to be like a torrent, surging ever more fiercely the more he tried to contain them. Thus, Zhao Chen resolved to embrace these feelings without reservation, regardless of who he truly was. Whether the ordinary Zhao Chen of a previous life or the second young master of the Xiaolong star system, none of that mattered. He simply wished to act according to his own convictions. For years, our elder sister has borne the weight of joy and sorrow in the Imperial Army, striving to advance her own career while simultaneously nurturing the development of the Xiaolong star system. Do you truly believe these are trivial matters? Though we cannot see it, I can imagine the solitude she endures while shouldering all of this alone. Zhao Chen turned to Zhao Wanner. I refuse to witness our elder sister in such a state. Her sacrifices have already been more than sufficient. I am a man. I am the Lord of Xiaolong. These burdens should rightfully be mine to bear. Since I now possess the capability, I will give my all to fulfill them. Rather than hiding behind my elder sister as a timid, ineffectual second young master, that moment, Zhao Wanner gazed at her brother, and for the first time, she discovered a spark of light in his otherwise unassuming eyes. An indescribable emotion began to spread within her heart. Chapter 35. T2 Beehive Class Heavy Aircraft Carrier Starship. Completion. By the end of August, it had been 2 months since the North Star Starship Military Academy's vacation. And during this time, Zhao Chen and his companions had remained at the Arctic Fox starport. Originally, the shipbuilding area housed only the skeleton of an aircraft carrier starship, yet now, a brand new aircraft carrier was on display. Its pristine hull armor, painted in yellow and black, showcased a streamlined design that was commendable both aesthetically and practically. Beside it, the Zero appeared as a mere child standing next to an adult. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, steadying his weary body as he concluded the final starship inspection. Then, he swayed slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Is it done? Zhao Wanner approached, carrying a meal prepared for Zhao Chen. It's done. Now we move on to the trial run, Zhao Chen replied, taking the food from Zhao Wanner without a thought to his grimy hands, devouring it hungrily. Who knows how he had managed these past 2 months? He had not slept a single full night, and were it not for the advanced medical technology and energizing beverages available here, he would have surely succumbed to exhaustion countless times, at long last. His efforts bore fruit. In these 2 months, he had successfully constructed the T2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier starship. Witnessing this achievement, Zhao Wanner was genuinely impressed by her brother, who had single-handedly built a T2 Beehive, even designing and researching it himself. If the instructors at the North Star Starship Military Academy were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly feel inadequate. How did I not notice your remarkable abilities before? Zhao Wanner inquired curiously. Until now, Zhao Chen had been an unremarkable presence, merely a diligent student with no other distinguishing traits. Our family already has our elder sister, a prodigy, and now another genius like you emerges. If I were to showcase my own talents, do you think I would attract unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives? I suspect that the people of the Xiaolong star system fear your growth, as it might hinder their plans, which is why they chose this moment to act. A tall tree catches the wind. Zhao Chen mused, justifying himself. So, you have been concealing your true self all along? Zhao Wanner was astonished. This is called being low-key, Zhao Chen replied, crossing his arms. At that moment, Charlotte approached. Captain, did you call for me? Charlotte appeared much improved compared to 2 months ago, having adapted to life with Zhao Chen. After all, who wouldn't enjoy 3 meals of natural food each day? How has the training of the 500 half-beast female crew members progressed? Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte had spent a month acquiring 500 half-beast female crew members through the slave trading network at the Arctic Fox starport. Upon receiving them, she began their training. Fortunately, they recognized Charlotte, the legendary general, and complied with her authority. Moreover, with the benefits Zhao Chen had established for his female crew, they had already become enamored with their new roles. The training of the 500 half-beast female crew members proceeded smoothly. If there were 50 ships now, they could be immediately deployed to combat. Charlotte responded. In this T2 Beehive? Zhao Chen gestured toward the massive starship behind him. Charlotte glanced at the yellow and black behemoth and confidently declared, within 3 days, we can master this starship and establish effective combat readiness. Zhao Chen patted Zhao Wanner on the shoulder, Charlotte. You take Warner and a selected 100 crew members aboard the ship to conduct the trial run of this T2B hive. Me too. Zhao Warner was taken aback. Did you not express a desire to command an aircraft carrier starship? This vessel is my gift to you. However, upon returning to the Academy, you must temporarily use your original starship. This aircraft carrier must remain concealed to avoid attracting attention, Zhao Chen explained. Zhao Warner stared at Zhao Chen in surprise, pointing between the T2B hive and herself. You mean, you're giving me this starship? But it is not without strings attached. You will need to serve as my captain. What? Are you unwilling? Zhao Chen teased. Zhao Warner rolled her eyes. I suppose I'll help you out a little. Not that I'm particularly eager for your starship. With that, Zhao Warner wasted no time in dragging Charlotte aboard the T2B hive to familiarize herself with the vessel. The interior of the T2B hive far surpassed the Zero in terms of space and modernity. Everything was brand new, unlike the Zero, where signs of age were prevalent. Upon arriving at the T2B hive's bridge, which was a circular enclosed structure, Zhao Warner marveled at how, when activated, the bridge would display a panoramic view of the starship's surroundings using 360 projection technology. Charlotte, let's get ready. I'm so eager to take this starship out for the trial run. Zhao Warner exclaimed excitedly. Commanding an aircraft carrier starship had always been Zhao Warner's dream, and she had never anticipated that it would actually come to fruition. However, it would require some preparation time. Approximately half a day. First, the crew needed to familiarize themselves with the starship's environment and their respective positions. Fortunately, some of the half-beast female crew members she had recruited had previously served on aircraft carriers, so they would adapt quickly. Moreover, as this was merely a T2 class aircraft carrier, the technical challenges should not be too daunting, Charlotte stated. They then began selecting crew members for the T2B hive, and those chosen quickly received notifications to report to the T2B hive for duty. In a vast chamber, Charlotte gazed upon the 100 half-orc female crew members assembled before her, each clad in neat attire and wearing smiles. It is worth noting that a month prior, when they were brought here, they appeared as slaves, their expressions filled with terror akin to caged birds and the words of Captain Zhao Chen. They now radiated with light in their eyes. I hereby announce an important decree. From this moment forth, you are the official crew members of the T2 Queen Bee. Detailed assignments will be sent to each of you individually. Over the past month, I trust your experience aboard the number 0 Blizzard has been quite enjoyable. However, do remember who has granted you this opportunity. Perhaps you still harbor doubts regarding that man, but regardless, you are to fight for him. Should any of you display negligence in your duties, I will not hesitate to expel you from this starship. Even if you were once my comrades. Charlotte fixed her gaze upon everyone present and declared, remember these 2 words. Gratitude. That man has bestowed upon you a second chance at life. Without him, you would not be residing in clean quarters or feasting on delectable food. We half-orcs must learn to be grateful. Do you understand? Understood. Zhao Chen lay upon the grand bed in the captain's quarters of the No. 0 Blizzard, observing the scene of Charlotte's admonition through the inside eye. It was evident that these half-orc female crew members, while not entirely devoted, bore no animosity and felt a sense of gratitude towards him. He was confident that their perceptions would soon undergo a complete transformation. Now, let us examine my gains. Zhao Chen, shaking off his drowsiness, accessed the system interface. Upon the completion of constructing the T2 Queen Bee, a system task notification had appeared. Quarterly task, own a starship, system produced, completed. Rewards available for collection. Zhao Chen clicked to claim the task reward. Quarterly task rewards collected, distributing rewards, gained 5 task points. Acquired T2, Hammer-class heavy starship technical blueprint. Received 500 system credits. Received T1 Super Warrior Serum. Zhao Chen's fatigue abruptly vanished. An interstellar industrial ship, Chapter 36. Interstellar industrial ship. The interstellar industrial ship is a type of auxiliary starship, also known as a mobile star factory. As the name suggests, it can perform the majority of industrial production tasks. Even manufacturing starships, Zhao Chen had long contemplated the realm of interstellar industry. Without such a foundation, he would always need to rent workshops at starports to produce starships, which was not only inconvenient but also unsafe. If he could possess his own interstellar industrial capabilities, all these troubles would dissipate. Now, Zhao Chen had the opportunity to own an interstellar industrial ship. This meant that as long as he had raw materials and technology, he could produce starships anywhere and anytime. establishing a fleet belonging to Zhao Chen was no longer a mere dream. Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship type. Interstellar industrial ship technology level. T2 hull armor strength. 100 units cruising speed. 20 knots warp engine. Level 4 warp engine length. 500 meters mass. 200. 000 tons crew capacity. 200 personnel starship weapons. 50 light close defense turrets. Zhao Chen examined the data of this T2 Hammer and found it to be considerably larger than the T2 Queen Bee heavy aircraft carrier. Its weaponry was rather meager, as it was not a combat-oriented starship, only equipped with basic defensive firepower. However, upon reviewing its core functionality, interstellar industry, Zhao Chen nearly drooled. This was a semi-intelligent interstellar industrial ship that required minimal personnel to operate, boasting exceptionally high production efficiency. For instance, the recently completed T2 Queen Bee had taken Zhao Chen 2 months of relentless work in the best starship workshop at the Arctic Fox starport. Yet, with the T2 Hammer, even in Zhao Chen's absence, as long as he input the blueprint and technology, the starship system would distribute tasks across various manufacturing positions, employing a confidential production method where each worker would only be aware of their specific segment's technical details. Furthermore, the most critical aspects could be overseen by Zhao Chen himself, significantly reducing the workload. Additionally, this interstellar industrial ship could lower raw material wastage by 20. This meant that materials originally costing 1.5 million star coins could save nearly 300,000 star coins. This was undoubtedly the most formidable known T2 interstellar industrial ship. With it, Zhao Chen felt as if he had been endowed with wings. He must construct one. He must. Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor. However, after estimating the construction costs, Zhao Chen was taken aback. The price for a single ship stood at 2 million star coins. Goodness, that was even more expensive than the T2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen glanced at his account. Previously, he had 1.9 million star coins, and although he had allocated several thousand to Charlotte for acquiring half-orc slaves, he still retained over 1.8 million yet. There remained a shortfall of over 200,000. This did not account for the expenses of renting starport workshops and the impending maintenance costs for both the number 0 Blizzard and the T2 Queen Bee. Considering all this, Zhao Chen realized that without at least 2.5 million star coins, he would be unqualified to construct the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Once again, he faced a financial dilemma. Rubbing his head in frustration, Zhao Chen lamented how shipbuilding was indeed a costly endeavor. It is often said that starships are toys for the wealthy. What to do about this financial gap? Should he seek out Li Yaqi to sell a starship? Yet, she currently had a starship in production and would not require another anytime soon. What of other starship dealers? But what if he inadvertently attracted the attention of formidable entities he could not confront? The age-old adage of innocent bystanders suffering for the guilty was not lost on him. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, lost in thought, until suddenly he smacked his forehead. The money was right there waiting for him. How could he have forgotten? The nobles of the Xianglong star system were quite wealthy. Despite the system's overall poverty, which did not impede their ability to amass wealth, a sinister smile crept across Zhao Chen's face. In addition to the starship technology reward, Zhao Chen had also received 3 other bonuses. Gained 5 task points, acquired 500 system credits, received T1 Super Warrior Serum. The task points and system credits were self-explanatory, perfectly supplementing Zhao Chen's needs. However, it was the third reward that captured his attention. T1 Super Warrior Serum? T1 Super Warrior Serum. A serum capable of altering the human body to be directly injected into the body. Was it really that simple? This description was nearly devoid of information. The name alone implied it was for bodily enhancement. Zhao Chen felt exasperated, but since it was provided by the system, he assumed it could not be faulty. Moreover, his current physique was undeniably weak. During the past 2 months of work, he had fainted 5 times. When he previously used the military cryogenic pod, he had embarrassed himself in front of Zhao Warner. He was a man destined to conquer the stars. How could he remain so feeble? Without further ado, Zhao Chen retrieved the serum from the system warehouse. Immediately, a 20-centimeter-long cylindrical vial appeared in his hand, filled with a luminescent blue liquid. Zhao Chen swallowed hard, silently praying, "System, you wouldn't betray me, would you?" With that thought, he swiftly injected the serum into his arm. In a mere second, the blue liquid had been fully administered. He felt nothing at first, but the next moment, His pupils widened as he sensed an explosive sensation coursing through every cell in his body. He collapsed in agony, trying to scream, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. This sensation felt as if it lasted an eternity. Gasping for breath, Zhao Chen suddenly sat up, the discomfort vanishing entirely. He checked the time. Merely 3 minutes had passed. Feeling his body, he discovered not only was there no pain, but also his previous fatigue had completely dissipated. Rising to his feet, he summoned a mirror and examined his reflection. His facial features appeared more chiseled. Lifting his shirt, he was astonished to find defined abdominal muscles where there had once been a flat stomach, and even his arms had developed considerable muscle tone. Zhao Chen attempted to punch the air, hearing the sound of slicing through it. He jumped, and to his amazement, he effortlessly touched the ceiling. Excited, he dropped to perform push-ups, feeling no strain whatsoever, completing 500 in one breath without breaking a sweat. Had he transformed into a superhuman? Zhao Chen was elated. The T1 Super Warrior Serum truly worked. Wait a moment, if they're SAT1, does that imply the existence of AT2? Zhao Chen suddenly had an epiphany and opened the system store. First, he browsed the T1 products and discovered the serum he had just used. T1 Super Warrior Serum. Requires 1 task point and 30 system credits, so it was available in the system store. However, during his previous explorations, he had focused solely on starship blueprints and overlooked these items entirely. At that time, he certainly would not have spent his precious task points on such things. Glancing further at the T2 series products, he quickly located his target. T2 Super Warrior Serum. Requires 3 task points and 600 system credits. For now, he did not feel the urgency to enhance his physical abilities. The current situation was already sufficient. He could always redeem it later when he was more affluent. Observing the prices, he decided to set that thought aside for the moment. With his fatigue gone, he made his way directly to the bridge of the No. 0 Blizzard. Greetings, Captain. On the bridge of the ship, the half-orc female crew member promptly greeted her superior, cautiously observing the captain. She noticed that today the captain appeared somewhat different, taller and more handsome than before. Seated in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen contacted the bridge of the T2 Hive Queen. A video window opened, revealing Zhao Wanner and Charlotte. "Why aren't you taking a break?" Zhao Wanner inquired, gazing at Zhao Chen. "I am not particularly fatigued at the moment," Zhao Chen replied. "How is the preparation of your starship coming along?" "It is nearly complete, just another half a day's work needed," Charlotte answered. "Very well, Charlotte. Please compile a list of our necessary supplies and military provisions. Ensure that everything is aboard before we depart. The Zero Storm will accompany you during the test flight, and once the trials are concluded, we shall set off for the Xiaolong star system." Zhao Chen instructed. "Are we really in such a hurry?" Zhao Wanner asked, somewhat astonished. Zhao Chen chuckled teasingly. "We have kept them waiting for 2 months for this banquet. It would be inappropriate to delay any further." He is eager to collect his wealth. Chapter 37. Journey to the Xiaolong Star System Report. All test flight projects for the T2 Hive Queen Heavy Carrier Starship have been completed, achieving a 100 completion rate. "Please provide instructions, Captain." Charlotte reported via video communication from the bridge of the T2 Hive Queen to Zhao Chen, who was located on the bridge of the Zero Storm. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Since everything is ready, let us depart. Our destination is the Xiaolong star system. Are we truly going to eliminate those space pirates with just our 2 starships?" Zhao Wanner asked, a hint of concern evident in her voice from the other end of the video window. Zhao Chen smiled reassuringly at her. "You have seen the performance data of the T2 Hive Queen. Why still doubt? It's not that I don't believe that it's just that we only have 2 starships. Isn't it a bit too reckless? I'd just worry about the worst-case scenario," Zhao Wanner murmured. Zhao Chen's lips curved into a smile. "There will be no worst-case scenario this time. By the way, before we set off, send a message to Jiang Hong, inquiring in detail about the data on the Star Pirate Fleet and the Noble Starship Fleets. If we could obtain their starship information, that would be even better." "All right then, I will reach out," Zhao Wanner replied. The communication was severed. Sitting on the captain's chair of the T2 Hive Queen, Zhao Wanner gazed around her, still struggling to believe that she was aboard such a formidable T2 carrier starship. "Charlotte, do you think that our mission poses any danger?" Zhao Wanner asked, directing her gaze at Charlotte. Over the course of 2 months, Zhao Wanner had developed a good rapport with Charlotte, often seeking her guidance on starship command and combat techniques. Charlotte, who bore no prejudice against the half-orc girl, readily shared her knowledge. If we consider the information relayed by your scout, the space pirates, along with the noble fleets attempting to rebel, number fewer than 50 starships, with the majority being T1 vessels. This operation should face minimal issues unless they possess over 20 T2 starships or a single T3 starship. After all, you should be aware of just how formidable the T2 Hive Queen, constructed by your brother, truly is, Charlotte stated earnestly, her eyes fixed on the starship's bridge. This is not merely a T2 carrier starship. It is akin to a quasi-T3 carrier starship. Who has ever seen a T2 starship equipped with star shields? On the bridge of the Zero Storm, the warp engine's course had been preset, and it was about to enter the acceleration phase. In 10 minutes, we will commence warp travel. All crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. I repeat, all crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Zhao Chen commanded through the ship's intercom. As he spoke, all the cryogenic pods on the bridge were ejected. That moment, Zhao Chen had a thought. He wondered what the experience of the T2 Hive Queen's cryogenic pod would be like, probably far superior to that of this assembled starship. To his surprise, the first person to experience the new vessel was not him. However, once he completed the construction of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, it would be time to build the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Then, he would possess a genuine T3 starship, the T3 Blizzard. This was the starship technology blueprint that had long occupied Zhao Chen's thoughts within his system's repository. The advent of the T2 Hammer granted him the resources needed for its construction. Report: of the 101 crew members aboard, 99 have entered cryogenic sleep, one half-orc female crew member reported. She was a temporary assistant assigned to Zhao Chen by Charlotte. Understood. You should enter the cryogenic pod as well? Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, the female crew member replied, proceeding to enter the cryogenic pod and injecting the liquid. Zhao Chen cast a glance at the dimming lights of the bridge and the T2 Hive Queen, which was accelerating into warp travel mode on the star map. This warp journey would not be as brief as the previous one, requiring a full 2 weeks to complete. This time, they were traversing 2 star systems. While the Arctic Fox star system and the Xiaolong star system were adjacent, the lack of a stargate in the latter necessitated reliance on the starship's own navigation to reach it. This highlighted the significance of stargates for a star system. Between star systems lay a desolate expanse, often devoid of anything. Crossing this wasteland demanded considerable time, akin to the ancient era when one had to traverse an endless ocean to reach another continent. This region was known as the interstellar marginal space. As Zhao Chen lay in the cryogenic pod, the blue liquid quickly enveloped him. A voice resonated. Mission triggered. Annihilate the space pirate fleet. Mission details. Annihilate the space pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system. Mission difficulty, C-class. Mission reward, 3 mission points and 600 credits. Failure penalty, deduction of 600 credits. What a fortuitous turn of events. Zhao Chen promptly accepted the mission without hesitation. Subsequently, he succumbed to cryogenic sleep. The Zero Storm and T2 Hive Queen departed from the Arctic Fox star system, en route to the Xiaolong star system. In the Xiaolong star system, within a residence located 5 kilometers above ground on a habitable planet, Jiang Shasha was currently enjoying dinner with her family. Although her family, the Jiang clan, held noble status within the Xiaolong star system, their living conditions were only slightly better than those of ordinary citizens. Jiang Shasha surveyed the food on the dining table. Each person had a serving of rice and 3 portions of green vegetables, one of which contained a morsel of meat no larger than a fingernail. These natural foods were supplemented by artificially synthesized ones, which appeared lavish but tasted akin to plastic. Yet, such food constituted a month's worth of meals for an average person outside. Previously, Jiang Shasha might have taken pride in her family's status. But after attending the Northern Star Starship Military Academy and witnessing the wider world, she began to resent this lifestyle. Father, why don't you join the action plan of the Bao and Shui families? If the operation succeeds and we eliminate Zhao Chen, our 3 families could control the entire Xiaolong star system. Whether by electing our own lord or leveraging the Xiaolong star system as a stepping stone to ally with other interstellar forces, it would be far better than our current situation. Jiang Shasha's father regarded the elder, perplexed as to why he had yet to make a decision. Are you still foolishly loyal to the Zhao family? Up until now, due to the influence of the elder Jiang, the Jiang clan had refrained from joining the plans of the Bao and Shui families. Chapter 38. The turmoil in the Xiaolong star system. The family members turned their attention to the elder Jiang. Curious about his reluctance to act, the elder murmured, I have never held loyalty to the Zhao family. I am merely a merchant, and I only engage in matters related to profit. Firstly, although we have not directly joined the plans of the Bao and Chui families, once they succeed, we can certainly reap the benefits, considering that our Zhang clan controls 70% of the limited interstellar trade routes in the Xiaolong star system. Secondly, let us not forget about that young lady from the Zhao family. Surely, you do not naively believe that her absence over these years means she has severed ties with the Zhao family. Should she become aware of the rebellion orchestrated by the Bao and Chui families, her capabilities would easily allow her to dismantle them. If we openly align ourselves with them, we would only become targets for that young lady from the Zhao family. Therefore, the wisest course of action is to observe developments quietly. A wise person always leaves a path for retreat. After listening to the elder Zhang's lengthy exposition, everyone suddenly understood. I heard Shasha mention that Zhao Chen, that useless fellow, defeated the son of a viscount using an assembled starship at the academy? The elder Zhang inquired, looking at Zhang Shasha. Zhang Shasha nodded, recounting the tale she had shared with her father and grandfather upon returning from the academy. It's just one starship. How much chaos could he possibly cause? I have heard that the Bao and Chui families have enlisted the services of professional space pirates this time. All former professional interstellar soldiers, Zhang Shasha's father scoffed, already envisioning the demise of the worthless Baron Zhao Chen. Speaking of which, during previous breaks from the academy, the Zhao siblings would usually return shortly after you, Shasha. Why have they not returned yet? Could it be that they have discovered the plans of the Bao and Chui families? Zhang's mother murmured from the side. Zhang Shasha remarked, according to the information we have received, Zhao Chen has ventured to the Arctic Fox Galaxy accompanied by his sister. The latest reports indicate that his ship, the Zero-class Blizzard, requires some repairs at the Arctic Fox spaceport. However, he is expected to return during this holiday, though the specific timing remains undisclosed. At that moment, a man resembling a butler approached the dining table and whispered a few words into the ear of Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang turned to his family and stated, "The latest news is that our esteemed Baron has departed from the Arctic Fox spaceport and is en route back to the Xiaolong Galaxy. He is anticipated to arrive in 2 weeks and, after a brief stay, intends to head to the Northern Star Military Academy." This news brought a sense of relief to the Ba and Chui families. As Zhang's father cheerfully declared, Elder Zhang narrowed his eyes at his impulsive son, cautioning, "Remember, this time the Zhang family must maintain a low profile. No one is to meddle in this matter. Summon all direct descendants of the Zhang family back to avoid causing us trouble." "Yes, father," Zhang's father replied dutifully. 2 weeks later, in mid-September, 2 starships traversed the vast interstellar expanse. The intelligence system of the Zero-class Blizzard indicates that it has exited warp speed and has arrived at the designated location. It is currently in autopilot mode. Zhao Chen opened his eyes abruptly. Compared to the previous warp travel, he felt significantly more alert, likely due to the T1 super soldier serum he had injected. As the hibernation pod door opened, his clothes, previously soaked in blue liquid, had dried automatically. He stepped out of the pod, his legs steady and his spirit quite vigorous. Captain, a half-beast female crew member, just awakening, gazed in astonishment at her captain, noting his remarkable condition. Not long ago, she had witnessed him trembling after awakening. Typically, it takes at least 3 months to fully acclimatize to military hibernation pods. Let's commence operations. Zhao Chen stated flatly, beginning his tasks. With Charlotte absent, many matters required his direct attention, and he began issuing commands. All personnel on the bridge, return to your stations within 1 minute and check all starship data. All crew members must be ready to report back to their posts within 3 minutes. Communications Department, attempt to contact the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Radar Department, scan the surrounding star systems to locate the T2 Queen B. Just as Zhao Chen was issuing his orders, a video window appeared, displaying a request for communication from the T2 Queen B's bridge. Zhao Chen accepted the call, and on the other side appeared the bridge of the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier. "Have you arrived?" Zhao Chen inquired, observing Charlotte and Zhao Wanner, who appeared far from freshly awakened. Zhao Wanner replied, "We arrived half a day earlier than you." Charlotte added, "Had it not been for the need to match the speed of the Zero-class Blizzard, we could have arrived 5 days ahead using the T2 Queen B's level 4 warp engine." The Zero-class Blizzard utilized a level 3 warp engine, while the T2 Queen B employed a level 4 engine, resulting in a significant speed differential during warp travel. As Charlotte mentioned, had the T2 Queen B not synchronized its speed with the Zero-class Blizzard, they would have reached the Xiaolong Galaxy much sooner. I've contacted Zheng Hong. She is quite anxious about our reckless actions and has emphasized that we should leave as soon as possible, Zhao Wanner mentioned. Did Zheng Hong provide any other useful information? Zhao Chen inquired. Zhao Wanner transmitted a star chart. Based on the intelligence gathered by Zheng Hong, the Bao and Chui families were planning an ambush at this location. Zhao Chen scrutinized the star chart of the Xiaolong galaxy. The ambush site was a crucial juncture on the path to the Zhao family's home planet, and they had cleverly calculated the optimal position to terminate warp travel. The Bao and Chui families had meticulously planned. Should their ambush succeed, they would immediately launch an assault on our home planet, eradicating all descendants of the Zhao family. The Zhao family has truly raised a bunch of ingrates, Zhao Wanner exclaimed indignantly. She continued, Zheng Hong also provided me with details on the starship models used by the interstellar pirate fleet, as well as those employed by the Chui and Bao families. Send me both pieces of information. Zhao Chen commanded. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Even though Zhao Chen felt confident, he understood the importance of remaining vigilant. Chapter 39. The game begins. My Lord Baron, soon, the 2 pieces of information arrived before Zhao Chen. He examined the information boxes, which contained not only the names and models of the starships, but also their schematics. As these were common vessels in the market, the interstellar pirate fleet comprised 35 starships, including 5 T2 vessels, 1 T2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers, and 2 T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates. The remaining 30 T1 starships included 15 T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, 10 T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyers, and 5 T1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruisers. In contrast, the rebel noble faction had a mere 16 starships, highlighting the Xiaolong galaxy's desolation and poverty. Among these, 2 were T2 vessels, a T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and a T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. The remaining 14 were all T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates. Observing these starships, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. A collection of vessels older than himself. Even the relatively new T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer had been purchased secondhand by the head of the Chui family, who spent decades of family savings on it. For the starships used by the pirates, they were primarily standard models, known for their affordability and ease of repair. The most common among them were the T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates, developed by the Stellar Empire 2 centuries ago. Although their combat capabilities were modest, they were inexpensive to produce and had a low technical barrier. The Stellar Empire had publicly released this starship technology, further driving down market prices, making them favorites among minor nobles, interstellar pirates, and adventurers. Based solely on the intelligence regarding these enemy ships, victory in this battle seemed assured. The pressing question remained, where and how should they engage? Charlotte suggested. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the star chart of the Xiaolong galaxy, muttering, we cannot engage them on their chosen battlefield. Even though we would win regardless of the location, we should strive to minimize our losses, and fighting near our home planet could have unintended consequences. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pointed at a location on the star chart. Why must we seek them out? Let us compel them to come to us. Charlotte and Zhao Wanner exchanged glances, both understanding Zhao Chen's intent simultaneously. Interstellar Pirate Fleet, flagship. This was AT-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser. Observing the scars and repaired sections on its hull revealed much about the ship's storied history. A burly man with a thick beard reclined in the captain's chair, his feet resting on the control panel before him. Damn it, I've been waiting here for 2 months. If it weren't for those fools sending some women over, I wouldn't bother waiting around. This grumbling figure was the captain of the pirate fleet, who referred to themselves as the Three-Claw Serpent Interstellar Pirates, their emblem emblazoned on the ship's hull. Just then, a thin man emerged from a nearby room, adjusting his trousers, while muffled cries and pleas from women could be heard from within. These women were so emaciated that a brief encounter with them would leave them utterly spent. Boring. Those noble ladies are far more entertaining. We should just raid the noble families in this galaxy. The thin man remarked, still unsatisfied. The bearded captain shot him a glance. He was his first mate. Although the fleet of this desolate galaxy was weak, he reminded, let's not forget who brought us here. If we provoke this galaxy, we might find ourselves in deep trouble. Let's earn this commission quietly and avoid unnecessary conflicts. The first mate, scratching his nose, suggested, We might not pillage these planets, but we can certainly negotiate for a higher commission. Considering we've been waiting here for 2 months, the bearded captain grinned mischievously and raised 3 fingers, saying, I've already thought of that. Once they give us the signal to act, we'll demand a 30% increase in our fee. The first mate thumbed up as expected of our captain, always calculating. Just then, a communication request appeared. Looks like work is about to arrive. The bearded captain opened the video call with a smile. A middle-aged man appeared on the screen. The captain recognized him as the patriarch of the Bao family from the Xiaolong galaxy. Patriarch Bao, I was just about to seek you out, and my men have been waiting here for over 2 months. And they're growing restless, the bearded captain said with a hint of annoyance. The clan leader Bao spoke sternly. Have I not sent you a batch of women and provisions every month? Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. The target has been identified, but they have just informed us of a last-minute change in their itinerary. They will not be returning to their home planet. Instead, they will make an appearance on a planet at the outskirts of a star system known as Longway Star, where they will stay for just 1 day before departing back to the North Star Military Academy. Therefore, we must revise our operational plan. You are to set off immediately and eliminate the target near Longway Star. They have but 1 starship. I trust that should be more than sufficient for you. The leader of the bearded crew tapped his foot and replied, While I have no objections to the revised operational plan, given that we are all within the same star system and it should only take a few hours to reach there. You must understand that we have been delayed for over 2 months. Clan leader Bao, you ought to consider how much business this has cost my men during this time. You must account for this time cost. Otherwise, I will find it difficult to explain to my subordinates. Realizing the underlying intent of the other's words, clan leader Bao inwardly cursed the band of interstellar ruffians. Little did they know that in the past year and a half, such work had been scarce for them. Yet here they were, boasting about how much business had been lost over a mere 2-month delay. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern remained the disposal of that useless baron. State your price, Bao said coldly. The bearded captain raised 3 fingers. A 30% increase in commission, no negotiation. The corners of Bao's mouth twitched, but he ultimately suppressed his anger. Very well. Once the task is completed, I will transfer the payment to you. Excellent. I do appreciate your straightforwardness. Provide me with the coordinates, and my men will promptly deal with this baron, the bearded captain declared, setting his feet down with a serious demeanor. I will send you the coordinates immediately. Remember, notify us as soon as the operation is complete, Bao reminded. Not a problem. We are professionals in our line of work, the bearded captain asserted confidently. Shortly after, he received the location coordinates and promptly arranged for his fleet of interstellar pirates to depart, ensuring the coordinates were set before entering hyperspace. Due to the presence of T1 starships, the speed of the T2 starships was intentionally reduced for the sake of fleet uniformity. The entire journey took approximately 6 hours. Upon awakening from the stasis pod, the bearded captain swiftly commanded his crew to prepare for battle while searching for the target. In reality, there was no need for a search. As soon as they activated the starship's radar, they detected a solitary starship hovering next to Longway Star, much like prey awaiting its hunter. Captain, we are 20 minutes away from our target, exclaimed the lean first officer. It is the Baron's Zero Storm. With a sinister grin, the bearded captain replied, Let the games begin, dear Baron. Meanwhile, aboard the Zero Storm, Baron Zhao Chen awaited his quarry. The 3-claw snake pirate fleet did not immediately adopt a combative stance. Instead, they advanced slowly, resembling an ordinary interstellar fleet. Just as they were about to enter the engagement range of the Zero Storm, the latter suddenly began to move, as if sensing danger, and altered its course. Boss, do you think we've been discovered? The lean first officer asked. At this distance. So what if we have? Same old tactic. Send 2 T2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates to flank them with several T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates from both sides. At this range, intercepting them will be a breeze, the bearded pirate captain declared with confidence. That moment, the 3-claw snake pirate fleet shed all pretense and pursued the Zero Storm at full speed. Among them, the 2 T2 Ishkor-class frigates and T1 Vulture-class frigates boasted the fastest speeds, as interstellar frigates are renowned for their maneuverability, outpacing all but a select few interstellar cruisers. With their high velocity, they were well suited for escort formations and intercepting enemy vessels, making them the favored choice of interstellar pirates. As they surged forward, regardless of the type of starship, they relentlessly pursued their target. Sensing the shift in circumstances, the Zero Storm accelerated. Yet, the three-claw snake pirate fleet clung to them like a stubborn adhesive, narrowing the distance rapidly. Little darling, trying to escape. My chosen prey has never managed to evade me, the bearded pirate captain sneered. At that moment, the communications officer exclaimed, "Report, Captain. We have an incoming communication request. It seems to be from the Zero Storm." The bearded captain paused, then burst into laughter. It appears that the useless baron has been frightened and wishes to beg for mercy. I am eager to witness the visage of a baron pleading for his life just before his demise. As the video communication connected, a window appeared before the bearded captain, revealing a man's face. Contrary to the expected expression of fear and trepidation, the man's demeanor was one of playful mockery, as if he were gazing at a toy. "You must be the leader of the three-claw snake pirate fleet," the man said nonchalantly. This unexpected introduction left the bearded captain momentarily speechless. Was there a miscommunication? How could this man exhibit no fear? "You know me?" the bearded captain asked incredulously. "I also know that you are employed by the Bao and Chui families to attack us," Zhao Chen said, resting his chin on one hand. The bearded captain spread his hands with a grin. "Since you are aware, there is nothing more to discuss. We are merely mercenaries. I kindly request that you prepare to meet your end." "Prepare to die?" "I'm sorry, but the one destined for death is not me, but rather you," Zhao Chen replied with a light chuckle. "We? Ha ha ha. You, the useless baron, truly have a flair for humor. Sending us to our doom?" The bearded captain scoffed, dismissively gesturing at Zhao Chen. "What authority do you possess to make such threats? Just look around you. Those are my ships. They will soon obliterate your vessel, and you, poor baron, will find your grave within your own star system." "I suggest you take a look at your surroundings," Zhao Chen said, his eyes narrowing with a smirk. That moment, the radar officer shouted, "Captain, we are detecting an overwhelming surge of energy signatures approaching us." "Energy signatures? Could it be starships?" the bearded captain inquired, staring at the hundreds of glowing dots converging on their fleet. "It doesn't appear to be starships. It looks more like interstellar fighters," the radar officer replied. "Interstellar fighters?" the bearded captain exclaimed. Activating the deep space telescope, it soon became clear what those countless lights represented. "Interstellar drones? Hundreds of them have completely surrounded our three-claw snake pirate fleet," the radar officer reported. Amidst the ongoing video communication, Zhao Chen, fully aware that the pirate captain could hear his words, coldly issued the order, "Attack. Annihilate all interstellar pirate vessels. Leave not a single one intact." Following this command, the interstellar drones began locking onto their respective targets. The first to strike were 100 T2 killer B-class medium interstellar drones, equipped with laser cannons. Although their firepower paled in comparison to that of starship weapons, they could approach enemy vessels and strike at the most vulnerable points. Most importantly, these were T2 level interstellar drones. "Captain, our starship is under heavy attack from the interstellar drones," an officer shouted. "Damn it, they are too fast. My point defense cannons cannot keep up. Report. The bridge of the T1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate has been compromised. The captain is dead, and the ship has lost its command systems. Requesting assistance. The T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer is being besieged by enemy drones. Requesting support. Requesting support," came another frantic cry. Amidst the chaos on the bridge of the bearded captain, bad news flooded in from every direction. The hundreds of interstellar drones swarmed like a horde, devouring their starships. "Counterattack. Form a fire net to intercept these interstellar drones," the bearded captain gritted his teeth. Issuing orders. At that moment, a massive fireball erupted, and the shockwave reverberated through his flagship, the sound of the hull's armor vibrating echoing ominously. The bearded captain was left dumbfounded. "Our T2 Bluebird-class medium interstellar cruiser has apparently been struck by enemy drones. The starship has been destroyed," a crew member reported. The bearded captain, witnessing the rapidly deteriorating situation, swallowed hard, unsure of how to proceed. "Split the fleet in two. One group continues the assault on the Zero Storm, while the other high-mobility fleet searches for their carrier starship. Their carrier must be hiding nearby. Once we destroy that ship, these interstellar drones will pose no further threat." The lean first officer offered the most astute suggestion at that moment. The bearded pirate captain, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately commanded, All interstellar destroyers are to remain here and continue the pursuit of the Zero-class Blizzard. The remaining interstellar cruisers and interstellar frigates are to expedite their search for the enemy's carrier battleship. A report soon followed. We have pinpointed the coordinates of the enemy's carrier battleship. The interstellar drones that have completed their attacks are returning in this direction. The carrier battleship should be in this vicinity. A radar crew member pointed to a location on the star map. The returning interstellar drones showed no intention of concealing their movements. Under the vigilant radar scans of their starship, they soon discovered a carrier battleship lurking behind a satellite. The bearded pirate captain, as if seeing an old enemy, bellowed hysterically, "Charge forward. I want that carrier battleship obliterated." Chapter 41. Instant kill with a single shot. T2 Heavy Interstellar Destroyer. T2 Queen B-Class Heavy Carrier Battleship. Bridge report. The first wave of interstellar drones has successfully returned and landed. It is estimated that reloading ammunition will require 60 seconds. The combat report for the first batch of interstellar drones has been compiled. We lost 7 T2 Killer B-Class Medium Interstellar Drones, 1 T2 Hornet-Class Heavy Interstellar Drone, and destroyed 2 enemy T1 Blue J-Class Medium Interstellar Cruisers, 4 T1 Vulture-Class Medium Interstellar Frigates, and 2 T1 Scythe-Class Medium Interstellar Destroyers. Report: the enemy fleet has detected our ship's position and is now heading towards us at full speed. The female crew members on the bridge stood ready, constantly relaying updates to the captain and the first officer. Charlotte stood nearby, glancing at Zhao Chen, who sat in the captain's chair. Prior to this battle, Zhao Chen had privately contacted her, instructing her to fully entrust the combat command to Zhao Chen at the onset of the engagement, unless Zhao Chen issued an erroneous command, in which case she had the authority to terminate it, or if the battle spiraled out of control, she could assume command. Thus far, Zhao Wanner's orders had been commendable. This young woman, seated in the captain's chair, displayed a demeanor of icy composure, showing no signs of panic or anxiety. She bore no resemblance to an ungraduated student, but rather that of a seasoned military professional. The T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones were deployed to intercept the enemy fleet. The starship began to move at full speed towards the predetermined direction, while the star shield system was activated. The reloaded interstellar drones prepared for a second wave of attacks. Zhao Chen meticulously issued combat orders, her gaze darting across the data panels. Facing the relentless advance of the pirate fleet, the T2 Queen Bee began to accelerate away, yet as a heavy carrier battleship, its maximum speed was only 30 knots, insufficient to shake off the pursuing enemy. Meanwhile, holes appeared in the belly of the T2 Queen Bee, from which the T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones were released. Within 10 seconds, 300 T2 Young B-class light interstellar drones had been deployed, swarming towards the pursuing pirate fleet. At this juncture, the battlefield was divided. On one side lay the Zero-class Blizzard, and on the other, the T2 Queen Bee. However, the Zero-class Blizzard showed no inclination to assist the T2 Queen Bee. Instead, it began to alter its course, making a sweeping maneuver to the right, thereby entering the enemy's fire range. Several starships from the pirate fleet prepared to open fire, but the enemy's speed made locking onto their target a time-consuming endeavor. Changing course was an order issued by Zhao Chen. Otherwise, the Zero-class Blizzard's speed would render it perpetually out of reach of the pirate vessels. Activate the T2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon. Captain Zhao Chen commanded. The crew understood and began preparing the T2 Heavy 1200mm Devil Crocodile Cannon, which required 10 seconds to ready. Point 10. The bridge crew executed the commands. At that moment, the massive cannon of the T2 Zero-class Blizzard emerged. The right side starship engine was shut down, while the left side engine roared to life, pivoting in place. Aim our main cannon at that T2 Ishtar-class Heavy Interstellar Destroyer, Zhao Chen ordered. The right side engine was shut down. Completed. The left side engine was fully powered. Completed. The Zero-class Blizzard, previously on a sweeping course, suddenly executed a brake turn, its bow pivoting directly towards the pursuing pirate fleet. This unexpected maneuver caught the pursuing pirates completely off guard. Zhao Chen focused intently on the targeting window of the main cannon. As the targeting reticle overlapped with the T2 Ishtar-class Heavy Interstellar Destroyer, he barked, "Fire!" In an instant, the entire Zero-class Blizzard shuddered. Ignoring the results of the shot, Zhao Chen immediately issued another command. Restart the right side engine and maneuver the Zero-class Blizzard to circle the enemy fleet at 70 knots, entering high-speed hunting mode. Understood, the helmswoman confidently replied. The so-called circling the enemy fleet at high speed in hunting mode was a tactic that relied on the starship's superior speed to circle around the enemy fleet, engaging only a few of the enemy vessels in fire exchanges. This method minimized the risk of the starship absorbing the full brunt of enemy fire, significantly reducing the likelihood of being hit. This required high skill from the helmsman, but fortunately, the Zero-class Blizzard possessed terrifying speed, securing an absolute advantage. The Zero-class Blizzard resumed its high-speed maneuvers, completing the entire process in less than 10 seconds. Showcasing the formidable mobility of this starship, at this moment, Zhao Chen finally had the opportunity to assess the results of the previous shot. He was taken aback. Meanwhile, some individuals were gripped by terror. They beheld that the entire bow of the T2 Ishtar class had vanished, leaving a massive crater where the bow once was, as if it had been decapitated. The surrounding pirate vessels witnessed the entire sequence of events. The ship they had been pursuing suddenly turned around, followed by a devastating main cannon strike. To their astonishment, one of their only two T2 Ishtar-class vessels had been obliterated in a single shot. It was a heavy interstellar destroyer, after all. The term heavy signified a larger hull, stronger firepower, and thicker armor. For a T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer to be destroyed in one shot was unfathomable. That was a 1,200mm caliber cannon, exclaimed the captain of a pirate vessel over the internal communications channel. Other pirate captains hastily utilized deep space telescopes to assess the situation. They were shocked to see that the bow of their pursued target, the Zero-class Blizzard, was equipped with a terrifyingly large cannon. It was this very cannon that had just annihilated the T2 Ishtar class. How could a T2 starship possibly mount such a large caliber cannon? What kind of monstrous starship is this? The captain of a T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer felt a chill run down his spine. If a higher-tier T2 Ishtar class could not withstand such a shot, what fate awaited the lower-tier T1 Scythe-class medium interstellar destroyer? The consequences of absorbing a shot were all too clear. 1 shot every 5 minutes. Let me count how many there are. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Chen grinned wickedly. Counting the enemy starships. Chapter 42. Does this T2 carrier battleship have a star shield? Report, boss. One of our T2 Ishtar class has been destroyed by that Zero-class Blizzard. 1 shot. Just 1 shot. Panic erupted over the internal communications channel. The bearded pirate captain's heart sank. 1 of his T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers was destroyed. He knew that these 5 T2 starships in his fleet were his lifeblood. Losing a T1 starship was inconsequential. He could always buy more, however. Each T2 starship was a significant investment. He had spent 5 years of savings from the pirate fleet to acquire that T2 Ishtar class from the black market. How could it simply vanish in an instant? Don't joke with me, he growled, unwilling to accept such a reality. Boss, it's true. That enemy Zero-class Blizzard is equipped with a 1,200mm caliber cannon, a full 1,200mm caliber. The pirate captain's voice trembled. 1,200mm caliber cannon? The bearded pirate captain felt a jolt of fear. He understood that at this moment, his subordinates were not joking with him. The Bao and Chui families. Those aristocratic fools are deceiving me. He shifted all blame onto the employers, the Bao and Chui families, claiming their intelligence was inadequate. This was no mere incompetent baron. When I return, if my commission doesn't triple, I'll attack his planet and seduce his wife in front of him. The bearded pirate captain cursed vehemently. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to carry out such plans in the pursuit of that colossal aircraft carrier starship. The interstellar drones managed to destroy several of his T1 starships. Most notably, one particular T2 interstellar unmanned bomber unleashed bombs whose power was akin to the main cannon of a T2 starship. Moreover, they meticulously targeted a specific location, bombarding it relentlessly. Typically, 3 of these T2 interstellar unmanned bombers would conduct an assault, complemented by the attacks from T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, effortlessly obliterating a T1 starship within mere minutes. Report. We have lost another T1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser, a subordinate cautiously reported. The captain, with his bushy beard, clenched his fists in frustration. Report. We have entered firing range. We can attack the aircraft carrier starship, a subordinate announced with relief. The bushy-bearded captain immediately commanded, open fire. Fire, fire. Tear that damned aircraft carrier apart. Yes. The laser main cannon aboard the T-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser locked onto the aircraft carrier and opened fire. Due to the sluggish speed of the aircraft carrier Starship, it was virtually incapable of evading the laser. Just as the space pirates awaited the moment of impact, the laser struck an energy shield at a distance from the aircraft carrier. Exploding harmlessly, the aircraft carrier remained unscathed. The space pirates were left dumbfounded. What just happened? The bushy-bearded captain shrieked, grabbing the pirate crew responsible for the weapon module. I don't know, the crew member replied, his expression one of innocence. The lean first mate, in disbelief, uttered two words, star, shield, star shield. The pirate crew members began to comprehend that it was indeed a star shield. But how could a T-2 aircraft carrier possess a star shield? Could it be a T-3 aircraft carrier? Listening to the discussions among his crew, the bushy-bearded captain bellowed, silence. Then he turned to the lean first mate. Star shields are not exclusive to T-3 starships. Are they? This aircraft carrier certainly does not resemble a T-3 aircraft carrier. Judging by the scale and combat capability of the deployed interstellar drones, it is indeed not a T-3 aircraft carrier. Yet that was undeniably a star shield. Sweat dripped down the lean first mate's forehead. This moment, the trajectory of the interstellar battle had surpassed their expectations. What shall we do now? The bushy-bearded captain demanded. The star shield can only withstand attacks from a limited range, so as long as our starships can launch simultaneous assaults from other directions, the star shield won't be able to respond in time. The lean first mate explained. The bushy-bearded captain bit his lip until it bled, the taste of iron flooding his mouth. He understood this principle all too well, however, having pursued the aircraft carrier at the cost of several T-1 starships. What would be the price for executing a simultaneous flank attack? Boss, we have no other choice if we retreat. Will that Baron let us go? I've come to understand that Baron is prepared. He lured us in with his flagship, then deployed interstellar drones to ambush us. This is a trap, the lean first mate stated. It's either you die or I die. Such situations were not uncommon for space pirates. In the past, they might have had the desire to fight. But today, with 35 starships besieging 2, they hadn't even scratched the enemy's hull armor, yet had already lost nearly a third of their own fleet. This was devastating to morale, full speed ahead. We must destroy this aircraft carrier Starship, the bushy-bearded captain gritted his teeth, realizing they had reached a point of no return. They could only fight to the bitter end. Report. The T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser No. 03 has sustained damage to its side armor, remaining armor strength at 50. Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate No. 11 has been destroyed, with no survivors. Report. The T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate No. 19 has sustained severe damage, losing power and unable to maneuver. Report. The T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigate's left hull armor has been breached, creating a 10-meter diameter hole. 23 compartments are in emergency lockdown, 32 casualties, and the hull's power system is compromised. Speed steadily declining. This pursuit lasted over half an hour. The interstellar drones from the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier had launched nearly 10 sorties, with losses exceeding 30. However, due to the exceptional interception capabilities of the T-2 Worker B-class light interstellar drones, the pursuing space pirates were continually thwarted from executing a flank attack on the T-2 Queen B. The Star Shield consistently intercepted attacks from the rear. Our ship is under attack, remaining Star Shield energy at 44. As a shimmering wave pulsed across the Star Shield, the crew aboard the T-2 Queen B reported their dwindling energy levels. In the bridge's holographic projection, Zhao Chen could see the steadily declining energy value of the Star Shield. It transitioned from green to yellow and was on the verge of turning red. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen remained unfazed. Report. One of the enemy's T-2 Ishkor-class medium interstellar frigates has breached our T-2 Worker B light interstellar drone's interception and is approaching our starboard side. Meanwhile, the flagship of the enemy fleet, the T-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, continues to fire upon us from the rear. If both ships attack simultaneously, our Star Shield cannot defend against two directions at once. Reported the crew member controlling the Star Shield. Zhao Chen paused momentarily before commanding sternly, deploy all interstellar drones to launch a full-scale assault on the T-2 Ishkor. Meanwhile, maintain the Star Shield to fend off the rear attack. Charlotte observed Zhao Chen's orders, recognizing this as the most prudent course of action. First, they needed to neutralize one side of the attack, even if it meant their hull would endure a few hits. At least the overall situation would remain intact. Report, Captain. Our ship is now in the target's flank. We can open fire. The captain of the T2 Ishkur howled. The bushy-bearded captain frantically shouted over the communication channel. Fire! Fire! Blast a gaping hole in that damned aircraft carrier. Yes, preparing to fire. However, at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. An interstellar warship surged at incredible speed to the flank of the aircraft carrier, positioning itself between the T2 Ishkur and the T2 Queen Bee. Simultaneously charging head-on toward the T2 Ishkur, the 1,200mm cannon seemed to herald an impending event. The pirate captain of the T2 Ishkur trembled in his captain's chair, panic-stricken as he shouted, Fire! Fire quickly! Chapter 43. We surrender. A laser main cannon on the T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate fired, the beam racing toward the Zero Storm, which stood between it and the T2 Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier. Almost simultaneously, the 1,200mm cannon of the Zero Storm roared to life. Subsequently, a massive fireball erupted between the T2 Ishkur and the Zero Storm, the explosion creating swirling rings of vapor. Remarkably, the attacks from both vessels coincided perfectly, neutralizing each other. What an extraordinary coincidence! Zhao Chen aboard the Zero Storm recognized this as the effect of the system's fleet luck bonus. Even the previous one-shot destruction of the T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyer had been similarly influenced. The probability of such events occurring was less than 1 in 10,000. Yet, under the aura of the fleet luck bonus, the likelihood of these occurrences greatly increased. Based on Zhao Chen's experiments, it was not guaranteed that every attack would achieve a one-shot success or exceptional results. However, the probability of such outcomes was indeed significantly heightened. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhao Chen promptly commanded, Full speed ahead, target that T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate. The Zero Storm's speed surged, reaching 100 knots within mere seconds. 5 T2 medium hyena laser cannons and 30 T2 medium close-in defense guns unleashed a barrage. Utilizing its superior maneuverability, the Zero Storm quickly closed in on the T2 Ishkur, both vessels' secondary cannons firing at full capacity. However, the T2 Ishkur struggled to hit the rapidly moving Zero Storm. While the Zero Storm's secondary and close-in defense guns struck true with nearly every shot, relentlessly bombarding the hull of the T2 Ishkur. Boom. The hull endured an assault, and a deafening roar echoed in Zhao Chen's ears as the bridge trembled. Report. Our ship's portside hull armor has been hit. Remaining armor strength at 90. Report. Our ship's portside hull armor has been hit. Remaining armor strength at 80. Report. Our ship's portside hull armor has been hit. Remaining armor strength at 70. This marked the first time the Zero Storm had absorbed damage, yet thanks to the robust hull armor of the interstellar battleship, it could easily withstand the fire from a frigate's secondary guns. Meanwhile, the T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate was faring no better, with multiple sections of its hull damaged and even showing signs of cracks. The T2 Ishkur could only wait for its laser main cannon to cool down. But at that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. Situated at the rear of the Zero Storm's hull, 3 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones surged forth. 3 interstellar torpedoes were launched at a dangerously close range to the T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate. Following a fierce confrontation with the Zero Storm, the majority of this T2 Ishkur-class frigate's weaponry had entered a reset cooling phase, rendering it incapable of thwarting the oncoming T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. Helplessly, the crew watched as the 3 torpedoes struck the starship's bridge, the hull's underside, and the previously targeted area on the left side by the Zero Storm's secondary cannon. Explosions erupted in 3 fiery blasts around the T2 Ishkur-class frigate, which subsequently disintegrated into fragments, meeting its demise. Report. Our T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate number 2 has fallen, the trembling ensign relayed to the bearded pirate captain. The captain slumped into his command chair, his expression one of bewilderment. Upon witnessing the Zero Storm's arrival, he sensed that something was amiss. This indicated that the pirate starships on the other battlefield had likely been annihilated. He gazed at a data panel displaying the status of all his fleet's starships. As expected, most of the icons had turned gray, particularly those responsible for the assault on the Zero Storm. Not a single vessel had survived. This included the 2 T2 Ishtar-class heavy interstellar destroyers and the T2 Ishkur-class medium interstellar frigate. Thus, the 3-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet was left with only a solitary T2 Gray Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser, Additionally, there remained merely 4 T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigates and 1 T-1 Blue J-class medium interstellar cruiser. Although numerically, the Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet still held a threefold advantage, the pirates were acutely aware of their impending fate. Yes, they felt the gaze of the T-2 carrier and the T-2 Zero Storm upon them. Their demise became painfully evident. "Boss, surrender," the ensign cautiously suggested. "Surrender?" The bearded pirate captain was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly fathom that this assassination mission, which he had presumed to be a guaranteed victory, would culminate in such a way. However, to continue the battle was now utterly futile. The remaining 6 pirate starships were merely awaiting destruction. "Contact the Baron. We are willing to surrender," he murmured, lost in despair. Just an hour prior, he could never have imagined that he would become a defeated figure begging for survival. "Captain, the enemy's flagship has sent a communication. They are willing to cease resistance and surrender." Charlotte inquired of Zhao Chen aboard the T-2 Queen Bee. Zhao Chen replied coldly, "We are prepared to accept their surrender, but they must shut down all starship engines immediately." After a moment's hesitation, Charlotte conveyed the captain's command. Soon, all 6 starships powered down their engines. Within the shadowy confines of their vessels, the pirate crew contemplated their fate. Would they be imprisoned in dungeons, sold into slavery, or perhaps sent to the mines to toil for the rest of their lives until death? Regardless of the outcome, at least they could survive for the time being. "Report. The enemy's 6 starships have shut down all engines," Charlotte reported. Yet, Zhao Chen unexpectedly issued a command that took everyone by surprise. "The Zero Storm and T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier shall immediately engage the remaining 6 pirate starships and destroy them at once." His gaze remained impassive as he regarded the 6 pirate vessels. The moment they appeared here, their fate had been sealed. Annihilation, Chapter 44. From the moment they set foot here, surrender was not an option upon hearing Zhao Chen's command. Reactions varied among the crew. Zhao Wanner was taken aback. "They have surrendered. Why must we still destroy them?" Zhao Chen's expression remained indifferent. "Surrender?" When they initiated this conflict, the option of surrender was never on the table for them. "Have you considered the consequences we would face had we been the ones defeated?" Zhao Wanner's expression grew complex as she envisioned that outcome. Death might be preferable to the fate of being captured, which would render her and the female crew members aboard the ship to a fate worse than death. Zhao Chen continued, "I recently connected to the communications network of the Xiaolong star system. During the 2 months these interstellar pirates lingered there, they received at least 500 women from various planets, delivered to their starships. You should be well aware of the treatment these women would endure." Zhao Wanner bit her lip upon hearing this. "But the Academy teaches us about human rights." "Charlotte, if Zhao Wanner cannot continue to command, the operational authority of the T-2 Queen Bee will be transferred to you. Continue executing combat orders," Zhao Chen stated coldly. "Understood," Charlotte replied. In that moment, the complexity in Charlotte's gaze dissipated, replaced by her full endorsement of Captain Zhao Chen's decisive command. A seasoned warrior, she understood that survival in the realm of interstellar warfare necessitated an unyielding heart. "Miss, Captain Zhao Chen's command is not erroneous on this battlefield. There can be no semblance of mercy, especially when confronting these unprincipled scoundrels. They have no attachments or moral compass. If they survive, they will commit unspeakable acts. The sins they carry are enough to warrant their demise 100 times over. The depravity they have engaged in is beyond your imagination," Charlotte advised, standing beside Zhao Wanner. "But what about the women on those pirate starships?" Zhao Wanner expressed her concern. Charlotte replied solemnly, "For those women, death would indeed be a release." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wanner turned to Charlotte. "May I continue to command the battle?" Charlotte nodded. Zhao Wanner fixed her gaze on the 6 pirate vessels, a coldness now present in her eyes. "Prepare all interstellar drones for the final assault." Meanwhile, the bearded pirate captain awaited the arrival of the enemy starships to take control of theirs, but instead, he was met with the oncoming swarm of interstellar drones and the 1,200mm cannon of the Zero Storm. The tremors from the attacks jolted him into realization. "Zhao Chen, you bastard, you double-crossed us." He roared in fury, the last words he would utter in the next moment. His T-2 Grey Shark-class medium interstellar cruiser was struck by the Zero Storm's 1,200mm cannon. The remaining 5 starships succumbed to the onslaught as well. By the time they attempted to restart their engines, it was far too late. Under the relentless fire of the Zero Storm and the bombardment from the T-2 Queen Bee's drones, the 6 pirate starships fell one by one, ultimately becoming mere debris on the battlefield. The battle concluded. Stand by for 10 minutes. Charlotte, please assess the combat expenditure of both starships. If all is well, we shall proceed to the core region of the Xiaolong star system 10 minutes hence. Zhao Chen instructed. Most of the nobility resided in the core area of the Xiaolong star system, and this matter was far from over. Yes, Charlotte promptly began her task. Zhao Chen settled into the captain's chair, exhaling deeply. This was arguably his first genuine star battle. Though the adversaries were merely interstellar pirates, it was far more exhilarating than the mock starship duels back at the Academy. 2 starships had obliterated 35 pirate vessels. A commendable achievement indeed. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes as if resting. In truth, he accessed the system interface. The reason he had sought to eradicate this band of interstellar pirates was due to the existence of a system task. Task details. Eliminate the interstellar pirate fleet in the Xiaolong star system. Task difficulty, C-class. Task reward, 3 task points and 600 credits. Task status, completed, reward available for collection. Indeed, it was for this system task. Zhao Chen clicked to claim the rewards, receiving 3 task points and 600 system credits. With the points from the previous quarterly task, his current resources were quite substantial. Host, Zhao Chen, profession, top-tier starship engineer, special attributes, fleet luck bonus. Eye of Insight, credits, 1100. Task points, 8. Starships, 2. Tasks, none, warehouse, T3 Storm-class light interstellar. With 8 task points and a generous 1100 credits, he began to contemplate acquiring another T2 item. Excitement brewed within him as he recognized the foundation for establishing an interstellar fleet was gradually taking shape. Charlotte's post-battle report interrupted Zhao Chen's thoughts. He opened his eyes, focusing on Charlotte's image in the video window. In this battle, the T2 Queen Bee sustained no damage to its hull, losing 107 T2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones, 39 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 5 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones. Ammunition expenditure was at 67, with no personnel casualties. The T2 Zero Storm's hull armor sustained an overall damage level of 7.5, primarily on the port side, but this does not affect the starship's navigation or combat capabilities. Ammunition expenditure was at 46, with no personnel casualties. The subsequent repairs of the starship armor, the manufacturing of interstellar drones, and the consumption of ammunition have culminated in a total loss valued at 8,000 star coins from this battle, as reported by Charlotte in the brief span of merely 1 hour. 8,000 star coins were expended. Although this amount pales in comparison to the million star coins accumulated by Zhao Chen, for an ordinary person, it represents a fortune that one could scarcely amass in a lifetime. However, we successfully destroyed 35 starships, among which 5 were T2 starships. The wreckage of these vessels can be recycled. It is anticipated that this will yield a value of 600,000 star coins. As Charlotte announced once more, much to Zhao Chen's astonishment, 600,000 star coins, such an immense sum. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Charlotte elucidated. Although these 35 starships are antiquated, if sold, their value would be no less than 6 million star coins. Upon reflection, it stands to reason, a pirate fleet originally valued at 6 million star coins could indeed generate 600,000 star coins from the remaining wreckage. However, the 600,000 star coins are based on our own efforts to smelt and repurpose the materials. If we were to sell them directly to others, we might only receive 300,000 star coins, Charlotte added. By the way, it seems that the Xiaolong star system lacks the industrial infrastructure to process these starship remains. Zhao Chen lamented, covering his head in resignation. After all, the Xiaolong star system is woefully underdeveloped, lacking in virtually all aspects, with technology stagnant at the T1 level. The wreckage of these starships shall remain here for now, as there is no one to seize them. The Zero Storm and T2B Queen are prepared to commence their journey, engaging in warp travel towards the core region of the Xiaolong star system. It is time for me to pay a visit to my uncles and aunts, who have prepared a grand homecoming gift for us. I must reciprocate their kindness appropriately. Zhao Chen's gaze was vacant, his eyes reflecting a profound indifference. The moment to cleanse the Xiaolong star system has arrived. Although this cleansing may destabilize the very foundations of the Xiaolong star system, given the numerous families entangled in its interests. Chapter 45, I, Zhao Chen, have returned. The Xiaolong star system comprises 1 sun, 12 planets, 5 dwarf planets, 400,000 asteroids, and 77 moons, with over 400 periodic comets. Based on the habitability coefficient, these celestial bodies are categorized into 3 classes: high-quality habitable planets, low-quality habitable planets, and marginally habitable planets. High-quality habitable planets possess natural environments that are exceptionally conducive to life, due to either inherent or artificial enhancements. Low-quality habitable planets have certain life-threatening factors yet remain suitable for habitation. Marginally habitable planets present a more complex scenario. Some interstellar races can survive there, while the vast majority require specialized equipment or must construct small artificial cities under energy domes to endure. The Xiaolong star system is resource-poor, boasting only 1 high-quality habitable planet, 7 low-quality habitable planets, and 73 marginally habitable planets, which include planets, dwarf planets, moons, and asteroids. The population of the Xiaolong star system stands at 500 million, with 99% being human, while the remainder consists of humanoid interstellar races. The main planet of the Xiaolong star system is known as Xiaolong Prime, where the majority of the nobility resides, and it is the only high-quality habitable planet in the region. Today, an eerie atmosphere envelopes the entirety of Xiaolong Prime. All space elevators have ceased operations, and no starships are permitted to depart from the starport in low Earth orbit. These orders seem to herald the occurrence of a significant event, the Bao family's estate. The family patriarch is seated in the main hall, surrounded by anxious descendants of the Bao clan. Patriarch, may we attack the Zhao family estate now? One of the younger members could no longer contain his eagerness. The patriarch, eyes closed, replied solemnly, patience, until we receive news from Longwei Star, not a single starship, mech, or soldier of the Bao family shall be mobilized. Observing the composed patriarch, many present deemed him overly cautious. Surely that worthless baron is dead by now. Why waste time here? Yet, without the patriarch's consent, no one dared to act impulsively. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away from the Bao family estate lies the most favorable environment on Xiaolong Prime, the residence of the Zhao family. The Zhao family estate lacks the technological feel of others, featuring wooden structures built upon the mountains, exuding an ancient charm. Yet, in this tranquil abode, all members of the Zhao family wore ashen expressions, some already weeping in despair. It's over, it's over. Today marks the complete demise of the Zhao family. Had I known, I would have followed my cousin to migrate from the Xiaolong star system. Wandering in a foreign land is preferable to awaiting death here. Alas, my child, born only recently, must face such a fate. An elderly woman, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, slowly emerged, striking the ground with her staff. What a disgraceful sight for the Zhao family, she scolded. Accompanying her was a red-haired woman. Madame Zhao, the Bao family and the Cui family have completely sealed off Xiaolong Prime, controlling the patrol fleet. There are rumors that they have hired a pirate fleet to ambush Zhao Chen and Zhao Waner. This is an attempt to annihilate our Zhao family, a middle-aged man lamented. Communication across Xiaolong Prime has been entirely cut off. Even if we sought help, our cries would go unanswered. Today, the Zhao family faces extinction. Another woman, clutching her child, wept bitterly. The elderly matriarch regarded the disheartened assembly with indignation. Madam, you are unwell. Perhaps it would be best to return indoors and rest, the red-haired woman suggested. Zhang Hong, is there still no contact with Xiao Xia? The matriarch murmured. The red-haired woman shook her head. The young lady remains unreachable. What of the second and third? You mentioned they insisted on returning. Did you warn them not to? The matriarch inquired. The red-haired woman hesitated. I did advise against it, but after that last communication, there has been no word. I am uncertain of their current situation. Xiao Hong, you had concealed your identity. Now you have openly appeared in the Zhao family. The matriarch expressed her concern for the young woman before her. My mission has always been to protect the Zhao family. Zhang Hong's life was saved by the young lady, and thus I must fulfill this duty. Today, I stand with the Zhao family, come what may. The red-haired woman declared resolutely. This red-haired woman is Zhang Hong, the clandestine sentinel left by the eldest Zhao daughter in the Xiaolong star system. Aware that her covert mission has shifted in priority, she boldly approached the Zhao family, prepared for a final stand. Oh, who could have foreseen that the Zhao family would descend to such depths? Remember when my father was cough, cough, cough. The matriarch coughed violently, prompting Jiang Hong to assist her in returning indoors. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated overhead. Everyone instinctively looked up, witnessing a starship engulfed in flames plummeting from the outer atmosphere, its hull visibly damaged. That is the T-1 Vulture-class medium interstellar frigate. Jiang Hong recognized the crashing vessel immediately. The T-1 Vulture-class frigate crashed into the distant sea, the impact generating massive waves, creating a tsunami that surged outward, fortunately devoid of populated areas. What on earth is happening? The Zhao family members gasped in astonishment. Look, it seems there is a fierce battle occurring in space. A sharp-eyed member of the Zhao family noted the intermittent flashes of red light beyond the atmosphere. Who could be fighting outside Xiaolong Prime? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Could it be that the interstellar pirates have turned against the Bao and Chui families, leading to a skirmish? Someone murmured. Activate the energy shield for the Zhao family estate. Jiang Hong commanded, taking charge. Soon, a shimmering barrier enveloped the entire estate. Implementing energy shield technology on the ground is relatively straightforward, yet transferring it to a starship constitutes a paradigm shift in technology. 30 T-1 battle mechs materialized around the Zhao family estate. This was the last vestige of their fighting force, though they stood little chance against an incoming starship assault. Look, something is entering the atmosphere. Someone shouted in alarm. A colossal figure was slowly descending, measuring 300 to 400 meters in size. Is that a starship? A voice pondered aloud that it resembled an aircraft carrier. As the massive silhouette entered the atmosphere, the onlookers finally discerned its true form. Yet, this only deepened their confusion. They had never encountered such a starship before, so why had it appeared over Xiaolong Prime? Suddenly, a voice boomed across the land like thunder. It emanated from the aircraft carrier. Zhao Chen, have returned. Chapter 46. If living beings cannot be summoned, then let the dead do so. As the T-2B Queen-class heavy aircraft carrier breached the atmosphere of Xiaolong Prime, a swarm of interstellar drones was deployed. The combat prowess of these drones is overwhelmingly superior on the surface, rendering ordinary battle mechs utterly powerless against them. They can effortlessly circumnavigate the planet in a mere 10 minutes. Within the bridge of the T-2B Queen, a list lay before Zhao Wanner. This was a task assigned to her by Zhao Chen. Upon the T-2B Queen's arrival at Xiaolong Prime, she was to invite all the individuals on the list to the Zhao family estate. Zhao Wanner recalled Zhao Chen's words from earlier. If the living cannot be summoned, then the dead shall suffice. This list naturally comprises all the families that support the Bao and Chui clans in this assassination scheme. The interstellar drones that were just deployed are headed for the residences of these families. They are there to invite people. Sister Charlotte, you will command this starship shortly, while I will take the shuttle to the Zhao family estate. Zhao Wanner stated. Yes, leave this to me. Charlotte nodded. However, just in case, I will arrange for a squadron of interstellar drones to follow you remotely, ensuring your safety. All right. Zhao Wanner departed the bridge and made her way to the hangar to board the shuttle. The shuttle is essentially a small interstellar transport vessel, typically accommodating between 3 to 10 individuals, with minimal cargo space, rendering it incapable of long-distance interstellar travel. However, since interstellar warships cannot land after entering a planet's atmosphere, it is customary to transfer to such shuttles to reach the ultimate destination. The shuttle is quite compact, comparable in size to a car, fitting comfortably within the starship. At this moment, Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttle away from the T-2B Queen, gazing at the familiar scenery of the planet's surface, soon arriving at a tranquil mountainous area. From a distance, she could see a residence nestled between the mountains, enveloped by a shimmering energy shield. That is her destination, the Zhao family estate. The shuttle hovered just outside the energy shield, while inside, combat mechs brandished their weapons, aimed directly at her. I am Zhao Wanner, the third young lady of the Zhao family. The situation is under our control. You may lower the energy shield, Zhao Wanner called through the shuttle's loudspeaker. However, there was no response. It seemed they remained suspicious of her identity. With a sigh, Zhao Wanner set the shuttle to automatic hover mode, opened the cockpit and stood up, allowing those inside the energy shield to see her clearly. Before long, the shield descended. It really is the third young lady. She has returned? Someone exclaimed. I saw her shuttle descending from that aircraft carrier starship. Could it be reinforcements brought by the third young lady? Inside the Zhao family courtyard, the previously anxious family members were now filled with surprise and confusion regarding the current situation. Witnessing the energy shield lower, Zhao Wanner piloted the shuttle directly into the courtyard. She stepped out, and the Zhao family members immediately gathered around her. Miss Wanner, what on earth is happening? What is the situation with that aircraft carrier starship? Third young lady, a grave incident has occurred in the Xiaolong star system. The Bao and Shui families are planning to betray us and even attempt to attack you. Zhao Wanner looked at the encircling Zhao family members and replied, "The situation is largely under control. As long as everyone remains within the Zhao family estate, there is no danger." Wanner, what is going on? Zhao old madam, leaning on her dragon-headed cane, stepped forward. The previously chattering Zhao family members fell silent. Sensing the authority of the elder, my brother and I have destroyed the entire fleet of interstellar pirates near Longwei Star. They are all gone, Zhao Wanner declared. Upon hearing this, the entire Zhao family erupted with excitement. The pirate fleet has been annihilated? I heard that fleet had a total of 35 starships, including 5 T2 class vessels. How could just 2 starships possibly defeat them? Many were skeptical of Zhao Wanner's claim. In fact, had she not experienced it herself, she would have found it hard to believe as well. There is no time for explanations. My brother is currently commanding the T-20 Storm, clearing the starships that sided with the Bao and Shui families outside the Xiaolong main star. He instructed me to take command of the T-2B Queen to secure the Xiaolong main star. Rest assured, everything is under our control, Zhao Wanner said respectfully to the Zhao old madam. The elder, being of higher status than Zhao Chen, was Zhao Chen's grandfather's sister. Due to personal reasons, she had never married, yet remained vigorous in her old age. Chenner has returned? And is commanding starships? Zhao old madam expressed her astonishment. The surrounding Zhao family members shared her bewilderment, knowing that he was regarded as the incompetent baron of the Xiaolong star system, with no skills beyond reading. Now he was supposedly commanding starships? Unbelievable. Zhao Wanner noticed the skeptical expressions around her and her countenance darkened. Auntie, please wait a moment. My brother will be here shortly, Zhao Wanner assured. They waited for nearly half an hour when suddenly, an astonishing sight unfolded. 2 starships plummeted from the atmosphere, their hulls ablaze and bearing significant damage. One even had a conspicuous gaping hole. Those appear to be the ships of the Bao and Shui families. AT-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer and AT-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser. Someone recognized the vessels and exclaimed, "As the 2 starships crashed into the desert and mountains, the impact created a massive shockwave. Yet it posed no threat to the Zhao family estate. Just as the Zhao family members were still processing this event, a shuttle descended upon the estate, larger than Zhao Wanner's. The hatch opened, and a squad of female soldiers in combat gear emerged, followed by a man familiar to all present, Baron Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong star system. The female soldiers, armed with laser rifles, escorted Zhao Chen through the crowd, their sharp gazes exuding an air of intimidation, compelling the Zhao family members to part ways. Zhao Chen paid no mind to the others as he strode directly to Zhao old madam. Kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists, disgraced descendant Zhao Chen arrives late, causing distress to auntie. Chapter 47. The butcher Zhao Chen among the Zhao family. Zhao Chen held the utmost respect and affection for Zhao old madam. Orphaned at a young age, he had only his indifferent elder sister and his infant younger sister. The rest of the Zhao family regarded him as a burden, believing his birth had forced the Zhao family's eldest daughter, who could have become the family head and baron of the Xiaolong star system, to flee. Throughout his childhood, Zhao old madam had cared for him as if he were her own grandson or son. Get up, get up. You are a baron now. How can you kneel before this old woman? Zhao old madam quickly helped him to his feet, looking at the young man with deep affection. After being assisted up, Zhao Chen supported Zhao old madam as they walked towards the house. You are getting old. You shouldn't be wandering around outside at this hour. Allow me to escort you back inside. At this moment, how can I rest easy? I just heard Wanner say you annihilated the pirate fleet and are now clearing the remnants of the Bao and Shui family's forces. Zhao old madam inquired with concern. All has been taken care of. The 35 ships of the Sandclaw Snake pirate fleet have been completely destroyed near Longwei Star. The 16 starships controlled by the Bao and Shui families, including 2 T2 vessels and 7 T1 ships, have been destroyed by my fleet. The remaining 7 T1 starships have all surrendered. With the loss of their fleet, the Bao and Shui families can no longer stir up any trouble. Zhao Chen stated nonchalantly. The Zhao family members were stunned by this announcement, which had seemed to spell disaster for them for the past 2 months. Now it appeared to have been resolved with just a few words from Zhao Chen. Jiang Hong, Contact all the nobles of the Xiaolong star system. Within 5 hours, summon all the clan leaders to the Zhao family estate. Inform them it is the Baron's command. Anyone who dares to defy this will face the consequences. Zhao Chen ordered Zhang Hong, whom he had just met, without hesitation. Zhang Hong hesitated for a moment, glancing instinctively at Zhao Wanner. Zhang Hong, follow my brother's orders, Zhao Wanner instructed. Understood, Zhang Hong replied, beginning to carry out the task. Chunner, are you planning to address this matter? Zhao Old Madam sensed the implication in Zhao Chen's words. Zhao Chen nodded. If I may add a word, what is your plan? Zhao Old Madam inquired. The Xiaolong star system has languished in decay for too long. It is time for a thorough cleansing, Zhao Chen declared. Zhao Old Madam gazed at Zhao Chun, her weathered hand caressing his cheek. You have grown up. Our Chunner has truly matured. Go forth. Whatever you choose to do. You are still the Baron of our Zhao family, and your grandmother supports you. Grandmother, the upcoming scene may not be suitable for you to witness. Perhaps you should step aside. Zhao Chen expressed his concern. Zhao Old Madam laughed heartily, gripping her dragon-headed cane. Chunner, do as you wished. I have lived over 100 years. What haven't I seen? You may not know, but when your grandfather became the Lord, I was the deputy commander of the Xiaolong star system's fleet. I shall remain here today to witness how our Chunner cleans house. Wanner, help me bring that chair over. Zhao Wanner looked at her brother. Realizing that he had become her pillar of support, a transformation from the disdain she once held for him. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Wanner stepped into the room and retrieved an ancient redwood dragon-patterned chair. Its surface marred by cracks and signs of fading. This chair, a relic from Zhao Chen's great-grandfather, the founder of the Zhao family, was beloved by the old matriarch. Grasping her dragon-headed cane, she settled into the chair. At that moment, a squadron of interstellar drones appeared in the distant sky, seeming to dangle something beneath them. Soon, a horrifying scene unfolded before the Zhao family. Several corpses were unceremoniously dropped into the Zhao family's courtyard by these drones, accompanied by a voice relaying a report. Captain, the Chui family members are obstinate and attempted to resist with force. As per your instructions, the Chui residence has been obliterated, and all 225 members of the Chui family have been exterminated. Among the fallen were the bodies of the Chui family head and several high-ranking officials. The Chui family? Some members of the Zhao family gazed intently at the corpses on the ground. Spotting a bloodied head that indeed belonged to the patriarch of the Chui family, women and children nearby covered their mouths, retching at the sight, the stench of blood overwhelming them. That old wretch from the Chui family deserved his fate. A traitorous scoundrel! If my father had not taken in their ancestors and offered them sustenance, there would be no Chui family in the Xiaolong star system. Bah! The old matriarch, unfazed by the gruesome scene, instead hurled invectives at the Chui family. Subsequently, more batches of interstellar drones arrived, some bearing corpses, others living captives. The living were ensnared in nets, unceremoniously dropped from several meters above into the Zhao family's courtyard, most barely clinging to life. The Zhao family recognized these individuals as all having supported the Chui and Bao families, both overtly and covertly. Suddenly, a person hoisted by a drone captured everyone's attention. It was none other than the patriarch of the Bao family, Bao Dashan. Covered in blood and with a vacant stare, he was dropped heavily to the ground, mirroring the treatment of the others. Patriarch Bao, you seem to be in good health, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile as he regarded the man, now resembling a broken doll. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, Bao Dashan erupted in furious screams. Zhao Chen, you beast, you demon! You have slaughtered my entire clan. I will not rest until I have my revenge, even if I must haunt you as a ghost. The Zhao family quivered at Bao Dashan's words. Yet another noble from the Xiaolong aristocracy had been annihilated. Bao Dashan, I must say, you have a truly thick skin. Who orchestrated the assassination plan to eliminate me and Zhao Wanner? Who secretly organized ground forces to seize control of the Zhao residence upon hearing of my demise? Zhao Chen mocked. Bao Dashan was rendered speechless by the onslaught of accusations, his rage palpable as he glared at Zhao Chen. Wishing to tear him apart, yet powerless with his legs broken. Find a pillar and bind Patriarch Bao, and gather those corpses as well. Tie them up and lay them on the ground. What if they catch a chill? Zhao Chen said nonchalantly. Soon, the once respected patriarch of the Bao family was bound like livestock to a pillar. The old matriarch observed this spectacle but remained silent, sipping her tea leisurely. Just then, a shuttle arrived at the gates of the Zhao residence. but was halted by the drone's blockade, forced to remain outside. Report. Patriarch Zhang has arrived, a servant announced. The Zhang family, the only surviving noble among the three great families of the Xiongling star system, was also the family of Zhao Chen's fiancée Zhang Shasha. Chapter 48. Zhao Chen's death. List. Zhang Xiong, the patriarch of the Zhang family, was currently walking into the Zhao residence with his two children. Father, is it true what you said about the two starships annihilating the pirate fleet? Zhang Xiong's son, Zhang Ziwen, inquired in a hushed tone. Beside him, Zhang Shasha wore a troubled expression, biting her lip as if lost in thought. The battlefield is at Longwei Star. Our collateral relatives are there, and the news is absolutely true. The wreckage of the pirate ship still drifts beyond Longwei Star. Zhang Xiong replied solemnly. Sister, were those two starships Zhao Chen's? Where did he acquire such formidable vessels? Zhang Ziwen asked with curiosity. Zhang Shasha recalled the images of the two starships her father had shown her, one of which was the aircraft carrier floating 2,000 kilometers above them. Named Zero Storm. Zhao Chen won the starship duel at the North Star Military Academy using it. I haven't seen the other carrier starship, so I cannot say, she replied quietly. Suddenly, a wave of blood-stained odor assaulted their senses. As they pondered the source of the stench in the Zhao residence, the sight before them caused their pupils to dilate in horror. Stone pillars stood erect in the Zhao courtyard, each bound with a person, some alive, some barely clinging to life, and others lifeless. They recognized many of these individuals, especially the two among them, one dead and one alive, the patriarchs of the Bao and Chui families. As they navigated through this forest of pillars, Zhang Xiong and his children approached the Zhao family. Zhang Shasha gazed at the man before her. He seemed unfamiliar. Although his visage was recognizable, his expression and aura rendered him an entirely different person from the Zhao Chun she had known for over 20 years. Zhang Xiong, along with my children Zhang Ziwen and Zhang Shasha, have come to pay our respects to you, my Lord Baron. Zhang Xiong bowed first to Zhao Chen. Zhang Ziwen and Zhang Shasha followed suit. Uncle Zhang, you arrived quite early, Zhao Chen remarked with a smile. As soon as I received word from my Lord Baron, I rushed here without delay, Zhang Xiong replied, his demeanor humble. Are you aware of the treachery of the Bao and Chui families? Zhao Chen wasted no time launching into the main topic. Zhang Ziwen and Zhang Shasha felt a chill, as if a blade was at their throats. I know, Zhang Xiong replied. Then you were complicit? Zhao Chen inquired flatly. No, Zhang Xiong said. If you were not involved, then what have you been doing during this time? Zhao Chen scrutinized him. I only learned of the treachery of the Bao and Chui families a month ago. But at that time, the Xiongling Prime had already fallen under their control. Why starships were forcibly commandeered by them. I did not wish to align with them but was powerless to stop them. Thus, I could only watch everything unfold. Thankfully, my Lord Baron is safe and has resolved the crisis. Zhang Xiong then knelt on one knee, yet I know that as a subordinate, my inaction during the Bao and Chui betrayal makes me an accomplice. I, Zhang Xiong, am willing to accept any punishment from my Lord Baron, only pleading for the safety of my family. Zhang Shasha looked anxiously at her father, then at the unfamiliar man. You have done no wrong. I do not hold you accountable for this matter. Please take your children to the side. I will convene a noble meeting of the Xiongling star system. Zhao Chen shifted the topic without directly punishing the Zhang family. Time passed slowly. The number of corpses and captives in the Zhao courtyard grew, and more noble leaders arrived, each face pale with shock at the bloody scene. Everyone has arrived, Zhang Hong whispered to Zhao Chen. He surveyed the courtyard. Besides the bound living and dead, all the nobility of the Xiongling star system had gathered, totaling around 30 individuals. Among them, the most powerful was undoubtedly the Zhang family, the last of the three great families. I have dealt with the betrayal of the Bao and Chui families. All involved are bound to those stone pillars, Zhao Chen declared, pointing to the gruesome sight. I know many of you have previously disdained my authority as your lord. Considering me a fool, Zhao Chen spread his arms, but I truly do not care. I am indifferent to your whispers behind my back. If you believe I am unworthy of being your lord, feel free to leave the Xiongling star system in search of other opportunities. I, Zhao Chen, will not hinder you. Zhao Chen's expression hardened, his demeanor shifting to one of quiet authority. However, I detest duplicity. If you choose this path, you must bear the consequences of your decisions. Zhang Hong, at your service. Zhang Hong stepped forward. Zhao Chen produced a list. This list contains families. Those still alive are to be imprisoned, their leaders executed. and the remaining family members sent to the mines for indefinite labor. The attendees gazed in horror at the list, realizing it was a death sentence. As for the families not on this list, how many of you are truly innocent? You know in your hearts what you have done. I have overlooked your previous transgressions, but from this day forth, remember this. The Xianglong star system belongs to the Zhao family. If you are unwilling, you may leave now. Otherwise, I fear you may find yourselves on those stone pillars one day. Zhao Chen turned his back to the crowd. That concludes the meeting. Auntie, it is getting late. We should dine. I have prepared dinner for you. You will surely enjoy it. With a smile, Zhao Chen assisted the old matriarch into the main house, a stark contrast to the fearsome demeanor he had just displayed. Left in the courtyard, the nobles exchanged glances, unsure who moved first, but one by one, they bowed their heads and departed from the Zhao residence. Prepare for our family to relocate, the Jiang family said aboard their shuttle. Jiang Xiong spoke in a deep voice. A family migration? Why? We possess considerable industries in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Ziwen expressed his astonishment. Jiang Xiong sighed and said, You did not discern the implications in Zhao Chen's words. He is subtly admonishing us. If we do not obediently relinquish these industries, our Jiang family will become the third family to share the fate of the Bao and Cui families. Without our industries, we can start anew. Moreover, I have long established a foothold in other star systems over the years. As an interstellar merchant, one must understand the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. However, must we truly depart? Shasha is Zhao Chen's fiancée, and given the relationship between our two families, we could wholeheartedly support Zhao Chen. Perhaps we could rise to a position of great prominence in the Xiaolong star system. Jiang Ziwen mused. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shasha lowered her head even further. Jiang Xiong, observing his daughter, coldly remarked, Are you unaware of your sister's actions at the Beiji Starship Military Academy? Our bond with the Zhao family has long since been severed. Should we involve ourselves in the rebellion alongside the Bao and Cui families, Zhao Chen would not hesitate to bind us to that stone pillar. While we still have a choice, it would be prudent to leave this place. Jiang Xiong gazed through the window of the shuttle, looking toward the Zhao family's direction. The Zhao family has a promising heir. In the following days, Zhao Chen consolidated the 71 starships that had surrendered. Previously, Zhao Chen had instructed Charlotte to purchase 500 half-orc slaves at the Arctic Fox starport, 100 of whom were assigned to the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier, including the 100 half-orc slaves acquired earlier at the Beiji Starship Military Academy. With 50 assigned to work on the Zero Storm, there remained 450 half-orc female crew members without formal posts. They were temporarily assigned to manage these T1 starships, responsible for maintaining order in the Xiaolong star system, while also collecting the wreckage of 35 starships from the 3-clawed Serpent interstellar pirate fleet at the battlefield near Longwei Star. All these actions made the Xiaolong star system appear to have returned to a state of tranquility, as if everything was normal. Yet, the reality was that the Xiaolong star system had undergone a tremendous transformation. Although originally a lord family, the previously marginalized Zhao family had, in a single night, completely seized control of the Xiaolong star system. The T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier led interstellar drones and several of the Zhao family's battle mechs to take control of all the assets belonging to the families listed on the death toll. Since these families were all classified as rebels, their assets and properties were entirely confiscated by the Lord. Merely managing this endeavor consumed nearly a week. Second young master, this is the property we have plundered from those rebellious nobles over the past few days. Additionally, their assets have all been taken over by us, and production has fully resumed, Jiang Hong reported to Zhao Chen. Compared to Zhao Wanner and Charlotte, no one was more suitable to handle affairs in the Xiaolong star system than Jiang Hong. Previously, she had merely held a minor leadership position in the trade department, but her connections within the Xiaolong star system made her thoroughly knowledgeable about its inner workings. Zhao Chen entrusted all these matters to Jiang Hong, who did not refuse, as her task was to safeguard the Zhao family's foundation. At this moment, they were in the Zhao family's residence, within Zhao Chen's temporary office. What is the total value of the valuable assets? Zhao Chen inquired. In total, over 600,000 star coins, Jiang Hong replied. Zhao Chen was genuinely taken aback. Over 600,000 star coins. These individuals truly excelled at lining their own pockets, managing to accumulate such wealth. Jiang Hong continued, moreover, including the Jiang family, dozens of noble families have migrated from the Xiaolong star system this past week. The assets left behind by those families have all been collected by us. And some items they could not take with them have naturally become ours. That portion alone is valued at another 100,000 star coins. Another 100,000 star coins. This brought the total to 700,000 star coins. Zhao Chen's delight was immeasurable. His T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was now within reach. Second young master, are you truly allowing the Zhang family and those noble families to leave? Is that appropriate? Your previous list has already eliminated half of the noble forces in the Xiaolong star system, including the two giants, the Bao and Cui families. Now, even the Zhang family has left, taking with him a group of noble families. Currently, the remaining noble families in the Xiaolong star system are less than 20% of what they once were. Zhang Hong expressed her concerns to Zhao Chen. Allowing those noble families to depart was indeed a significant loss for the Xiaolong star system. Those who wish to remain will do so without our prompting. Those who wish to leave cannot be stopped, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. This way, they leave without a trace, sparing me the discomfort of witnessing their insincere compliance and the temptation to rid them of their heads. Zhang Hong furrowed her brow. Second young master, have you considered the Xiaolong star system? After this upheaval, the already meager resources of the Xiaolong star system have been diminished further. The Xiaolong star system was already a dismal mess. Could it possibly get any worse? Zhao Chen spread his hands and stated candidly, rather than being mired in the chaos of the Zhao family, it would be better to start anew amidst the ruins. Building a city upon the ashes is far simpler than attempting to renovate a decaying one. Applause erupted. Zhao Chen and Zhang Hong turned to see the matriarch of the Zhao family, leaning on her cane as she made her entrance. What a profound statement about building a new city upon the ruins, a true rebirth, she exclaimed. Zhang Hong, I believe what Chener says is correct. Instead of dragging things out with those families, it is better to expel them all and start afresh. As the matriarch voiced her agreement, Zhang Hong found it difficult to counter her perspective. Yet she still harbored reservations about Zhao Chen's approach. Second aunt, why are you out here again? Zhao Chen stepped forward to assist the matriarch in taking a seat. I came to see you. I heard that you will soon be leaving the Xiaolong star system to return to the Beiji Starship Military Academy? The matriarch inquired, looking at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded, yes, it is already late September. And the academy begins in early October. Traversing the boundary space outside the Xiaolong star system will take 2 weeks. Although I have already requested leave, the academy has strict assessments, and if I do not meet the academic requirements, I will not pass at the end of the term. Indeed, academics are important. It is unfortunate that our Xiaolong star system lacks a stargate. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient, the matriarch sighed. The absence of a stargate had always been a sorrow for the Xiaolong star system. The existing stargate technology requires a double star system to be built, and since the Xiaolong star system only has 1 star, constructing a stargate is impossible. Second aunt, do not worry. Soon, we will have our own stargate in the Xiaolong star system. When that day comes, if you wish to see me in Wanner, just let us know, and we will return to visit you. Zhao Chen smiled. The stargate. It was an insurmountable hurdle in Zhao Chen's plans for the Xiaolong star system. There were no suitable technologies available for T2 products in the system's marketplace. The only option was to upgrade the marketplace to T3, placing hope in those T3 products. Haha, how wonderful it would be if that day truly arrived. The matriarch laughed heartily, though she did not take it too seriously. After some light conversation, she patted Zhao Chen's shoulder. Chener, you have grown. Pursue your ambitions boldly. Second aunt supports you. You mentioned that the current situation in the Xiaolong star system is a mess. How much worse could it possibly get? Zhao Chen nodded. After the matriarch departed, only Zhao Chen and Zhang Hong remained in the room. Zhang Hong, I know you have always been dissatisfied with me. You believe the rightful ruler of the Xiaolong star system should be my elder sister. Do you not? Zhao Chen observed Zhang Hong's indifferent expression. Zhang Hong, unfazed, replied, Indeed, I do not require your allegiance. As long as you sincerely care for the Xiaolong star system, whether you are loyal to me or my elder sister makes no difference. Zhao Chen stated. Zhang Hong remained silent. Zhao Chen continued to gaze at her. Wanner and I plan to depart the day after tomorrow. At that time, I will leave you with 200 half-orc crew members. And those 71 starships will also be yours to command entirely. You will be entrusted with all affairs in the Xiaolong star system. Before I leave, I will announce that you are the acting lord of the Xiaolong star system. Seeing you is akin to seeing me. Zhang Hong was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhao Chen's arrangement. Knowing full well her loyalty lay elsewhere, he still chose to entrust the Xiaolong star system to her. During this period, Zhao Chen had been observing Jiang Hong and had come to understand her background. Jiang Hong was a little girl discovered by the eldest daughter of the Zhao family during her travels to other star systems. At that time, she was found staring blankly at her deceased mother, too starved to even cry. The eldest daughter of the Zhao family took Jiang Hong in and buried her mother. From that moment on, she treated Jiang Hong like a younger sister, teaching her to read and write and imparting various forms of knowledge. Gradually, Jiang Hong's talents began to emerge. She learned quickly and was particularly adept at management. Indeed, over the years, many affairs of the Xiaolong star system had been managed in the shadows by Jiang Hong on behalf of the Zhao family, with orders relayed through the matriarch. Zhao Chen is merely a nominal lord. For the eldest daughter of the Zhao family has been comfortably relinquishing her responsibilities for several years now. Gradually, Jiang Hong has become adept at managing various affairs. The most crucial aspect is her unwavering loyalty to the Zhao family, or rather, to the Zhao family that nurtured their eldest daughter. Currently, Zhao Chen finds himself devoid of capable talents. He cannot possibly remain in the Xiaolong star system, given its abject poverty. Charlotte, being a general, may excel in commanding starships in battle, but entrusting her with the governance of the Xiaolong star system would be ill-advised. Thus, Zhao Chen opts for Jiang Hong, a woman who does not easily submit to authority. Are you willing to take charge of the Xiaolong star system? Jiang Hong inquires, voicing her doubts. Zhao Chen nods affirmatively. I entrust it to you. I have full confidence in your abilities. At that moment, Jiang Hong finds herself at a loss for words. Zhao Chen then begins to articulate his plans. For the Xiaolong star system to rise and prosper, 3 pivotal opportunities must be seized. First, the stargates. A star system devoid of stargates lacks prospects for development. This issue cannot be resolved in the short term, but I will devise a solution. Second, industry. The Xiaolong star system has long been limited to rudimentary T1 technological industries, merely sustaining its self-sufficiency. In fact, whenever unforeseen circumstances arise on those planets, famine is a frequent occurrence. If I recall correctly, the Galactic Alliance has a rating system that assesses the living conditions of a star system on a scale from 0 to 10. Our Xiaolong star system's rating is a meager 0.3, far below the average of 5. Thus, we must develop a promising industry that possesses advantages in external trade. Only then can we draw in funds from outside to construct the Xiaolong star system. I have already devised a plan for this, but it requires some preparation time. Third, a new order. The old nobility has mostly perished or departed. The Xiaolong star system now requires a new order. Although I harbor disdain for those nobles, the presence of some prominent families is essential. Your task during this period is to re-establish order in the Xiaolong star system, centered around the Zhao family, thereby elevating the status of loyal minor families or fostering the emergence of new loyal families. I believe you can handle this task. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's lengthy discourse, Jiang Hong considers the first 2 points as fanciful and utterly unattainable. However, the third point resonates with her, as it is the only aspect she agrees with. The Xiaolong star system is in dire need of revitalization, beginning with the establishment of a new order. The task entrusted to her by the eldest daughter is to safeguard the Xiaolong star system in her absence and protect the Zhao family. Jiang Hong coldly regards Zhao Chen. I am not doing this for you. I am doing it for the eldest daughter. At that moment, this woman retains her pride. After a brief agreement, Jiang Hong departs. Zhao Chen activates a handheld terminal, projecting a holographic map of the Xiaolong star system. Gazing upon this expanse of stars, he raises his hand as if to caress the night sky. Since this was your wish, allow me to fulfill it on your behalf. Zhao Chen seems to murmur to someone. A faint smile gracing his lips, he then opens the system interface. Host, Zhao Chen profession, elite starship engineer special attributes, fleet luck bonus, eye of insight points, 1100 task points, 8 number of starships, 2 tasks, none warehouse, T3 Blizzard's class light interstellar battleship technical blueprint, T1 Laosh's class medium interstellar destroyer technical blueprint, T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier technical blueprint, T2 Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship technical blueprint. Now, with 1100 system points and 8 task points, he reviews the conditions for upgrading the system marketplace. T2 system marketplace upgrade conditions. First, exchange for 2 T2 level items, 1-2. Second, complete 2 C-level system tasks, 1-2. Third, spend 2,000 system points for marketplace upgrade, 1100. 2,000. Zhao Chen's expression darkens. It appears his meager savings are woefully insufficient for upgrading to the T2 system marketplace. Never mind, let us tackle the upgrade conditions one by one. The third condition can wait. The second condition regarding sea-level tasks must be approached with flexibility. Therefore, let us focus on the first condition, exchanging for 2 T2 level items. Having previously exchanged for the T2 Queen Bee, he now only lacks one more. Conveniently, Zhao Chen already has a plan in mind. I remember seeing something before. Where was it? Zhao Chen searches through the T2 item section of the system marketplace. Eventually, he locates an item he had seen previously. T2 Bronze Eden-class starship technical blueprint. Due to its unredeemed status, he cannot view the detailed data, but a brief description is available. T2 Bronze Eden-class starship. Auxiliary starship capable of conducting agricultural, forestry, livestock, and fishery operations without resource expenditure in a self-sustaining manner. In simple terms, this is an interstellar farm, ranch, forest, and fishery, and it incurs no costs. Do you wish to consume 400 system points and 3 task points to exchange for the item T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship Technical Blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations, you have obtained the T2 Bronze Eden-class Starship Technical Blueprint. Remaining system points, 700. Remaining task points, 5. Zhao Chen promptly begins to review the data pertaining to this starship. The T2 Bronze Eden, as described, is an auxiliary starship capable of traversing interstellar space, utilizing nutrients converted from cosmic particles to cultivate agriculture, forestry, livestock, and fisheries indefinitely. In essence, it allows for the cultivation of food and breeding of livestock without consuming any resources. This technology has also been explored by the Galactic Alliance, yet its efficiency far surpasses the costs of terrestrial farming, and it has never been commercialized or mass-produced. However, the situation is different for Zhao Chen. The construction cost of a single T2 Bronze Eden is merely 3 million star coins. Comparatively, it seems somewhat expensive, especially since the T2 Queen Bee only costs 150,000 star coins, making the two vastly different in price. The key point, however, is that the monthly agricultural output of a T2 Bronze Eden is equivalent to a market value of approximately 1 million star coins. Depending on the cultivated varieties, this yield is sufficient to meet the needs of 1 million people. Calculating this way, constructing 500 T2 Bronze Edens would eradicate the food crisis in the Xiaolong star system. Furthermore, naturally grown food has always been a hard currency in interstellar trade. In the future, it could become a significant component of the Xiaolong star system's interstellar trade. This is precisely why Zhao Chen had previously mentioned the second point to Zhang Hong. He had already devised a plan. He aims to achieve food freedom. Chapter 51. The uniforms of female soldiers T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier bridge. This marks Zhao Chen's first time stepping onto the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee. Aside from its construction, it is far more spacious than the Zero Blizzard's bridge. Zhao Chen surveys his surroundings and promptly takes a seat in the captain's chair. Zhao Wanner, the nominal captain of the T2 Queen Bee, says little, as this is Zhao Chen's creation. Shall we depart early? Shall we proceed at maximum warp speed to the Arctic Fox star system? Zhao Wanner queries Zhao Chen. Yes, this time we need not wait for the Zero Blizzard. We shall set off first and meet up at the Arctic Fox starport, Zhao Chen replies. Have you brought everything I instructed? Zhao Wanner asks. The goods worth 700,000 star coins that we confiscated from the nobles are already stored in the T2 Queen Bee's cargo hold. Additionally, the remnants of the Three-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet starships will be transported to the Arctic Fox star system by the Zero Blizzard. Zhao Chen nods in satisfaction. These funds are crucial for building starships. I didn't expect you to truly let the Zhang family go, Zhao Wanner remarks, somewhat surprised as she looks at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen chuckles. What else could I have done? Annihilate the Zhang family as well? According to Zhang Hong's intelligence, the Zhang family, although aware of the plans of the Bao and Cui families, has remained an observer without involvement. I need to establish my authority in the Xiaolong star system. Thus I eliminated the Bao, Cui, and the other families. However, no one wishes for a lord who indulges in senseless slaughter. Excessive killing often yields more harm than good. Thus, I shall not touch the Zhang family. But I can certainly make them leave my territory. Zhao Wanner nods in understanding. She had initially thought Zhao Chen might seize this opportunity to deal with Zhang Shasha's family. However, Zhao Chen has not mentioned Zhang Shasha's name even once. Let us prepare to depart, Zhao Chen states, entering the cryogenic pod ahead of time. The T2 Queen Bee's cryogenic pod is far superior to that of the Zero Blizzard, aesthetically pleasing and far more comfortable, with the infused blue liquid even possessing a faint fragrance. Gradually, Zhao Chen begins to drift into slumber. The T2 Queen Bee simultaneously enters warp speed, preparing to traverse the interstellar boundary to the Arctic Fox star system. Arctic Fox Starport. Hello, Mr. Zhao Chen. I am the responsible personnel at Arctic Fox Starport. IDCC11.IT is a great honor to serve you again. The woman greets him with a smile through the video window. Please arrange for another Starship workshop similar to the previous one. I would like to book it for 2 months. Additionally, I will provide you with an order for raw materials valued at 200,000 star coins. Please procure the items on the list as quickly as possible. Lastly, book me a ticket to the Northern Star Military Academy. Zhao Chen instructs. All right, I have already reserved a large Starship workshop for you. The same one you used last time. Moreover, the ticket for the journey to the North Star Starship Military Academy has been secured. It is a first-class ticket on AT-2 interstellar cruise ship. Scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Is that acceptable? The female officer inquired with a smile. That will suffice, Zhao Chen replied, already transferring 210,000 star coins from his account. Originally, Zhao Chen had only 190,000 star coins left, but after plundering 70,000 from the noble families of the Xiaolong star system, he now possessed a total of 260,000 star coins. Even after spending 210,000, he still had a full 50,000 star coins remaining. The female officer beamed, stating, during your stay, should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service 24 hours a day. With a flirtatious glance filled with affection, she reluctantly concluded the video communication. This was her substantial benefactor. A ticket. Zhao Wanner stared at Zhao Chen in astonishment, puzzled by his intentions. The T2 Queen Bee, having completed a week of warp travel, arrived at the Arctic Fox starport a full week ahead of the Zero Storm, thanks to its 4th-level warp engine. Coincidentally, it was the last day of September. I have some matters to attend to, so I will not be returning to the Academy just yet. You shall take this flight back to the North Star Starship Military Academy tomorrow? Zhao Chen stated. What could possibly be more important than studying at the Academy? Aren't you concerned about failing your assessments during finals? Zhao Wanner murmured, clearly displeased by Zhao Chen's decision to not return with her. Zhao Chen gently ruffled Zhao Wanner's hair, reassuring her, do not worry, dear sister. I have everything under control. I will return in a little over a month, or at most 2. Then I shall await your return at the Academy. Zhao Wanner replied. The T2 Queen Bee gradually glided into the Starship hangar where it was originally constructed. Although one T2 Queen Bee had come to a halt, there was ample space remaining to dock or construct several more starships. As the raw material orders had yet to arrive, they found themselves with some free time. Let us explore the Arctic Fox starport. When I was here constructing the T2 Queen Bee, I did not have the opportunity to truly enjoy it, Zhao Chen suggested. After a week of dormancy, he longed to savor this brief vacation before the hectic days ahead. Sounds great. Zhao Wanner enthusiastically agreed. Subsequently, Zhao Chen summoned a squad of half-orc female soldiers assigned by Charlotte to accompany him. The 7 of them boarded an unmanned vehicle and departed the starship hangar, entering the interior of the Arctic Fox starport. The interior of the Arctic Fox starport resembled a vast city, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of residents. Of course, this was contingent upon having money. By the way, it seems my crew lacks a unified uniform, Zhao Chen remarked, observing the 5 half-orc female soldiers accompanying him. All clad in the most ordinary of garments, clothes that had been generously gifted by the slave trader when he purchased them. Since you haven't bought new clothes this year, let us purchase some new outfits and I will also arrange for a batch of crew uniforms. Zhao Chen proposed. I have a school uniform at the academy, Zhao Wanner countered. Zhao Chen glanced at Zhao Wanner, who was still wearing her academy uniform. No one wished to wear a uniform all day. Primarily to save on expenses, Zhao Chen firmly took Zhao Wanner by the arm and asserted, no, today we must buy you new clothes. You are not permitted to return without at least 10 new outfits. Zhao Wanner looked on in disbelief. As they made their way, a figure draped in a black cloak stumbled toward them, head lowered. The half-orc female soldiers instinctively stepped in front of Zhao Chen. The cloaked figure collided with one of the soldiers and repeatedly apologized in a hoarse female voice, I'm sorry, before hastily retreating. Zhao Chen watched the figure vanish around a corner. What's wrong? Zhao Wanner inquired, noticing Zhao Chen's peculiar demeanor. Nothing, let us continue to shop for clothes, Zhao Chen replied. Inside the clothing store, Zhao Chen fixated on several outfits, his expression torn, body-hugging uniforms, maid costumes, bunny girl attire. Imagining the female crew members of his starship clad in such uniforms was a delightful thought. However, dismissing such fantasies, he decided to order the designs he had sketched. Zhao Wanner, standing beside him, had already drawn several clothing designs, shattering Zhao Chen's idealistic visions. Suddenly, Zhao Chen spotted a familiar silhouette outside the store, but behind it lurked several shadowy figures. Wanner, wait here for a moment. You two stay, and the three of you come with me. Zhao Chen instructed, abruptly departing the clothing store with three of the half-orc female soldiers, disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 52. Interstellar succubus. Not far from the clothing store, within a secluded, abandoned underground tunnel, the cloaked figure that had previously bumped into Zhao Chen's soldier cautiously navigated the dark passage. After what felt like an eternity, she turned into a smaller tunnel and rhythmically knocked on the wall. Soon, dozens of silhouettes emerged from the shadows, all female, adorned with short horns atop their heads, tiny wings on their backs, and slender tails. Sister Lilith, the girls exclaimed as they encircled the cloaked figure. She lowered her hood, revealing stunning features, though marred by a layer of dark, muddy substance that could not overshadow her allure. Like the others, she too had black horns. You must be hungry. I have brought some food I found. Please, eat, Lilith said, producing a box filled with a green, viscous substance. This was synthetic food. Though it lacked flavor, the girls wasted no time devouring it, clearly famished after a long period without sustenance. Watching the children eat, Lilith swallowed hard. Regrettably, she had targeted a wealthy benefactor today, but her opportunity had been thwarted by the keen instincts of his guards. There had been no chance to act. Sister Lilith, you should eat as well. A small girl, appearing around 13 or 14, offered her some green synthetic food. Lilith smiled gently. I have already eaten outside, so I am not hungry. Please, enjoy your meal. The girl blinked and resumed her ravenous consumption. Lilith turned away, caressing her flat-stomached eye. In truth, she had not consumed anything, as the limited food she had stolen could only satisfy the needs of her companions. If she were to eat, there would not be enough left for everyone. She could sacrifice a meal for herself, but she could not bear to see her kin suffer from hunger. As she observed the bowl of green, viscous food vanish, even the container was licked clean. She sighed. It seemed she would have to venture out to hunt once more today. At that moment, the faint sound of footsteps reached her ears, but it was enough for Lilith to hear. She immediately turned toward the source and shouted, "Who goes there?" Indeed, her instincts had not failed her. This girl was a succubus. You were right, my brother, to suspect that this succubus is not alone. Following the trail may lead us to others of her kind. Who would have thought there would be so many here? In the current market, a high-quality succubus was rumored to be worth over 1,000 star coins, and the one before them could fetch 10,000. 7 men emerged from the darkness, wielding knives and other weapons. Within the confines of the starport, regulations prohibited the carrying of firearms, so they were armed solely with cold weapons. The men leered at the succubus, and the frightened group of her kin huddled behind her. Succubi, a rare interstellar race, consists solely of females with the ability to reproduce asexually. Each succubus is an enchanting beauty, originally residing on an untouched planet until their allure attracted humanoid predators. This led to an invasion war on the succubus's home planet, where they were ultimately overpowered. Many succubi perished or were captured, while the survivors fled their homeworld, embarking on a prolonged journey across the stars. As they wandered, the succubi gradually dispersed. In the black market, a succubus could fetch over 1,000 star coins, with exceptionally beautiful ones commanding prices as high as 10,000. Many nobles take pride in owning a succubus slave. However, due to extensive hunting, encounters with succubi have become exceedingly rare. Who could have imagined that dozens of succubi would reside within the abandoned tunnels of this starport? They were a veritable treasure trove. Quick, flee, Lilith exclaimed, drawing a dagger and adopting a defensive stance as her kin began to scatter. You won't escape, the men shouted, surging forward. Lilith swung her dagger, but her combat skills were evidently lacking. Before long, a man wrested the dagger from her grasp. Little girl, I advise you not to resist. Instead of struggling here, why not allow me to sell you to those noblemen? You would enjoy a life of luxury instead of suffering here. The man grinned as he grasped Lilith's arm. I would never become a captive of the likes of you. I would rather die than allow you to succeed. Lilith declared, biting down on the man's arm in defiance. The man retaliated, kicking her in the abdomen. Lilith was violently thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground, clutching her abdomen in pain. "Let go of me, Sister Lilith! Save me!" Behind her, the anguished cries of her fleeing companions echoed. Gritting her teeth, Lilith raised her head, only to behold 4 or 5 individuals at the other end of the tunnel, obstructing their escape. Already apprehending her comrades, it appeared they were all part of the same faction. "Hey, why are you being so rough? If you damage her, she won't fetch a good price," one of the men shouted angrily. The man who had bitten back a snort approached Lilith, saying, "If she can't be sold, we'll just have to enjoy her ourselves. I've lived this long and never had the pleasure of a succubus. I've heard that indulging with one is worth losing a decade of life." As he spoke, he stepped up to Lilith, placing a foot on her back, gripping her hair, and grinning maliciously. "Tonight, I shall savor the renowned flavor of a succubus." Lilith, grasped by her hair, tilted her head back. The physical pain was nothing compared to the anguish in her heart. She understood all too well what awaited her and her companions once captured. After years of evading capture, barely clinging to life, she questioned, why did succubi not have the right to live equally? Was it merely because of their beauty? Lilith's heart burned with hatred for this damned universe, for those who invaded her home planet, and for the men before her. If anyone could save them, she, Lilith, would be willing to sacrifice everything, even her life. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the tunnel. At first, she thought it was another succubus fleeing, but soon realized something was amiss as a figure emerged from the shadows. "This is quite the commotion. I hope you don't mind if I join in," Zhao Chen said with a smile, observing the chaotic scene within the underground tunnel as 3 female soldiers guarded him protectively. "Who are you?" The man standing over Lilith glared at Zhao Chen, his hands beginning to gesture threateningly. Those who had been capturing succubi began to close in. "Who am I? What does it matter to you?" Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, appearing contemplative before responding with a smirk. The man felt the sting of humiliation and pointed angrily at Zhao Chen. "You little brat, I warn you. I'm with the Black Fox Society of Arctic Fox Starport. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll never leave Arctic Fox Starport." Black Fox Society? Zhao Chen mused, the name suggesting a criminal organization. However, he shrugged it off, smiling as he spread his hands. "Your Black Fox Society may indeed have some clout, but do you really think you and your pals will survive to leave here?" The man grasped the implication of Zhao Chen's words and immediately drew a dagger, while his companions brandished their own weapons. Surrounding him with a group of about 10, the 3 half-beast female soldiers instantly took a battle stance. "Hold on, let me have a go first," Zhao Chen interjected, stepping forward alone, beckoning the attackers with a finger. "No dilly-dallying. Let us get this over with. I see you're looking for death. Charge, take him down," the man ordered, and his comrades rushed forward. However, the tunnel was narrow, allowing only 5 to advance side by side, so only 3 could engage in the fight. The 3 female soldiers gripped their short blades, recalling General Charlotte's orders to prioritize the captain's safety above all else. Yet, since the captain had commanded them not to intervene, they felt conflicted, opting to observe for now, ready to act should their captain be in danger. An unexpected scene unfolded. Zhao Chen was quick on his feet, dodging the first man's knife attack before delivering a powerful punch to his chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Zhao Chen followed up with 2 swift kicks, sending the other 2 men sprawling. His speed, fluidity, and immense strength left the 3 half-beast soldiers in awe. He was no less formidable than the elite warriors of their kind. "Continue," Zhao Chen urged, his eyes gleaming with combat fervor. Having injected T1 super soldier serum, Zhao Chen had previously engaged in simulated battles aboard his starship, and the data indicated his physical abilities surpassed most interstellar soldiers. Yet, lacking real combat experience, he was unaware of just how strong he had become if he were to spar with the half-beast female crew. They would hold back out of concern for their captain's safety, and he too would refrain from using excessive force against them. Thus, he awaited an opportunity to truly unleash his prowess. 3 minutes later, apart from the initial man, all of his comrades lay defeated on the ground, a third of them lifeless. They either succumbed to crushed hearts or severed necks. Zhao Chen's strength was simply too overwhelming for ordinary bodies to withstand. "Why you don't come any closer?" the man stammered, Terror etched across his face as he recoiled, ultimately turning to flee. Zhao Chen picked up a dagger from the ground and hurled it, the blade embedding itself in the man's rear. Ah! Came a shrill scream as the man collapsed beside Lilith in a peculiar position. Zhao Chen remarked in dissatisfaction that accuracy still leaves something to be desired. I was aiming for his head. Lilith gazed at the man who had fallen before her, recalling the relentless pursuit they had faced over the years, the many sisters who had paid with their lives. Consumed by rage, she seized a small knife nearby and plunged it into the man's neck, blood splattering her face. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she returned to her senses, vigilantly observing the unusual quartet of one man and three women. You are of the succubus race, aren't you? Zhao Chen addressed Lilith, motioning for the three female soldiers to clear the area, ensuring all who still breathed among the fallen were dealt with. For the half-beast female crew, this was a routine task. A swift strike meant a life extinguished. Are you here to capture us as well? Lilith asked, placing the dagger against her pale neck. I would rather die than allow you to humiliate me. Zhao Chen shrugged, smiling. If you wish to die, then so be it, but I have no intention of humiliating you. I merely saw the succubi and was momentarily intrigued. Lilith paused, bewildered by his words. This place is no longer safe. If you don't mind, you may come aboard my starship. I can guarantee your safety, Zhao Chen proposed. Lilith scrutinized him, her voice laced with caution. How do I know your intentions are not the same as theirs? If my intentions were the same, I could easily capture you. Why waste my breath here? Zhao Chen replied, if you choose to refuse my goodwill, that's your prerogative. I shall take my leave. Soon, others will come for you. You may die, but what of your kin? I believe I see children among them. With that, Zhao Chen turned to depart. Lilith felt her vulnerability exposed. She glanced at her trembling kin huddled together in fear. Biting her lip, she couldn't suppress her urge to call out, wait, I am willing to go with you, as long as you can ensure my kin's safety and do not harm them. I can agree to any terms you set. Such words bore significant weight coming from a captivating succubus. The impact on a man was immense. You three, find a way to escort them back to our starship. Is that feasible? Zhao Chen addressed his female soldiers. The soldiers exchanged glances before nodding. Captain, we can rent some hover cars and park them at the tunnel's exit, then hide them inside to bring them back to the starship. It's not a difficult task. Then it's settled, Zhao Chen declared, striding towards the tunnel exit without a backward glance, seemingly indifferent to the succubi behind him. Lilith embraced her kin, uncertain whether her choice was right or wrong, but believing it better to take a chance than await death. She studied the retreating figure of the man, her expression complex. Unbeknownst to her, a slight smile curled at the corners of Zhao Chen's lips. Chapter 54. What kind of starship is this? It is nothing short of paradise. Aside from their alluring appearance and innate seductive talents, the succubi possessed another characteristic. They were exceptionally intelligent, though their combat prowess was limited. Their minds were sharp, excelling in intellectual pursuits and adept at managing various affairs. However, compared to these abilities, the world seemed far more captivated by their beauty. After all, there were many clever interstellar races. A few unmanned hovercars came to a halt within Zhao Chen's starship garage. During the time they rented the starship garage, it had effectively become Zhao Chen's private domain. No one, not even those from Arctic Fox Starport, could enter without his permission. Come out, you are safe now, Zhao Chen called as he exited the vehicle. One by one, the succubi cautiously disembarked, cloaked in black robes to conceal their identities. This is my starship garage. This is my starship, Zhao Chen introduced, gesturing to the succubi, and I am the captain of this starship. My name is Zhao Chen. My name is Lilith, and I am their leader. Lilith stepped forward, visibly anxious and timid. Yet she felt compelled to stand up for her kin behind her. That moment, a woman descended from another drone, revealing herself to be Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner gazed in astonishment at the additional figures before Zhao Chen. And upon closer inspection, she gasped, Succubi. Lilith immediately cast a wary glance at the woman. Do not be alarmed. She is my sister. Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Zhao Wanner, saying, You are responsible for accommodating them. They will temporarily reside on our starship. First, take them to bathe, then to the dining hall for a meal, and afterward provide them with clean clothes and dormitories. Understood, Zhao Wanner responded instinctively, but soon she realized the implications and pressed. Wait, You haven't explained where you acquired these succubi. Though they were women, Zhao Wanner was acutely aware of what succubi represented to men. Hey, what do you mean by acquired? I merely assist those in need. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. I will elaborate on this matter later. It seems my batch of raw materials is arriving, so I must check on that as for the clothing we ordered earlier. You handle that. With that, Zhao Chen dashed away, leaving Zhao Wanner and the group of succubi behind. What do succubi matter in comparison to the importance of Zhao Chen's starship? Thus, Lilith led her kin aboard the magnificent starship. I am Zhao Wanner. Although I am unsure how you came to be with that fellow, you can rest assured that as long as I am here, he will not harm you, Zhao Wanner stated with conviction. I.M. Lilith, Lilith whispered. Her kin remained timidly huddled behind her, yet they curiously surveyed the resplendent corridor of the starship. Compared to the Zero Storm, the interior of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier was extraordinarily beautiful. Akin to a work of art, upon entering, Zhao Wanner instantly fell in love with the starship. You all that have a bit of an odor. Let me take you to bathe, Zhao Wanner said, looking at Lilith. Lilith's cheeks flushed. Having hidden in the underground tunnels of the starport for so long, it was only natural they carried an unpleasant scent. The spacious bathing area was enveloped in steam. Shower stalls with installed showerheads flanked either side. And a soaking pool lay in the center. Hurry up and bathe. Clean clothes are over here. Once you're done, you can change. I'll take you to eat afterward, Zhao Wanner instructed at the entrance. All right, okay, Lilith replied. Still somewhat reserved, but already one of the succubi couldn't resist and rushed into the shower to relish the warm water. It's actually warm water. I haven't had a hot shower in ages. But will we get scolded for using so much water? I heard water resources on starships are quite precious, one succubus remarked. Lilith surveyed her surroundings. As a former officer aboard a starship from the succubus kingdom, she knew that such a bathing facility was a luxury. Do not worry about the water. Our starship employs the most advanced cosmic particle collection technology to gather water molecules, so it is not particularly scarce. Zhao Wanner's voice echoed from outside. This completely dispelled their concerns. The succubi began to relax and bathe, washing away the grime from their bodies, revealing their exquisite forms. If Zhao Chen were present, he would undoubtedly be captivated. For previously, the underground tunnels obscured the true beauty of these succubi, now radiant and undeniably alluring, worthy of pursuit by humanoid males across the cosmos. After a little over 10 minutes, the succubi finished bathing and changed into clean clothes. Had it not been for the prospect of dining, they could have luxuriated in this blissful bathing area all day. Sister Lilith, will I have the chance to bathe here again? A young succubus tugged at Lilith's arm. Gazing back at the bathing area with longing, Lilith, seeing the hope in the young succubus's eyes, couldn't bear to deny her and softly replied, yes. Until now, she remained unaware of Zhao Chen's true intentions in helping them. Nor did she comprehend what fate awaited them next. Miss Wanner, we are all cleaned up. Thank you for the clothes. Truth be told, our own garments are still wearable, Lilith said, a bit shyly. In truth, their clothing was tattered and ill-fitting. During their days of fleeing, who cared for attire? Merely covering oneself sufficed. Zhao Wanner looked at the 10 or so succubi before her, her eyes widening in astonishment. You are incredibly beautiful, Zhao Wanner remarked with envy. Succubi possessed an innate charm. Every motion exuded an alluring aura that was beyond their control, making them natural seductresses. Lilith's cheeks flushed, yet she was already accustomed to such gazes. Zhao Wanner glanced at Lilith, then at herself, particularly her own modest chest, feeling like a mere child in comparison. However, Zhao Wanner was not lacking in beauty. She simply had not yet matured, and her style was entirely different from that of Lilith and her kin. Ahem, let us go eat. Let us go eat. Zhao Wanner quickly redirected the conversation, leading Lilith and the others to the starship's dining hall. Inside the dining hall, Zhao Wanner pointed at the buffet. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. Just ensure there is no waste. After her statement, not a single succubus stepped forward. Zhao Wanner, perplexed, looked over and found each succubus standing in stunned silence. A few were fixated on a half-orc female crew member who was eating, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. Do you usually eat this? Lilith asked in astonishment. Everything on the menu is natural food, not artificial. Zhao Wanner replied nonchalantly that of course, you may order to your heart's content. Inhaling the delightful aromas, Lilith marveled internally. This was no mere starship. It was akin to paradise. I would like an order of dumplings. May I have a serving of that steak rice? Sister Lilith, there are fruits. Are those the legendary fruits? The succubi appeared as children who had never ventured beyond their homes, excitedly clamoring at the buffet. Lilith felt a pang of sorrow for her kin. After ordering, the succubi stood anxiously at the buffet, awaiting their meals. The chef chuckled, "You can find a seat and wait. The food will be delivered by mechanical servers once it's ready." Upon hearing the chef's words, the succubi turned, glancing back every few steps as they made their way to a nearby table. Moments later, the first orders were ready. It's actually rice. The succubi stared in disbelief at the fragrant rice before them, savoring the taste as happiness spread across their palates. Other succubi cast envious glances. But soon their meals were ready as well. One by one, they began to devour their food, relishing a joy they had never experienced before. Gradually, one succubus began to cry mid-meal. Lilith turned to the young succubus, concerned, and asked, "Why are you crying? Is it not to your liking?" "It's not that it's bad, it's simply too delicious. But thinking about not being able to eat like this in the future, I can't help but cry." The young succubus said, tears streaming down her cheeks, "Sister Lilith, I do not wish to wander in hiding, living a life of hunger anymore." Lilith silently embraced the young succubus, remaining speechless. Sadness is contagious, and soon a majority of the succubi found themselves quietly sobbing while eating. A petite succubus, cradling a bowl nearly as large as her face, timidly approached the buffet, stammering, May I have another bowl?" Her bowl was licked clean, as if it had been washed. "What did you say?" Perhaps due to her soft voice, the chef initially did not hear her. The petite succubus lowered her head in embarrassment, mumbling, half a bowl would be fine. Oh, you would like more? No problem. Miss Warner just said you can eat as much as you wanted, eh? As long as there is no waste. Let me see, you ordered beef noodles, so please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly," the chef responded warmly. "Thank you," the petite succubus said, scampering back to her seat. Her eyes fixed on the buffet, unwavering. An hour later, when Zhao Warner returned, she was met with an astonishing sight. The once delicate and enchanting succubi now sported bulging bellies, resembling those in the later stages of pregnancy, with some even exhibiting pained expressions. "What on earth happened here?" Zhao Warner looked at Lilith in bewilderment. Lilith spoke with a hint of apology and shyness. I'm sorry, they just couldn't help but eat too much. And a few of them have overindulged." As she spoke, she subtly drew in her own slightly protruding abdomen. Burp. "This is the first time I felt this, so this is what it feels like to be stuffed." A little succubus leaned back in her chair, her expression a mixture of pain and pleasure. Zhao Warner chuckled. "I will arrange for someone to bring you some digestive medicine shortly. Once you feel better, I'll take you to see your dormitory." "Thank you, Miss Warner." Lilith genuinely expressed her gratitude this time. She was acutely aware of the immense value of this meal, which undoubtedly surpassed the total worth of the food they had consumed over the past several years. "There's no need to thank me. It was just a meal." Zhao Warner had grown accustomed to the cuisine of the starship's dining hall and gradually perceived it as something unremarkable, as if humans were naturally meant to consume these wholesome foods rather than artificial ones. "Do all crew members eat this?" Lilith inquired. Zhao Warner nodded and raised a finger, saying, "That guy Zhao Chen, my brother, set a food standard of 10 star coins per month for the crew aboard this starship." 10 star coins. Upon hearing this standard, Lilith felt a tremor in her heart. This seemed excessively extravagant. When she had glanced at the menu while ordering, she had noted that with 10 star coins, one could dine here daily without needing to feast on lavish meals every day. This life seemed exceedingly blissful. "I have another question. Since I arrived, it seems that all the crew members on this starship are women. And aside from you and Captain Zhao Chen, they are all half-beast women," Lilith remarked, voicing her observation. Zhao Warner rolled her eyes and retorted, "You should ask my older brother about that. All these half-beast women were purchased as slaves from the black market." "Slaves?" Lilith was taken aback, staring at the half-beast women in the dining hall who were chatting and enjoying their meals. Slaves? Since when did slaves receive such treatment? However, the thought of a man-s starship being filled exclusively with women made her subconsciously question Zhao Chen's intentions. After the few overstuffed succubi had rested, Zhao Warner led them to their dormitory. "There are 18 of you, correct? I will arrange 5 4-person dorms. Any empty beds can remain unoccupied," Zhao Warner said as she walked. Lilith quickly waved her hands, saying, "No need for that. Just arrange one dorm for us. If it's really necessary, a place to sit will suffice." Looking at the clean corridor, Lilith realized that resting here was not out of the question. After all, during their years of fleeing, they had endured far worse environments than this, even in underground tunnels, and no need to be polite. What we have in abundance on this starship is rooms. Although this starship only requires a crew of 100 to operate, it can comfortably accommodate 300 individuals. If we squeeze a bit, we could easily manage 700 or 800, Zhao Chen said proudly, as if introducing her home. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory area. "This will be your residence from now on. The beds and blankets have been arranged for you, and there are also clean clothes on each bed. This is a temporary identification card. You can go to the bathhouse for showers and dine in the dining hall daily," Zhao Chen explained. Lilith gazed at the dormitory before her, feeling as if she were rooted to the spot. Such a clean and bright room was to be her sleeping place. Moreover, upon entering, she discovered an independent bathroom on the left. She had never heard of a starship dormitory having its own bathroom. Usually, a dormitory area shared a single restroom, which was often in terrible condition. Furthermore, the entire room was spacious, measuring at least 40 to 50 square meters. Equipped with 4 bunk beds, with the lower tiers repurposed as desks, the aisle between the beds was a whole meter wide. Spacious, clean, tidy, and convenient. It was truly hard to believe that this was a dormitory on a starship. Lilith could not help but exclaim once more, "What kind of divine starship is this?" Chapter 56. "Where do you wish to go? I can send you on your way." After settling the succubi, Zhao Chen proceeded to the operation station on the opposite side of the starship's workshop. There, Zhao Chen was planning the upcoming starship construction project, his hands deftly adjusting various parameters on the holographic projection before him. "Hey, did you bring those succubi back for some nefarious purpose?" Zhao Chen scrutinized Zhao Chen as if he were a criminal. Zhao Chen paused his work, responding helplessly, "Come on, I'm just doing a good deed here. Haven't you noticed how pitiful those succubi are?" Zhao Chen narrowed her eyes at him. "They are indeed pitiable, but I don't believe you brought them back solely out of compassion. There are plenty of unfortunate souls in the Arctic Fox starport." Realizing he could not deceive Zhao Chen, Zhao Chen dropped the pretense and replied with a chuckle, "Hey, those are succubi. I know, they are the kind of enchanting beings that men adore." Zhao Chen crossed her arms and snorted disdainfully. "Pa, am I such a vulgar person? What I mean is, those succubi are quite intelligent." Zhao Chen raised his hand, displaying detailed information about the succubi, particularly highlighting their strong learning abilities and intelligence. Zhao Chen quickly grasped his intention. "You want to recruit them?" "Exactly. What I lack right now is talent. Although those half-beast women are competent starship soldiers, they are inadequate for certain tasks. Take Charlotte, for example. She can certainly fight, but when it comes to managing the fleet's affairs, it's a complete disaster. The succubi, on the other hand, excel in management and have excellent memory. They are perfect for administrative roles on the starship," Zhao Chen said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Talent. This is precisely what he needs. And it must be female. That may be so, but are you really only after this one objective?" Zhao Chen questioned skeptically. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "Come on, I'm your brother after all. If I were that kind of person. Have you seen me even touch a half-beast soldier in these past few months? I haven't, but those succubi are incredibly alluring. Even I find myself tempted. Who knows if you might turn out to be worse than a beast?" Zhao Chen retorted with a cold huff. "All right, enough of this. You should get some rest. You need to catch the interstellar ferry back to the North Star Starship Military Academy tomorrow morning," Zhao Chen said. "Are you really not coming back with me?" Zhao Chen asked. Zhao Chen gestured to the holographic starship designs before him. "Look at this. Do you think I can leave? What kind of starship is this?" Zhao Chen inquired curiously. Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously. "It has the potential to build an interstellar fleet for us in the future." "An interstellar fleet?" Zhao Chen initially wanted to tease him. After all, the smallest interstellar fleet requires at least 30 starships, and he currently only had 2. Aiming to establish an interstellar fleet seemed a bit far-fetched. However, considering Zhao Chen's previous feats in assembling the Zero Snowstorm and constructing the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, every one of his achievements had been remarkable. Perhaps he could truly accomplish it? "Very well. I will wait for you at the North Star Starship Military Academy," Zhao Chen declared, glaring at Zhao Chen. "But I warn you, if I find out you dare to mistreat those succubi, beware of me." Zhao Wanner made a scissor gesture with her hand before turning to leave. Where did this girl learn such things? Zhao Chen muttered, then resumed his work. As for the succubi, they would need to be kept for a while. He was in no rush to tame them. Once they boarded his starship, they would have no opportunity to leave this pirate ship. Half a day passed. And the system prompt in his mind pulled Zhao Chen back to reality. He set aside his work and opened the system interface. Two pop-up windows appeared. Quarterly task. Please construct and possess 3 different T2 or T2 level starships, system produced. It turned out that the quarterly task had appeared. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. It was already October. It seemed this quarterly task was issued every 3 months, with no penalties for failing to complete it. But it would be automatically cancelled if not fulfilled, along with substantial rewards. It served as a favorable channel for obtaining system rewards. He looked at the other pop-up window. Monthly points, 80 points. Zhao Chen's system points had surprisingly increased by 80 points. Upon checking, he discovered this was due to the passive income generated by the T2 Queen Bee. As previously mentioned, there were several ways to earn system points. Aside from completing system tasks, one could also rely on passive income from owned system starships. The T2 Queen Bee had been commissioned at the beginning of September, allowing him to collect monthly points in October, accumulating to 80 points daily. The more starships one owned, the more points accumulated. The higher the starship's level, the more points earned. This was excellent news, as the number of starships increased, even if he did not undertake system tasks. He could still amass a substantial amount of system points. Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy. Time swiftly passed a week, and the day after the succubi arrived aboard the T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Wanner took the interstellar ferry back to the North Star Starship Military Academy. Meanwhile, all the raw material orders Zhao Chen required had been fulfilled, and thus he began his lengthy journey of starship construction once more. In the span of 5 days, one individual found herself engulfed in anxiety. Lilith, the succubus. Initially, she had assumed that the following day would bring the man who would reveal his intentions. However, to her dismay, he did not arrive, and even Miss Zhao Wanner bid her farewell. On the 3rd day, the man remained absent. The 4th day passed in the same manner, and by the 5th day, Lilith had surprisingly acclimated to life aboard the starship. Rising each day at the same hour as the female soldiers, making her bed, attending to her personal hygiene, and then proceeding to the dining hall for meals. During the remainder of her time, they assisted in tidying the ship, despite the presence of cleaning robots tasked with the chore. Yet, unwilling to remain idle, they sought out tasks to occupy themselves. Gradually, they became acquainted with the female half-orc crew members. Discovering that their lives here were quite pleasant, the captain had never compelled them to undertake any labor. On the 6th day, Lilith's anxiety began to resurface. The more she adapted to her current existence, the more her apprehension grew, particularly in light of the man's continued absence. That night, she experienced insomnia. On the 7th day, Lilith lay on her soft, plush bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to drift into slumber. It had been a long time since she had slept in a bed. Often, merely finding a shelter from the elements was considered a blessing. Thus, on the 1st day, many succubi suffered from sleeplessness, some ultimately collapsing on the floor to find rest. Concurrently, Lilith noticed that anxiety had manifested in the other succubi as well. She recognized the expression all too well. It signified their profound reluctance to relinquish the life they currently enjoyed, a life they had long yearned for. On the 8th day, Lilith, sporting dark circles beneath her eyes, arrived at the starship's dining hall, ordering her favorite dumplings and taking a seat. Before long, a plate of dumplings was placed before her, and a figure sat across from her. In that instant, the entire dining hall seemed to fall into a hushed silence. Lilith lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of the man who had been missing for 7 days, the very man she had been waiting for. "Speak, where would you like to go next? I can escort you," Zhao Chen stated, casually eating his dumplings. His voice, though unassuming, resonated throughout the hall, reaching the ears of every succubus present. The words struck them like a thunderclap. It felt as though they were plunged into an icy abyss. The once delectable food before them suddenly lost all allure. Chapter 57. The succubus's lament. Her name was Beishi, a succubus. She had heard her companions speak of their origins in a succubus kingdom, which had been overrun by malevolent invaders, forcing them into a life of flight. Since the dawn of her memories, she had been on the run, across planets, aboard starships, in various hiding places. they were compelled to disguise their identities, seldom appearing before the eyes of the world. Their sleeping quarters were predominantly dark, damp, infested with vermin and foul odors. Their sustenance primarily consisted of synthetic food, and they could only manage a meal every 2 to 3 days. She had witnessed several companions perish from starvation. Time and again, they narrowly escaped capture by wicked foes or were nearly defeated by hunger. Fortunately, their sister Lilith was formidable, always leading them away from danger and providing them with sustenance. But one fateful day, a group attacked their hidden underground refuge. Just as they found themselves in peril, a powerful man emerged. He effortlessly subdued their assailants and brought them aboard his starship. Beishi had never encountered such a magnificent vessel. And here, they need not conceal their identities, for most of those they encountered were female half-orcs. Lilith had warned them to be exceedingly cautious of men, declaring them to be devourers of souls. Subsequently, they were attended to by a gentle and beautiful young woman who arranged for them to bathe. It was Beishi's first experience with clean, warm water. Previously, they could only cleanse themselves with filthy water. As the water cascaded over her body, she found herself enamored with the sensation. Not only was there a bathing facility, but they could also luxuriate in a pool, savoring the bliss of being fully immersed. Later, they were escorted to a dining hall, where the lovely attendant informed them they could order freely. Gazing at the menu, Beishi was struck by unfamiliarity, for she had only ever consumed synthetic food. The few times she had tasted natural food, it had been meager, merely a biscuit the size of a finger and some wild game caught in the wilderness. Ultimately, she selected a dish that appeared to be laden with meat. When the large platter was placed before her, the enticing aroma enveloped her, and the exquisite flavors danced on her palate, revealing to her for the first time that eating was not merely a means of survival, but rather a delightful experience. Afterward, they were shown to a pristine room, furnished with a soft bed, clean linens, an independent bathroom, and neatly arranged garments imbued with a delicate fragrance. Each individual was afforded personal space, no longer crammed into constricted quarters. Everything felt extraordinarily splendid, like a dream. If this were indeed a dream, Beishi truly wished never to awaken from it. For an entire week thereafter, they thrived aboard the starship, residing in immaculate rooms and relishing delectable meals. They also assisted the crew members with minor tasks, contributing in small ways. Yet today, the man who had brought them here reappeared, and the words he uttered reverberated in her mind like whispers from a chasm. "Speak. Where do you wish to go next? I can escort you." In an instant, Beishi's eyes glazed over, and the once appetizing meat before her lost all appeal. One singular thought consumed her mind. They must leave this place. They must return to their former lives. "No, I refuse," she protested, bewildered as she stared at the man before her. Zhao Chen responded, "I have arranged for tickets on an interstellar cruise, which can take you to any planet or spaceport you desire." Lilith's expression faltered. She found herself momentarily speechless. The man's words had taken her completely by surprise. Suddenly, a succubus erupted in despair, seizing a fork from her plate and pressing it against her throat. "I will not go. I will not go," Beishi cried, her face streaked with tears, her voice trembling as she gazed at Zhao Chen. "Beishi, what are you doing? Put the fork down," Lilith exclaimed, her heart aching for the youngest of her companions, who, by the standards of succubi, was still a child. Little Beishi ignored Lilith's pleas, turning her gaze to Zhao Chen. "Why?" she implored. Zhao Chen regarded the petite succubus, barely standing at 1.40 meters, yet her inherent physical allure could captivate even the most ardent enthusiasts of youthful beauty. "Sister Lilith, I do not wish to return to that former life. I do not want to drink that black water anymore. I do not want to hide in dark, dismal places, living in constant fear. I do not want to scour the walls for moss to eat, to consume dirt, or to seek any morsel of food I can find, only to endure the agony of hunger in a corner. I do not want to battle terrifying beasts in the desolate wilderness for scraps of food, nor do I wish to witness the bodies of our fallen companions." The little succubus Beishi looked around, tears brimming in her eyes. Here, for the first time, I discovered that living can be a pleasure. Living can be a pleasure? The irony of this statement rang hollow, yet for those who dwelled in darkness, mere survival was a monumental challenge, let alone the prospect of enjoying life. Many succubi present were choked with sobs, their eyes reddened. Older succubi continued to eat, savoring each grain of rice, for this might be the last moment in their lives to relish such exquisite food. They were destined to return to the shadows. Little Beishi's bloodshot eyes fixed upon Zhao Chen as she cried out in a voice filled with anguish, "If you are going to send us away, why treat us so kindly? Why allow us to experience this life, to provide us with clean clothes, warm water, delicious food, and soft beds? Why show us that we, too, can live in happiness? You have illuminated our lives. And now you wish to cast us back into darkness." As she spoke, the fork clattered to the ground, and she collapsed, weeping. Lilith, torn between guilt and helplessness, stepped forward and embraced little Beishi. Chapter 58. They could have endured the darkness. Had they never seen the light, Zhao Chen observed the succubi before him, their emotions unraveling. He realized that his objective had been achieved. They could have endured the darkness had they never known the light. Yet, Zhao Chen had brought them aboard the starship, granting them a happiness they could scarcely conceive. He had introduced a radiant beam into their previously shadowy existence, but now his words signified the impending extinguishment of that light. This was a cruel fate for them. Truly, if you do not wish to depart, you need not go, Zhao Chen stated calmly. In that fleeting moment, the 18 alluring succubi present all turned their gazes towards Zhao Chen. With even Lilith's eyes brimming with a certain hopefulness, "You may become my crew, just like those half-orc shipmates. Fight for me," Zhao Chen declared. Lilith was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated such an option. Fighting for a human was something she had never contemplated. After all, in the eyes of humans, succubi were not seen as interstellar warriors, but merely as tools for indulgence. "I shall grant you time to ponder this. You may finish your meal, should you choose freedom. You may exit through the back door of the dining hall, where arrangements will be made for you to journey to any planet or starport of your choosing. If you wish to stay, proceed to the front entrance where your information will be registered, and from henceforth, you shall be my crew," Zhao Chen continued. Having spoken, he wiped his mouth and stood up, departing the dining hall. The choice had been bestowed upon the succubi, though the answer was one he already knew. Barely a moment after Zhao Chen left, the young succubus Beishi, without a second thought, dashed towards the front door. Tears wiped away, no matter what, she was determined to stay. If she could not remain here, she would rather perish. One by one, the other succubi followed suit, making their way towards the front entrance. "Sister Lilith, let us stay," another succubus urged, reaching out to grasp Lilith's hand, who had remained silent. Lilith bit her lip, soon finding clarity. She had always yearned for freedom, but what would it mean to venture outside? As Beishi had articulated, would they merely continue to hide and live a life of uncertainty? "You go ahead. I will join you shortly," Lilith said, gently stroking the head of the succubus before hastily following the direction Zhao Chen had taken. Zhao Chen walked through the corridor of the starship. He heard footsteps behind him, signaling his success. "Wait," Lilith called out, positioning herself in front of him. "There's something you wish to discuss?" Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith fixed her gaze upon him and asked, "What is your true intention? Are you attempting to entice us with a superior life, and what do you seek to gain from us? Is it merely to have us serve as your interstellar soldiers? You have already articulated my purpose." Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Lilith looked at him skeptically. Zhao Chen understood that without providing her with a satisfactory answer, she would remain unconvinced. "To be frank, my fleet has just been established, comprising only 2 starships, with around 800 soldiers, all half-orcs. While they are proficient in operating starships in combat, they lack the skills necessary for managing internal affairs and fleet operations. I am in dire need of talents. And you succubi are precisely the individuals I require. Of course, I will also assess and train you thereafter." Zhao Chen conveyed his thoughts. "You truly value not our physical forms, but our capabilities?" Lilith asked, astonished, as she had not expected anyone to recognize the inherent talents of the succubi. "You are indeed captivating and alluring. However, I would never compel another to undertake actions they do not wish to pursue. Similarly, should you choose to depart, I will not hinder you," Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Speaking from his heart, Lilith, biting her lip, remarked, "But do you understand the trouble you would invite if word spreads that succubi are serving aboard your starship?" "Trouble?" Zhao Chen smirked slightly, exuding an aura of authority. "Should anyone dare to trouble my crew, I will become the greatest nuisance in their life." Zhao Chen was commendable in many aspects, yet he had one glaring flaw. He was fiercely protective of those under his wing. "You are indeed a peculiar individual, but you have convinced me," Lilith said, gazing at Zhao Chen. "I am willing to work for you, though I cannot yet profess absolute loyalty." Zhao Chen chuckled. "I do not require your loyalty. I only ask that you earnestly dedicate yourselves to your tasks here, for our collective benefit and for your own livelihoods." In truth, Zhao Chen cared little for loyalty. He believed that once they acclimated to their new life, loyalty would become irrelevant, as they would find it impossible to part from it. Zhao Chen was their beacon of hope, and naturally, they would gravitate towards the light. "What shall we do next?" Lilith quickly assumed her role. Zhao Chen handed her a handheld terminal. "Inside, you will find various learning materials. Take this and study with your kin. In a month's time, I will conduct an assessment that will determine your future roles and privileges within my fleet, including whether you will dine on meat at every meal." Lilith accepted the terminal, smiling. "With your last explanation, I am confident they will study diligently." "Study? The succubi excel in learning," Zhao Chen mused. Having momentarily resolved matters concerning the succubi, he returned to the construction workshop of the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The keel of the T2 Hammer had been laid, though the completion of the overall construction would still require considerable time. The quarterly goal was to construct 3 distinct models of T2 starships. With one T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier already in hand, to meet the deadline by the end of December, he needed to build another T2 class starship. Zhao Chen was determined not to miss out on the generous rewards of the quarterly task. Within the Arctic Fox starport, in the underground tunnel from which Zhao Chen had previously taken the succubi, a group was now exploring with searchlights, discovering bodies and signs of habitation within the tunnel. A young man held his nose, gazing around in disgust. "Brother, we have found several bodies of those rats. Half suffered fatal injuries, while the others appear to have had their throats slit after sustaining severe wounds. The assailants were quite decisive," he reported to his superior, noting the absence of the targeted succubi. "I suspected the rats had gone missing. It turns out something happened here. The succubi we have been searching for are also nowhere to be found. This is a task our leader explicitly entrusted us with, and we painstakingly gathered clues for this." The young man's eyes glinted with cold fury. "Find out who dared to snatch our food from the Arctic Fox starport. Assign someone to scour every exit of this underground tunnel for clues. We must uncover who took the succubi." Chapter 59. The Falcon Fleet. A month had swiftly passed. The construction of Zhao Chen's T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was nearing completion. It seemed he would need to recruit soldiers skilled in starship construction. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed with labor, leading to inevitable exhaustion. Zhao Chen, his face smeared with grease, looked at the new vessel before him. "Bro, with you around, my workload will surely lighten." He chuckled at that moment. A soft feminine voice called from behind. Captain." Zhao Chen turned, his eyes brightening at the sight. Clad in a pristine, tailored military uniform, with a short skirt that gracefully reached above her knees and white stockings adorning her legs, the succubus exuded an enchanting allure. The design allowed for her tail and small wings to extend through tailored openings in the back and hem. Zhao Chen truly experienced the allure of uniform seduction. He silently thanked his sister, Zhao Wanner, for designing this starship uniform. Given the unique nature of Zhao Chen's fleet, the style was not fixed, allowing for variations based on the wearer's physique and features, while maintaining a cohesive series appearance. After all, Zhao Chen's soldiers were either half-orcs or succubi. "Captain?" Lilith called out again, prompting Zhao Chen to regain his composure. "Yes, there's something you need. We have completed the learning materials you assigned us." "When does the assessment begin?" Lilith inquired. Zhao Chen recalled the task he had assigned a month prior. "Let it be today. Have all the succubi assemble in the starship conference room." "Understood," Lilith replied. As she departed, Charlotte appeared. In fact, Charlotte had arrived aboard the number 0 Blizzard as early as the first week of October. Lilith greeted Charlotte with a nod before leaving. The two had encountered each other several times, and perhaps due to their somewhat parallel fates, they quickly became good friends. It was evident that the succubi had begun to adapt to their new lives. Charlotte approached Zhao Chen, and the two now shared a familiarity akin to old friends. "So, are you satisfied with my arrangements?" Zhao Chen asked while admiring Charlotte's uniform. As the vice captain, her attire differed slightly in detail, yet remained fundamentally similar: a white top, a short white skirt, and white stockings. However, while the uniform on Lilith radiated an alluring charm, on Charlotte, it conveyed the presence of a spirited female general. presenting entirely different visual impressions. The talents of succubi are indeed said to be remarkable in terms of their learning and management abilities. However, as you well know, the focus of most people lies primarily on their physical allure, and very few have put these skills to the test. It seems that only you would consider recruiting the succubi to serve as your interstellar soldiers. If the outside world were to discover this, they would undoubtedly accuse you of squandering a rare opportunity, Charlotte jested. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, allowing them to realize their value in suitable positions is what truly constitutes worth. Charlotte gazed at Zhao Chen, who was in the midst of constructing a T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Is your interstellar industrial ship nearing completion? Zhao Chen responded, it will be finished within a month at most. During this time, keep an eye out and procure a batch of half-beast female soldiers with expertise in starship manufacturing and maintenance, just as before. Charlotte remarked, I can't help but wonder if you have some peculiar preferences. It's rather strange. We have hundreds of women aboard our starship. While not every one of them is a celestial beauty, they certainly possess commendable looks, and don't your kind have a particular fondness for half-beast women? Referring to them as beast-eared maidens? Charlotte scrutinized him with a hint of suspicion. Zhao Chen replied earnestly, come on, we've known each other for 3 to 4 months now. Do you not have a grasp of the kind of person I am? Suddenly, Charlotte leaned closer and whispered in Zhao Chen's ear, Captain, you wouldn't happen to have some sort of physical ailment, would you? Zhao Chen paused momentarily before bursting out. What do you mean by physical ailments? I'll have you know, if you have the courage to come to my room tonight, I'll show you what an electric little marvel truly is. Charlotte was not offended by Zhao Chen's crude remark. After all, she had previously served as a captain herself and had heard her fair share of such banter from a group of rugged half-beast men. However, she was not quite ready to seduce Zhao Chen. On a more serious note, with the construction of this interstellar industrial ship, does that imply you intend to build a fleet of starships in the future? Charlotte shifted the topic. Zhao Chen nodded. My immediate goal is to establish an interstellar fleet. In that case, there are several issues to address. Currently, we have 2 starships, and soon we will have 3. We will need to decide on a name. Should we call ourselves the Owl Dragon Fleet, in accordance with your territory, or choose a different name? Additionally, we have yet to finalize our fleet emblem, Charlotte continued. Upon hearing Charlotte's concerns, Zhao Chen reflected. Indeed, it was a pressing matter. Now that the fleet's standard uniforms were prepared, other elements also needed to come together. The fleet will be named the Owl Dragon Fleet, and as for the emblem, we will adopt the Owl Dragon emblem that my great-grandfather used in his time. Saying this, Zhao Chen retrieved a dragon emblem from his handheld terminal. Owl Dragon Fleet, Owl Dragon emblem. Henceforth, we shall refer to ourselves as the Owl Dragon Fleet, Charlotte noted, committing the emblem to memory, preparing to arrange for its application on the hull upon her return. Charlotte continued, there's one more matter. Although we currently possess only 2 starships, I believe you should consider the arrangement of the fleet flagship. The flagship represents the foremost starship in a fleet. The most vital entity, Zhao Chen replied. The flagship can be determined later, especially since we do not have many starships at present. Nevertheless, he had already contemplated the flagship's arrangement, specifically, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship lying in his system's warehouse. Unfortunately, it was still not ready for deployment. However, Zhao Chen had resolved that the first flagship of the Owl Dragon Fleet must be a T3 starship. To be honest, the term Owl Dragon Fleet is rather rare within the Owl Dragon star system. Since the decline of the Zhao family, the noble families within the territory had ceased to refer to their starships as the Owl Dragon Fleet, resulting in the emblem's subsequent obscurity. Staring at the emblem, Zhao Chen couldn't help but think of his grandfather, who, through tremendous hardships, built the Zhao family's legacy. He vowed to make the Owl Dragon emblem shine once more within the starry empire, allowing the name of the Owl Dragon Fleet to echo across the cosmos. Chapter 60. T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship in the conference room of the T2 Bumblebee-class heavy aircraft carrier. 18 succubi stood at the ready. The examination begins. You must complete the questions before you within 3 hours. Zhao Chen addressed the 18 succubi. Each succubus had a holographic screen in front of her displaying the examination questions. The moment Zhao Chen announced the commencement of the exam, not a single succubus uttered a word. They all began diligently working on their questions. In fact, these questions had all been sourced by Zhao Chen's sister, Zhao Wan from the various administrative programs at the North Star Starship Military Academy, specifically from the 6th grade curriculum. Previously, Zhao Chen had provided Lilith and the others with theoretical materials that students in the administrative program at the North Star Starship Military Academy were required to study over 6 years. Yet, Zhao Chen had given them only 1 month to prepare. During that month, these succubi devoted themselves to studying, even while eating, sleeping, and bathing. Today marked the moment of truth for their abilities. As time passed, some succubi remained composed, others furrowed their brows in contemplation, while some exhibited signs of anxiety. The 3-hour time limit swiftly approached. Cease all actions. I will collect your examination responses, and the results will be announced in a few hours. You are now free to leave the conference room, Zhao Chen stated with gravity. Although the examination had concluded, each succubus dared not relax, remaining alert outside the conference room. Little succubus Basie grasped Lilith's hand and whispered, "Lilith, if we don't perform well in this assessment, will Captain send us away?" Although Captain Zhao Chen had only mentioned that the assessment would affect their future positions aboard the starship, he hadn't specified whether poor performance would lead to dismissal. Thus, they had spent the entire month on edge. "Don't worry. You all have worked hard, and I believe your performance will be satisfactory," Lilith reassured her. An hour later, Zhao Chen opened the door and stepped out. The gazes of the 18 succubi fell upon him, filled with tension, anxiety, and fear. "I will now announce the rankings of your examination results. First place, Lilith." Lilith's ranking was anticipated by all, for she possessed the highest talent among them. Second place, Massey. Third place, sixth place, Basie. Upon hearing her rank, Basie breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was 6th and not at the bottom. The succubi who had placed last grew increasingly anxious, glancing helplessly at Lilith and the captain. Some even covering their faces in tears, lamenting their lack of diligence. After announcing the rankings, Zhao Chen surveyed the room and declared, "Each of your performances was satisfactory." Satisfactory. At this, the succubi who had ranked lowest exhaled deeply. One of them timidly asked, "Captain, does that mean we can stay?" Of course, Zhao Chen replied with a smile. In truth, the determination of whether they would stay or not rested entirely in Zhao Chen's hands. The assessment was merely a formality, however. It must be said that they had performed remarkably well in just 1 month. Even the succubus who had performed the poorest had demonstrated a level equivalent to that of a 4th-year student in the administrative program at the North Star Starship Military Academy. Lilith, in particular, achieved the highest score, exceeding the passing line of the North Star Starship Military Academy by several points. "Now, I shall announce your future positions. Lilith will serve as my secretary, and Massey will be stationed on the bridge of the No. 0 Blizzard ship." Zhao Chen announced each of their roles, all of which were in the administrative positions aboard the starship. Notably, Lilith's position was the highest. As secretary, she would be considered the second in command within the fleet, subordinate only to the fleet commander. Within a starship, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 authorities, nearly equivalent to that of the vice captain. A secretary. Lilith was taken aback. "Indeed, this is a position you have rightfully earned due to your capabilities. I hope you will take your work seriously moving forward. If we encounter other succubi in the future, you can recruit them just as Charlotte has," Zhao Chen stated. Lilith gazed at Zhao Chen with surprise. Completely unprepared for such recognition. "Captain, I will certainly strive to fulfill my duties," Basie exclaimed excitedly from the side. For them, being allowed to remain here was the most delightful outcome. Thus, Lilith and the other succubi officially joined the Owl Dragon fleet. In the last days of November, Zhao Chen ST-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was officially completed. The Owl Dragon emblem, representing the Owl Dragon fleet, was emblazoned upon its hull. "With this, I can construct our starships more quickly and in greater numbers." Zhao Chen exclaimed joyfully as he admired the T2 hammer. He turned to Charlotte. "How have you fared with the tasks I entrusted to you?" "As per your instructions, I have assembled 200 half-beast crew members experienced in starship manufacturing and maintenance," Charlotte reported. "Excellent. Starting tomorrow, let them board the ship and begin their training to master the T2 hammer promptly," Zhao Chen replied with palpable excitement. However, Charlotte tempered his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Captain, while we now possess the T2 hammer, the funds in our fleet's account may not suffice to construct another starship. Previously, the remnants of the 3-Claw Serpent interstellar pirate fleet starship were sold, yielding a sum of 400,000 star coins. Adding this to our remaining funds, our current balance stands at 900,000 star coins. However, this amount is indeed insufficient to meet the material requirements for constructing a starship. Once again, we find ourselves short on funds. Zhao Chen scratched his head, astonished that merely a few months had passed before we faced financial constraints once more. He needed to devise a plan to acquire more money. And with just over a month remaining until the deadline for quarterly mission requirements, time was not on his side. Triggered system task accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. Would you like to accept this task? Refusing the task will cost 300 system points. At that moment, a system task emerged, seemingly related to the Arctic Fox star system. Zhao Chen initially hesitated to accept it, but upon seeing the cost of 300 system points for refusal, he chose to proceed. Task details: accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. Task difficulty: level C. Task reward: 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward: a random reward based on task completion. Failure penalty: deduction of 1,000 system points. Zhao Chen glanced at the system task and immediately instructed Charlotte to inquire if there were any bounty missions published in the Arctic Fox star system. Are you aware of this matter? Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. What matter? Zhao Chen responded, sensing that Charlotte knew something. She continued, just now, the Arctic Fox starport broadcasted a request for private fleets and adventurer fleets to accept bounty missions. The content states that a cosmic wormhole has appeared at a remote asteroid base in the Arctic Fox star system. A small fleet of Imperial warships has already been dispatched to assist. But the number of interstellar worm species within the wormhole is considerable, and the situation is dire. The Lord's fleet and other Imperial warships in the Arctic Fox star system will take a day to arrive. While it only takes us 3 hours to reach the location, the task requires us to escort 5 million residents from that asteroid base to safety. Worm species. Zhao Chen's eyelids twitched. Chapter 61. Interstellar worm species. The interstellar worm species is a form of life that seems to appear out of nowhere, with no available intelligence regarding them. They are known for their innate aggression, instinctively consuming any life forms within their perception, even exhibiting cannibalistic behavior among their kind. If they descend upon a planet, it spells disaster for all life on that world. Interstellar worm species typically emerge alongside cosmic wormholes. To date, there has been no scientific explanation for their appearance. Often referred to as cosmic rifts or interstellar fissures, it is as if a crack suddenly materializes in the universe, allowing the interstellar worm species to surge forth and launch attacks on nearby planets. If left unchecked, these interstellar worms will devour all life on a planet, subsequently reproducing and spreading to surrounding planets and star systems. The duration of cosmic wormholes is variable, with some lasting longer than others, and their sizes can differ significantly. Researchers within the Galactic Alliance have developed a classification system, categorizing cosmic wormholes from level 1 to level 3, akin to T1 and T2 technology. This is due to the fact that in battles against interstellar worm species, it has been observed that some particularly powerful individuals possess strength comparable to that of interstellar warships, referred to as motherships of the worm nest. These motherships carry vast numbers of interstellar worms into battle, conquering and slaughtering planets. Zhao Chen recalled the knowledge he had acquired at the North Star Military Academy regarding the worm species. Is there detailed information about this mission? Zhao Chen inquired of Charlotte. She shook her head. I only heard the general news. I don't have the specifics. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Chen instructed Charlotte, you need to prepare immediately, arranging the Zero Storm and the T2 Honeybee-class heavy aircraft carrier to be fully stocked with military supplies. And prepare to depart at the fastest speed. Depart? Where to? Charlotte asked, and as soon as she finished, realization dawned on her. She looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. Captain, you can't possibly. Follow my instructions, and I will seek additional information regarding this matter. Zhao Chen stated before promptly making his way to the bridge of the T2 Honeybee. Meanwhile, Charlotte proceeded to assign tasks to the Zero Storm. During Zhao Wanner's absence, the two of them were in charge of these two starships. Upon reaching the bridge, Zhao Chen immediately contacted an individual. Good day, Mr. Zhao. I am the starport manager with ID CC11. How may I assist you? The female manager, whom he had encountered for the third time, greeted him with a smile. Are you aware of the cosmic wormhole situation? The female manager paused in surprise before nodding. Are you referring to the cosmic wormhole incident occurring around asteroid P331? If your star system hasn't experienced 2 cosmic wormholes, then that must be the one. Zhao Chen replied. If you wish to know the details, you can visit the headquarters of the Arctic Fox starport, where information is available. The female manager responded, I don't have time. I need to quickly acquire all pertinent information regarding this task, and I require expedited processing to undertake it, Zhao Chen insisted. You intend to accept this task? The female manager was taken aback, knowing that half an hour had passed since the bounty task was issued, and the starport's chief had personally inquired with several commanders of private fleets and adventurer fleets stationed at the starport, none of whom were willing to accept the mission. Indeed, Zhao Chen affirmed. The female manager continued, accepting the task is not an issue, but per protocol, your fleet must first be registered, and, Zhao Chen interjected, I need it done as fast as possible. Within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The female manager appeared troubled. These procedures are necessary, partly for the safety of your fleet. Beep, beep, beep. Your account has received 1,000 star coins. The female manager suddenly received a notification of funds. Glancing at it before exchanging a knowing look with Zhao Chen through the holographic image. Due to the task's unique nature, I can expedite the process through an emergency channel. I will do my best to provide you with a response within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, I will send you all the task information, she quickly concluded before abruptly terminating the communication with Zhao Chen to initiate the emergency process. Indeed, it seems that money talks everywhere. Zhao Chen, undeterred by these thoughts, began reviewing the task information sent by the female manager. This incident occurred 3 hours prior in a secluded area of the Arctic Fox star system, where a level 2 cosmic wormhole suddenly appeared. Upon learning of this, the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system immediately issued orders to dispatch a fleet to exterminate the interstellar worm species. However, a significant portion of the Imperial military originally stationed in the Arctic Fox star system had recently been redeployed. Moreover, the Lord's fleet was diverted to another border battlefield for a minor operation. Consequently, only a small Imperial fleet remained stationed in the Arctic Fox star system, which had already rushed to the affected area. Unfortunately, the sheer number of interstellar worms rendered this small fleet incapable of suppressing the threat. The Arctic Fox star system promptly sought assistance from nearby star systems and the governor of the Northwind star domain. The Northwind star domain is one of the 8 major star domains of the Starshine Empire, encompassing 63 star systems, including the Xiaolong star system, North star system, and Arctic Fox star system. However, reinforcements take time to arrive. The earliest support will not reach the battlefield for at least 10 hours. According to the High Command simulations in the Arctic Fox star system, within these 10 hours, the interstellar worm species would affect all inhabited planets within their range, including 3 asteroids and 1 satellite, totaling a population of 70 million. The High Command is currently divided into 2 factions. One advocates abandoning asteroid P331 and retreating to other more populous planets until reinforcements arrive, while the other insists that P331 must be evacuated, prioritizing the safety of the 5 million residents there. The latter viewpoint, unfortunately, aligns with the opinion of the commander of the lone Imperial fleet, who acted unilaterally and directed the fleet toward asteroid P331, demanding immediate deployment of starship transports to facilitate the evacuation of the residents. However, system calculations indicated that the Imperial fleet alone would be unable to ensure the safe evacuation of the 5 million people on asteroid P331 amidst the onslaught of the interstellar worms. Thus, the Imperial fleet commander proposed an idea. Since the Lord's fleet and the Imperial military could not arrive in time, they would solicit assistance from civilian fleets, leading to the current bounty mission. The bounty for this task was a staggering 500,000 star coins, and the commander guaranteed that all losses and expenses incurred during the battle would be borne by the Imperial military. Zhao Chen stroked his chin, contemplating that, truth be told, he was not particularly concerned about saving lives. He would not risk the lives of those on his 2 starships for the sake of rescuing others, as he did not see himself as a savior. However, the corpses of the interstellar worms were worth a considerable fortune, as they contained various resources, effectively rendering them mobile treasure troves. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen currently finds himself in a dire financial situation. Coupled with the system's mission. Chapter 62. Objective, Edge of the Arctic Fox Star System P331, Asteroid Arctic Fox Starport Interstellar Mission Headquarters. Sir, summoning us here is futile. This is a Level 2 cosmic wormhole. With at least 3 T2 Hive motherships and over 30 T1 Hive motherships, how could we, mere adventurer fleets, possibly withstand them for even a few hours? While the bounty is a substantial 500,000 star coins, one must have a life to spend it, after all. Who doesn't know that dealing with these creatures could lead to the complete annihilation of an entire starship in the blink of an eye? They offer no opportunity for surrender. It's merely a matter of 5 million lives. In my opinion, it would be far more prudent to retreat to the P-300 asteroid, which boasts a population of 20 million. Defending that position would require no more than 2 hours at most, during which the fastest reinforcements could arrive. However, at P-331, we would need to hold off the interstellar insectoid assault for at least 3 hours to ensure the safe evacuation of those 5 million lives. The risk is simply too great. In a room, the head of the Arctic Fox starport wore a troubled expression as he looked at the 3 commanders of the largest private fleets currently docked at the starport. Each of them had declined the mission for various reasons. I am personally offering an additional 100,000 star coins. Will you not reconsider? This mission does not entail a relentless struggle against the insects. It merely requires a delay of 3 hours, or perhaps even just 2 would suffice. The head of the Arctic Fox starport urged, "Don't even mention 60,000 star coins. I wouldn't undertake this task for 1 million. It's rather peculiar, isn't it? That commander who recklessly sought to evacuate 5 million people from P-331. Has he lost his mind? You could have simply requested the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system to issue a command for the fleet's withdrawal." One of them scoffed. The head of the Arctic Fox starport sighed deeply, feeling a silent anguish. The lord above him certainly wished to withdraw that Imperial fleet, while the Imperial military did not fall directly under his command. Typically, a lord of a territory holds a measure of authority. Moreover, the lord of the Arctic Fox star system is a count, and this system is one of the most prosperous in the northern wind sector, thus holding a significant status. Yet, the commander of that Imperial fleet possessed an even more extraordinary identity. The Lord of the Arctic Fox star system had declared that he would not mourn the loss of those 5 million lives. Even if the total death toll across the subsequent planets reached 70 million, however, should anything happen to that commander, it would spell immense trouble for him. Just then, the head of the Arctic Fox starport received a notification on his terminal, and upon reading the content, his spirits soared. He immediately connected the call. "Hello, did you say there is a fleet willing to accept this bounty mission?" The 3 individuals present exchanged glances upon hearing the head's excited words. They, having shied away from the task, were astonished that someone had the audacity to step forward. Incomplete paperwork? No matter. In these critical times, we can simplify all processes. IT would be best if they could depart immediately. The head of the Arctic Fox starport stated. Suddenly, he inquired, "What is the background of the other party? How many starships do they possess?" "The Black Dragon fleet. Currently, there are only 2 starships at our starport." The head of the Arctic Fox starport was taken aback. "The Black Dragon fleet?" The 3 onlookers murmured to each other, for they had never heard of such a name throughout the northern wind sector, and only 2 starships. Although it was possible that most of their fleet was not docked at the starport, could anyone truly be bold enough to undertake this mission? Well, regardless of the fleet's identity, inform them to depart immediately. If they successfully complete the mission, the Arctic Fox starport will grant them an additional 100,000. Or rather, 200,000 star coins as a reward. The head of the Arctic Fox starport concluded. After ending the communication, he turned to the 3 and asked again, "Are you truly not reconsidering? This bounty mission does not limit the number of participants. Perhaps if you all went together, forget it. Such an easy task should be left to this so-called Black Dragon fleet," one remarked with a tone of derision. "I am rather curious to see if they can manage to evacuate those 5 million. Another added with a mocking tone, entirely unconvinced that the others could accomplish such a feat. T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier bridge. "Mr. Zhao Chen, we have registered you, and you have accepted the mission. Additionally, we have raised the reward by 200,000 star coins. Should you complete this task, you will receive a total of 700,000 star coins," the female officer stated during the video communication with Zhao Chen. "Thank you," Zhao Chen replied. "Wishing you a triumphant return," she added before the communication ended. Zhao Chen turned to the other side of the video communication window, where Charlotte was present. "What's the situation with this Black Dragon fleet?" Charlotte inquired curiously. Zhao Chen explained, "The registration for the mission requires a name. I considered using the name of the Phoenix Dragon fleet, but that felt too ostentatious, so I opted for the title of Black Dragon fleet for external purposes." Having explained, Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. "Aren't you curious why I insist on accepting this mission?" Charlotte replied, "Accepting any mission is your prerogative as captain as your subordinate. My sole duty is to fight. One must admit, Charlotte truly was an exceptionally capable starship commander. The T2 Queen B and Zero Storm were departing from Arctic Fox starport. Some time remained before entering warp drive. Zhao Chen continued, What do you think are our odds of success in this mission? Charlotte's expression turned serious as she raised her hand to summon a holographic image detailing the mission. This is a Level 2 cosmic wormhole. Assuming there are more than 3 T2 hive motherships and 30 T1 hive motherships, if we engage them directly, our odds are not favorable. Those creatures, we currently lack interstellar supply ships. And even if we exhaust all our ammunition, it may not suffice to eliminate them entirely. However, if it's merely a matter of buying time to facilitate the evacuation of 5 million souls from P331, the difficulty is significantly reduced. We stand at about an 80% chance of success. Such high odds? I expected you to think my decision was reckless, Zhao Chen remarked, somewhat surprised by Charlotte's assessment. Charlotte replied, if it were ordinary T2 starships, our odds would be below 30%. However, your 2 starships cannot be regarded as typical T2 vessels. Furthermore, regarding the interstellar insectoids, I have encountered them several times. Unless they come in large numbers, they are not a significant threat. With Charlotte's words, Zhao Chen felt a surge of confidence. The warp engine's route was prepped, and they were about to enter the acceleration phase. Set to transition into warp travel in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, all crew members shall enter deep sea mode. Repeat, all crew members must enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes, Zhao Chen commanded. Objective, edge of the Arctic Fox star system. P331 asteroid, Chapter 63. Do they dare fire? 20 minutes later, the Zero Storm and T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier arrived at the designated coordinates. Zhao Chen awakened immediately, leaving the stasis pod and taking his seat in the captain's chair. Preparing to issue commands when a voice interrupted him. All personnel on the bridge, return to your posts within 1 minute and check all starship data. All crew members aboard must be at their positions within 3 minutes. Ready for action. The starship will immediately enter Level 2 combat readiness, and interstellar drones are on standby for deployment. Zhao Chen turned to see his secretary, Lilith, already issuing commands. Noticing Zhao Chen's gaze, she nervously said, Am I doing something wrong? No, you are doing splendidly. I didn't anticipate that you would recover so quickly. Your physical condition is commendable, Zhao Chen praised. The secretary's role is to assist the captain in issuing commands and, when necessary, to issue certain commands without the captain's authorization, just as she had done moments ago. Lilith replied, I previously served on a starship in the Demon Queen's kingdom and participated in the war against invaders. But ultimately, we were defeated. The Demon Queen's war that I recall that was over 50 years ago. Were you already serving back then? How old are you now? Zhao Chen began to speculate on the age of his secretary. Lilith responded, Yes, I am 75 this year. Zhao Chen was taken aback. 75. Looking at Lilith's appearance, she could easily pass for 20. Sensing Zhao Chen's incredulity, Lilith explained, Our kind can live up to 300 years under normal circumstances, and with the aid of certain technologies, perhaps even 400 years. 400 years. Zhao Chen swallowed hard. Why those calculations? Lilith was indeed akin to a 20-year-old girl in human years. Currently, the maximum human lifespan has reached 150 years. Though only those in the upper echelons can enjoy such longevity, the average lifespan for ordinary people remains around 70 to 80 years. Captain, the Zero Storm has successfully completed its warp journey. Please provide the next set of instructions. The communications window of Charlotte popped up. How far are we from the P331 asteroid? Zhao Chen inquired. Lilith promptly responded, If we maintain the speed of the T2 Queen B, we can expect to reach the P331 asteroid in approximately half an hour. However, with the Zero Storm, we could arrive in 10 minutes. Warp travel can only bring us to a rough vicinity, and in a non-combat environment, we might be able to approach the destination a bit closer. Yet, if we are heading into a combat zone, interstellar fleets typically decelerate in advance, halting their warp travel at a safe distance from the engagement area before utilizing conventional engines to enter. The Zero Storm will form a formation with the T2 Queen B and proceed towards the P331 asteroid. We will discuss the specific combat plan upon arrival, Zhao Chen stated. Understood, both Charlotte and Lilith replied in unison. Subsequently, the 2 starships maintained the same speed, sailing towards a common destination. After approximately 10 minutes, they encountered a fleet of sluggish interstellar transport vessels. What are those starships? Zhao Chen looked perplexedly at the interstellar transport vessels, which appeared to be traveling at a mere 10 knots, clearly not their normal cruising speed. According to their identification numbers, they should belong to the interstellar transport fleet under the command of the Arctic Fox star system. They are T2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transports, and their presence here is likely to facilitate the evacuation of civilians from the P331 asteroid, Lilith quickly clarified. Zhao Chen gazed at Lilith in astonishment. Lilith quietly explained, I have studied this information. Contact their starships and inquire about their slow speed. Zhao Chen frowned. Soon, the communication was established. Which fleet are you? The opposing fleet's commander was the first to inquire. We are the Black Dragon Fleet, assigned to assist with the evacuation operation at the P331 asteroid. You are the interstellar transport vessels responsible for the evacuation, correct? Why is your speed so slow? Lilith asked. The opposing fleet commander hesitated. Our starships have sustained damage, which is why our speed is reduced. Since you are here to provide support, you may proceed first. After saying this, the commander abruptly cut off communication and turned to his aide with a chuckle. Remarkably, there are indeed fools willing to take on this task. They must be out of their minds. We are not idiots. If we rush over now and the interstellar insectoids attack during the evacuation, what will we do? We shall proceed at a leisurely pace. When the Imperial forces can no longer hold their ground and inform us not to proceed, we shall retreat directly. I warn your fleet. Please execute your mission and proceed at full speed towards the P331 asteroid. Lilith's voice resonated. The fleet commander's brow furrowed. Who are these people to meddle so? Since communication had not been established on their end, his words were inaudible on the T2 Queen Bee. The aide beside him, smoking nonchalantly, remarked, Ignore them. We shall do as we please. They are not the Imperial forces. What can they do to us? Report. The unidentified starship has aimed all its secondary cannons at our fleet. A crew member on the bridge suddenly reported. The fleet commander snorted coldly. What? Do they dare to fire upon us? We are a subordinate fleet of the Arctic Fox star system. Suddenly, outside the bridge's panoramic window, a series of meteors streaked by, the closest one coming within 100 meters of his bridge. That starship truly dared to fire. This is your final warning. If you continue to neglect your duties, you will bear the consequences. That female voice echoed once more. The fleet commander gulped. A madwoman. She must be insane. Wanting to seek death while dragging us down with her. What should we do, given the current situation? She genuinely dares to fire. We have no escort fleet. With only the firepower of the interstellar transport vessels, we have no means to retaliate. Ouched my hand. The aide was also startled, having burned his hand on the cigarette without noticing. Yelping in pain, the fleet commander scowled. This is my misfortune, but I will remember this grudge. Full speed ahead towards the P331 asteroid. On the bridge of the T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Chen observed the previously sluggish interstellar transport fleet accelerating at full speed. A satisfied smile gracing his face, he could discern their underlying intentions. Under normal circumstances, it was none of his concern. They could do as they pleased. However, this time it was a mission assigned to him. Zhao Chen, and they would not be allowed to deliberately delay. Chapter 64. The Broodmother. The P331 asteroid, home to 5 million inhabitants, is a small resource-rich planet. Consequently, the Arctic Fox star system established several bases here, employing 500,000 individuals for resource extraction operations. Little did they expect that calamity would strike from the cosmos, as a cosmic insect hive emerged. The P331 asteroid was the first to be threatened. The asteroid's administrator was currently overwhelmed, scrambling to initiate evacuation procedures. Yet the number of interstellar transport vessels was woefully insufficient, having evacuated fewer than 1/10 of the populace thus far. Their transport capacity was grossly inadequate, and the interstellar transport fleet under the Arctic Fox star system, which should have arrived half an hour ago, was still nowhere in sight. How is your evacuation operation progressing? A video window appeared before the asteroid's administrator. On the other end was a woman clad in the military uniform of the Starry Empire. So far, we have only managed to evacuate 500,000 people, with over 400,000 still awaiting departure. The asteroid administrator replied. Where is the interstellar transport fleet? The female officer's brow furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with the efficiency. Not yet arrived, the asteroid administrator lamented. Captain, we have encountered a large number of insects on the right flank. Their numbers are overwhelming. We must retreat en masse, Captain. The enemy's T2 Broodmother is attacking our vessel with plasma cannons. One of our T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers has sustained damage. The female officer's side was filled with noise. with various reports adding to the asteroid administrator's growing anxiety. Sir, perhaps you should withdraw for now. Sacrificing 30 Imperial starships for the sake of a few 100,000 lives is not worth it. The asteroid administrator urged again. He had repeated this plea several times. Were it not for this officer leading the Imperial fleet here, he would have likely already evacuated on a starship himself. We still have time. We cannot abandon a single citizen of the Empire, the female officer declared sternly. The asteroid administrator internally chuckled bitterly. While her compassion was commendable, it should not implicate the upper echelons of their asteroid as scapegoats. If she did not leave, neither would they. We will continue to delay the insectoid attack. We expect to hold out for another 2 hours. You must expedite the evacuation of the civilians, the female officer insisted resolutely. Understood, the asteroid administrator replied. Steeling himself, bridge of the flagship Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship, 5th Fleet, 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Starry Empire. The female officer, having just finished the communication, gazed gravely at the starship's radar. The radar was cluttered with countless red dots, numbering in the millions. These are the insects. Miss, we really should consider withdrawing. If we continue like this, our fleet may become ensnared by the swarm and face total annihilation. Currently, we can suppress the insects with our firepower, but as their numbers grow, we will soon be surrounded, and escape will be impossible. A female aide anxiously counseled. The female officer gritted her teeth, reluctant to concede. Must we abandon the lives of millions on that planet? Miss, your life is far more valuable than those millions. The aide spoke frankly. No. Everyone is equal. As soldiers of the Empire, our duty is to protect its citizens, the female officer declared with righteous conviction. The aide was internally exasperated, feeling like 1,000 horses were galloping in her mind. Could the young lady not let her sense of justice overflow at this moment? With no other options, the aide resorted to a trump card. Miss, if you care so much for those hundreds of thousands, have you considered the consequences if anything were to happen to you? How many would pay the price? And how many families would be affected? The female officer wrestled with her inner turmoil. She recognized that she was being somewhat headstrong, yet her sense of justice would not allow her to easily abandon the lives of millions on that planet. 2 hours. We will hold out for another 2 hours. The female officer bit her lip, choosing to compromise. 2 hours is impossible. Given our current situation, we can only hold for 1 hour at most. We must retreat within that hour. If necessary, your starship can withdraw, and I will lead the remaining fleet to hold the line here. The aide resolved, weighing the value of the 30 Imperial starships against the life of the officer, which seemed trivial by comparison. I cannot abandon you all to flee. The female officer rejected the proposal, clenching her fists. Have any fleets responded to the bounty mission I issued earlier? Miss, it is impossible for anyone to come to our aid. The aide truly wished to knock the young lady unconscious and carry her away. The female officer was torn within, as her sense of justice clashed with the harshness of reality. To retreat or not to retreat? At that moment, on the battlefield, the relentless increase in the number of insects had already allowed a T2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigate to breach the defensive line. Insects, each the size of a human, began to pounce upon the frigate's armored hull, voraciously gnawing at it. Helpless against these creatures clinging to its body, the T2 Guardian could only watch in despair as its armor was systematically compromised. Report. The starboard hull of T2 Guardian 0712 is heavily infested with flying insects. IT is beyond salvation. The bridge crew relayed to the female officer. Once the starship was overrun by insects, it would be akin to having 1 foot in the realm of the dead, with survival becoming a near impossibility. The female officer gazed at the T2 Guardian with a mixture of anger and guilt. This would be the first starship from her fleet to fall here, though it might not be the last. Report. A swarm of interstellar drones has appeared behind our fleet. An officer monitoring the starship radar suddenly exclaimed. Interstellar drones? The female officer replied, astonished. As they marveled at the arrival of these drones, the swarm had already plunged into the fray, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the insects, tearing them to shreds. Simultaneously, they provided much-needed support to the beleaguered T2 Guardian. Thanks to the drone's cannon fire, the insects clinging to the hull were gradually eradicated. At last, the T2 Guardian, trailing a battered hull, managed to retreat from the danger zone. Where did these interstellar drones come from? The female officer mused, perplexed. Just then, A communication came through. I am the commander of the Black Dragon Fleet, here to provide support for the bounty mission. A male voice resonated through the communication channel. At that moment, the female officer felt a surge of overwhelming relief. See, her call for help had not gone unanswered. There were still those who shared her sense of justice. Meanwhile, in the distance on the battlefield, several colossal insectoid creatures, reminiscent of interstellar warships, were steadily advancing toward the combat zone. Chapter 65. Only 2 starships? Commander of the Black Dragon Fleet. Greetings. I am Chu Xian, Commander of the 5th Fleet, part of the 3rd Corps of the 7th Legion of the Stellar Empire. Your support is incredibly timely. May I ask how many starships you have brought? Commander Chu Xian inquired eagerly. If reinforcements had arrived, it meant the 500,000 inhabitants of that planet could be safely evacuated. We have 2 starships. Zhao Chen replied plainly. Point 2. Chu Xian immediately doubted her hearing, glancing at her female adjutant and whispering, "Did I just hear 2 instead of 20? And I think I also heard 2. The adjutant nodded, her expression blank. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xian confirmed, "Did you just say your fleet consists of only 2 starships?" "Indeed," Zhao Chen affirmed. "Are you merely an advanced fleet, with the main force still en route?" Chu Xian attempted to salvage some hope. Zhao Chen replied, "Only we 2 starships have come to assist. No one else is willing to accept the task you issued, Commander." "Only 2 starships?" Chu Xian felt her hopes plummet from great heights to the depths of despair. "Are you T3 starships?" Chu Xian pressed on stubbornly. Point 2 T2 starships, Zhao Chen answered. At this moment, Chu Xian's expression turned blank. Perhaps she truly should not have chosen to hold her ground at asteroid P331. Her so-called sense of justice and responsibility had led her fleet to the brink of sacrifice. "Thank you for coming to assist, but with just your 2 starships, it is impossible to turn the tide of this dire situation," Chu Xian said, her spirits waning. "Therefore, I have decided to abandon." "Are you going to give up without even trying?" Zhao Chen countered. Chu Xian was taken aback. "Do you defy the Lord's orders and insist on protecting the 500,000 civilians on asteroid P331? Even if it endangers your own fleet and potentially the lives of tens of millions in the rear, is a grave risk. You may not be a qualified commander, but you are a soldier worthy of respect. I refuse to believe that in the absence of complete hopelessness, you would abandon the convictions you hold dear," Zhao Chen stated, his gaze unwavering upon Chu Xian. Although separated by the virtual window of the video call, Chu Xian felt as if a spark had ignited within her. Goosebumps rose all over her body. Chu Xian opened her mouth, but her female adjutant interjected, "Captain, you may not fully grasp the current situation. With only your 2 T2 starships, it is impossible to salvage the situation. Do you understand that there are 30 T2 starships of the Imperial Army here?" The adjutant initially held some admiration for this man, but now she viewed him as a fool. Just when her superior had been persuaded to retreat, this newcomer sought to rally her again. Did he not understand the consequences if her superior were to come to harm? The entire Arctic Fox star system could pay a heavy price for such recklessness. "Let me outline the current circumstances," Zhao Chen said, turning to Commander Chu Xian. "Commander Chu Xian, I must stop my adjutant from continuing. Let me clarify the situation. This swarm of interstellar insects originates from a level 2 cosmic insect hole, which has since been sealed. We faced 4 T2 hive motherships and 35 T1 hive motherships. Thus far, we have destroyed 4 T1 hive motherships and heavily damaged 1 T2 hive mothership. However, the sheer number of insects has made it increasingly difficult to maintain our defenses." Zhao Chen inquired, "What is the damage report for your fleet? How much combat capability do your starships retain?" Commander Chu Xian hesitated but replied, "All 30 of my starships remain operational, with 2 sustaining moderate damage. Yet their combat capabilities are unaffected. We still have over 50 of our weaponry available. However, our firepower is insufficient. The number of insects, I understand. I believe we still have a chance to fight," Zhao Chen interjected firmly. The female adjutant covered her face. Where had this reckless youth come from, mirroring her superior's stubbornness? How could this man presume to compare himself to her esteemed superior? Do you even comprehend the situation we face? "We cannot risk 30 starships based on your mere words," the adjutant exclaimed, dropping any pretense of respect for Zhao Chen. Ignoring her, Zhao Chen focused on Chu Xian. "What is your plan?" Chu Xian asked Zhao Chen. "There is no time for extensive explanations. Just trust me and instruct your fleet to follow my lead. While defeating the interstellar insect swarm may be impossible, buying 2 more hours for asteroid P331 is certainly achievable. Zhao Chen gazed at the young and striking commander. You need only tell me if you are willing to believe in me, willing to gamble once more for the convictions in your heart. Chu Xian clenched her fists, biting her lip, visibly conflicted. Enough already. If you wish to die, no one will stop you, the adjutant shouted, exasperated. Zhao Chen added, if you still doubt, I can assure you. When you believe this battle truly holds no hope, you may withdraw at any time. Very well, I accept your terms. My fleet will now follow your command. Commander Chu Xian's eyes sparkled like gemstones at that moment. Commander, the adjutant exclaimed, stamping her foot in distress. Let me be reckless just once more. If that we truly cannot change the outcome, we can still retreat in time, Commander Chu Xian whispered. The adjutant, resigned, knew she could not alter her superior's decisions. Her commander was driven by an unwavering sense of justice and an obstinate spirit. My drone swarm will provide you with cover. Your fleet must retreat at full speed now. Form a unidirectional carrier battle formation centered on my T2 carrier starship, Zhao Chen commanded sternly. These insects are numerous. Are you certain your interstellar drones can hold them off? Commander Chu Xian asked, concerned. Please trust me, Commander Chu Xian, Zhao Chen replied, unflinching. Looking at the man before her, Commander Chu Xian felt an inexplicable radiance emanating from him. She began issuing orders to her fleet. All fleet members, disengage from combat and retreat at full speed toward coordinates. Form a unidirectional carrier battle formation centered around the Allied carrier starship at position. Chapter 66. The Insect Ocean Tactics. It must be said that the quality of the Imperial Army's fleet was remarkably high. Upon receiving Commander Chu Xian's orders, 30 starships retreated from combat at maximum speed while maintaining a highly organized and secure withdrawal formation. The T2 Guardian-class medium interstellar frigate provided rearguard protection, just in case. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario they had feared did not materialize. 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones shielded 20 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones as they engaged the approaching swarm of insects. 100 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones immediately unleashed their cannon fire and missiles upon the swarming insects, obliterating them into scattered fragments. Simultaneously, 20 T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones deployed pre-prepared timed explosives, after which all interstellar drones retreated. Naturally, the insects would not let these prey escape, surging towards them like a black tide. Just as the swarm pursued, the timed explosives detonated one by one, creating a firepower net that left the pursuing insects disoriented and dazed. On board the T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone's bridge, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, observing the battlefield magnified before him through a deep space telescope. Although he had studied the materials on interstellar insect races in the textbooks of the North Star Starship Military Academy, witnessing the combat tactics of these interstellar species firsthand still evoked a profound sense of awe, sending shivers down his spine. Particularly for those afflicted with trypophobia, the sight before them would likely induce immediate distress. The combat style of the interstellar insect race is quite peculiar. The individual insect motherships are considerably large, classifying them as biological starships. However, their mobility is generally lacking, and their primary weaponry, such as biological plasma cannons and biological torpedoes, does not provide them with any significant advantage when compared to starships of the same class. Nonetheless, their unique social structure grants them a distinct combat style and tactical approach, the swarm tactic. A T1 insect mothership houses approximately 10,000 T1 flying insects, while a T2 insect mothership contains 100,000 T1 flying insects and 1,000 T2 stingers. The flying insects and stingers serve as the engineering units of the insect mothership. The former resembles a winged mantis, roughly the size of a human, possessing only melee capabilities. The latter, characterized by serpentine features, stands only as tall as a human but stretches nearly 10 meters in length. Capable of spraying highly corrosive acid at close range, they can detach from the insect mothership to thrive and battle in the vacuum of space, moving with remarkable speed. Among comparable units, only interstellar corvettes can somewhat rival their velocity. All other starships fall short in speed. These units are colloquially referred to as bugs. Despite being classified as T1 and T2, their true combat potential is far from the indicated level. For instance, when a T2 Stinger engages a T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drone in combat, the Hornet can easily crush it. However, when these insects attack, they do not do so as solitary individuals or even in tens or hundreds, but rather in the thousands, crashing upon you like a tidal wave. Unless you can annihilate them all, if even a fraction manage to breach your ship's hull, the interstellar warriors within that vessel will inevitably suffer dire consequences. Furthermore, these insects know no fear. They are driven solely by instinct and the commands of their mother ship, relentlessly charging towards their targets. This style of combat, in some respects, is reminiscent of aircraft carrier starships, with the insects acting as the interstellar fighters of the insect mothership. Report: the first wave of T-2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones and T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones have completed their bombing run and are preparing to return, Lilith remarked from the side. Ensure that these Hornets and Killer Bees swiftly refuel and prepare for the second wave of attack. Meanwhile, deploy 300 T-2 Wasp-class light interstellar drones in 3 alternating waves. Zhao Chen commanded. Understood, Lilith replied as she began relaying the captain's orders. Initially anxious about whether these interstellar drones could withstand the onslaught of the insect Imperial fleet, they were now astonished by the drones' performance. The combat capabilities of these interstellar drones are even on par with those of equivalent interstellar fighters. Commander Chu Xian exclaimed in admiration. At that moment, the female officer noticed an aircraft carrier starship. Its hull painted in yellow and black, with a design reminiscent of an insect, akin to that of the opposing interstellar insect race. What kind of aircraft carrier starship is this? I have never seen it before. The female officer said, pulling up the starship database to scan the image of the vessel before her, only to find no records. There is no record of it in our database, she gasped in astonishment. Commander Chu Xian gazed at the aircraft carrier starship, recalling the words of that man, whispering gravely, I hope that captain can truly turn the tide of battle. The female officer thought to herself. How could 2 mere starships possibly make a difference? Unless they are 2 T3 starships, that might be plausible. Wait, are there not 2 starships? Why is there only 1 aircraft carrier starship and 1 other starship here? The female officer suddenly exclaimed, glancing at the starship radar, which revealed no energy signals from a second starship. Where is that starship? P-331 asteroid. Dozens of T-2 Seahorse-class medium interstellar transport ships hovered above the asteroid, with airships continuously evacuating civilians to the transport fleet. Finally, you have arrived, the asteroid's supervisor exclaimed, nearly in tears as he looked at the fleet commander of the transport ships. We are on a mission as well. Please expedite the evacuation, the fleet commander urged. Time is of the essence. We must withdraw before the interstellar insect race approaches our warning zone. The fleet commander managed a strained smile. All right, we will complete the evacuation in 2 hours. No, within an hour and a half, the asteroid supervisor vowed earnestly. The sooner, the better. The transport fleet commander replied impatiently. It was not his desire to be there. He was forced by a group of lunatics wielding starship cannons. Now that they had arrived, he could only dutifully carry out the evacuation task. He hoped that the detestable man could hold out a little longer to ensure their safe retreat. Yet, in the shadows of his mind, he harbored dark thoughts, wishing that man and his cursed starship would become fodder for the insects on the battlefield, preferably after they had successfully evacuated. Yes, just like that. He cursed inwardly. Chapter 67. The White Tiger General, Charlotte, under the protection of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier starship's interstellar drone fleet. Chu Xian's Imperial fleet successfully retreated near the T-2 Queen B, forming a single-direction aircraft carrier battle formation centered around it. The so-called single-direction aircraft carrier battle formation is one constructed with a focus on a single combat front. The T-2 Queen B occupied the rear position, with a T-2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser and a T-2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship in front. Further ahead were 8 T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers and 20 T-2 Guardian-class medium interstellar corvettes. These 31 starships stood ready to face the approaching swarm. Almost as soon as the insects entered firing range, all Imperial military starships opened fire. Having gained combat experience from previous engagements, these Imperial ships were somewhat accustomed to the rhythm of battle against the interstellar insects. Meanwhile, the T-2 Queen Bee continued to deploy waves of interstellar drones. 3rd wave, 5th wave, 7th wave, 10th wave. Gradually, the number of returning interstellar drones began to dwindle, with the missing drones having been torn to shreds by the insects. Despite the support of the T-2 Queen Bee, the combat prowess of the interstellar drone fleet was astonishing. Yet the sheer scale of the insect swarm was overwhelming, pushing their line ever closer. From a distance, it appeared as if a black tide was poised to engulf those 31 starships. If this continued, the outcome would be unchanged. Our firepower is utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of these insect hordes. The female officer anxiously stated beside Commander Chu Xian. The commander, her expression grave, focused intently on the changes in the holographic star map. Given the current situation, it would not be long before the insect swarm closed in on their starship line. Posing a direct threat, contact the esteemed captain of the Black Dragon Fleet, Commander Chu Xian ordered solemnly. The female officer immediately established contact, and a video window opened, revealing the man's face once more. Before Commander Chu Xian could speak, Zhao Chen interjected, "Wait a moment." Both Commander Chu Xian and the female officer were taken aback. "Wait for what?" Commander Chu Xian instinctively asked. "Time," Zhao Chen replied, his gaze fixed not on Commander Chu Xian but on the holographic star map before him. As if anticipating something, Commander Chu Xian and the female officer exchanged bewildered glances. 10 minutes. "We can wait a maximum of 10 more minutes," Zhao Chen stated firmly. Originally poised to voice a response, Commander Chu Xian chose to hold her tongue, contemplating inwardly. "Very well, we shall wait another 10 minutes. If there is no change after that, I will have no choice but to lead my Imperial fleet to retreat." Time passed slowly, and the insect tide advanced steadily toward the fleet's line. The female officer was in a state of utter panic. Suddenly, the starship radar operator, who had been monitoring the battlefield, exclaimed, "Report! A high-energy response has appeared behind the insect swarm. Simultaneously, the life signal of a T2 insect mother ship has vanished. An unidentified energy signal, moving rapidly, suddenly materialized behind the insect swarm." Commander Chu Xian and the female officer exchanged glances, realizing that this might be what the man had been waiting for. "It's beginning," Zhao Chen murmured, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. "Charlotte, it's time for your performance." At that moment, the once advancing insect tide unexpectedly slowed, with portions of it even retreating. "Deploy reconnaissance drones to investigate what is happening." Commander Chu Xian urgently issued commands. 1 Unmanned reconnaissance drone after another was deployed, for the battlefield ahead was shrouded by a dark swarm of insects, obscuring the starship's view of what transpired beyond. They could only rely on the drones to reach vantage points and relay visual feeds back. Soon, a series of images began transmitting. "And why heavens, that is a starship!" exclaimed the female officer, covering her mouth in astonishment. "The speed of this starship is astonishing. It must be traveling at least 70 or 80 knots. No, it is 100 knots. Commander Chu Xian, relying on her battlefield intuition, accurately stated the starship's velocity. 100 knots? The female officer was taken aback. At that moment, the wreckage of the exploded T2 insect hive mothership came into view. The once massive hive mothership was split into 3 segments, revealing clear signs of catastrophic bombardment on one side, which had been utterly penetrated. It was a cannon with a caliber exceeding 1,000 mm. Commander Chu Xian identified the weapon responsible for such damage from the images alone. Commander Chu Xian urgently commanded, "Zoom in on that starship." The visuals were gradually magnified, albeit somewhat blurred. Yet, it was still possible to see the swiftly maneuvering starship, deftly navigating through enemy lines, seemingly indifferent to the pursuing insect swarms. Continuing its course unabated, due to its astonishing speed, the pursuing swarms were unable to keep up. Meanwhile, the hive motherships attempted to launch attacks with their biological plasma cannons, but the starship's speed rendered their efforts futile. With not a single shot finding its mark, "Captain, what on earth is happening?" Commander Chu Xian could no longer contain her curiosity and directly inquired with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly, "That is the starship from my fleet. The Zero Storm, a T2 starship equipped with a high speed and a 1,200 mm caliber cannon. A T2 starship equipped with a 1,200 mm cannon." The female officer exclaimed. "So this is the second starship of your fleet. You never intended to defend against the insect swarm's assault from the outset. Instead, you utilized us to attract the swarms from the hive mother ships, drawing a significant number of them to attack us. Leaving the hive mother ships vulnerable. At this juncture, your Zero Storm approaches at breakneck speed, launching a direct assault on those hive mother ships." Commander Chu Xian articulated Zhao Chen's plan with clarity. Zhao Chen nodded. This commander of the Imperial fleet not only possessed a sense of justice and responsibility, but was also a remarkably talented military strategist, a madman. You are simply a madman. Have you not considered that with the slightest miscalculation, that starship could be devoured by the swarm? The female officer gazed at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Yet, Zhao Chen resolutely replied, there will be no mishaps. Because that starship is called the Zero Storm. There was another statement Zhao Chen did not utter. Commanding operations aboard that starship was the legendary half-orc general, Charlotte the White Tiger, Chapter 68, Full Speed Ahead. Ram at Zero Storm, bridge report. The insect swarms on the front line have begun to withdraw, presumably heading towards us, reported a crew member from the bridge. Ignore it, maintain full speed. Charlotte was personally maneuvering the starship, controlling every angle and trajectory herself. This task is generally managed by designated helmsmen. However, today, after many years, General Charlotte had once again taken the helm. She understood the perilous nature of this mission. A moment's carelessness could result in being struck by the biological plasma cannons of the hive motherships or being overtaken by the pursuing swarms, leading to dire consequences. The route and trajectory had been meticulously calculated in her mind countless times. The main forces of the insect swarms would require some time to retreat. Charlotte murmured, her gaze scanning the interstellar sand table as if searching for a target. The Zero Storm could cleverly evade and maneuver not only due to its incredible speed but also because the remaining T-1 flying insects and T-2 stingers left to guard the hive mothership were too few to effectively encircle the Zero Storm. However, once the main forces of the insect swarms, currently engaged with the Imperial Fleet and T-2 Queen-class heavy carrier starships, returned, the threat to the Zero Storm would increase substantially. Time ticked away. Report. The T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon has been reset and is ready to fire. Reported the crew member responsible for the weapon systems. In truth, this information was unnecessary. Those numbers had long been etched in Charlotte's mind. That moment, the Zero Storm found its bow aimed directly at a T-2 Hive mothership. Perhaps sensing the danger, this T-2 Hive mothership began to retreat while simultaneously firing its plasma cannon at the Zero Storm. Yet it was utterly incapable of hitting the rapidly moving starship. Charlotte focused on the targeting reticle. She had but one chance to fire. While it might not destroy the T-2 Hive mothership in one shot, it must at least inflict severe damage. The insect swarms were controlled by the Hive mothership. Its destruction would not lead to the immediate demise of the swarms, but it would significantly impair their combat effectiveness, akin to an army without a leader. Utterly disorganized. Now was the moment. Fire! Charlotte commanded with fervor. The T-2 Heavy 1,200mm Devil Crocodile cannon fired a shell that sped through space like a comet, ultimately striking the side of the T-2 Hive mothership. Boom! A tremendous explosion upturned the massive T-2 Hive mothership, which measured a full kilometer in size, sending chunks of debris floating through the cosmos. Following this explosion, the abdomen of the T-2 Hive mothership erupted in an even more colossal detonation, cleaving the vessel in two and marking its demise in this vast universe. Witnessing all this, Commander Chu Xian and the female officer were left dumbfounded. Previously, they had only managed to severely damage a Hive mothership through a surprise attack, and even then could not destroy it outright. Yet this starship had brought about its downfall with a single shot. It was utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, the recent T-2 Hive mothership had clearly also been dispatched with a single shot. This shot destroyed a T-2 Hive mothership. Could it be a T-3 starship? The female officer questioned in disbelief. Commander Chu Xian quickly grasped the underlying reason. It struck the organ where the Hive mothership stored biological plasma elements. This was akin to our starship's ammunition depot or engine. Once hit, it would yield an effect similar to a chain explosion, achieving multiple times, or even tens of times, the original power, but to have two consecutive hits. Is that even possible? The female officer challenged. Commander Chu Xian fixed her gaze on the image of the Zero Storm, which was once again maneuvering at high speed. It is not a matter of possibility. This starship has accomplished it. In just 10 minutes, 2 T-2 Hive motherships had been destroyed, which was already an impressive achievement. Report. More than half of the enemy's insect swarm forces have retreated. The remaining swarms can no longer breach our firepower blockade, reported the crew member. Commander Chu Xian could not help but exclaim. This is utterly insane, truly a madman's strategy, yet it has indeed achieved the strategic goal of buying time, thus allowing for at least another hour, perhaps even two, without issue. The female officer was rendered speechless, recalling her earlier mockery of the two starships, feeling as if she had been slapped in the face. However, whether the Zero Storm could safely retreat remained a question. Commander Chu Xian expressed her concern. This moment, after destroying two T2 Hive mother ships, the Zero Storm began its withdrawal. However, how could the enraged insect swarms allow the perpetrator to escape? A torrent of swarming insects, resembling a black whirlwind, began to encircle the starship. Their numbers were exponentially greater than before, akin to a massive black hand attempting to crush a mere mosquito. Report. According to the starship systems, our chances of escaping in the current direction stand at only 16, the crew member reported nervously. Charlotte closed her eyes, momentarily transported back to her days with the half-orc rebellion, facing overwhelming odds. Where the enemy was numerous and powerful, yet she had always managed to turn the tide. Turn around, Charlotte suddenly commanded. This order took the bridge crew by surprise. The Zero Storm had originally been heading away from the main battlefield. Turning around now meant heading directly into it. Wasn't this akin to walking into a trap? Yet, Charlotte's words were law aboard this starship. The Zero Storm deftly executed a sharp turn. Full speed ahead, Charlotte declared earnestly. After a brief pivot, the Zero Storm's speed surged back to 100 knots. At that moment, Charlotte summoned a virtual control interface, inputting a sequence of numbers and stating, "Release the starship engine's restrictions. Continue to accelerate. Release the engine's restrictions." The crew member responsible for navigation was momentarily stunned before expressing concern. If we release the engine's restrictions and continue to accelerate, the burden on the engine will be too great. This is an order. Continue to accelerate, Charlotte commanded with resolve. Understood. Releasing the starship's engine restrictions, the starship will continue to accelerate. The cruising speed reaches 103, then 106, and finally 110. The speed set for each starship's engine is not its maximum velocity, but rather its optimal speed. This means that below this speed, the engine can operate at its best longevity. Exceeding this threshold could lead to navigation issues and significantly reduce the engine's lifespan. Consequently, starship engines are typically equipped with a limiting mechanism, which can only be disabled by the captain or the first officer using a password. Report. The engines are beginning to overload. Report. The power system is operating beyond its capacity. Report. The current speed has reached 120. The tension among the crew on the bridge intensified. The sudden maneuver of the Zero Storm, coupled with the drastic increase in speed, caught the surrounding swarm off guard, sending them sprawling far away. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places often prove to be the safest. The battlefield was divided into two fronts, one being the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet, and the other the encirclement of the Zero Storm by the withdrawn swarm forces. Under normal circumstances, one would expect the Zero Storm to flee in the opposite direction, prompting the swarm to deploy their encirclement early. Ironically, the swarm numbers were least concentrated towards the direction of the main battlefield. However, unfortunate for them, a T2 Hive mother and a small contingent of swarm were situated directly in the path of the Zero Storm. Report. The speed is too high. We cannot make a sharp turn, the crew reported anxiously. Charlotte suddenly laughed, the first time she had done so with such abandon since joining Zhao Chen. Then let us not detour. Full speed ahead, let's crash through. Chapter 69. A collision? The flagship of the Imperial fleet, T2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship, on the bridge. What is that starship doing? Commander Chu Xian gazed in astonishment as the Zero Storm charged directly towards AT2 Hive Mother. With a small group of swarm in front of IT. Seems IT intends to collide. The female officer was taken aback. Commander Chu Xian's expression turned grave. The main cannon of the Zero Storm requires approximately 5 minutes to reload. Only 3 minutes have passed since the last shot. It cannot fire YET. Appears they have disabled the engine restrictions, and the speed is now estimated to exceed 130 knots, in mere minutes of observation. Chu Xian had grasped some combat details of the Zero Storm. At this moment, silence enveloped them. Their eyes were riveted on the video feed, watching the ancient knight-like vessel rush into the enemy swarm. The swarm surrounding the T2 Hive Mother sensed the impending danger and transformed into a black whirlwind, rushing forward in an attempt to intercept the starship. Simultaneously, the gaping maw of the T2 Hive Mother slowly opened, targeting the oncoming ship. The biological plasma cannon began to charge within its abyssal jaws, glowing with a blue light. Meanwhile, The Zero Storm had already collided with the swarm. From the perspective of Chu Xian and her crew, it appeared as if the Zero Storm plunged headlong into the swarm, its speed surpassing that of T-1 flying bugs and T-2 stingers. What would be the result of two high-velocity objects colliding? One party would be left in tatters, and in this case, that role was played by the insects. One by one, T-1 flying bugs and T-2 stingers crashed against the hull of the Zero Storm. Unable to mount an attack before being reduced to a puddle of goo, their green ichor becoming the new livery of the Zero Storm. The crew within the Zero Storm experienced a visceral sensation akin to being caught in a tempest. At every position on the starship, they could hear the incessant thud, thud, thud of impacts, the very ground beneath them trembling. On the bridge. Report. The frontal armor's overall damage level has reached 10.12.14. Report. The lateral armor's overall damage level has reached 5.7. The crew continued to relay various status reports of the hull. The continuous thud, thud, thud of impacts cast a shadow of anxiety over many on the bridge. Yet, as the acting captain, Charlotte's eyes sparkled with a wild fervor. Her long dormant blood surged with excitement. "What is our current speed?" she demanded. "Speed is at 135 knots. Although impacted by the swarm, our speed is still gradually increasing. Should we continue to accelerate?" the crew member responsible for speed control asked. Drenched in sweat, gazing at the now crimson, pulsating number, she felt her heartbeat racing faster than ever. "Continue to accelerate," Charlotte commanded. Charlotte observed the images relayed from outside the ship. Truth be told, there was nothing visible anymore. Only an expanse of darkness, as the exterior was entirely engulfed by the swarm. They were navigating against the tide of insects. The extreme speed rendered the swarm incapable of inflicting any substantial damage on the hull. The only effective harm came from their sacrificial collisions. Though unseen, the starship's radar indicated that the Zero Storm was drawing ever closer to the largest energy source. Finally, the scenery brightened, breaking through the darkness. The Zero Storm surged forth from the swarm, nearly face-to-face with the T-2 hive mother, which was poised to unleash its biological plasma cannon from its gaping maw. All secondary cannons, point defense weapons. "Open fire!" Charlotte roared. The prepared secondary and point defense cannons fired simultaneously, and the biological plasma cannon discharged in unison, colliding in a dazzling display of fiery brilliance and a vast cloud of smoke. The shock waves scattering the nearby insects far and wide. Moments later, the Zero Storm emerged from the explosive haze. "Charge forward. Continue firing the point defense cannons," Charlotte shouted. The crew immediately utilized the ship's communication systems, shouting, "All hands, brace for impact." Repeat, "All hands, brace for impact." The crew of the Zero Storm braced themselves for the impending collision, gripping anything they could find to stabilize themselves. In the next instant, the speeding T-2 Zero Storm slammed headlong into the bow of the T-2 hive mother. Though their sizes differed by several magnitudes, it must be remembered that the Zero Storm was constructed with the hull of an interstellar battleship, boasting an average strength second only to that of interstellar frigates in its class. Coupled with the acceleration, the Zero Storm transformed itself into a projectile of starship cannonball. Under the terrifying force of the collision, the bow of the T-2 hive mother crumpled, and its entire structure shifted to one side. Meanwhile, the point defense cannons of the Zero Storm continued their relentless barrage. On the bridge of the Zero Storm, several female crew members were thrown off balance by the sudden impact, tumbling to the ground in disarray. Limbs flailing, fortunately, they sustained only superficial injuries. Ignoring their wounds, they quickly returned to their combat stations. Report. The frontal armor's overall damage level has reached 50. Report. Speed has decreased to 100 knots. 90 knots. 80 knots. Report. The pursuing swarm has caught up. Charlotte remained silent, her gaze fixed. In that moment, it seemed her eyes could penetrate the hull armor and lock onto the T-2 hive mother before her. Ultimately, amidst the violent collision, the position of the T-2 hive mother shifted. The T-2 Zero Storm, in the friction with the T-2 hive mother, passed by in a crossfire of energy. "Full speed ahead. Continue the charge," Charlotte shouted instantly. With no obstacles in its path, the T-2 Zero Storm resumed its acceleration towards the main battlefield of the Imperial fleet. Pursued by a massive tide of swarm, like a black wave for the T-2 hive mother that had just been struck, its bow had crumpled by a third, and one side was riddled with bullet holes. It appeared this biological starship was teetering on the brink of collapse. Who could have imagined that AT-2 Hive Mother could be brought to its knees by AT-2 Starship? Was this mere luck? T-2 Queen B-Class Heavy Carrier Starship on the bridge. All T-2 Young B-Class Light Interstellar Drones and T-2 Hornet-Class Heavy Interstellar Drones assemble and create a breach for the Zero Storm. Coordinate with the Imperial Fleet. Zhao Chen observed the Zero Storm drawing nearer on the Starship radar. At this moment, a line of swarms still stood in the way. The Zero Storm remained in a precarious situation, caught between a swarm line ahead and a pursuit behind, much like a sandwich. One misstep could lead to being devoured by the swarm. Imperial Fleet, T-2 Fire Leopard-class medium interstellar battleship on the bridge. Without the need for Zhao Chen's directives, Commander Chu Xian already understood the course of action. With a serious expression, she issued her orders. Relay my command. At all costs, we must create a breach. Chapter 70. The triumphant return of the Zero Storm. The starships of the Imperial Fleet unleashed their firepower relentlessly on a single point, forcibly tearing open a breach. How could the swarm allow the culprit, responsible for the destruction of 3 of their T-2 Hive Mother ships, to escape so easily? They began to encircle the area, forming a blockade, while the swarm responsible for pursuing that starship closed in. Presenting a dual-front assault, in that moment, they abandoned their objective of targeting the Imperial Fleet. Within the will of the swarm, there existed but one command: to annihilate that damned starship at all costs. Report, the breach has been sealed again, the female officer exclaimed anxiously. Commander Chu Xian clenched her fists. Continue the assault. We must force that starship to break free, no matter what. In her heart, that starship had become synonymous with heroism. How could she stand by and watch as the heroic vessel was surrounded and devoured by the swarm? Yet, at that moment, no matter how fiercely they attacked, they could not tear open a path. Meanwhile, the Zero Storm was approaching the swarm's front line. Given the current condition of the Zero Storm's hull, it could not withstand another impact from the swarm. Commander Chu Xian bit her lip, feeling a pang of guilt. The female officer sighed, lamenting the fate of that starship. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted within the swarm's defenses, consuming a multitude of creatures and clearing a space. Following this, the T-2 Hornet-class light interstellar drones and T-2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, already prepared, surged forward to engage the swarm surrounding the breach, preventing them from sealing it once more. It was the main cannon shell of the interstellar missile cruiser. They had set it to detonate on a timer. Calculating the explosion's radius with precision, Commander Chu Xian could now see the approaching Zero Storm through the breach in the swarm's line, along with the imposing 1,200mm cannon. Suddenly, the realization struck her. Quick, provide fire cover, she commanded urgently. Under the protective fire of the Imperial Fleet and the offensive of the T-2 Queen-class heavy carrier starships interstellar drones, a shadow darted through the swarm's line at remarkable speed. It was none other than the much-anticipated Zero Storm. At that moment, the starships of the Imperial Fleet could clearly observe the marks left by the swarm's assaults on the vessel. The hull's armor had been dented in hundreds of places, resembling a body riddled with wounds. Notably, the bow of the starship had a massive crater, 20 meters in diameter and nearly 3 meters deep. This was indeed the Medal of Honor for vanquishing that T-2 Hive Mother ship. The hull was littered with the carcasses of the swarm and splattered with green ichor. Alongside, the remnants of the swarm attempting to attack the starship, clinging to the hull and using their mandibles, claws, and corrosive acid to damage the armor. However, these creatures were swiftly dispatched by the incoming T-2 Hornet-class light interstellar drones. What a remarkable starship! Commander Chu Xian gazed at it, feeling a twinge of envy. Simultaneously, she admired the commander aboard, whose recent feats in battle, though bordering on madness, were executed with such fluidity and perfection. She questioned herself. If she were in that position, could she perform so admirably? Chu Xian had no answer. Report, the Zero Storm has successfully completed its mission. The hull has sustained damage, with 7 crew members lightly injured. Charlotte communicated through video to Zhao Chen. Well done. Zhao Chen praised Charlotte's performance. Genuinely impressed. Although he had previously discussed strategies for this battle with her, Charlotte had proposed this plan, which Zhao Chen had approved. However, she could not guarantee the specifics of the combat steps, as facing the interstellar swarm required adaptability. Yet, Charlotte assured Zhao Chen that she had at least an 80% confidence that even if unsuccessful, she could safely retreat with the Zero Storm. Charlotte had delivered. Hiss, hiss, hiss. came a communication request from the flagship of the Imperial Fleet. Lilith, the secretary, pointed to a pop-up request. Connect it, Zhao Chen instructed. The video communication resumed, and the female officer reappeared before Zhao Chen. Captain, we have just received information from asteroid P331. The evacuation of the populace is now 80% complete. We expect to finalize the evacuation in another half hour. If that is the case, we only need to hold on for a few more minutes before we can gradually withdraw from the battlefield. Commander Chu Xian's gaze fixed on the man before her. Her curiosity piqued. This man, as if descended from the heavens, had salvaged their situation with merely 2 starships, rescuing 5 million souls on that planet. Who exactly was he, and what were those 2 starships? Chu Xian's mind was awash with questions. Understood. We will engage while we retreat. With the destruction of the 3 T2 hive mother ships, the command structure of the swarm will be in disarray, greatly diminishing their combat effectiveness. They will pose little threat for the time being, Zhao Chen stated calmly, however. Commander Chu Xian began, wanting to discuss further. Let us leave it here. We must remain vigilant until the battle concludes. Zhao Chen interjected, abruptly ending the communication. Commander Chu Xian stood momentarily stunned, staring at the now blackened screen. This was the first time a man had concluded a conversation with her so swiftly. After all, she was a rare flower within the Imperial Fleet. Was this treatment appropriate, or was the approach flawed? Zhao Chen, oblivious to the intrigue he had stirred within this Imperial flower, continued, report on the current status of the 2 starships. Seated in the captain's chair, Zhao Chen finally relaxed, pressing his temples and taking a deep breath. Despite Charlotte's assurances, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not anxious. Lilith had already compiled the data for the 2 starships and began her report. Thus far, the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship has lost nearly 200 T2 Hornet-class light interstellar drones, 60 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones, and 7 T2 Wasp-class heavy interstellar drones. The loss of interstellar drones has reached 70%, with ammunition expenditure at 50% and no personnel casualties. After detailing the T2 Queen, she turned to the Zero Storm. The situation for the Zero Storm was far from optimistic. Its frontal armor had sustained over 70% damage, while the side armor had incurred 30% damage. The 3 compartments at the bow were compressed and deformed, now sealed. The structural integrity of the starship's main framework had decreased by 5%, though it would not affect the Zero Storm's ability to continue fighting or navigating. The engines, now unrestrained, were functioning normally, though a thorough inspection at the port was warranted for potential hidden issues. The power, energy, and control systems were all operational, with ammunition expenditure at 30%. Chapter 71. This man must be obsessed with wealth. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen. The battle information for the Zero Storm was provided by Charlotte, and I extracted the data to compile this report. Zhao Chen was pleased. Lilith was becoming adept at her role, demonstrating the impressive learning capabilities of the succubi. The forthcoming battles would proceed smoothly, and they awaited their return. Wait, Lilith. Remember to compile that data, Zhao Chen remarked with narrowed eyes, shrouded in mystery. Lilith nodded emphatically. We are already in the process of compiling that data. There will be minimal discrepancies. That is good to hear, Zhao Chen replied with a slight smile. Minutes passed swiftly, and as both Zhao Chen and Chu Xian had anticipated, the efficiency of the swarm's attacks diminished significantly, lacking the ferocity of earlier assaults after losing command of 3 T2 hive mother ships. Report. We have received confirmation from asteroid P331 that all 500,000 inhabitants have been safely evacuated, the female officer excitedly informed Chu Xian. Sighing with relief, Chu Xian acknowledged that this crisis had finally been averted. They could now withdraw triumphantly, leaving the remaining numerous hive mother ships and the swarm to the reinforcements from the Imperial Fleet and the Lord's Fleet. Fortunately, this time, they were dealing with a Level 2 cosmic wormhole, which had not existed for long. Had it been a Level 3 cosmic wormhole, it was likely that much of the Arctic Fox star system would have suffered. Chu Xian remarked, feeling more at ease. She had once read accounts of a battle involving a Level 3 cosmic wormhole that appeared in a star system. Within a week, the entire system had succumbed, becoming an incubator for the interstellar swarm, producing fleets exponentially larger. It took the Imperial Fleet 3 to 4 months to eradicate that swarm, and now, centuries later, the star system lay desolate and forgotten. Quickly, contact the Black Dragon Fleet and inform them that we can withdraw from combat. Commander Chu Xian said eagerly, but then she halted her aide. She wished to contact them personally. For reasons unknown, she felt a strong curiosity towards the Black Dragon fleet and that man. A communication request was sent, and the other party quickly agreed. Captain, we have just received news that over 5 million people have safely evacuated from asteroid P331, and we can now withdraw from combat, Commander Chuxian stated. Zhao Chen nodded, showing no emotional response to the news, as the system had just informed him that the mission had been successfully completed. Before he could review the details, Chuxian sent a communication request, and he decided to address her first, as there was an exceedingly important matter he needed to discuss with Commander Chuxian. Captain, we owe much to your fleet this time. Commander Chuxian was preparing to engage the captain further, eager to learn more about him. However, Zhao Chen rudely interrupted her once again. Had it been someone else, Chuxian might have begun to feel a sense of aversion toward them. Commander Chuxian, I recall that according to a regulation of the Galactic Alliance, any individual participating in the extermination of interstellar insectoids claims ownership of those they eliminate. Even if we are currently unable to recover the bodies, we can still document them for future reference. Correct? Zhao Chen inquired. Chuxian nodded in agreement. Zhao Chen promptly raised his hand, projecting a holographic table displaying a series of numbers. 3 T2 insect mother ships destroyed, over 70,000 T1 flying insects exterminated, and 400 T2 stingers eliminated. Since we are temporarily unable to clear the battlefield, we must wait for the subsequent Imperial fleet to eliminate these interstellar insectoids before we can recover the remains. Even accounting for some bodies being consumed by their comrades, we should still be able to preserve at least half of the remains. Our calculations indicate a recovery value of approximately 5 to 600,000 star coins. I wish to simplify matters. Would you be willing to directly accept this batch of insectoid remains, Commander? Zhao Chen smiled as he spoke. Your starship participated throughout this battle. The combat record should accurately reflect our enemy's casualties. He added, is this all you wish to discuss with me? Chuxian was taken aback. Do immediately discuss finances right after the battle. This made her perceive the once grand image of the man before her as somewhat diminished. Zhao Chen, however, was unconcerned with his image. He needed funds. He required money to purchase raw materials. He intended to construct starships. Captain, everything you mentioned can be verified by us as a third party. I can also use my authority to approve the recovery of those insectoid remains on your behalf. Chuxian forced a smile, still eager to assist him in resolving these matters. Zhao Chen then asked, when can we expect this funding to arrive? Chuxian maintained her smile. If you're in a hurry, we can expedite the process through special channels, and the funds can arrive within a day. In recognition of your fleet's outstanding performance in this battle, I can elevate the funding to 600,000 star coins. Excellent. Thank you. I will send you my account details. I look forward to our next collaboration. Farewell. Zhao Chen's face lit up with a radiant smile, and before Chuxian could respond, he swiftly ended the call. Chuxuan's expression turned rigid. What was wrong with this man? He left no opportunity for her to interject. Was speaking with her truly such a waste of time and tedious? No. I must meet this man in person. At that moment, Chuxian felt akin to a curious kitten whose curiosity remained unfulfilled. At that instant, an account notification appeared. Chuxuan's eyes brightened as she recognized the information on the account. The initial code indicated that it was a temporary account opened at the Arctic Fox starport. A temporary account implied that this Black Dragon fleet was likely stationed at the Arctic Fox starport. Coupled with her posting of bounty missions and the fleet's arrival time, it was reasonable to deduce they had departed from the Arctic Fox starport. If necessary, she could confirm with the Arctic Fox starport's authorities who had accepted the bounty mission. Once other Imperial fleets arrived for the handover, they would head to the Arctic Fox starport. Chuxian made a decision. She would seek out this man. As for what she intended to say upon finding him, she was uncertain. It was merely an instinctive impulse. At this moment, Zhao Chen was blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of an Imperial female officer. As he was busy calculating his newfound wealth, 600,000 star coins, combined with the previously issued bounty and the additional bounty from the Arctic Fox starport, meant he would receive a total of 130,000 star coins from this operation. Adding to his balance of 900,000 star coins, he now had a total of 220,000 star coins. Zhao Chen mused, sounding like a true money enthusiast. With only a month left until the quarterly task deadline, and the requirement to possess 3 starships produced by the system, he had completed only 2/3 of the task, having constructed AT-2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier and AT-2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. The quarterly task bore no penalties but offered substantial rewards. Zhao Chen was unwilling to squander this opportunity, so during this remaining month, he must produce another starship. He decided to first review the recently completed system task. Within his consciousness, he accessed the system interface, revealing a long-awaited prompt before him. Chapter 72. Miniature Armored Behemoth. Task Content. Accept and complete the bounty mission issued by the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. Task Difficulty. C-Class. Task Reward. 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special Reward. A random reward based on task completion. Special Reward Completion. 100 completion for the safe evacuation of the populace from asteroid P331. Task completed. A task reward and a special reward can be claimed. It appeared that the completion rate was assessed based on the data regarding the safe evacuation of the populace from asteroid P331. As all residents had successfully evacuated, Zhao Chen thought to himself and claimed the 2 task rewards. Task reward claimed, 5 task points and 1,000 points. Special reward claimed. Obtain the technical blueprint for the T2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. He had unexpectedly received a starship's technical blueprint. This was beyond Zhao Chen's expectations. The ship type was an interstellar frigate, but judging by the name, it was no ordinary vessel. Host, Zhao Chen. Occupation, top-tier starship engineer. Special attributes, fleet luck bonus, Eye of Insight. Points, 1780. Task points, 10. Starship count, 2. Tasks. Quarterly task, claimed, inventory, T2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate blueprint, T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser blueprint, T2 Bronze Eden-class starship blueprint. After claiming these 2 rewards, Zhao Chen's system page data had greatly improved. He decided to study this interstellar frigate. Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate. Ship type, interstellar frigate. Technology level, T2. Hull armor strength, 3,000 units, 5,000 units. Cruising speed, 35 knots. Warp engine, level 4 warp engine. Length, 110 meters. Mass, 120,000 tons. Crew size, 20 personnel. Starship weapons, 50 T2 300mm caliber heavy close-in weapon systems, firing one at a time with no reload time. Special performance, short-range assault mode. Zhao Chen envisioned the model of this starship. It resembled a compact rhino-like hull, overall appearing as an irregular oval structure. Despite its modest size, it was one of the smallest T2 starships available on the market. Do not underestimate this seemingly diminutive vessel. Its hull armor is crafted from the toughest metals within the T2 category, utilizing a unique composite method, resulting in armor strength 10 times greater than that of the Zero Blizzard. This is evident from its title, Heavy Assault, signifying heavy armor. The weakest areas of its hull armor boast a defensive strength of 3,000 units, while the most fortified regions reach an impressive 5,000 units. If one cannot find a smaller vessel among T2 starships, then it is impossible to find one with a higher armor strength. Thus, the defining characteristic of this starship is its durability, making it the ideal choice for tough voyages. Typically, with such heavy armor, the speed would be adversely affected. Indeed, this is the case. The T2 Black Rhinoceros's cruising speed is not particularly fast, but it possesses a unique feature known as short-range assault mode, which allows it to accelerate significantly in a brief span. This enables the T2 Black Rhinoceros to position itself precisely where Allied vessels require assistance. To put it plainly, this is a starship designed to be a meat shield. Additionally, it boasts another advantage. The cost of a single unit is merely 100,000 star coins. The cost of one T2 Beehive-class heavy aircraft carrier could build an impressive 15 T2 Black Rhinoceroses. It is simply too economical. Zhao Chen eagerly contacted Charlotte aboard the Zero Blizzard. Charlotte, is the Zero Blizzard currently capable of warp travel? Warp travel. We are preparing to return to the Arctic Fox starport. Aren't we? The Zero Blizzard should have no issues undertaking warp travel solely for the return to the Arctic Fox starport, Charlotte replied. Very well, prepare accordingly. We shall return to the Arctic Fox starport. Zhao Chen could hardly wait to utilize the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship still docked in the Arctic Fox starport's Starship Workshop to construct this T2 Black Rhinoceros. Understood, Charlotte responded. Beginning the arrangements. Both starship bridges began to relay commands, notifying that they would enter warp speed within 10 minutes, and the entire fleet was to switch to deep-sea mode. A.S. the captain, first officer, and Secretary Zhao Chen. The trio naturally had to wait until the very end to enter the cryopods. Charlotte, that was truly a magnificent maneuver, Zhao Chen praised without reservation as he watched the video footage of Charlotte. It is primarily due to this starship. Without its extreme speed and the armored hull of an interstellar battleship, my fanciful tactics would have been utterly unfeasible, Charlotte replied sincerely. Lilith couldn't help but inquire. But why did you ultimately choose to break through in the opposite direction from the front lines instead of simply accelerating towards the other side? Lilith voiced her confusion. Charlotte explained, releasing the starship's engine limitations. The state of maximum speed cannot be sustained for long. If I had allowed the Zero Storm to continue on that course, it would have encountered issues in under 10 minutes, at which point the starship's speed would struggle to even reach normal levels. Being caught by the pursuing swarm was merely a matter of time. Hence, from the very beginning, the Zero Storm had only one escape route. Upon hearing this, Lilith realized that what seemed like reckless actions were, in fact, meticulously planned by Charlotte. Yet, the fact that they managed to ram and destroy that T2 broodmother was something I had not anticipated. That creature's head must have been rather fragile. Charlotte herself found the incident unexpected. At the time, she had only intended to use the impact to break through and continue fleeing. Who would have thought it would end in its demise? A T2 broodmother being destroyed by a starship would surely be a source of embarrassment for the swarm if it were to spread. Zhao Chen was aware that such fortunate events were rarely coincidental. It was likely due to his lucky aura that the Zero Storm performed so remarkably. Captain, we have captured images of asteroid P331 with the Deep Space Telescope. Lilith suddenly announced that AS Zhao Chen's Xiongling fleet, outwardly known as the Highlang fleet during missions, began to withdraw alongside the Imperial fleet. The relentless pursuit of the swarm was now a futile endeavor. The P331 asteroid, lying in their path, became their target as a multitude of swarming creatures surged towards the surface base. The structures of the base were obliterated, yet the swarm found no trace of human presence. Watching this scene, Zhao Chen felt a twinge of melancholy. Had they not intervened, the asteroid would have painted an entirely different picture, a hell on Earth. The entire asteroid would have turned into a breeding ground for the swarm, producing more brood mothers and combat units, using it as a springboard to sweep across the entire Arctic Fox star system. The interstellar swarm resembled a flickering flame on the prairie. If not extinguished promptly, it could yield dire consequences. Report. All 102 crew members have entered the cryopods, Lilith reported to Zhao Chen in the dimly lit bridge. Let us prepare to enter cryo as well. Zhao Chen reclined into the cryopod, a fragrant liquid enveloping his body. He envisioned himself at the center of a vast interstellar fleet, each vessel adorned with the emblem of the Xiongling. Simultaneously, 2 starships initiated warp speed, vanishing into the inky void of space. Chapter 73. The mysterious origins of the Highlang fleet. When he next opened his eyes, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the Arctic Fox spaceport, just a few minutes of travel from the port itself. Once the starship resumed normal operations, Zhao Chen promptly contacted the female officer designated CC-11. Sir, you have returned? The female officer exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Zhao Chen. The fleet had been away for nearly 5 hours. Isn't there a warm welcome? Zhao Chen teased. No, I didn't mean it that way. The battle at asteroid P331. The female officer inquired curiously, a question that contradicted the reception protocol, which forbade inquiries about guests' affairs. Yet, since no detailed reports had yet returned from asteroid P331, possibly due to her insufficient rank, she felt a twinge of curiosity about what the Highlang fleet had accomplished in such a short time. The matter has been resolved, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Resolved? The simple response only deepened the female officer's curiosity. Please renew my original Starship Workshop's usage for 1 month, and I require all the raw materials listed in this order to be delivered within 3 days. Part of it is for the repair of the starship. According to the bounty contract, the damages and combat consumption from this battle will be covered by the issuer. I have itemized that section separately. Zhao Chen sent over a list of raw materials. The payment of 100,000 star coins will be deducted from my bounty. Any shortfall should be covered by a forthcoming deposit in a few days. Understood, she replied. The communication was abruptly cut off. What on earth had transpired? The female officer pondered, just as a communication request came through. Opening without consent, IT was an internal communication from higher-ups. The female officer straightened her posture, astonished to find the total director of the Arctic Fox spaceport on the other side of the video call. You recently hosted the Highlang fleet, correct? The port director inquired directly. Why yes, the female officer stammered. Did they make any requests? The female officer relayed Zhao Chen's earlier statements. Waive the fee for 1 month's usage of the Starship workshop, arrange the raw materials within a day, and ensure the bounty and additional funds are transferred to this gentleman's account within 12 hours. You may send a brief message to that gentleman. The port director instructed with a serious demeanor. The female officer was astonished. What kind of identity did this gentleman possess to warrant such personal attention from the port director? Who expedited every request? From this point on, you are promoted to Deputy Director of the Arctic Fox Spaceport Reception Department. You may delegate other guests to others. Your sole responsibility is to cater to this gentleman of the Highlang Fleet. Meet any requests, as long as they are reasonable. If unable, contact me. The port director commanded. Deputy Director? The female officer felt dizzy. She had been merely a standard Starship reception officer, akin to customer service. Now, she had risen several ranks in one fell swoop. Thank you, my lord, the female officer stuttered. The port director replied, your gratitude should be directed towards your fortune in encountering such a guest. My lord. What exactly is the Highlang Fleet's background to command such seriousness from you? The female officer cautiously inquired. The specifics remain unclear, but they successfully completed the bounty task, leading the Imperial Fleet in the safe evacuation operation at asteroid P331. The port director stated solemnly. The female officer gasped. Realizing that a task deemed too perilous for numerous private fleets had indeed been accomplished. Although she had anticipated such an outcome, the port director's choice of words revealed vital information. They led the Imperial Fleet in the operation, rather than assisted or helped. Underestimating these three terms would be a grave error. Assisted implies a subordinate aiding a superior, while helped conveys a sense of parity. Led signifies that the Highlang Fleet was the core of the operation, with the Imperial Fleet providing ancillary support. Additionally, a significant figure had inquired about the Highlang Fleet's information, and they were soon to visit the Arctic Fox spaceport. That individual was not someone they could provoke. Even the Lord of the Arctic Fox system would have to smile and warmly receive them. The port director expressed some anxiety. Someone to whom even the Lord of the Arctic Fox system must show deference? The female officer thought to herself. The Lord of the Arctic Fox system was a notable imperial count, potentially to be ennobled to Marquis within the next decade. To have ties with such a figure made the Highlang Fleet's association all the more formidable. The female officer swallowed hard. Just treat this guest with utmost care and report anything to me at the earliest opportunity. The port director concluded, and the communication was severed. At that moment, the two starships of the Highlang Fleet had gradually entered the field of view of the Arctic Fox spaceport, maneuvering toward the docking bays in the Starship workshop. The female officer activated the video feed, observing the two vessels. Point one was a carrier ship predominantly yellow in hue, while the other was an indeterminate type of starship. The latter's condition appeared severe, with its bow sunken and numerous pockmarks resembling those inflicted by meteorite impacts scattered across its hull, alongside a long, deep scar stretching several dozen meters along the port side. This was a remnant of the encounter with that T2 broodmother. What on earth had transpired? The female commander murmured. Point two starships glided into the docking bays, while the T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship remained stationary, alongside nearly 100 orc female crew members, temporarily without formal assignments, who stood in formation to welcome their return. Who? Lilith observed as the starships docked smoothly, exhaling a long sigh of relief. After years of fleeing, she was participating in an interstellar battle for the first time in her capacity as a Starship secretary, and it was a confrontation against the interstellar Zerg. Although she had appeared remarkably composed on the surface, her inner turmoil was quite profound. Now that the ordeal had reached a pause, she could finally set her anxious heart at ease. Arrangements were made for the treatment of the wounded aboard the Zero Storm. If their injuries were severe, they could utilize the medical pods at the starport, the costs borne by the fleet. Meanwhile, the T2 Hammer commenced its operations, repairing the hull of the Zero Storm and constructing the lost interstellar drones for the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier. Striving to restore the combat readiness of the T2 Queen B, I shall take personal responsibility for this matter. You will assist, Zhao Chen declared as he began to assign tasks. Chapter 74. Preparing to build the third interstellar warship. At this moment, the T2 Hammer commenced its initial operations. The interior of the interstellar industrial ship was equipped with comprehensive industrial construction facilities, capable of producing everything from starships, mechs, and interstellar fighters to the combat suits and laser guns worn by interstellar warriors. However, Limitations were imposed by the construction target's levels and its own production capacity. IT could conduct engineering construction within the ship. If it remained in a hovering state in space, it could even extend operational platforms beyond the hull, allowing for the construction of larger starships, such as aircraft carriers of the same class. The T2 Hammer operated in a semi-intelligent mode, equipped with a certain number of different types of engineering robots. Once task codes and corresponding technical standards were inputted, the industrial ship system could assign these robots to carry out tasks. Nonetheless, human oversight was still necessary, as 20 of the processes required manual operation of certain mechanical arms and other industrial equipment. Engineering robots also needed personnel nearby to supervise and review the quality of the completed work. A T2 Hammer required a full 200 workers, significantly more than the same class of combat starships. At this moment, Zhao Chen began to lead the 200 orc female crew members, each with a foundational understanding of industrial technology, to embark on various operational tasks. You all, operate the maintenance robots to repair the Zero Storm. You over here will organize the production of interstellar drones for the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier within the T2 Hammer. Zhao Chen, endowed with the talent of a top-tier engineer, swiftly and efficiently directed everyone to complete their assigned tasks. After assigning the tasks, Zhao Chen made his way to the T2 Hammer's bridge, where he began inputting the technical schematics for a new starship. T2 Black Rhinoceros-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, indeed. The third starship Zhao Chen was about to construct was the T2 Black Rhinoceros. Although he possessed the technical schematics for the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, its construction would likely take over a month and cost a staggering 3 million star coins. To meet the quarterly objectives, he had no choice but to postpone that endeavor. After entering the schematics into the T2 Hammer, the industrial ship system encrypted the information. In the future, even the captain of this starship would be unable to access the complete technical blueprints without Zhao Chen's special authorization. During the construction task assignment, the industrial ship system would scramble the entire technical blueprint and distribute it among the crew below, encrypting a minuscule portion of the core technologies, which Zhao Chen would personally oversee. Should the T2 Hammer come under threat, the system would self-destruct all encrypted information. Done. Zhao Chen completed the final input of the technical blueprints and concealed the operational interface. He leaned back in the captain's chair, surveying the T2 Hammer's bridge, which featured a black iron aesthetic, neither extravagant nor ornate, but rather straightforward and utilitarian, evoking a sense of industrial steel. Here, one could access images from various positions within the T2 Hammer, monitoring the status and progress of each work unit. At last, he no longer needed to exhaust himself handcrafting starships as he had before. Reflecting on the construction of the Zero Storm and the T2 Queen Bee, Zhao Chen felt a wave of nostalgia. Having attended to his immediate concerns, Zhao Chen unexpectedly received notifications of 2 funds being deposited and raw materials being delivered outside the workshop. Remarkably, within just half a day, everything was arranged. Such efficiency was quite commendable. The 2 sums had already deducted the costs of the raw materials Zhao Chen had ordered, leaving him with a balance of 120,000 star coins. Once the construction of the T2 Black Rhinoceros was complete, he could devise a plan to build the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, achieving food autonomy for the fleet and even potentially expanding into the realm of grain trade. Zhao Chen beckoned Lilith to accompany him toward the main doors of the starship workshop, where he opened the entrance. The T2 Hammer was positioned at the innermost part of the facility. It was out of sight from the entrance. Zhao Chen made no effort to conceal his intentions, directing the workers outside to stack the raw materials and cargo containers neatly along one side of the entrance. Sir, here are the raw materials you ordered. Is there anything else you require? The female supervisor, previously seen only through video communications, now stood before Zhao Chen, her face adorned with a professional smile, clad in a fitted business skirt uniform, with one button intentionally undone at her chest. However, Zhao Chen paid little heed to such details, as his focus was entirely on the raw materials needed for starship construction, envisioning the completed T2 Black Rhinoceros in his mind. The female supervisor felt somewhat awkward. She considered herself attractive and had hoped to seize the opportunity to engage with this prominent figure later. Yet, upon spotting Lilith, who donned a white female military uniform alongside Zhao Chen, her eyes widened in astonishment. Stunning. Lilith exuded an innate allure, inciting a desire to both protect and tease her. The supervisor self-deprecatingly acknowledged that, with such a breathtaking beauty nearby, she, a mere customer service representative of the starport, paled in comparison. Lilith, you will take charge of liaising with this young lady. Zhao Chen assigned the task to her. After all, Lilith was now a secretary, and such responsibilities would inevitably fall to her in the future. While Lilith had acquired a wealth of theoretical knowledge, true growth would necessitate practical experience, ranging from fleet combat to internal affairs and logistics. Lilith stepped forward, engaging the female supervisor in discussion, while Zhao Chen remained absorbed in observing the cargo containers of raw materials. A faint smile gracing his lips, the adjacent starship docking bay. Old Chun, why do you appear so glum? A carefree young man emerged from the starship docking area alongside a middle-aged man. The individual referred to as Old Chun was the commander of an interstellar transport fleet, having recently returned from completing a mission. You have no idea. I just encountered a colossal fool who dared to threaten me with a battleship cannon. And he actually fired. The projectile was merely this far from my bridge. Old Chin vented his frustration. What? Someone dares to do that? To threaten Brother Chun? Tell me who it was. As long as they're within the Arctic Fox star system, my Black Fox Society brothers will know how to handle them, the young man boasted. Old Chin shook his head. I have no idea. I only heard it was a group called the Black Dragon Fleet. They didn't even have video communications. I only caught sight of their starship. As the two men continued their conversation, they passed by the entrance of a starship workshop. Noticing a large number of cargo containers, Old Chin, with his background in interstellar transport, instinctively glanced over. To his astonishment, he caught sight of the very starship he loathed, parked within the docking bay. Although its current condition was somewhat damaged, with the bow caved in, he would recognize that damned starship even in ashes. In an instant, fury ignited within him. With a darkened expression, Old Chan strode purposefully toward the starship workshop. Chapter 75. The Golden Emblem. Chu, who the hell is the captain of this starship? Get out here! Old Chen bellowed hysterically, pointing towards the interior of the workshop. A young man with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of arrogance, stood beside him and scoffed. You've crossed, Brother Chen. I suggest you come out now and apologize. This outburst captured the attention of everyone present. Lilith and the female supervisor, who had been engaged in conversation, halted to observe. The supervisor's expression changed. She recognized these two individuals. The one known as Brother Chun was the commander of an interstellar transport fleet allied with the Arctic Fox Star System's lord, rumored to be related to the lord himself. Renowned for his exploits in interstellar trade within the Arctic Fox Star System, he frequently meddled in others' affairs. Yet, due to his connections, those he bullied dared not retaliate. The other young man was a high-ranking member of the Black Fox Society, another notorious dark force within the Arctic Fox Star System. As every region harbors its shadows, the Black Fox Society epitomized that darkness. The two maintained a close relationship, often using interstellar transport vessels to smuggle gray market goods for substantial profits. I am the captain. What business do you have? Zhao Chen emerged nonchalantly, positioning himself squarely in the doorway. What is it? How dare you ask me what it is? You blasted fool, bombarded my starship with a naval cannon. Have you forgotten? Don't think that just because we haven't communicated via video, I wouldn't recognize you. I could identify your ridiculous starship even if it were turned to dust, Old Chen declared, preparing to grab Zhao Chen by his collar. However, Zhao Chen showed no hesitation and kicked out, striking Old Chen in the chest and sending him flying several meters away. What the hell? Do you dare to lay hands on me? I am with the Black Fox Society. Do you understand the consequences of offending the Black Fox Society? The young man shouted. Mommy. Before he could finish, he was kicked in the face and sent crashing into a cargo box with a thud. A clear red shoe print marked his face. Zhao Chen frowned at this moment. Onlookers instinctively assumed it was the man who had grown angry. You've kicked in the wrong direction, Zhao Chen thought to himself, realizing that he had collided with his precious cargo. Although theoretically, such a collision wouldn't affect the materials inside the cargo box, Zhao Chen still felt discomfort. Cough, cough. You dare to strike me. You allowed the naval cannon to bombard my starship. Do you believe I will report you to the Imperial Military Court? Old Chun clutched his churning stomach, feeling as if his insides were about to erupt. You are the commander of the interstellar transport fleet assigned to evacuate the civilians from asteroid P331. Zhao Chen recalled, remembering a previous encounter. Old Chen pointed at Zhao Chen. You've gotten yourself into trouble, serious trouble. Cough, cough, that's right. Let me tell you. If you dare to lay hands on someone from the Black Fox Society, I have already called my brothers. Just wait for your own corpse to be collected, the young man from the Black Fox Society shouted. You deliberately delayed and slowed the fleet's speed, disregarding the lives of 5 million people on asteroid P331. The troublemakers are you. At this moment, Lilith stepped forward, standing beside Zhao Chen to speak on behalf of the captain. It was your voice that threatened me at that time, you filthy woman. Old Chen recognized Lilith's voice as the one that had threatened them during the communication. A succubus. Suddenly, the young man from the Black Fox Society lunged forward a few steps, as if to charge at Lilith. But Zhao Chen swiftly moved to block her, his gaze icy as he stared down the opponent. The young man from the Black Fox Society halted in his tracks, intimidated. He cautiously regarded Zhao Chen, then raised his hand to reveal an image on a device, a photo of a figure in a black cloak, barely showing half of a face. Upon closer comparison with Lilith, one would discover that the woman before them was indeed the same. Kid, you attacked our Black Fox Society members and stole these things, right? The young man from the Black Fox Society had originally intended to say succubus, but quickly realized that the news of succubi could not be leaked. It would draw too much attention. So what if I did? Zhao Chen replied indifferently. Well. How fortuitous it is to find you when we were searching high and low. You have delivered yourself right to us. The young man from the Black Fox Society quickly stepped back, editing a message on his handheld device and sending it out. He then pointed at Zhao Chen. Just wait, your end is nigh. Here, no one dares to oppose the Black Fox Society. Ha ha ha, so she is the person you were looking for. Old Chen laughed exuberantly, having heard of the succubus from the young man. As the situation unfolded, he felt a surge of joy. This kid has offended the Black Fox Society. He is utterly doomed. Zhao Chen's brow furrowed. He was not afraid of the Black Fox Society, but he loathed complications. If matters escalated, he would have to leave the Arctic Fox starport, which would inevitably delay the construction of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigates. This was of utmost importance. Important. In truth, if this fellow hadn't approached him, Zhao Chen wouldn't have bothered with such nonsense. Are you not worried that your actions may lead you to a military court? Lilith pointed at Old Chen in anger and embarrassment, also concerned that their identity as succubi might bring trouble to Captain Zhao Chen. During this time, they had been enjoying life with the Xiaolong fleet, having grown fond of their surroundings to the extent that some succubi experienced nightmares, fearing it was all a mirage. They were still struggling to survive outside, not knowing what tomorrow would bring. You are talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? My starship encountered a malfunction, which is why I slowed down. You people attacked my fleet without inquiry. Old Chen sneered at Lilith and Zhao Chen. This is the Arctic Fox star system. Without evidence, who will believe your nonsense? I believe it. That moment, a voice emerged from behind Old Chen. Who the hell is meddling? Old Chen instinctively turned around to curse, but the next moment, he was dumbfounded. His words faltering, a woman dressed in an imperial military officer's uniform was walking toward him, the sound of her military boots striking the ground resonating pleasingly. Behind her followed a squad of 30 soldiers armed with laser rifles. Most strikingly, this woman wore an emblem on her uniform's chest, gleaming beside the imperial military insignia. It bore a single character in golden script. Chu. Chapter 76. The distinguished Chu Xian, the female officer, strode past Old Chen and approached Zhao Chen. Removing her white glove from her right hand and extending her delicate fingers, we meet again. Zhao Chen gazed at the imperial fleet commander named Chu Xian in surprise, wondering how she had appeared here. Out of politeness, he shook her hand but quickly released it. In truth, he was reluctant to engage with anyone from the imperial military, as they represented the stellar sovereignty. If the empire learned too much about him, it could lead to complications. This bounty mission was triggered by the system, but also stemmed from a shortage of resources for the quarterly task of building starships. She doesn't happen to dislike men, does she? Chu Xian mused as she noted Zhao Chen's swift withdrawal of his hand. Nonetheless, this was an excellent opportunity to do him a favor. What this gentleman just said is correct. Your interstellar transport fleet is indeed responsible for executing the evacuation of asteroid P331. Correct. Chu Xian turned to the pale-faced man, whose forehead glistened with sweat. May I ask who you are? Old Chen inquired cautiously, his gaze darting toward the golden Chu emblem on Chu Xian's uniform. Our commander is inquiring, and you are staring off into space. The female aide stepped forward and slapped Old Chen across the face. Old Chen hastily averted his gaze. I am the commander of the interstellar transport fleet responsible for the evacuation mission at asteroid P331. But we successfully completed the mission of evacuating the civilians. Then are you implying that this gentleman is lying when he says you deliberately delayed and refused to go to asteroid P331 to evacuate the civilians? Chu Xian countered, of course, we have a grudge. He is framing me, and he even directly bombarded my starship. Old Chun forced himself to declare, realizing he could only deny everything, or the consequences would be dire. Xiao Song, Chu Xian suddenly called out a name. Among the soldiers, a male soldier stepped forward to stand before Chu Xian. Upon seeing this seemingly personal guard, Old Chen and the others were left speechless. The soldier wore a general's uniform, clearly displaying a star on his insignia. This soldier was actually a one-star brigadier of the Empire. A woman could easily have a one-star brigadier as her personal guard. And with that golden emblem, her identity was becoming increasingly apparent. At your service. This gentleman has been wronged, the subordinate said. Please investigate thoroughly. We cannot wrong a good person, nor can we let a bad one escape. Chu Xian spoke coldly, her tone icy. Understood. Xiao Song first respectfully saluted Zhao Chen. Having been present during the recent battle against the Zerg, he was the captain of another starship and held Zhao Chen in high regard. When Xiao Song's gaze shifted to Old Chen, the latter felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. Rest assured, we will not wrong anyone. Just wait here for my return point. 10 minutes will suffice. Xiao Song declared before leading several guards to investigate the matter. Old Chen gulped, beads of sweat pouring down his face. He frantically recalled whether he had managed all matters properly. He had instructed everyone in the fleet to keep quiet. But their words could not be considered direct evidence. He could argue that it was slander. He had deleted all logs from the starship's journey, erasing any evidence, as for the footage that might have been recorded when that fellow's starship warned him. He could easily explain that it was merely a malfunction of his own starship, which had coincidentally encountered that person while undergoing repairs. All right, everything is fine. Nothing will go wrong. Hello, let us reintroduce ourselves. My name is Chu Xian, and I am the commander of a small fleet in the Imperial military. Chu Xian smiled as she greeted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes internally. Your rank is merely a major. Yet you have a one-star brigadier under your command? Who would believe you are just a commander of a small fleet in the Imperial military? Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Chu Xian gazed upon the workshop of the starship, where she beheld the number 0 Blizzard undergoing repairs alongside another aircraft carrier starship. This one is called the number 0 Blizzard, but what is the name of the other aircraft carrier starship? She inquired with enthusiasm. It is the Queen Bee-class heavy aircraft carrier starship, Zhao Chen replied. Queen Bee? I have never encountered that name before. I have searched the starship database thoroughly, yet found no record of these two starships. Chu Xian said, her eyes blinking with curiosity. Zhao Chen remarked, I am also unaware. You are unaware? How can you be oblivious to your own starship? She found his indifference quite disconcerting. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. A throng of individuals adorned in garments emblazoned with a black fox pattern entered from the distant corridor, their numbers reaching 300 to 400, each wielding various weapons, including laser guns, however, in the next moment. They were left dumbfounded. A squad of Imperial soldiers, numbering less than 30, had taken their positions, laser guns aimed squarely at them. At that instant, the atmosphere seemed to still as happening. The leading minor chief of the Black Fox Society exclaimed in bewilderment. Why are Imperial soldiers here? What is going on? Chu Xian observed these individuals and discerned that they were approaching Zhao Chen with ill intent. They are looking for trouble, Zhao Chen stated. Are these individuals from the Black Fox Society? Have you offended them? Chu Xian asked with curiosity. Zhao Chen cast a cold glance at the distant members of the Black Fox Society. They wish to seize my soldiers. At that moment, the members of the Black Fox Society began to retreat cautiously. Hey, you there, the leader, come over. Chu Xian suddenly pointed at an obvious minor chief among the crowd. The minor chief's face turned pale. He had noticed Chu Xian and her golden insignia. At that moment, he dared not flee and could only steel himself to approach, simultaneously noticing the dazed subordinate, Wang Chong, standing beside him. What is going on? I distinctly told myself that there are individuals here to take away the succubus. Why are there Imperial soldiers? Wang Chong felt wronged. He had intended to send a message to the Black Fox Society to deter them from coming once the Imperial soldiers arrived. However, The officer named Xiao Song had fixed his gaze upon him, and with just a glance, he abandoned his cautious thoughts. Speak. Why are you here? Chu Xian asked, arms crossed. The minor chief lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. If you do not inform me, I shall directly inquire with your leader of the Black Fox Society. Chu Xian threatened. I do not know who the commander is. The minor chief attempted to ask. I am Chu Xian, and this gentleman is my friend. If you bully my friend, you are bullying me. Chu Xian boldly indicated Zhao Chen behind her. Zhao Chen's lips twitched. When did he become this lady's friend? Chu Xian? The golden insignia? Chu? The Chu family. Chu Xian. Suddenly, the minor chief recalled something, shivering as if he had encountered a great beast. You are from the Chu family. The minor chief instinctively began to utter the name of the female officer, but was paralyzed by her piercing gaze. Chapter 77. No time to lose. I am in a rush to construct starships. The minor chief nervously regarded the female officer surnamed Chu, even if the leader of the Black Fox Society were present. With a mere word from this woman, she could obliterate the entire organization. The situation is as follows. We were previously capturing a group of succubi, but unfortunately, this gentleman arrived first. We were unaware that he was your friend. If we have offended you in any way, I am willing to sacrifice my life in atonement, hoping you do not implicate others, the minor chief declared resolutely, drawing his laser Jiun at that instant. Several of Chu Xian's personal guards had already trained their sights on the minor chief. Should he pose even the slightest threat to Chu Xian, he would meet an untimely demise. Moreover, the young lady possessed sufficient means to ensure her safety in any circumstance. The minor chief presented his laser gun to Chu Xian, his demeanor resembling that of a humble hound. This surprised Zhao Chen, who regarded Chu Xian with newfound respect. It appeared that this woman held an extraordinarily prominent status. Reflecting on the earlier encounter where a one-star brigadier had shown her utmost deference, he pondered the significance of such a rank. The one-star brigadier, upon normal retirement, could be directly granted the titles of baron or even viscount. Holding a position far superior to Zhao Chen's, Chu Xian turned to Zhao Chen, clearly seeking his approval. Get lost, Zhao Chen uttered tersely. Were it not for the ongoing cargo operations, he would have already wasted over 10 minutes of his time building a new ship. I am in a good mood today and wish to avoid bloodshed. Handle your own matters. Just remember this. This person is my friend, Chu Xian. A faint smile graced her lips. The minor chief exhaled in relief. At least his life was spared. However, since this young lady had instructed him to handle the situation, he had to adopt a certain demeanor. As for that demeanor. The minor chief glanced at the dazed Wang Chang beside him. His expression turned icy as he approached and unceremoniously began to strike him. How dare you show disrespect to Miss Chu's friend? I see you are seeking death, he scolded, his heart wishing to tear Wang Chang to shreds. But since Miss Chu had declared she did not wish to see blood, he could not deal with the matter on the spot. Brother, please stop hitting me. I realize my mistake. Wang Chang pleaded from the ground. Bring this fellow away, and let us administer the strictest punishment, the minor chief coldly commanded. Sacrificing one of his subordinates to appease Miss Chu's wrath was an incredibly profitable endeavor. He would do this without hesitation. Even if the leader of the Black Fox Society were present, he might even go as far as to eliminate all present subordinates, just to entertain Miss Chu. Upon hearing the minor chief's words, Wang Chang's face drained of color, his body trembling as he crawled towards Chu Xian and Zhao Chen like a dog. I realize my mistake. I truly know my mistake. Please, oh not kill me. I have a 3-year-old elderly mother waiting for me to care for her, an 80-year-old wife, and an infant child relying on me for support. Wang Chang stammered incoherently in his pleas. Nevertheless, Zhao Chen remained unmoved. Even if Wang Chang's claims were true, Zhao Chen believed that many who had suffered under his command had endured far worse. This was merely his retribution. Ultimately, Wang Chang was dragged away by the minor chief's subordinates. Well then I shall take my leave. The minor chief cautiously inquired. Get lost. Chu Xian waved her hand dismissively. The minor chief felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and promptly departed, while the members of the Black Fox Society scattered. As for Wang Chang, it was said that he was tortured to death, his body later discovered in a refuse dump at the Arctic Fox starport. The minor chief dared not act in defiance. Just as the Black Fox Society was departing, the previously absent Xiao Song returned. Lao Chen's face was a pallid mask, his eyes filled with terror. his legs trembling as if they might give way at any moment. "How did the task go?" Chu Xian inquired. Xiao Song shot a glance at Lao Chen, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The navigational data from his starship had been completely erased, but he suspected that he had overlooked something. Deep within the starship system processor lay a backup data file, which I managed to retrieve. This data contains orders he issued to the starship fleet, delaying the mission and postponing their arrival at asteroid P331. Upon hearing this, Lao Chen collapsed to the ground, as if his limbs had given out, utterly despondent. "Our Imperial soldiers risked their lives on the battlefield to buy time, and you dare to delay the precious evacuation time for saving lives?" Chu Xian's gaze was icy as she regarded Lao Chen. This time, she was not merely defending Zhao Chen, but was driven entirely by her own fury. She detested those who espoused one thing yet acted contrary, especially those who selfishly sacrificed others for their own gain, particularly when it endangered the lives of Imperial soldiers. Lao Chen had undoubtedly crossed her bottom line. "I was wronged. I was wronged. I will give up all my possessions." Lao Chen repeatedly begged for mercy. "Xiao Song, take him to a military tribunal," Chu Xian commanded coldly. "No. I do not want to go to a military tribunal. My cousin is the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system. You cannot treat me this way." Lao Chen cried out, fully aware that if this woman surnamed Chu sent him to the military tribunal, even if he were innocent, he might not survive to leave. Moreover, he was now undeniably guilty. The Lord of the Arctic Fox star system? If he believes I am in the wrong, let him come personally to confront me, Chu Xian huffed disdainfully. "Our young lady does not enjoy noise." "Keep it down." Xiao Song stepped forward, seemingly nonchalant, yet with a single punch, he dislocated Lao Chen's jaw. "Wu, wah. Lao Chen attempted to speak but could not utter a word. He was subsequently escorted away by other soldiers. With the outcome all too predictable. Following this incident, the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system promptly divorced Lao Chen's cousin and sought out Chu Xian to apologize, fortunate that she did not impose any punishment on him. As for Lao Chen, he faced the death penalty from the military tribunal. Chu Xian, satisfied, turned to Zhao Chen and remarked, "So, how do you intend to thank me for resolving these matters?" "Thank you. Do I owe you a favor?" Zhao Chen replied, his expression unchanging. Chu Xian paused, pointing at Lilith beside Zhao Chen, and then at the spot where the minor chief of the Black Fox Society had stood moments prior. "Hey, do not turn your back on me. Were it not for my intervention, who knows what the Black Fox Society might have done to you today? If a mere Black Fox could intimidate me, I would not have ventured forth with only 2 starships to exterminate pests." Zhao Chen smiled faintly before adding, "Even if we consider this matter as a reluctant assistance on your part, it merely results in a stalemate between us. Let us not forget that the information regarding Old Chin's affair was provided by me, and had it not been for my fleet's timely discovery of their negligence. Issuing a warning, the subsequent battle would have seen P331 asteroid retreating at such an astonishing speed. You. Chu Xian was taken aback by Zhao Chen's words. Recalling her purpose, she took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Let us set this matter aside for now. We are, after all, comrades in arms. How about I treat you to a meal?" "No time for that." Zhao Chen did not look back as he entered the starship workshop, promptly closing the large doors behind him since the cargo had been completely unloaded. He was in a hurry to construct the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate, utterly indifferent to the stunned expression of Chu Xian, who had never been treated in such a manner. Chapter 78. The treasured pearls of 2 imperial dukes, all goods listed in the order had been delivered. The female supervisor turned to Zhao Chen. "All right, thank you." After Lilith saw the supervisor off, she returned to Zhao Chen's side, glancing at the closed doors behind them, where one could faintly hear complaints and the sound of someone kicking the door. Are you really not going to engage with Miss Chu?" Lilith inquired. "Her identity is quite remarkable." "You know her identity?" Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. Lilith raised her hand, projecting the image of the golden Chu emblem from earlier. "After I became your secretary, I took the liberty to familiarize myself with various intelligence regarding the Starshine Empire, which included information about Miss Chu. Although there are no visual records of her online, the details available lead to a reasonable conclusion about her identity," Lilith explained. Zhao Chen's pace toward the T2 Hammer-class heavy industrial starship slowed as he gestured for Lilith to continue. "Our Arctic Fox star system falls under the jurisdiction of the North Wind star domain, whose governor is Miss Chu's maternal grandfather, a duke of the Empire. Furthermore, the governor of the Chu River Star Domain, one of the 8 major star domains of the Starshine Empire, is Miss Chu's paternal grandfather, also a duke, and concurrently holds the title of 5-star Marshal of the Empire. Most importantly, Miss Chu is the sole granddaughter of the Duke of Chu River, who is immensely doted upon. The North Wind governor cherishes this granddaughter even more than his own grandson, making her the treasured pearl of both star domain governors, Lilith stated with a serious expression. The 2 star domain governors are respectively her grandfather and maternal grandfather, underscoring the formidable background of Chu Xian. It is no wonder that even the Black Fox Society dares not provoke her, boldly challenging the Lord of the Arctic Fox star system to confront her. You believe I should befriend her? Zhao Chen asked. Lilith looked at the captain, puzzled, as the implication seemed rather apparent. The more prominent her identity, the further we ought to keep our distance. Our priority is to develop cautiously. Despite possessing 2 top-tier T2 starships, we remain vulnerable against genuine adversaries, Zhao Chen replied with a calm demeanor. In truth, another reason lingered in Zhao Chen's mind. He found it hard to believe that a duke's granddaughter would suddenly express such enthusiasm towards him. Something was amiss. Moreover, with the secrets he harbored growing ever more numerous, getting too close to someone of her stature could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. Understood, Lilith responded. The raw materials I ordered have arrived. Our next task is to construct the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate by the year's end, Zhao Chen declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. At that moment, outside the closed doors, had Chu Xian known that her allure paled in comparison to a T2 starship, she might have felt compelled to confront Zhao Chen. What is the matter with him? Can he not see my status? I invite him to dinner, and he refuses to acknowledge my presence? Chu Xian exclaimed, hands on her hips, abandoning the solemn demeanor of a military officer, her composure faltering. The female aide stifled a laugh nearby. Miss, could it be that you have taken a liking to this gentleman? Bah, we've only met a few times. How could I possibly like him, especially since he is a blatant steel-hearted man? Like him? Only if I were to be struck by a starship while leaving, Chu Xian retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Then why did you come all the way to Arctic Fox Starport? Was it truly just to invite him to dinner? To make his acquaintance? The aide questioned skeptically. Chu Xian composed herself, gazing at the door as if she could see Zhao Chen's figure within. I had someone investigate the starship named Zero Storm, and there are no records of it. Not even the other aircraft carrier has any documentation. I even expanded the search beyond the Starshine Empire. Yet there are no matching starship types. With a serious gaze, Chu Xian continued, this leaves us with 2 possibilities. Point 1. He possesses an exceedingly clandestine channel for acquiring ships. Point 2. These 2 starships were not purchased by him, but were designed and constructed by himself. Designed and constructed by himself? How is that possible? Although T2 starships are merely semi-military grade, they are not something just anyone can design and manufacture, the aide questioned, her skepticism evident. I find it hard to believe as well. Which is why I wish to uncover the truth. If it is the former, we can utilize this channel to procure a batch of these formidable starships. If it is the latter, then he is a talent we must recruit for the Chu family, which would undoubtedly bolster our strength. The current situation in the Starshine Empire is intricate. We must seize any opportunity to enhance our family's power, Chu Xian concluded, casting the aide a sideways glance. You do not genuinely believe I am a simple-minded romantic seeking to pursue a man, do you? I did not think so. The aide hastily shook her head, though her gaze betrayed uncertainty as she glanced at a particular spot. Muttering, and this does not exactly constitute as being simple-minded. Chu Xian's lips twitched. You cheeky girl. How dare you jest at my expense? Report, miss. There are communication requests from 2 dukes. Xiao Song approached, projecting 2 links for the communication requests. Hey, do not answer. Chu Xian began, but before she could finish, Xiao Song had already connected the call. He seemed oblivious to the icy glare directed at him by the young lady as he turned to leave. The aide discreetly stepped away, sensing the tension. Chu Xian covered her face as 2 familiar voices echoed in her ears. Darling granddaughter, are you all right? I heard there was a level 2 cosmic insect nest in your vicinity, and you took 30 starships to engage in battle? Xiao Xian, you are not injured, are you? I have already dispatched my fleet to support you. The 2 elderly men appeared in the respective video communication windows. That old fool surnamed Zhu, I previously warned against allowing Chu Xian to go to your place, and you assured me that there would be no issues. And now look, such a significant incident has occurred. If anything were to happen to my granddaughter, I swear I will tear your head off. Hey, let us not speak so harshly. It was Zhao Chen who was frightened by you, which is why she came to me. This was entirely unexpected. I never anticipated the appearance of interstellar insectoids, but do not worry. Zhao Chen is safe now. There will be no problems. My darling granddaughter, you should return quickly. Even if you wish to command a fleet at a grassroots level. Our family has its own fleet. Which one do you want? We can go wherever you desire. If all else fails, you can command grandfather's fleet. That flagship is a renowned T4 interstellar battleship. I heard you like that. So it's yours. I learned that you are aboard that old fool ship, which is merely a T2 starship. That thing does not even have a star shield. What would you do if danger befell you? In our North Wind star domain, while we may not have T4 starships, we do possess T3 aircraft carrier starships. Those interstellar fighters are everywhere. It is exhilarating, and you do not even need to be on the front lines. It is far safer than any interstellar battleship. I will arrange for Zhao Chen to command tomorrow. Zhao Chen felt as if she were dying inside. It was precisely this excessive pampering from the two old men that had driven her away. Now, she had to temporarily set aside her concerns regarding Zhao Chen to appease these two old fellows, promising them she would return to see them first. Otherwise, who knows what they might do. Chapter 79. Promoted to Fleet Commander Headquarters of the Black Fox Society, the young lady from the Chu family? The leader of the Black Fox Society was taken aback upon hearing that name. The matter has been dealt with. That young lady should not pursue our accountability. The small leader stated, however, we may no longer intervene in the matter concerning that batch of succubi. Although we are still unaware of the identity of the man who was with the Chu family young lady, it is evident that she holds him in high regard, openly declaring him as her friend. The implication is unmistakable. It serves as a warning to us. The leader of the Black Fox Society furrowed his brow in contemplation. This was a task assigned to us by young Master Han, and we have yet to fulfill it. Young Master Han is important, but he cannot compare to the Chu family, the small leader muttered. The leader of the Black Fox Society nodded. That is indeed true. Forget it. If we were to confront the Chu family, our Black Fox Society would not stand a chance. I will relay this matter to young Master Han. You all should refrain from taking any rash actions during this period to avoid provoking any significant trouble. Understood. As time swiftly transitioned to the end of December, the once spacious Starship workshop now felt somewhat cramped. Having accommodated a total of 10 new starships, were it not for the relatively modest size of these vessels, it would have been impossible to fit them all in. Standing before the fleet, Zhao Chen surveyed the ships with a satisfied smile gracing his face. Heed my command. Prepare to initiate the test of the starships. He issued orders to the bridge of the 10 vessels. Immediately, the starships stirred into action. Concurrently, 10 video windows appeared beside Zhao Chen, each displaying the captains methodically executing the startup procedures. Report, Black Rhino-class Ship 1 is commencing engine startup. Report, Black Rhino-class Ship 2. Engine startup is functioning normally. Report, Black Rhino-class Ship 5. Transmission system is undergoing automated diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Operation is optimal. Report, Black Rhino-class Ship 7. Weapon systems are undergoing automated diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. Operation is optimal. Zhao Chen attentively listened to the stream of reports. Soon, several starships completed their initial startup sequences. Report, Black Rhino-class Ship 8. Initial startup and full diagnostic completed. All systems are normal. As the statistics of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault frigate's self-check process is accumulated. Zhao Chen's face radiated with a brilliant smile, his fist gently clenched in triumph. Splendid. After nearly a month, Zhao Chen had successfully produced 10 T2 Black Rhinos in one go. The compact size of the T2 Black Rhino, combined with the assembly line production technique, significantly enhanced the efficiency of starship manufacturing. Furthermore, with a remarkably low cost of just 100,000 star coins per vessel, the total expenditure merely consumed the previously procured materials worth 1 million star coins. I can't believe you've constructed 10 T2 Black Rhinos in one go, exclaimed Charlotte, standing beside Zhao Chen as she surveyed the 10 sleek, black frigates, aside from the hull markings indicating their numbers, 001, 002, 003, and so forth. Each starship was virtually identical. Zhao Chen remarked, after all, they were bound to be built sooner or later. Our fleet only comprises 2 starships, one of which is an aircraft carrier, while it possesses a star shield. It doesn't provide comprehensive defense. We must equip a sufficient number of interstellar frigates to truly establish a semblance of a fleet. Wouldn't you agree? Charlotte gazed at the interstellar frigates in awe, exclaiming, "It's truly hard to believe that a frigate with such performance specifications costs merely 100,000 star coins. And to think that 10 were completed in just a month. Both efficiency and quality have been assured. Indeed, this is all thanks to the T2 hammer," Zhao Chen acknowledged. Without it, relying solely on the production capacity of the Starship workshop, they could have managed to construct at most 3 vessels in a month. He glanced at the industrious T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship stationed at one side of the workshop. Fortunately, with its presence, he no longer needed to personally oversee the shipbuilding process. He merely had to handle less than one of the core technological aspects. "Let us take the ships out for a trial run. Once we complete it, we can procure a batch of military and supplies, and then return to the North Star system," Zhao Chen instructed. It had been 3 months since Zhao Wanner had returned early to the North Star Starship Military Academy. Taking a 3-month leave as a student felt somewhat inappropriate. In truth, Zhao Chen's educational status was of little consequence at present. Yet he faced a pressing issue. He needed to obtain certification from the North Star Starship Military Academy. The Stellar Empire mandated that all lords must possess graduation credentials from an internal interstellar military academy. While there were no specific requirements for the academy, it had to be a legitimate institution. Consequently, some privileged heirs would casually select subpar interstellar military academies, spending 6 years there before returning to officially inherit their titles. Due to the untimely passing of his father, Zhao Chen had ascended to the title prematurely according to imperial law. However, if he failed to acquire the military academy certification within a specified time frame, he risked being forcibly stripped of his title. "I believe there is another matter that requires our arrangement," Charlotte stated. "What is it?" Zhao Chen inquired. "The establishment of the Falcon Fleet system," Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen turned his gaze towards her. "Previously, with only 2 starships, our assignments were rather casual. However, circumstances have changed. We now have 12 combat starships and 1 auxiliary vessel, forming the embryonic structure of a small fleet. To facilitate future management, we must establish a fleet system." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "Since you have a proposal, I assume you also have a preparatory plan in mind. From today onward, your title will no longer be captain, but rather fleet commander. You may select any starship as your flagship. I recommend the T2 Queen B-class heavy aircraft carrier for its safety. I will serve as the captain of the Zero Storm, concurrently acting as the fleet's deputy commander. Lilith can assume the role of your flagship secretary and fleet secretary. We will then assign a captain to each remaining starship. We still have around 200 female soldiers without formal positions. Each T2 Black Rhino requires merely 20 female soldiers for operation, perfectly filling this gap.as for the selection of captains and the crew for each starship's bridge. That will necessitate your personal arrangements." Charlotte meticulously laid out her plans. True to her former role as fleet commander, she had already devised comprehensive preparations for Zhao Chen. "You must have a list ready, correct? Please show it to me shortly. If all is in order, I will approve it directly. You can take charge of these matters. I'm feeling a bit fatigued and shall retire for some rest." Zhao Chen feigned a yawn, offloading the responsibilities onto Charlotte. Charlotte rolled her eyes. This captain, no, fleet commander, was increasingly fond of shirking responsibilities. Zhao Chen, naturally, was determined to avoid tasks he could delegate. With capable hands beneath him, why should he toil unnecessarily? However, instead of resting, Zhao Chen intended to review his quarterly tasks and claim his rewards. Quarterly task: own 3 starships, system generated. Task completed. Rewards can be claimed. Chapter 80, Stars and Moonlight, Bound by Vows. Quarterly task: own 3 starships, system generated. Task completed. Rewards can be claimed. Rewards successfully claimed. He acquired 10 task points. Acquired 1,000 system points. Acquired T2 Super Soldier Serum. Acquired blueprints for T2 Black Knight Class Light Interstellar Battle Mechs. The rewards for the quarterly task were indeed substantial, fulfilling Zhao Chen's expectations after a month of effort. In addition to the conventional rewards of 10 task points and 1,000 system points, Zhao Chen noted a familiar item, the T2 Super Soldier Serum. It appeared this Super Soldier Serum was part of a series. After injecting the T1 Super Soldier Serum, Zhao Chen had felt a marked enhancement in his physical capabilities. What would happen if he injected the T2 Super Soldier Serum? Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts, and a vial identical to the previous one appeared in his hand. Recalling the sensations from his initial injection, Zhao Chen settled onto his bed, inhaled deeply, and swiftly administered the serum to his ARM. In an instant, Zhao Chen felt as if his mind were being jolted, every cell in his body quaking, as if his consciousness were on the verge of departing his corporeal form. After a few minutes of discomfort, a look of relief spread across his face, his mouth slightly agape, and his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. This state persisted for half a minute before he gradually regained his composure. First swinging his fist, whoosh, a shadow of his fist flickered past. Zhao Chen glanced around, walking to the edge of the bed and effortlessly lifting it with one hand. Not a hint of strain was felt. Looking into the mirror, he saw a more resolute gaze, his facial features appearing more defined, and the muscles of his abdomen taking on a well-defined shape. The perfect balance. If I were to kick old Chen with my current strength, he might not survive the encounter, Zhao Chen mused. Recalling his train of thought, he turned his attention to the final reward from the task. The T2 Black Knight class light interstellar battle mech, in this era of interstellar travel. Battle mechs had become somewhat of a supporting character. Despite this, they remained indispensable. While starships could engage in combat in the vastness of space, how could one conquer a planet? If the objective were merely to annihilate the forces on a planet, one could simply employ starships to conduct orbital bombardments. However, if one sought to control a planet while minimizing collateral damage, battle mechs became a vital resource. It is crucial to note that while battle mechs and interstellar battle mechs belong to the same category of weaponry, they represent entirely different branches. The former is typically deployed within ground forces on planets, whereas the latter can operate in the cosmos and even engage in starship boarding actions. Zhao Chen began to examine the data on the interstellar mechs. T2 Black Knight class light interstellar battle mecha type, interstellar battle mecha technology level, T2 armor strength, 40 to 50 units cruising speed, 10 knots maximum speed, 30 knots height, 15, 8 meters mass, 420 tons crew, 1-person armament, 236-barrel Gatling-style laser cannons, 30 units of small missiles, and 1 Black Knight lightsaber. The armor strength of the mecha is already comparable to that of T1 starships, and its weaponry rivals that of T1 starships, in addition to possessing melee armaments. While its cruising speed is somewhat modest, considering it is merely a battle mecha and not a starship, its short-term maximum speed can rival certain T2 starship velocities. It is feasible to construct and station several interstellar battle mechas in the hangars of starships, which may prove useful for future ground combat missions, Zhao Chen mused. After familiarizing himself with the interstellar battle mecha, Zhao Chen glanced at his data interface. Host, Zhao Chen occupation, elite starship engineer special attributes, fleet luck bonus, Eye of Insight points, 2950 mission points, 20 number of starships, 12 current mission, none warehouse, T3 Blizzard class. The mission points and system credits have been updated. In addition to the 1,000 system credits earned this time, there are also 160 system credits accumulated from the monthly starship bonuses for October and November. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and opened the T2 Marketplace upgrade page. T2 System Marketplace upgrade conditions. First condition. Exchange for 2 T2 level items. 2-2. Second condition. Complete 2 C-level system missions. 2-2. Third condition. Spend 2,000 system credits for Marketplace upgrade. 2,952,000. All 3 conditions for upgrading the T2 Marketplace have been fulfilled. Confirm to spend 2,000 system credits to upgrade T2 Marketplace to T3 Marketplace. Confirm. Spending 2,000 system credits, T2 Marketplace upgraded to T3 Marketplace. Remaining system credits, 950 points. Congratulations. You have unlocked the T3 series of items in the system marketplace. You have gained 1 opportunity to exchange for any item without using mission points. Once again, it was the same reward privilege, but upon glancing at the T3 series items, Zhao Chen discovered that the average price was around 6,000 system credits. Currently, this penniless Zhao Chen had no system credits to exchange, merely able to indulge in a fleeting moment of desire. Subsequently, Zhao Chen followed Charlotte to supervise the inaugural trial voyage of the T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault frigate. A fleet of 10 T2 Black Rhinos departed from the starport, returning several hours later. The first trial voyage was successfully completed. Next, it was time to procure military supplies and daily necessities. Zhao Chen's account still held a considerable amount of funds. While it might not suffice for constructing starships, it was more than adequate for supporting the over 600 interstellar female soldiers. Concurrently, Zhao Chen had organized a grand banquet, a New Year's Eve celebration. This would mark Zhao Chen's first New Year's celebration since his arrival in this world. Within the starship workshop, a space was cleared, adorned with sumptuous food and drinks, accompanied by the most popular music of the moment. Some danced, others feasted heartily, while some sang merrily. This extravagant banquet certainly cost a substantial amount of star coins. Charlotte took a sip of an unknown brand of strong liquor, observing Zhao Chen and Lilith beside her. Lilith replied, the total expenditure was 5,000 star coins. Charlotte shook her head. 5,000 star coins would have covered several months' worth of meals during her time in the rebel fleet. Now, it was all spent in a single night. It could indeed be deemed quite extravagant. Are you feeling the pinch? Zhao Chen teased, looking at Charlotte. She remained silent, but her expression conveyed everything. Warriors of the Falcon Squadron, tell me, are you happy? Zhao Chen suddenly shouted. Hearing their commander's voice, everyone shouted in unison, happy. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile as he raised his glass and downed its contents, then declared, I, Zhao Chen, harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to live up to my family's expectations, to diligently construct my Falcon star system and Falcon Squadron. May those who choose to follow me thrive, live like humans, and hold hope, not merely exist as puppets, at the same time. We must possess the strength to prevent anyone from bullying us. Dignity shall always be within the range of our starships. Many female soldiers paused in their actions, gazing at their commander with wistful eyes, some even with reddened eyelids, on this day next year. I hope we can once again raise our glasses in celebration, dancing under the moonlight, to our future. Zhao Chen raised his glass once more. Lilith stepped forward a few paces, placing her hand on her chest, and solemnly declared, Stars and moonlight, I vow to follow unto death. Stars and moonlight, I vow to follow unto death. The multitude of female soldiers echoed in unison. Zhao Chen tilted his head back, draining his glass of strong liquor once again. At that moment, the time struck into a new year. System notification, annual task triggered, system notification, quarterly task triggered, Chapter 81. Annual and quarterly tasks. The system tasks have arrived. Zhao Chen found an excuse to leave the banquet area and retreated to a quiet spot. Two system pop-ups appeared before him. Annual task, please ensure the host graduates from the North Star Starship Military Academy within 1 year. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Graduate from the North Star Starship Military Academy within a year. He was currently a fourth-year student, and under normal circumstances, graduation would still require more than 2 years. By the end of this year, he would only advance to a fifth-year student at most. However, considering the substantial rewards for quarterly tasks, this annual tasks reward could not be insignificant either, and it would be a waste to forego it. It seemed he needed to find a way to graduate from the North Star Starship Military Academy earlier, especially since he wanted to focus on developing the Falcon star system once he had laid a solid foundation. He then looked at the other task pop up. Quarterly task. Own 5 different models of T2 or above starships, 3-5. Construct a fleet comprising 30 starships, 12-30. Own 1 T3 level starship, 0-1. System-issued starship. The requirements for this task were indeed numerous. However, the completion difficulty for the first 2 requirements was not particularly high. Zhao Chen had already constructed 3 T2 starships, the T2 Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier, the T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault frigate, and the T2 Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Additionally, he possessed the technical blueprints for 1 T2 Bronze Eden class starship and 1 T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battlecruiser in his system warehouse. If necessary, exchanging for a T2 starship from the T2 marketplace was also a feasible option for Zhao Chen at this moment. The second requirement of 30 starships could be fulfilled in 2 months by merely constructing the T2 Black Rhino. However, the most challenging aspect was the third requirement, 1 T3 level starship. Zhao Chen once again opened the long-dormant T3 Blizzard technical blueprint lying in his system warehouse. Construct this T3 Blizzard. The initial construction cost amounted to 13 million star coins. This was equivalent to the construction cost of 130 T2 Black Rhinos, or nearly 10 T2 Queen Bees. Yet, Zhao Chen had less than 2 million star coins remaining. There was a significant gap of tenfold to be bridged within 3 months, which posed a considerable challenge. Moreover, if the T2 Hammer were to undertake the construction of the T3 Blizzard, it would need to allocate all its production capacity, resulting in a construction period of 2 months. Even in the best starport workshops, the timeline would be similar. However, This T3 Blizzard could not be constructed within the starport shipyard. As the moment it was completed and exited the starport, its exterior design would unequivocally reveal it as a T3 starship, one that had never been registered before. If the starport's shipyard rental records were checked afterward, Zhao Chen would be exposed. While the risks of constructing T2 starships might not be significant, creating a T3 starship that had never been seen before would inevitably attract unwelcome attention toward Zhao Chen. Although exposure might be inevitable, delaying it as long as possible would grant Zhao Chen more preparation time. The cost of construction and the duration of construction were both formidable dilemmas before Zhao Chen. This quarterly task posed considerable difficulty. Zhao Chen murmured, but the thought of wasting a quarterly task's reward was disheartening. Closing his eyes, he began to devise plans in his mind. Moments later, Zhao Chen opened his eyes. Having formulated a series of construction plans, first, he would utilize the T2 Hammer No. 1 ship for a month to expand it into a T2 Hammer.in the second month. The T2 Hammer No. 1 would commence the construction of the T3 Blizzard, taking 2 months to complete. Concurrently, in the second month, the T2 Hammer No. 2 would begin constructing a T2 Bronze Eden, which he estimated would take less than a month to finish. Although this auxiliary starship was costly, its construction time was relatively short. In the third month, the T2 Hammer 2 vessel roared to life, exerting all its power to construct a multitude of T2 Black Rhinos. Or alternatively, other T2 starships that could be completed within the deadline, thereby fulfilling the quarterly requirement of 30 starships. Time was not a significant issue, however, the challenge lay in the shortage of raw materials. Considering the construction costs of all the starships, the total amounted to a staggering 20 million star coins. Zhao Chen buried his face in his hands. Upon reckoning, the financial gap loomed even larger. Where could he possibly procure the funds? The territory? Unlikely. The Xiaolong star system remained a disarray. Thus, he could only seek external financing. Zhao Chen thought of Li Yaqi. Arms trading was the swiftest means to amass wealth. Previously, in a desperate bid for funds, he had sold the blueprints for AT-1 Wolf Laos-class medium interstellar destroyer at a bargain price, opting for a one-time buyout, a choice made out of necessity. Had he chosen to sell the technology license or agency rights, the immediate funds would undoubtedly have been less substantial, and he would not have achieved a quick resolution. But this time, Zhao Chen had no intention of such an approach. With the trust established from the T1 Wolf Laos starship technology in Li Yaqi's possession, he aimed to strike a significant deal with her brother, Li Wei. He had already devised a grand plan in his mind. Subsequently, Zhao Chen returned to the banquet scene, relishing the rare leisure of the New Year's Eve celebration. On the first day of the galactic calendar year 3031, the Xiaolong fleet officially set sail. A formidable assembly of 13 starships majestically departing from the Arctic Fox starport, navigating towards the distant star domains. Observing the fleet navigating in an aircraft carrier battle formation, Zhao Chen mused. Now this is what constitutes a fleet with aircraft carriers. Previously, a haphazardly assembled starship accompanied by a T2 Queen Bee hardly resembled a fleet. Now, with 10 T2 Black Rhino escorts surrounding them, the Zero Storm Blizzard positioned alongside the T2 Queen Bee, they were poised to respond to any potential threat at a moment's notice. Report, we have exited the prohibited warp travel zone of the Arctic Fox starport, Lilith reported. Zhao Chen, seated in the captain's chair, commanded, order the entire fleet to prepare for warp travel. Destination, the Arctic Fox star system stargate. Utilizing the stargate of the Arctic Fox star system to reach the northern star system,